I remember how to stream? Well, we've got 12 hours to figure it out again. One thing that I immediately do need to fix. Oh, God, I gotta drag this down here. Something is bugged out with the view count. So give me 1 second. I got to delete this, make a new one. Let's do count. They probably don't want count 2. See, these are all things I should have done before. Yes. Well, all right, that plugin is still not working. Okay, well, no way to get the viewer count on the screen. Not my fault, I swear. Also, the chat is not appearing on the screen. What is going on? I take a break and now everything falls apart. Chat text should be here. Yes, refresh. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious, it's all falling apart. All right, let me try to pull it up here. Why does OBS hate me right now? All right, OBS just hates me right now. That is not functioning. This viewer count, let's try this again. See, okay, at least that one plugin works outside of OBS. I'm not sure what's going on inside of OBS. Oh, okay, well, you know what, I can take the time to try to fix that now, because we've got a whole 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds to go. At least that's ticking down correctly. Does this work? Oh, okay. Nope, that didn't work either. My little chat pop-up is not working either. Oh my lord, people. Oh my lord. How is this possible? Chat pop-up. Let me bring this in. Okay. I should be able to pop up the chat. No? Wow, that doesn't work either. Oh. Looking rough for this 12-hour stream. I haven't booted up OBS in this capacity on like my parent computer for so long. It looks like a lot of the browser source plugins are maybe using old links. I'm not sure what's going on there, but some things are falling apart, eh? I can fix it. It's just going to take me a second. Is that worth fixing live? I mean, legitimately, there's 12 hours to do this. What's up? Oscar's in the chat. James is in the chat. We've got infinite cards. Sean. So many people. All right. Look, I think I really do have to fix these plugins because that was the whole part of the 12-hour stream, was to make sure the chat can be on screen. If you remember how it used to work, right? It's been a long time, but the way it used to work is that you can see yourselves over here, but that plugin is just dead right now. So, all right, I'm gonna take the time to fix it. Okay, be right back. Okay, people, this is ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. That was like 15 minutes of troubleshooting 3 different plugins, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, OBS itself, YouTube, and it's just not having it. So rather than do this live, or rather, we're just gonna hack it a different way live. Here we go. Window capture. Let's do chat text. We can't leave you hanging, chat. We cannot. Okay. This will condense it a little. I'll shrink it on this end so it makes more sense. There we go. Do this and just shrink it and put it in your little box. Beautiful little box. Oh, that's so frustrating. This is what I get for not doing any other streams in the past couple, geez, has it been like weeks? I feel like this was still an issue when I did the impromptu one from New Zealand. Something is just so dead with these plugins. I gotta, who knows, maybe it's like a clean reinstall of OBS. It's just like not pulling anything from browser sources. It's okay. We're over the frustrations. Let me just make sure this is copied over onto all the other screens. Let's put this back here. You know what? We'll get there when we get there. All right, whatever. In the meantime, hello everyone. The entire idea of the stream today is to, believe it or not, celebrate. Believe it or not, we got 6K subs basically on the horizon. It's not technically live right now. We're at like 5,990 something. But we're gonna hit 6K in probably right here live. I don't see why not. I get like three subs a day, and we only need 10 today to actually cross over the 6K threshold. So last time that I crossed a milestone like this, we did a 12-hour Levia live stream, and granted, things were a lot different back then because, believe it or not, when I hit 5K, it was like 7 months ago, because I really haven't done much on this channel in a while. I apologize, but when I did hit 5K like 7 months ago, it was with this skip this ad. It was with Dusk Till Dawn basically coming out. So we did a Levia for 12 hours stream way back then, and time flew by to the point where I played like another 2 games before YouTube cut the VOD. So it was pretty fun last time. Levia for 12 hours was like beyond easy. This time there is technically, you know, new things to do with Levia. We are looking at heavy hitters, which like isn't really a Levia set, but they're still goodies to play with and all that. So that's the idea today. We're gonna try to, unfortunately, get over this first frustrating hurdle with the plugins and just play some games and have some fun. Let me put this over here. That looks better. Did this count as a win? Did what count as a win? Interesting question. A lot of things count as wins. You know, life's pretty good right now, Nell. But what do you mean? Celebrate the Prism Battle-Hardened Liverpool? Now, there we go. That's what we're here for. We're going to do 12 hours of Prism. 12 hours of Prism. That sounds absolutely miserable. I think I might win maybe 1 game in 12 hours. That would be its own challenge. And Josh Bartlett has entered Living Legend. All right, so actually this is another cool part of the stream. This is a cool part of the stream. Josh, check this out. We've got something special for anyone who does become a channel member or donos. Let's see, what screen did I set it up on? I believe this one. You still hear me, right? Everyone should still hear me. All right, so look, if you donate, if you are such a kind soul as Josh, who's been a long-standing supporter of the channel, he's my active blood deck counter, we're going to read a page of the lore book to you. Look at this beautiful lore book we've got over here. As a little thank you, give you a little tease. I don't know if we'll really go like page by page or what the whole plan is here, but this thing is so cool, and I've actually never read it. So this is a way to work us all into appreciating the lore of Flesh and Blood together. So how about we start with page 1, or page 6 rather. All right, Josh, this is for you. This is for you. Okay, ready? I gotta talk into the mic even though I'm completely turned around. Long ago, humans arrived on the shores of Wraith from a distant land, seeking a place to build their homes. They found a world of vast mountain ranges and volcanic plains, dense jungles and sheer cliffs, verdant meadows and iridescent forests. This is Wraith, a land fueled by magic. Once home to incredible beings beyond imagination, humans have overtaken the land, spreading across the continent and changing the land around them. Some learn to harness the innate magic in this world and wield it in battle. Others choose to rely on technology and human innovation. Shout out Teklevasan. Once, the humans of this world were at war, clashing in devastating battles that decimated the land. For a time, it almost seemed as if humanity would be incapable of living alongside one another, but after many hundreds of years, Wraith finally entered a new era of peace. The people of Mysteria withdrew into the mountains. Aria erected great barriers to protect their realm from outsiders, and the kingdom of Solana shifted its focus to spreading the light. Well, that's not very peaceful, is it? They are all fanatics out there. I don't know about peace. Volkor's empire unraveled into a state of constant warfare as its many generals fought amongst themselves for land and resources, while far to the north, a glittering city of copper and glass emerged. Interesting, copper and glass. Calling to like-minded individuals who looked towards the future. Now this era of peace threatens to descend into chaos once more. The people of Wraith have become restless as seeds of dissent take root across the continent, and the world balances on the brink of war once again. There we go. That was for you, Josh. All right, that was for you, Josh. Hopefully you enjoyed that. There are 160 pages in that book, I think. So we'll get there eventually. Okay, where are we, people? All right, so here's the deal. 12 hours of Levia. One interesting thing about Levia right now is if you look at a lot of tier lists, hard plug, to the Runaways tier list that I did help make, a lot of people are putting Levia up there towards the top. Not the best deck. I don't think anyone's drinking that Kool-Aid so far. But Levia should be an overperformer in this meta, at least according to everyone's hot takes. Now, from the words of LSS themselves, Brian Gottlieb most recently on a podcast, I believe it was the Arsenal Pass podcast, if not the Instant Speed podcast, mentioned that he saw Levia more as a solid tier 2 hero, and that's their impression of where Levia is right now. I don't know if that's like a current up-to-date like LSS take as to heavy hitters, but it was at least in the context of what he was talking about Dusk Till Dawn doing to Levia. Now, I doubt you can really say that Heavy Hitters specifically has like launched Levia into S tier. There's like 2, maybe 3 cards that are like pretty good. But still, the community perception is that Levia is pretty good. And we did see William Pistel, I forget his name, make top 8 at Battle Hardened Hartford with Levia after only recently picking up the deck from literally my YouTube video. He's a dash player, and he saw Levia, he saw that deck, and he's like, dang, this deck looks good. And so he picked it up, and he made top 8 at that Battle Hardened Hartford with it. I think beyond that, what have we really seen from CC so far? We saw the AGE event. There were no Levias in top 8. There was a Teklevasan in top 8, though. And then we saw the CC event from, where was this last one? Liverpool. And Prism won that one. So there's wild things happening all across the CC metagame. Levia winning a Battle Hardened, I'm sure, is part of this tumultuous ride of heavy hitters meta that we are on. Will it be me? Probably not. I'm not really playing in any events this season. I don't even think I'm going to be making it to an RTN, believe it or not. I'm like pretty far removed from playing this season, which is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. I absolutely love Flesh and Blood. But there are projects now in the behind the scenes that demand my attention, and perhaps conflict with some of these dates, but that's cool. It is what it is. I absolutely love Levia. I've been putting tons of time into Levia as part of the Runaways testing team. One of the decks that they legitimately do believe in is Levia. Do they believe in my list? Apparently not. They all give me crap. But I'm over here saying, you guys, you can play the deck because you think it's strong, or you can play the deck because you live, eat, and breathe Levia and know that a deck is strong and feel it in your bones, even if running 3 Howls looks like trash on the surface. I'm just saying. Anyway, a lot of things I've been trying, a lot of things I've been testing in Levia. That YouTube list in particular was 3 cards off from the build that Will did take to the Battle Hardened top 8. He followed up on the League of Levi Discord, hard plug. I'm sure most of you are there. League of Levi Discord is freaking popping off with activity. And yeah, sure enough, he followed up with me in there and asked what would I change in the list, and I told him those Bonebreaker Bellows kind of suck. They're kind of cool, but they kind of suck. You should totally run Bone or Barraging Beatdowns instead. And then he did, and then he made top 8. So, just saying, Levia Oracle for 12 hours. We're still here. We're still here. Void, welcome to Living Legend. Yo, okay, all right, Void. We got another page for you then. We got another page for you. Here we go. All right, back. What's like some Christmas time opening when you open a book like this? Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, lore books sitting at your lap. All right, regions. We've got all of these. We'll read some of the blurbs. Let's do just a couple. This is kind of a lot. We'll do the left half here. Solana. At the center of Wraith lies Solana, a radiant beacon of hope in a world on the brink of chaos. For thousands of years, it has thrived under the guidance of devout scholars, seeking to spread the glory and teachings of Sol throughout Wraith and unite humanity under a single banner. Yeah, one of absolute fanaticism. That's right. Savage Lands. A primordial jungle, this treacherous and unforgiving landscape is filled with hidden dangers and horrific beasts. From massive predators to vicious scavengers, poisonous fungi to carnivorous plants, the Savage Lands is home to some of the most treacherous wildlife known to Wraith. And then we get Metrix, a vibrant and bustling city. Metrix is the largest hub of commerce on the continent, taking pride in the pursuit of progress and the future of technology. Whether scientist or inventor, merchant or miner, Metrix calls to all those seeking their fortune and the promise of a better tomorrow. Demonastery, or Demonastery, or what did we settle on this one being called? Isn't it Demonastery or Demonastery? Oh my god, I have no idea anymore. I'm so far removed. Far beyond the shores of Wraith lies an island shrouded in mist, a massive derelict manor looming over the desolate landscape. The Demonastery calls to magicians and scientists alike, offering a place to study taboo and forbidden subjects without the threat of punishment or retribution. Oh wow, they make the Demonastery sound pretty chill. It's like, yeah, do whatever you want, guys. No punishments over here. No punishments. Demonastery. Monastery. Where can you get this book? Well, I got this book for getting second place at the Leal cosplay competition attached to the Pro Tour. I was dressed up as young Levia, and I got the second place prizing, which was this lore book. Supposedly, from the words of James White, they hired a full-time lore writer, lore author, whatever you want to call it, loresman, who is going to work on more lore products in the future. So I don't know if there's like an actual book for purchase being worked on, or like what that means. Maybe it's just more articles, I don't know. But this book in particular, you can only really get through cosplay competitions, special gifts, or if you were given the initial retailer kit from like way back when in the early days of Flesh and Blood. It was sent out to a bunch of LGSs. So a lot of LGSs actually just like randomly have this book, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. World Builder. There you go. Which I guess, Moko, what are you saying? Cleric Bard. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, there's a sheet in there. Oh, you saw it on the profession side. Oh yeah, check that out. We'll get to that in another couple members. But yeah, there's a professions sheet that shows all kinds of soon-to-come classes in Wraith, apparently. All right, my cat is behind the monitor and messing with everything. It's fantastic. Okay. Well, let's see. Where were we? Let's just show you what I've been working on with Levia here. And in the meantime, let me also fix the... Let me also fix the chat on this page, hopefully. Okay. We're gonna drop the chat, make it smaller. Oh, this is so scuffed. I'm so upset about these plugins. It ain't how it was supposed to be, folks. It ain't how it was supposed to be. But you know what we can do? I can salvage some things here. Let's move the timer. Let's move the timer up. Cover where the viewer count was supposed to be. There we go. Scooch that puppy. And then we can bring back... Oh, Josh loves this one as well. Josh loves it. Ready? Ooh. Misplay counter. All right, we'll bring that one back. All right, that doesn't look too bad. Let me see what it looks like on the main screen. All right, it did preserve it. Nice. Okay, there we go. Did you guys know if you subscribe to YouTube Premium, you get 1 YouTube channel membership under 10 for free? I did not know that. That's pretty sick, Basement Brews. So if you got it, how about spend it? That sounds pretty great. YouTube memberships go a huge way in making the whole YouTube sphere more rewarding. I mean, there already is a huge return, honestly, in just seeing likes and views across my videos. It feels like freaking fantastic. Although I will say, hold up, I gotta chastise you all for 1 second. What happened to make the Lego spoiler video not pop off? What happened? Hold up. I gotta complain for 1 second, because if we look at kind of previous spoiler seasons, when I did the Levia spoiler, we got like 10k views on that, and I thought that skit was fine. That skit was it was funny. It was a play on Blair Witch Project, sure. The behind the scenes of this was a lot of oh man, it was tough to get this one filmed, let's just say. Filming in the basement, I hate the basement, it's covered in spiders. Sandra got mad at me over a couple of these shots. But anyway, I don't think it was my most effort ever into a spoiler video. I think really what popped this one off was the fact that Dust Till Dawn was just overall pretty hype, right? People wanted to know what was up with Levia, a lot of teasers everywhere. But the Lego one I made, oh my god, I loved this one. I loved that Lego spoiler. It's my pride and joy. It's my little baby. I put so much work into that one. I literally drove out to my grandparents' house, rented a U-Haul, picked up all these childhood Legos I hadn't touched in years, brought them back to my house, kicked Sandra out. What's my cat doing? Kicked Sandra out of her office, converted it to a Lego studio, and then spent 40 hours straight making this video. And for whatever reason, the views have not matched the Dust Till Dawn era of Flesh and Blood. I don't know if that really happened across the board. Maybe this spoiler season was just not as hype as the last spoiler seasons or what, but that one hurt. I was really hoping we had a viral video on our hands. And it's not a perfect stop motion by any means. It's literally my first attempt at making a stop motion, but I really loved it, man. I thought that, let's just watch it. Hold up. Shh. Everyone. Quiet on set. If 10-year-old me saw this, I'd be like, oh my god, I want to buy not only Lego, but also Flesh and Blood. And start a fight. Oh, okay. Anyway, I I loved that video. It was, I really do hope to make more. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work. It was also a lot of fun to do that video. Yeah, so anyway, in terms of comparing the views from the like Dusk Till Dawn era spoilers to heavy hitters, I think across the board it was just lower, which is unfortunate, because I think heavy hitters is honestly popped off. Like, as far as sets go, the viewership for like the callings was pretty good. The amount of like buzz I've heard about heavy hitters also like pretty good. Comparatively though, Dusk Till Dawn's probably pretty hard to top, because if you look at like, I guess Battle Hardened views is a pretty decent metric. Battle Hardened Cincinnati was that weekend, release weekend of Dusk Till Dawn, and that Battle Hardened remains like almost one of the most viewed Flesh and Blood streams ever. It's like 30,000 views for a Battle Hardened. So maybe Dusk Till Dawn really was just like miles ahead in terms of capturing, you know, non-fab players' attention as far as like spoiler seasons and excitement and stuff goes. Which is kind of funny, because Dusk Till Dawn, in terms of what it did for Flesh and Blood, just like, you know, it was a supplemental set. It wasn't draftable. The Marvel Angels were like cool, I guess. But Heavy Hitters is like pretty nuts. Heavy Hitters is like a great limited set. It has revitalized the metagame like you wouldn't believe. Marvels are dope. And yet it is not carrying the same hype to the outside world as Dusk Till Dawn did. People love light versus dark stories. Yeah, it all just comes down to Star Wars, I think. People just like, they really want good versus bad, very black and white, you know. Dusk Till Dawn had the backing hype of being Monarch 2. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens with Monarch 3, right? Because there is going to be a third chapter. There is going to be a third part in all this at some point. And that would be cool. You know, it's supposedly going to close some storyline loops, right? Like Viscerai has this like story going on that James White won't give us hints about, but it is coming. Is that the Monarch 3 set? That'd be pretty cool. What's up with Levia? Is she stuck, consumed, transformed? Is Vynnset fully fleshed out yet? You know, all these questions are yet to come. It also gave us the first demi hero, which is of course very cool. It's what has tied us to this hero for so darn long. Okay. Anyway, let's talk about Levia real quick. Oh, look at this. Phil's got me on February. That's pretty sick. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil. Let's talk real quick about this one being a better one when it comes to Levia lists. So I no life Talishar every now and again, and as I touched on earlier a little bit, I unfortunately won't be playing in this season really at all. But you know, I still have fun with Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood's great. I go out, drive a ways every once in a while to my closest LGS. I wouldn't really call it my LGS, but there's one like 25 minutes away. Every once in a while, place like some UPF. So I think I'm like really in the vein of Flesh and Blood being just purely enjoyable. For me right now, it's like it's pretty much for fun. And then also a job when it comes to the production stuff, which is pretty cool. In terms of being a competitive player, I'm pretty washed right now. I just don't have anything on the horizon. But I do no life Talishar a bunch, just to try new Levia things and have fun playing. I mean, it's Flesh and Blood, sure, but it's also Levia, which is peak enjoyment of Flesh and Blood for me. So we've got about, with this most recent list, which I invented back on 2/9, which was like 3 days ago. About 3 days ago, I was tinkering around with this idea in Levia that the most broken thing you can actually do with the new cards in Dusk Till Dawn is basically play heavier into a cost curve that now works across like multiple engines. You've got, let's explain this a little bit more. You've always had this like 2-cost core of Levia, like a lot of her attacks cost 2. The Writhings, the Hungerings, the Mark of the Beast, they've always been kind of the core of your attacks are going to be cost around 2. You've also got kind of the high end of Endless Maw, you got the low end of the Boneyard Marauders, but fitting things to this 2-cost attack curve is like a little awkward, right? Like what can you do with this extra resource in theory, if you're paying with a blue to make that floating resource make sense next to a 2-cost. It was something you could do back in the day with like Howl from Beyonds, especially into like the Oldhim meta. You could dump double Howl into 2-cost, right? That's 3 cards. That's blue, 2-cost. Come in for like 12 Dominate. Come in for 13 if it's a red Hungering and all that. And that lets you use your 2-cost curve pretty well, right? But then we shelved playing heavy into Howls for a long while because you only needed that versus like Oldhim, right? Why pull all this damage out of nowhere? Why play into Howls? It's a red 2-block. That's trash. Not trash, by the way. It's actually not bad at all. A red 2-block is still the easiest thing you can do to just get it in your graveyard versus non-blocks. But in recent discoveries with Levia, like when I got top 4 at the 20k, the Tearlim from Limb addition to the deck also cared about 2 costs as a cost curve, where all of a sudden you can pay on a 4-card hand, blue into Tearlim from Limb, blue into a Claw, that floats 2 resources, and you come in for now 12, 14, 16 if it's a swing big, right? So this is another card now that actually likes the 2-cost curve for Levia. But in heavy hitters, we got another piece of synergy around 2 costs, and that is the Agile Wind-Up card, which lets you discard it to turn on your Mandible Claws, which then you pitch blue into Mandible, you have 2 floating, and you can play a 2-cost, right? So now you have 3 ways to make 2-cost curve feel pretty good for Levia. The Agile Wind-Up turns, the Tearlim from Limb turns, and Howl from Beyond as like a core to make that cost curve make sense because so many of your cards are 2-cost. Now, ideally, if every turn could just be like, I'm going to 2-card 9 you for Endless Maw, that's ideal. But those are just not the cards we are given in Levia, right? It's not the reality. We have to play a lot of the other like Blood Debt suite of cards because if we're playing into that mechanic at all, need to keep turning it off. What cost curve are most of the Blood Debt cards? 2. So anyway, in trying to narrow down a list that plays into the like 2-cost curve more than anything else, this is what I've ended up on. And you'll notice a couple weird exclusions. Also, what's up, Tarek? Wondering why Google was charging you 3 a month? wait, don't cancel it, let it be, Tarek. Let it be, I appreciate it. I'll read your, I owe you a book reading in a second, but let me finish this train of thought. Because I know everyone's freaking out. 3 Howls, 3 Vials, what is this man doing? Alright, so you'll notice there's no Art of War and no Slithering Shadowpeed in this list. And that is because what I've been trying over the past 3 days is just cutting anything that could be awkward. Any awkward draws for Levia. Let's just get them out of the deck. Let's make the deck block exactly when it wants to. Let's make the deck play the cost curves that it wants to without any kind of weird, oh, I drew an Art of War next to a Blood Rush. Oh, I drew double Slithering and that I'm trying to flip this turn. What do I do? Those kind of situations, we're gonna cut them. Get them out of the deck. Get them out of the deck. And just focus all in on a 2-cost curve that we can actually now play into across several mini engines. The Agile, the Howls, the Tearlim from Limbs. And then even just like Agility itself, right? Agility into the next turn lets you play a 2-cost into a 1-cost, like pretty decently. What Agility can also do for the deck is, because you can't really plan on the next turn as to what you can do with Agility, but you don't want to just waste the fact that you have Agility, it can let you play with some funny cards that just don't cost you anything to really be in the deck. Also, what's up, Penaros? You had to click a button? Well, that's unfortunate. How many people are just hanging out in chat, just this close to becoming channel members, and they didn't know, they just had to click a button to do so? You get some cool emotes. I'll read you a book chapter, or at least like a half page of the lore book or something, as a thank you, give you a little bit of that lore book spice. And also 12 hours of Levia gameplay coming soon. We got to burn at least 6 hours rambling before we can get into the gameplay. You know how this works. You've all been here before. You know how it works, right? Okay, so with Agility, because you can't always use it the way you want to, you can always pretend that like, okay, with Agility, I'll just keep an extra card, turn it into a Claw Swing, since that's like something printed on the board. But that's not something that Levia always really wants to do, because if you're making the choice of blocking with a card for 3 or keeping that card to swing claw, oh shoot, okay, hold up, what's happening? Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Hold the phone. Guri, look what's happening. Guri, look what's happening. Guri, look in the chat, Guri. Look in the chat, Guri. Look at that. Dude, what is going on? Guri, do you see this? Look at that. Do you see this? Get excited. Oh my god. Yo, what the hell? Yo, that's nuts. Basement Brews? Do I just read the whole lore book now? Are we 12 hours of narration upcoming? Is that what's about to happen? Yo, Basement Brews, what on earth? That's crazy. All right, here's another problem. I have a whole like celebratory thing that's supposed to pop up, but I've got some weird issue with the plugins. I might have to like legit uninstall OBS and fix it after this, but oh, there's supposed to be all these celebration things going on when people gift and sign up. Dang it. That is unfortunate that it's not working, but Basement Brews, that means the world. Thank you so much. People in chat are also saying I hit 6K as well just now. Gotta spam some noises and animations. The only noise I have ready is this. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Piken as well. Oh man, that's awesome. Thank you so much, people. Thank you so much, people. Wow. How exciting. I gotta push this hair out of my face. So you can see my eyes are lighting up. This means a lot. All right. Hold up. We gotta look. My mania is going nuts right now. I'm all over the place. Let me close this loop on what I'm talking about with Levia, and then we'll read some of the lore book. Okay, we'll read the lore book, and then who knows? Maybe we'll finally play a game 6 hours from now. How about that? Wow. Oh, dude, that's so amazing, though. That means the world. Also hit 6K. Man, Flesh and Blood's pretty cool. You know, I take back all my other complaints. Who cares that the Lego video didn't go viral? Who cares? We got lovely people in the chat, and that's all that matters. Cody as well. My god. Okay. Hold up. Pause. Time out. Like 49ers were doing last night. Which, by the way, if we've got any American viewers in the chat who want to talk football, I actually did watch the Super Bowl. I never watch football, but last night I did watch the Super Bowl and then fell asleep in the fourth quarter. So I couldn't tell you necessarily how it ended, but I know who won. And that's pretty good football talk. Not gonna lie. I normally have nothing I can say about football, but I know that Taylor Swift's team won. That's pretty good. Okay. Vile Inquisition. The whole idea with this kind of inclusion is to make sure that agility is usable with that. Wait, hold up. The last thing I was saying was about the mandible claw thing. Let me just close that loop. Okay, so agility, what it could do before, you could always turn an agility token into a mandible claw swing. You always had that choice. You just keep a resource card. Regardless of if you can cheat some kind of like 3-card 12 curve with agility, you could at least always choose to just swing claw instead of block with that card. The problem though is that choice is not actually a break-even choice for Levia. Keeping a card to swing 3 on claw versus blocking with a card for 3 actually leans better towards Levia's need of banishing graveyard if you block with it, because you care about graveyard fill, right? So just burning an agility token on swinging a claw isn't always really good. And if you don't actually get that cost curve going that, cheats a 3-card 12, then agility was kind of just wasted. I tried a lot of things with agility. I tried triple Ghostly Visit. I was trying mainboarding Deep Rooted Evil, which of course means you have to run Shadow Blazafet. Just trying to hit a ceiling of agility to always make it feel like you could do something unfair. But the reality of what I was finding out we're legitimately talking maybe hundreds of games. I know life Talishar every once in a while, and like I showed you the results of this deck, we've got 50 games played in three days. So when I tell you 100 games over a week, that's not an exaggeration, all right? It's not. Okay, so when I was trying things like heavy Ghostly Visit count in the deck, the problem became that when you add all these pieces into a Levia deck, you hit some new highs. It's true. Unlocking some ghostly turns with agility feel nuts. You know, you just come in for your Hungering Slaughter Beast into your ghostly visit. Like, oh my god, that's a 2-card 11. That's crazy. But for the highs that are unlocked, you also had to stomach some of the horrible, just low rolls that are possible when you add in a lot of those engines. And that's why in this list, I've cut all the conflicting engines and gone all in on just 2 cost being the curve you're playing for, trying to make as many synergy pieces around that work, and we'll go through the results. It has worked very, very well. So, agility then gets most use, ideally, out of those plays with 3-card 12s, whatever, but I didn't want to waste agility, so I threw in Vile Inquisition. Is this card good? I don't really think so, but it's in the vein of thought of like, let's not waste agility, and also let's not tax our deck building by adding more reds that don't turn off Blood Debt, more reds that want us to play Art of War, like the Ghostly Visits, more reds that, don't really fit in the deck. So Vile Inquisition just like costs you nothing to add. It's a blue block 3, and sometimes you get to do, cool agility plays with it. Fill your graveyard, burn your opponent. It's got some interesting late game plays as well, where like if your opponent is trying to stay at 3 and you get late into the game, you can just burn them and then Reckless kills them. It's kind of interesting. I don't think this card's very good, but it's all about experimenting, right? And it also lets you swap it pretty easily for a card that I've been pretty impressed by as of late, which is Chains of Mephetis. Mephetis? Mephetes? Demonastri? Levia? Who knows? This card is quite interesting right now, namely versus the other brutes, namely versus Kassai as well. It's a card that, there's only 2 heroes in the game who can play it at the moment, Vynnset and Levia, and I was having a talk with Yanji Lee, who recently made top 8 the Battle Hardened, and he was saying that there's gotta be a way that you can build an anti-meta deck either out of Levia or Vynnset. Not necessarily based around Chains of Mephetis, but like just because they've got toolbox effects that can go pretty far, like either targeting Boltyn and Prism. They are like the only heroes that can really add in specific cards for that. Chains of Mephetis is a thing. So we were trying Vynnset and Levia. He was on the Vynnset train. He played like 50 games. I played like 44 games or whatever it is with Levia with Chains, and I'm overall like happy enough with this card. I don't think it's busto by any means, but it fills that same role in the deck of not wasting agility. You're just adding a blue block 3 to your deck. Doesn't hurt the deck at all. And then when you have agility, or if you really need to roll scabs or something, which I don't know why you'd need to roll scabs for Chains, but you could, then you can just burn it on Chains. And then you actually have control over breaking it or not on your turn, because you can choose to remove the Doom counter or not. It says, at the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a Doom counter. So you can actually just not remove the Doom counter and just let it go. So it never actually affects you, which, I don't know, I just missed that the first time I saw this card, like way back in the day. So I just thought, it's probably going to mess up your own Blood Rushes, who cares? But actually, that's never how it works. You can, if you're about to play a Blood Rush turn, just let it go. The only matchups where it actually affects your opponent on the block is Victor, which is interesting, because if you have this in play, do your turn, and Victor tries to trounce, tries to Test of Strength, and draws a card off the gold, he can't do anything with that card. It says, if a hero would draw a card during an action phase, which is when they're blocking, instead they banish the top card of their deck and may play it this turn. That text means nothing, though, since they're on defense. So it's got some play there. I actually don't know if Chains is really better than Vile in that matchup, because burning a card from Victor is kind of cool too, and just like controlling life thresholds. But also, is Vile even good? Who knows? Anyway, I put a lot of games into this list, and I am wildly impressed with how consistent you get to make the decision you want to make with this deck. By cutting the Slitherings and cutting the Art of Wars, you are really not forced into many situations with the deck. It does mean that you can't just burn as aggressive as you want into some matchups, which is why I think like Azalea feels a bit worse. Azalea, because you can't just see Art of War hands, see Slithering hands, and say, oh, like, I'm playing this out. I'm just going to slam you. Because the deck is a little bit slower, decks that can use Tunic really well, like Azalea, or decks that have, like, Valiant Dynamo value over a long-ass game, they are a little tricky. They are a little tricky, that's true, because the long games don't inherently favor Levia. You want to play them that way, but other decks can also do a lot. Every Tunic counter, every turn cycle they reset Dynamos, right? A lot of value. However, in 3 days, I've spammed, I guess, 44 games. Not all these games are mine. Maybe like 4 of these games or so came from someone else on Runaways. But the win rate has been very, very impressive. And I don't really need, to just stomp randoms on Talishar to feel good about Levia. I feel pretty good about Levia, even if I'm going like 0-10, just because I just enjoy her games more than any other hero in Flesh and Blood. But it does feel nice to not have an issue with the deck inherently, which can also be a problem where you do have to toe this line of like, man, the deck feels great. I like how so many of my matchups play, but sometimes the game is stolen from me by mechanics that are just inherent to the deck itself. And I actually think this list is probably the first time I've really felt like you are the one who can choose to throw a game or not. You can choose to roll scabs, but you literally never have to, especially with Apex Bonebreaker. You're not priced into even like thinking you can roll scabs because you have gamblers. You just don't have that. So yeah, I mean, look at some of these stats. Cards most frequently used to block. Howl from Beyond. Gotta block with that sucker. Card's terrible in your hand. But then look at the play stats. The most played card in the deck is also Howl. Well, that's easy to believe. There are 3 of them, and they're completely replayable. And when you have this much Banish in the deck, then yeah, you loop them like crazy. So we're gonna play this. We're gonna play this today. Have some fun with it today. Figure out what card this needs to be. I've been thinking it probably should be either Blue Dread Screamer again, or Unworldly Bellow Blue, because I do want just a little bit extra of ways to control the graveyard if the early game didn't play in a way you wanted. If the banishes went like a little Ari, then some extra banish in your blues would be nice. So Vial definitely doesn't need to be in the list. It should probably be that card, but I'm just playing it to play it. Playing it to play it. You gotta try things before you write them off as terrible, which is kind of an issue that I've run into with some of the other Levia players on Runaways. They just call things terrible without understanding them at all. But oh well, that's why I'm here. Would a red Grim Feast fit in here maybe? Not a blue, but still good. 3 life gain. Now see, that is interesting. As kind of like a card where if we're comfortable running 3 Howl, which I'm completely happy with running 3 Howl. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm sitting here telling you this, but I'm completely fine running 3 Howl from Beyond in this kind of mid-range, I don't know if we can really call it mid-range meta, but there's a lot of mid-range decks that are at least being tried and tested as we figure out this new meta game. And drawing a 2-block in your hand that you are going to replay like 6 times in a game is totally fine. If it was like a hard aggro meta where, my god, it's nothing but like dash IO, Phi, whatever, sure, drawing red 2-blocks might feel terrible, but that's just not the world we're living in. Not the world we're living in at all. But anyway, if we're comfortable running triple Howl, then running a card like Grim Feast, not in addition to, but kind of in this slot, it's passable. Maybe that's the kind of compromise you have to make when, we're looking to run an agility synergy slot with Vial, but if Vial's no good, which I don't think it's that good, then we cut this, but then we still want a little bit of an agility synergy piece. It could be Grim Feast. I don't hate that. It does only cost 1 when you play it from Banish, which does fit a lot of the cost curve of this deck. That's not bad. I would never go to 1 Howl, though, because 2 Howl is like a loop in its own right when you have all the 2 costs, because that's how you 3-card loop, right? You go Howl, 2 cost, and then your graveyard, if you've controlled it to this point, just is that last 2-cost you played, because it's going to rebanish the Howls. Then your next turn, you go Howl, Howl, they fill the graveyard, play your 2-cost, it rebanishes the Howls. And so you do need double Howl to like play into that. But I could see this. You know what? Let's just try it to get things started. Also, let's go ahead and cut the vials to begin with. I didn't think these were that good. I do think I prefer the Unworldly Bellows over the Dread Screamers just because of the cost curve that we're sticking to in this deck. The Dread Screamers would look a little funky. Just adding more 2-cost. Is that really true, though? If we add a blue Dread Screamer, then we're really looking to then 4-card play it, where we can go Howl, Dread, 2-cost, like all in one. That's not that bad. All right, let's try the Dreads first. And actually, the blue Dreads are also fine when you flip into Consumed. You don't mind these at all. Just being some of your Banisher. Here we go. Here we go. Blue Endless for a clean 7 in late game is actually not as good as you think because you're leaving your graveyard without a 6. If your turn is Blue Endless, then you don't fill a 6 in any other capacity, which, like, how can you, right? That's not, doesn't have go again. Maybe your opponent sees this, blocks, and then arsenals, and then you go into your turn cycle, and you've got a non-6 in graveyard. I don't ever want to be in positions like that. So Blue Endless, I don't really enjoy. So I think we'll keep it here for now. Okay, so we're going to play some games with this. But before we do that, oh, hold up. UZL says, or YZL says, you're currently on 2 red agile windups and you like them. You don't have your reps. Have they felt too clunky? I think the reds would feel terrible. One of the things that you don't want to do in Levia is clump yourself with reds that don't pay for each other. Or rather, we don't even have to call them reds. Cards that don't pay for each other in Levia are just an inherent problem in any deck that has to, that's basically not 0 cost, right? When you're a 0 cost deck, it doesn't matter what the cards are that you draw together. You can just always have choice. But Levia, as a mid-range deck, and most mid-range decks run into this problem, they need to draw hands that play, and part of having hands that play is resource cards and cards you want to pay those resources into. And Levia specifically needs those cards that you play into to probably turn off Blood Debt, since that's an entire part of your game. So the yellow agile windups are really flexible in that you don't have to force the Claw 2 cost. They themselves actually just pay for the 2 cost, right? So the modality of an agile windup is quite high. It can be your pitch card. You can play it to enable this turn. You can play even greedier with it and like keep all these cards to actually claw into 2 cost, or you can just be much more discreet with it. Just like get it out of your hand for an agility next turn cycle, not worry about the claws the current turn cycle. You can even block with it for 2. You can still block if you have to. I think the yellow just does so much more than a red would, because you're not actually playing this as an attack, except for some really fringe use cases like your flip turn. You could just throw an agile windup, but that's a 2-card 6. You could probably also have played it differently, where you just maybe arsenal a different card, pitch this into your claw, 1-card 3, get something better in arsenal. But the point is, yellow gives you a lot more flexibility, because you have to remember yellow is a true resource card in this deck. Yellow pays for a lot. When you draw things up on your Blood Rush turn, yellow is 5 damage on claw. Yellow turns off Blood Debt, because all of these cost 2. Yellow can pay into a Howl from Beyond in and of itself. When you've got like a yellow and a blue draw, you can go pay into Howl, then Boneyard off of a yellow and a blue. You can pay into Howl off a yellow, and then a blue into Endless Maw, something like that. Like, the yellows are very, very flexible over reds. You went out for groceries, and Mansant's still talking. All right, peace, Carl. Peace. Enjoy the meal you're about to cook yourself. I'm out. No, dude, you know me. I can talk forever. We're here for 12 hours, and maybe 1 hour of it will be gameplay. That's the plan. That's the plan, at least. Speaking of, let's go for a bit of a lore read, shall we? I owe this to many people. Not only Basement Brews for 20 freaking gifted memberships, but there were some others in the chat. We also hit 6K. Let's go through the professions. People find this one pretty spicy. Okay, here we go. The professions. So, we didn't finish the regions. We did to catch up on the right side column here. Aria. Let me put this in a better spot. Aria, a fantastical realm where the landscape is ever-changing, fueled by a magical energy known as the Flow. Amongst the peaceful villages of Aria, celebrations and festivals are a regular occurrence, filled with performers, musicians, and entertainers. Beautiful. Mysteria, potentially the next region we visit. Just saying. Just saying. Among the mountain ranges of Mysteria lies a hidden world, concealed by a thick veil of mists. Removed from the struggles and conflicts of the outside world, they find satisfaction in introspection and self-discipline, training rigorously to strengthen their bodies and sharpen their minds. The Pits. Deep beneath the city of Metrix, centuries of mining have left a series of massive underground caverns. Thieves, mercenaries, slavers, and smugglers have settled within the darkened caverns of the Pits, providing all manner of immoral and illegal services to the world above. And Volcor. Rivers of lava run throughout Volcor, pooling into massive lakes of molten magma. The citizens of Volcor are resigned. Oop. Hold up, mic is falling. Mic is falling, 1 second. There we go. The citizens of Volcor are resigned to a life of servitude under the generals, locked in constant warfare, battling for their lives beneath the watchful gaze of the royal family. But this one's spicy, and the profession page is something that gets like shared all over the place, just because it's the rise of so much speculation as to like what is the next class, what have we not seen, and pretty much. Let's see, Alchemist, Assassin, Guardian, Brute, Wizard, Bard, Illusionist, Ninja, Necromancer, Cleric, Warrior, Ranger. We have not seen Alchemist or Cleric, although we do know, Lena Bell is like canonically an Alchemist, but she's not a hero yet. And then we don't know of any Clerics, I'm pretty sure. And it does say, and many more as well, so, there's a couple that just aren't on here that we have already, right, like Runeblade. Oh, Necromancer, duh. We haven't seen Necromancer either. But yeah, like Runeblade isn't on this list, and that's in the game. So there's a lot. There's a lot coming. Let's see what they say. In a world plagued by war and conflict, the people of Wraith developed ways to keep themselves safe and fight back against the enemies. Even after centuries of peace, these professions live on, passed down from generations to generations, evolving with each passing year. While some pursued a more offensive profession relying on weapons and power, others took the path of defense, finding ways to protect themselves and aid their allies in battle. Whether you draw power from magic, spellcasting, wielding any number of man-made weapons, or by utilizing the power within, the outcome is the same. In a world plagued by conflict, you must fight for the chance to determine your fate. Will you succumb to the machinations of others, or will you choose your own path? Pick up your sword and prepare for battle, for no matter where you run, war will find you. And then just like that, we would get into Solana on the next page. Alright, hold up. This whole mic contraption really did not like being spun around there. We've got to fix this. Oh, there we go. We'll let that be for now. Let that be for now. It's fun to read, but the way I have to hold things... Okay, speaking of holding things, this whole mic is now loose. Here we go. I'm just gonna take this around with me because the clamp fell off. All right, come on. Come on. Oh, I see. I was unscrewing the wrong bit. All right, so it's my fault. It's always my fault. All right. Oh my god. Okay, well, we're just gonna lap this for a second while I unscrew it. But yeah, there we go. The whole idea there, if you didn't catch it earlier, is that I have a lore book and I've not read it. So if you become a channel member, then I will read a page for your enjoyment and mine. It's pretty cool. I legitimately have never sat down and read it, which is kind of sad because I've had it for like a year now, but the one time I took it out, I left it on my coffee table and my cat took a bite out of it, which I will show you in a second once I fix this. So I've been afraid of taking it out ever since, because legit my cat bit it. And yes, it was the orange cat I showed before. He's a menace. Everything they say about orange cats is true. Everything they say. Oh my god, I cannot screw this for the life of me. Is it the wrong way? Alright, I think I was screwing it the wrong way. 1 second, folks. 1 second. Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. Alright, we've got it this time. Ah, yes. Yes. Aha! Alright, fixed. Look at that. Hands free. Hands free. No hands. Oh. Let's make it a little tighter. A little tighter. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so here, I'll show you. When I brought it out last time. Look at this. Look at this bite mark right here. Look at that. It was on the coffee table for like 1 night. 1 night. And they freaking took a bite. They took a bite. Like what? There's no way it even tastes good. Like what is the point of that? So yeah, I've been terrified of taking it out. For fear of losing like a whole page, or who even knows what would happen next. Whoa, we've got someone else. Dirty Darbs has also become... What does it say? Welcome to Living Legend? Oh, so you've ascended. You've become one of the ranks of Starvo, I guess. I don't know if that's something to really aspire to. I gotta change that. Okay. Well, you know what? I'll let you tell me, Dirty Darbs, if you want me to read a page again or not, or we could just jump into some games and I'll get to it later. Maybe you're a huge Solana fan, because Solana is the next page that we've got here. And they're not my favorite, but I'll read it for you. Dang, this is really so well put together. Alright, let's put this down for a sec. Play some games. Is Chains real? It was okay. It was okay when I was jamming games. I think the main thing that feels pretty good about this deck versus others is you just have a lot more agency to play the game in a very specific way. You know, you've got everything built around a very specific cost curve, and some people might find that boring, but I find that more freeing, honestly. Oh, wait, oops. Is this the right deck? No, it's not. Oh god, that was not the right deck. That was an old one. I'm sorry. Wait, was that the right deck? I don't even know. I feel like I didn't hit paste. Public? Classic Instructed. Alright, well, I just ghosted someone. Here we go. Oh, do you see the cat? He is behind me. There's one of them. He's my least favorite. My other cat is just the best thing in my life. Sorry, Sandra. If you're listening, Sandra, I apologize. But yes. Alright. Vynnset. Into Vynnset. Actually, this list overall, right, this is something that we've had to retcon a little bit now and again as to whether or not Levia wants to go first. Well, I'll tell you, this build definitely wants to go first. Definitely. Just burning out like a Howl turn 1, an Agile Windup turn 1, Smashback Alehorn, I guess Grim Feast now? Sick. It wants to do those things. It does not want to go second and have an unplayable hand. Let's get things... Oh! What did I say? Okay, I also need to change the overlay because we are not on the right size for this screen. Okay, so let's do this. And let's arsenal this. Beautiful. So the other thing that I'm siding in and out is this is from hand. Okay, so there's only the one rune chant that we're dealing with. Send packing in arsenal. Alright, so it looks like we're going to waste the agility on this one. That's fine. We're going to waste the agility on this. We're not playing into Blood Debt at all yet, so I'm fine to just go slow here. Play out the send packing. What was I saying? Oh yes, I need to change this. I need to change this. Chat text. Small. And we're going to have to shrink this. There we go. Okay, there we go. Taking out CNC, I mean, this is just a totally different type of build than the one that you're probably thinking of from the YouTube video. The YouTube video list is based around just the highs of Levia, whereas this list is not. This list is literally built around one thing, which is to not trip up over its own cost curve. So we can just force 3-card Blood Rush. It doesn't need to be the best thing in the world. I'm fine with this. Oh, flashing in the Rune Chant generator there with Revel. Deathly Delight. Well, it's a lot of damage. We can just respect it. Arsenal the Blood Rush. Go for a better turn later. That feels pretty good, I think. Just do that then, since we've got other things to do with the cards now. Yep, we can just have patience here. We can just have patience here. I shall wait. I shall wait. But yeah, the CNC... Oh man, they are not missing in terms of playable hands. That's a little unfortunate. Normally Vynnset does trip up. So this is giving +5. It's coming in for 13 on this turn. Well, we're going to force the Blood Rush hand, obviously. Question becomes, do I even want to block down with a card? Blocking down with a card basically means we don't risk IPing ourselves next, or when we actually do draw with the Blood Rush, because most likely we will be able to play for the either basically reset Arsenal with the Boneyard Marauder, or at least pay into the Hungering Slaughter Beast. So if we full keep, it's basically a waste. It's just playing around drawing double reds, but I don't believe in double reds. Surely I don't believe in double reds. So if we're going to block with this card, what other breakpoints we need to worry about? Not really anything with... it would really just be 6. So if we block with Apex, it should be pretty safe, because then the next time we need to block 6, it would be Scabs, Apex, and a card. So if we block with Apex now, it's just to compound more damage into a Blood Rush turn, which I'm okay with taking that line. Okay, okay. All right. Well, we can pay for everything. See if they take it or what is going on. But honestly, the Vynnset has had a pretty great start. Vynnset drawing nothing but playable cards is normally pretty tough for the deck, but they did it this time. They did it this time. Okay, we got the Howl hit. Not bad. That was our first banish of the game. Didn't super matter. Obviously, the best case was to banish Howl, which we did. So, into some matchups, doing that kind of block where you try to put the Apex Bonebreaker damage onto a turn that is like obviously leaking is always correct. Into Vynnset, I'm not entirely sure, so we're just going to basically test run it and see what happens. Oh, so that was one of the Vynnset hands that doesn't play well. Interesting. We can either force a bad Blood Rush, most likely, or just play Endless Maw and Arsenal the Dread Screamer, but then we know that we're pitching a Blood Rush to the bottom. I don't hate that, honestly. I don't hate that. Forcing a bad Blood Rush, I mean, best case would be we draw double blue, and then we can still go Claw into the 2-cost. Don't hate that either. So if all we do is throw 9 versus actually playing out the Blood Rush, needing to draw resources, if we draw resources, then our hand, like basically at least a blue. If we draw at least a blue, then our turn becomes 13, but we miss on Arsenal. So we can throw 9 and guarantee an Arsenal, or we can throw 13 and maybe miss on Arsenal. I think I'm fine with this. Okay, so we hella missed and drew double red. All right, definitely the worst play now, since we drew double reds. Definitely worse. But the ceiling was there, folks. The ceiling was there. Now we just threw 9, which we could have done anyway, and didn't get an Arsenal. Ah, yes, yes, yes. We're getting fed many blood rushes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus this one is getting 3s. 8 on that. Well, we can obviously give the husk on this turn and just give up on the flip because we would get the blood rush turn off anyway. Is there any other reason to play it differently? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Block 3, just taking 6 down to 18 here. Take another 2, 16. So if we pitch in the barraging, or I guess even just like block with the agile windup, then we could go for the flip actually. So we could just take the 9 down to 15, block Carrion Husk and agile windup, go for the 3-card blood rush, which is probably just presenting 10 into flip. Sorry, thinking. Right now we've got Writhing, Boneyard, Hungering. Not terrible, not terrible to flip with. Writhing's pretty good in terms of closing a game. It would really be a 3-card 10 with a new Arsenal into flip is the ideal of that kind of play. They're already at 14. Whew, so many buttons. All right. Then this comes in. I think I'm fine with Blood Rush into 10 damage into Arsenal. That seems fine with me. That seems fine with me. The other thing would be we keep the Agile Wind-Up and just give like the Scab Skins instead. But then like, you know, we don't really want that third attack because it would turn off Blood Debt. We could also just turn it off, who cares? Assume that we can maybe flip on the next turn instead. We're gonna go for this play. Alright, so we go 10 damage into flip Arsenal Hungering Slaughter Beast. It can get tricky trying to flip on the turn after because of all the rune chants, like if we just didn't draw blues. So if we're going to flip, it basically would be this turn. Because the next turn there's no guarantee we could stop the rune chants. So that's how we're going to play it. Okay, once again, Writhing, Boneyard, Hungering Slaughter Beast. So we can really just like 1-card 7 is best case on this hand. Nothing wrong with a 1-card 7. Nothing wrong. This is coming in for 11, so we can, yeah. I guess block 8. Come in 1-card 7. It's a little sketch, not gonna lie. Oh, Grim Feast. Interesting ad. Interesting ad. It's a game we gotta play. All right. If they take this kind of damage, this is where Apex Bonebreaker into Writhing Beast Salt could end the game. Kind of depends what damage they take here. Kind of depends. But those plays do become possible. Okay, some clumped 2 blocks. Interesting. Interesting. Blood Debt doesn't matter because we have flipped Consumed. Right? So Blood Debt, there's no turning it on or off at all. Blood Debt is just going to mill cards from the deck. Oh, what is happening? We're going to replay this. All right, let's see. If they take 3 on this, they go to 5. We can try to Apex up this, or rather, we've got Howl as well. So we can make that Writhing pretty tall. Depends what they take from us. Depends what they take from us. Okay, so we probably just win then. $11 dominate. Let's see it. Ooh, all right, there we go. That's the power of Writhing in the Banish. Pretty questionable plays that game, not gonna lie. I did not really think any of those lines through because it's the first game of the day, and we've got... Yeah, well, no excuse, honestly, no excuse, but it's okay. Converted into a win. Converted into a win. You thought it consumed the card from Banish? It does not. It does not, because the consume trigger, you choose. You say, I am using consumed, right? So if you're using Howl, it doesn't like override consumed, right? It doesn't override consumed because you're not choosing to trigger it. So there we go. There we go. Oh my god, my playtime is terrible. See, when I'm not on stream, I'm playing my games in like 2 seconds. My playtime is normally like nothing compared to my opponents. So this is quite the inverse, quite the inverse. Writhing has been an all-star finisher. I agree, Writhing is nutso. And see, you start to go down the rabbit hole of, man, these 2 costs are pretty good. What can you do to make the 2 costs look a little better? You get to this deck. Although, we've already changed some things. We've added the spice. Grim Feast. Good luck. Have the fun. Alright, here we go. The turn you had 3 reds and Blood Rush. I think you throw 6 Dominate in Arsenal of Blood Rush. Your lines were throw 9 in Arsenal Dread or play Blood Rush. What do you value Dread in Arsenal versus BRB? Yeah, so in the Vynnset matchup, if I'm actually thinking through it, I do get very paranoid about putting like power cards like that in Arsenal because of widespread destruction. That's not something I was actively thinking through at the time, but just in hindsight, I do worry about those kinds of things in that matchup, so I think that would probably still sway me to want to do the 9 with Arsenal Dread. However, if you just say fuck it YOLO and do what has the best next turn cycle, then actually, yeah. It is just throw the Writhing in Arsenal Blood Rush. I went for the highest ceiling play, which did not pan out at all. Did not pan out at all. Oh, so close, so close. Where's our other blue? We could have had it all. Alright, look at these going first plays, eh? These going first plays. Not bad, not bad. Whoa, gameplay streams are back. I mean, yeah, they might be back. Depends how this one goes, honestly. If 12 hours flies by, you know, then why not just do shorter ones every day? I've really enjoyed watching other people's streams, and honestly, that has probably caused me to just, yeah, not value my own streaming. I legitimately enjoy so many other people's streams. So much, so much. What was the plan there? What was the plan? Someone remind me what the plan was. You know, I think the plan initially was just block the second Saber, because how do they not have a go again source? You know, they played out a Slice and Dice. How do they not have a go again? But they didn't have a go again and just converted into a Blade Flurry. So I guess I'll take that trade. That was a 3-card 5. How do we then capitalize on that? Well, we could discard the Agile Windup and then just go for Claw into attack. That's basically the best we've got right now. Do we want to just rip the Tear Limb from Limb? We could also do that. It's 12 damage in theory. Versus just 10 with an agility for next turn and arsenal. Whereas this is a questionable arsenal. Ah, we're in for the science. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. No science. No science. Let's use the agility while we've got it. This already had go again. So it's fine. It's fine. Who careth? Could also claw again into Hungering Slaughter Beast. Not worry about arsenal. Plays. Interesting. Plays. Alright, full science. Full science this game. Full science this game. I'm in. This is surely not correct, but we're going to go for some limit testing while we are on the Grim Feast version of this list. Yes. Aha, into a Blood Rush. Never punished. Never punished. Okay, so we know from our opponent, they don't necessarily play go-agains after they drop Slice and Dices. But that's okay, we weren't blocking this one anyway. Got a Blood Rush. 6. Well, we're pretty much priced into the Blood Rush turn because we don't have Graveyard. We will have Graveyard after the, or with the chains, so that's there. Oh, well, no, that's not, that's like a non-bow, isn't it? Because the chains itself isn't going to have Gogan from the agility. We'd have to play the attack. That's fine. This is fine. Scuffed stream is a scuffed stream. Oh, yeah. Well, we have our 18 damage, and we can banish their graveyard. And not worry about our graveyard. Interesting. Interesting. Although they have 4 yellows, 1 red, I guess they're about to fill it with other reds, so banishing their graveyard doesn't really do anything. And we miss anyway. That's fine. We're getting our own graveyard fill. Ooh. What's with drawing the Endless Maws next to Blood Rushes and no blues? Very, very interesting. Well, we only have the 1 Blood Debt, so I kind of wish they were attacking me more this turn. And it could just be like a block Arsenal Blood Rush type of angle. Kassai has no Arsenal Disruption. Unfortunate. You know, this could just be... It looks quite bad up front. But it could just be a double block just to get this in graveyard. Play out chains on our own turn, Arsenal Blood Rush. I don't hate that either. Do we really want to keep double Endless Maw either? That can get weird if we don't draw a blue. Like the double Endless Maw. I think I would rather it in graveyard just to balance out the misses right now. So let's give this here. Just play out chains, Arsenal the Blood Rush. Or actually, in this scenario, I would Arsenal the Endless Maw, because that's most likely my attack after the Blood Rush turn. Yes, yes. Because we don't have Art of Wars anymore, so I actually don't need to worry about keeping a Blood Rush in hand versus putting it in Arsenal. There's no Art of Wars, so you actually don't have to worry about that. Interesting turn. Just started the stream. You didn't watch the spoiler vid because February. You just checked their spoilers to see them all at once. Oh, darn you, Kenneth. Darn you, Kenneth. Thank you for watching the stream, though. I forgive you. Right, we're just gonna rip the Endless Maw Blood Rush hand and get a new arsenal out of it. Most likely. Kind of sad, man, that last turn. Pretty rough, pretty rough. Do we really want to do that? We could also block these cards, just play the Endless Maw, Arsenal the Blood Rush, wait for a new turn now, get the second turn of Chains out of the way. I don't hate that either, actually. I don't hate that either. Block 2, Endless Maw, Arsenal, Blood Rush, get Chains value. Kind of wins out, I think. Kind of wins out. They're always giving this go again anyway, because they want the buff on the next card. Alright, we're going to try to deny the gold. We're going to pivot. We're going to block with Graveling, probably some armor on the next one, deny the gold, just come in for 10 with the Endless Maw, Arsenal the Blood Rush, because we're probably blocking with Bonebreaker, I would think. Kind of awkward. That obviously is going to pump it by 3. Well, so it's not wasting the block then. They're going to give us the card. We'll take 2 damage. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, they don't. Okay. Okay. Yes, remove a Doom counter. Aha, Grim Feast unlocked. We've done it. Soon the agility plays will reach new heights like you've never seen. Like you've never seen. Okay, put this in Arsenal. Alright, this is the kind of hand I'm much happier to Blood Rush on. Redundancy on 2 attacks. They kind of have a weak return into us. Yeah, alright, I'm fine with how we played that. I'm fine with it. They get a 1-card 5 though. Disgusting. Oh, 1-card 6, they reset Dynamos. Do we roll Scabs for Grim Feast? It's a big question. Yeah, big question. Roll Scabs for Grim Feast. Yes or no in the chat. Yes or no in the chat. Always roll? Roll for Grim Feast? So what's interesting is if I roll for Grim Feast, then I'll happily just drop the swing big. Because 1 Blood Debt, who cares? Who cares? Oh, okay. Well, now I do care about turning off Blood Debt then. 2 is too much, damn it. Too much. Alright, we did it. For the science. For the science. We'll say swing big in Arsenal feels a lot worse without whatchamacallit, Art of War though. There are Dread Screamers in the deck. We haven't seen any, so that's fine. I'm sure it will work out on that turn. But it feels better if you also have a Howl set up as well to get the actual cost curve working of Dread, Howl, swing big, off 2 blues, that kind of thing. Oh, Lord. Alright, hit me hard so I can make this a flip turn. Please. Hit me hard. I really want to flip because this hand doesn't turn off Blood Debt anyway. Come on. Come on. Oh, I think they'll let me do it. Alright, so clearly this turn is get low enough, hit Scabs, double swing big. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Clearly, clearly. It's unfortunate we want them to hit us this turn because it is a Spoils of War, but c'est la vie. C'est la vie. I'll let it happen. We can also block the second attack, depending. And just flip. Okay. So we do have to, I mean, we're blocking with a card anyway, just to hedge that that's not like an in the swing to make this too tough on us. Plus it would deny the Spoils of War. So, I mean, this is kind of the turn. Kind of the turn. If it doesn't work out, the Agile Windup at least lets us discard it. And then we just swing big flip. So it still does work. It still does work. We're going to hit Scabs, right, though. That's always happening. It is always happening. Yo, let's go. All right, 16 damage flip. 16 damage flip. Oh, get low, discard 1-up, swing big. That's also... Hey, that's a good point. The problem would be if we don't block at all, there's a chance that that's in the swing, and then we miss the flip, right? Because that second attack is 3. In the swing would have given it another +3, so that crosses the line at that point, and we would not be able to flip. In the swing is a reaction that they can play on their second attack for +3 for free. For free. So that was the fear. That was the fear. But that is a good point. If that wasn't the case, then yeah, the agile windup on the opponent's turn would let us trigger the agility for double swing big. All right. Well, we know it's not a reaction back there. What if it's the Nourishing Emptiness? And then blocking with Husk is going to look silly. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Just make sure we get value here. Because if we don't block this, they can just pass turn at that point, and then Husk does nothing. This at least blocks the damage and the Kassai hit. Okay, so it's not Nourishing. Cool. Cool. This one's still threatening a gold, but we've got a hand that wants to launch Tear Limb from Limb. We've got plenty of attacks for it as well. So we can probably give up a card. Because then we're looking at Tear Limb. We have the guaranteed Boneyard as well. Yeah. Just to deny the gold or increase the rate of our Tear Limb. 50-50 into that. I feel like denying the gold. Alright, we've got the Boneyard play. Just a casual 2-card 12. 2-card 12. Arsenal of Writhing. Writhing is going to feel good on our next Tear Limb from Limb, you'd think. We don't have one in Banish, so we will have to play this one from Arsenal the fair way. Husk that last turn? I don't think you really need to Husk on that kind of turn at all. Because if you flip with Husk still up, and they just give you all their cards in the block, then you've got momentum anyway. Husk doesn't really matter that it didn't block. Alright, there we go. We've got the next Tear Limb from Limb hand. Delicious. Might as well block with the Howl now before... well, I guess it wouldn't pump the Centauri anyway. It would just potentially deny the first Kassai, and we can consider what the next block looks like. There's a world where they want to play another Raise the Army right after this one hits, so denying the first gold is slightly better. Let's see. Alright, now it couldn't be another Raise the Army. This is just 4. Okay, here we go. Another tear. Ship it. Easy. I mean, this for 12 doesn't win the game yet because of their armor. So we can just go for the 14. Fine with this. $14, they either give us some armor or leak some damage. Both are means to the same end on Writhing. Okay, leak some damage. Oh, we found our first Dread Screamer. Nice. Alright, you know, the Grim Feast not being Howl feels a lot worse here. A lot worse here. If this was Howl, saying we'd have like a clear win con, much more achievably in the Writhing. So Grim Feast, now we see some issues with this potential inclusion, right? See some issues. It's cute with agility, but it's not actually contributing to the win con of the deck. Man, this could be the same deal. Is that raise an army again? And they want 3 gold? Alright. I think surely... No. Oh, but this card would just be so wasted. This card would just be so wasted. Give them this card, it's go again on the next attack, and then I have to worry about blocking the next one. I can also just IP myself. It doesn't super matter. I'll just IP myself. There's also a world, actually, by doing it this way, where Doomsday is playable if we hit 3 blood debt. So that could be kind of cute. That could be kind of cute. That turn was definitely so very wrong. Oh, and that button does not work the way I thought it would. We went up to 5 blood debt, not quite 6. Not quite 6. Alright, there's still a possibility, though, with the Hungering on Graveling. It becomes much lower. Or actually, no, it's not possible, because that would take us down to 2. That would take us down to 2, so it's no longer possible to hit the Doomsday in that kind of scenario. Rip, rip. Alright, then I'll keep these guys here for now. And we'll just throw the Graveling. Oh, yes. Hello, game. There we go. Alright, this would have been game over if this Grim Feast was a Howl. Because we could just go Howl, Howl, Writhing. End the game on the spot. This one won't quite get there, you know. Only 8. Only 8. They'll still have 2 block on equipment. So we actually can check now, finally, what has been banished. This is a new feature, and in that last banish I did see the last Blood Rush go, so that is unfortunate. No longer playing towards a Blood Rush left in deck. Your opponent can't see these, mind you. They are face down. So we've got... basically like 1 tear left is the best card in our deck. The dreads are gone, 2 there, 1 here, 1 tear left. Looking dicey, looking dicey. We might just have to force this kind of Howl play just to stick real damage so that the next time we go over 12, it does end the game, even though it looks like pretty inefficient. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't look that inefficient anymore. That was their entire turn. They did not reset this, so they're also, in theory, dead to the Reckless Swing now, because they won't be able to stay above 2 either. Interesting. Well, actually, they might just be dead, right? They might just be dead. They can block 4. Can they block 5? I mean, they run sinks and stuff, so it's not out of the equation here. But they did run... Wait, are they just dead? Nope, take it on the chin. Okay, there we go. Well, they're still dead to Reckless now. The next one. Because that should be... Is it all 3 take it on the chins? It is only 2. Okay, they're not necessarily dead to Reckless. Not necessarily dead to Reckless. I think this is just a block down turn, play out a Hungering. type of scenario. The only thing this hand really does scaling-wise is come in for 12 off 3, but there's no way we can keep that with being at 2 here. So yeah, we're likely blocking down with 3 cards this turn. So we can block 1 here, 2 on the next one. Just play out the Hungering for 7, which takes 2 cards. Okay, another Blade Flurry. Blade Runner. Here we go. We can go ahead, throw these in. I mean, going to 8 means they go to 1, which is like no different than 2. No different than 2. We are also out of writhings, so I guess it's like, might as well let it deal damage while it deals damage. What would be the difference between giving armor? I guess it's like to prevent some kind of hit situation later. Like blocking. I guess since they have one more Take It on the Chin, we are incentivized to block, because then it can't just be card Valiant Dynamo Take It on the Chin. It has to be 2 real cards. So that seems worthwhile, I think. That seems worthwhile. Do we have to roll Grim Feast in this kind of position either? We're going in, we're taking 2 cards from them. We are just kind of in the Reckless Swing waiting room. Which they can counter with their own Take It on the Chin. I think it was a roll for Grim Feast kind of angle on a separate turn, perhaps. This kind of turn, missing the Might token. I mean, it's kind of just game over anyway. Ah, let's do it. Science. Okay, alright. It is over. It is over. And we would have banished the Reckless Swing no matter what. Okay, okay. That's fine. This game was not super clean. Not super clean either. Man, streaming is not as, not easy. Not easy. Oh, the Take It on the Chin. It was in their next hand. Alright, Reckless didn't win anyway. Reckless did not win anyway, most likely. Yeah, we've got like no true damage we can deal anymore. Oh, another one! Not like this! It's okay, deck. It's okay, deck. If I don't treat you right, you shouldn't treat me right. That is allowed. That is allowed. Okay. Okay. We'll let this game come to an end here. Alright, here's what we learned. Grim Feast, not very good. Not gonna lie. Grim Feast, if that was Howl, the game is different. Like on, 4 different turns, easily. Also not priced into rolling. Which, this deck is really not supposed to roll Scab Skins, mind you. And Grim Feast, it's a little bit of a rolling card. Little bit of a rolling card. That's okay. That's okay. I think legitimately, if I was going to roll for Grim Feast ever, it shouldn't have been on that turn. It should have been like the turn prior. Or whenever I did just throw like a 2-cost at some point. And then that's kind of the end-all be-all. It either hits or it doesn't on that turn. If it's a 1 on that turn, who knows? Who knows? Alright, well played, opponent. Well played. Okay. That one we're definitely going to chalk up to incredible user error, but also Grim Feast, no bueno. I need my triple howls. You don't understand. I'm an addict. Triple howl is so good. Oh my lord. Alright, let's join one of these Prism games. There's so many. There's so many. You think you'd rather run Ghostly over Grim Feast? Yep, although if I'm running Ghostly, I would rather run Art of War in the deck to begin with, which I'm not running Art of War. Not at all. Send packing. You know, you'd think we'd want this over some non-6 just to make sure we always have a popper in this hand. Could we get away with dropping a Dread for send packing? Probably not. Dread's pretty good. They can... You can throw them into the Heralds and it still works. But send packing is probably decent in this matchup. I'm not cutting the howls, darn it, but they're staring at me. They are staring at me. They are right there, just begging to be cut. Begging to be cut. Ugh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. We're gonna go these instead. This is probably terrible. Probably terrible. Ah, look at Howl. It's so beautiful. It's right there in my opening hand. It loves being in my opening hand. It's the perfect card. So good. So good. Such greatness. Unlocked by a singular card. Okay. Alright, Boneyard with a Blood Rush turn. If we could lead with the blue, which we're not going to lead with the blue in this case, would have been a 3-card 18. But we cut a blue. We cut a blue for send packing. Probably oh so wrong. Alright, so they're pitching a Celestial Reprimand. You know what that means. So they have another one. They absolutely have another one. Otherwise, why would they pitch the Celestial Reprimand? Right? Right? So, in that case, you can have my armor then. You can have my armor. I'm not falling for this. Is Gamblers in sideboard? Nah. I mean, you're only like rolling to clear the board if they're auras. And the prisms these days are not really auras. So it's not like you need Scab Skins to play the matchup fairly. I don't think. Look! Look! Another one! What did we say? Look at that. Look at that crap. Since we have the Boneyard and Arsenal, I am fine playing out a Blood Rush without a blue here, because it'll be 18 damage. It's, well, we say it should be. If we draw at least one blue, it will be 18 damage still. Just let me draw one blue. One blue. Please. Alright, here comes. Surely the one that minuses attack wouldn't do anything for Blood Rush. Blood Rush's cost has already been paid. So what is this doing? Attack action cards your opponent controls gets -1. So it's only on the combat chain. Who cares? Oh! Into Arclight Sentinel! You bastard. Alright, well it's gotta come at some point. It's gotta come at some point. It's okay. We will hit Scabs. We will hit Scabs. You don't understand. We will hit Scabs. Alright, this turn was just going to be 13 damage, reset Arsenal. Also not terrible. It's going to look a lot worse than that if we miss on Scabs. If all we do is kill the Arclight. Turn's pretty sad. Let's see it. Come on. Not 3 ones in a row. Ah, there we go. There we go. Well done. Well done, game. Well done. Thank you. Now we've got the Howl on loop. Alright, you don't need to hit anymore. You hear me, Scabskins? I'm gonna let you cool for a bit. You can just sit there pretty. Sit there pretty. Charge up, you know, charge up. The next time I call on you, it better be a 4 again though. But I'm just gonna let you sit for like 5 games. Ideally. Ideally. Isn't the list that won the Battle Hardened the ALS loop deck? So it technically is, but the guy who played it, Rob Catton, I believe, he said in some either Discord, group chats, whatever, that he never actually ALS'd looped it. He never did. It was part of the deck, but he never did it. So, kind of interesting. You say that, then they play Arclight number 2. Shh, we're going to kill them. Clearly we're going to kill them before Arclight number 2, right? Clearly. Clearly. So we can just block with the Hungering Slaughter Beast. Our turn can just be Howl into Writhing, which in theory should clean up the Archangel, and then we Arsenal the Dread. That seems pretty good to me. Seems pretty good to me. Kind of sucks to use a like kind of true popper, you know, one that would work into Herald for no reason, but it is what the hand wants to do this turn. There's nothing else coming this turn, so might as well get Graveyard Fill, I think. All right. Howl! Oh, Howl. I love you so much. Howl, you're my oh no, but now you didn't banish yourself, Howl. You don't understand. You have to banish yourself. Then I give you praise. If you sit here, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You understand? But that's okay. With Dominate, they should be throwing cards at me. All right. Otherwise, like, what are they doing with their hand? Okay. This hand is interesting. Hand is interesting. See, if I had the Howl, this would be a pretty easy 2-card. Oh, I guess it's not even a 2-card. It's coming in for 7. Sheesh. Into just Boneyard Howl for 9. What we could do instead here is if we block with these 3 cards, that puts us at 3 cards in graveyard. That then unlocks a 3-card 12 for us, which we actually don't really mind doing with the double banish because it guarantees the Howl is getting looped. I don't hate that. One thing that I try to do in this matchup is really don't let the early Heralds hit. Like even using like a Carrion Husk when it looks kind of bad is probably fine, just because it keeps the Figments in their deck. Right, it keeps the Figments in their deck, and then they break more hands, and that's how you get over the matchup, I think. So if they come in with another Angel, which, I mean, I guess we'll see, I might even use Husk on it. Yeah, so this is kind of thing. I know it looks weird. It looks weird. But legitimately, what I've tried in this matchup and what has worked is just try to keep the Figments in their deck. It's not even just about the fact that, like, if this hits, they pop off, they make an Angel, yada yada. It's legitimately the more you have good aggro hands into them having Heralds in deck, the better, in theory. I guess we can put it to the test in this right now because we're coming in for, what is this, 13 damage? I mean, we can't really pop this otherwise because it is a Herald of Triumph. So we're just going to go with that. We're just going to go with that. Right, try to put on the hurt. See if we can brick a hand of theirs or two. Ah, yes, we've got the Howl. Howl on loop. Let's go. Granted, this is not perfect because we are leaving the graveyard with only 1 card. Not perfect, but I trust. I believe in the deck. I believe in the deck, clearly. I believe, deck. You will give me proactive graveyard fill. We've got barragings. Never mind, I cut those. We've got smashbacks. I did pitch 2 of them, though. We've got blood rushes. Oh, we've got doomsday. Yes, what'd I say? Believe in the deck. Believe. Well, I really want to roll scabs, but that would kind of throw a game where we're pretty ahead. We are pretty ahead in this game. So that doesn't seem advisable at all. Does it? Does it? I think we'll wait. We'll wait. It's 1 in 6. What are the odds? What are the odds? Well, we know that their next turn they're likely going to have to kill the Doomsday anyway. So rolling scabs like really doesn't do anything. Their first Herald attack, you would assume, is probably going into Plasma Fet. Oops, thinking. We also don't have to play the Plasma Fit, I guess, because it does give them the free Herald hit. I don't super mind. They don't have any soul for Plasma Fit to really feel that good at targeting. I mean, the most damage our hand would deal is just throw 10. Throwing 10 at face, setting up the Blasmo. It's pretty juicy. However, the Mark of the Beast would mean we don't need to play into like the Howl or the Graveyard yet this turn, which is also like pretty juicy. That kind of buys us room. Oh. I'm feeling the scabs. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. No, no, no. No. Oh, what have I done? I clicked the button. I clicked the button. What is it going to be? What is it going to be? No. What am I waiting on? Come on, Prism. Oh, okay. ALS. ALS. Okay. Who cares? Just a 2 anyway. All right, this is fine. We don't have to worry about their next turn at all then. Who cares? So in that case, we are just going to make our boy Mark of the Beast, Arsenal the Hungering. Beautiful turn. Beautiful turn. Bait was the name of the game. Just bait. Never were going to use it. Okay. Full send. Give me resource cards. Give me resource cards. Or give me death. Well, I guess you won't give me death if you at least give me a blood deck card. Or a shadow card. Then Plasma will save me from death. To be fair. Although I'll have the Hungering anyway. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves. What would Pat do? Pat would roll every turn. And by God, he has proven that that is a functional way to play the game. He has done wonders, our boy Pat. He has. All right. Not the most damage we could have presented here. This is fine. 5/5 into Plasma Banish does not work because we don't have the resources. Instead, the double pitch into Hungerings, it's just okay. It is what we will be priced into. So we want to turn off Blood Debt, and we want to deal the most damage. And they still, in theory, need to kill Blasmo. Who knows if they will. All right, what did I say? Okay, so we denied the Herald hits, and then we saw they drew a Figment. They drew a Figment. That's like the plan a little bit. So then their defensive turn was bad, right? This was the plan, just a little bit. Why is this at Plasmo? Wait, that would still work, right? Because it's going to hit, it goes to Soul, they summon a Herald dude, and then that Herald attacks into Plasmo. They can do that, right? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Oh, it's at me now. Oh, it is at... 'Tis at me. All Alright, well, if we want to deny this hit, it should be as easy as block with scabs plus card. My turn can just be Mark the Beast, Arsenal, Blood Rush, and basically go to end the game on the next turn, most likely. They could also have one more one cost here. That one cost could be going to Blasmo, so I don't want to plan my turn around Blasmafet anyway. If I keep this hand, then I'm just going to like force a Blood Rush turn, basically. It's most likely a pretty good Blood Rush turn because we have the Howl set up as well, so if we just keep a 4-card Blood Rush, we can probably go Claw, Claw, Howl into attack. Would be the ideal. Especially with Spoiled Skull to back that up if we just draw resources, which we haven't really done for most of the game. I think no reason to let them get the hit here. I'm gonna just keep blocking. We played it the early game that way, so let's just keep going with that. So actually, what we want to do here, it's the same damage to do it this way. Same damage to do it this way. I didn't say this out loud, but you know, if all we're doing is throwing 6, then we can go ahead and get the agility out of the turn, because Blasmo can just turn off Blood Debt, throw 6 as well. Easy. No! But I could have banished that soul. Alright, so now they're really priced into killing Blasmafet here, because agility with Blasmo is just 6 free damage. That's pretty much all it is. 6 free damage. Pretty face up. So they should be throwing it at Blasmo. If they don't, power to them. More power to them. Right. This one is at Blasmo. Makes total sense. Our hand does have to play Tear Limb for Limb over the Blood Rush. We obviously don't want to leave that as a gamble. I guess the other option would be, like, just play the Endless Maw first, then Blood Rush is also possible. No, surely playing Tear is, like, totally fine here. Totally fine here. And we have Spoiled Skull to fetch an attack if something goes wrong on the discard. Even though we're lacking a 2 cost, which is what the Tear really wants in a situation like this, I feel fine. Spoiled Skull is gonna probably put in the work. We shall see. You should throw an attack first. It's always better versus ALS. That is a great point. It did discard the Writhing Beast Hulk. Well, I think this is a situation of rolling Scabs is still just kind of leaving us with a lot of maybes. If Scabs hits, then it's Claw into Arclight, then we'd be forced into Spoiled Skull to hit a 2 cost, which granted, like, it would hit all the 2 costs. We've got more than 3 to pick from. If all we do is throw this into the ALS, they are out of ALSs now, and we have our Blood Rush in Arsenal. So I don't think you really need to roll Scabs here to win the game. Like, at all. It definitely looks like there's payoff, because you probably just win the game. But I think we win the game next turn anyway, and I don't want to lose the game. Because legitimately, yeah, we would have issues if we rolled a 1 there. Whereas we should win the game anyway on the next turn, I think. Yes, most assuredly. We will win the game on the next turn. So, no reason to take the punt. Take the punt. No, sir. Why not run Hooves if you only need 1 extender per game on average? You don't, though. Especially not in this matchup. Like, when they drop an ALS like that, Hooves is just objectively worse. because you only get to do it once. You also are playing your Banisher first, then triggering Hooves, which means you don't get to just like throw an attack into the ALS, right? Also, the block on Scabs is nutso, and there are a lot of games where you can just roll after an agility, where it doesn't really matter if like Scabs rolls a 1 because you've already taken some game action. If you're gonna Hail Mary for Scabskins, you Hail Mary for Scabskins, and there are turns that Scabs, like, it still just doesn't do what Hooves would do. Like, in the last game, we rolled Scabs to go swing big into swing big. Hooves would not enable that play. Right? Hooves needs a Banisher. So Hooves is more limited than Scabs. There are some matchups where I agree with you, though. You only need one big push to win. You only need that one extra attack on a Blood Rush turn to guarantee that you win. And for those matchups, namely like Victor is the one I'm running it in, Hooves is great. Because Hooves is going to guarantee that the turn where you're dealing damage, you're dealing like true damage, you know? Those matchups, Hooves is great. If it's like more of an opportunistic thing, I think Scabs is still better. Here we go. They do have 8 life. They do have 8 extra life, to be fair. So I don't know about win the game on this turn, but we are at 35, all right? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it's looking not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, more non-blocks. 2 non-blocks. You should roll Scabs to lose games and mess up Levia Talishar stats. Levia Talishar stats are pretty messed up. It doesn't really matter what I do. They're pretty messed up. Okay, so our turn, let's just map it out real quick. Claw, Claw. Then we can just go Dread into Agile Windup. Right? Or wait, no, that's 1 resource short for that. So in that case, it'd be Claw, Claw. I mean, they're just dead anyway. If I reset the chain for Phantasmal Footsteps, that's not going to be the difference maker. Who cares? Send it. Who cares? Yeah. They might just die on the second claw naturally. Who knows? Probably not. It's not how math works, but... I mean, they're gonna... Yeah. They are going to die this turn. In a tournament, you can sit down, spend the time, make sure you don't give them an extra block on Phantasmal Footsteps. Absolutely. Absolutely. All it would have taken is to play Scabs, or play Howl before attacking with Mandible Claws. You know what? It took an extra second, so we just didn't do it. 1 extra second is far too long. Far too long. Good game. There we go. You have to betray the Levia community at large and main Kayo to take away the Mandible Claws and put us on the true Hexagore path. I tried Hexagore. I really did. For what, maybe like 1 day. I wonder if I even have that list anymore. I think I deleted it. It was so abysmal. Is this the Hexagore list? It is not. Hexagore is lacking. Alright, it's lacking. We'll leave it at that. Look at all these builds. What on earth? What is this? Man, July was a busy time. That's okay. Has anything really changed? No, it's still nothing but Levia at the top. Well, not true. I've been spamming Arachne quite a bit. I like me some Arachne right now. Maybe we'll get to that later. Okay, what does that put us at? 2 and 1. 2 and 1. Ooh, Azalea. Okay, actually, I would like to play... Oh, no. I wanted to play that one again. Azalea's tough, man. Those Tunic decks that abuse you every 3 turns is rough. Yo, X2. Oh, well, okay. We all know who that is. We all know who that is. It's Guy Cohen, right? Is that the profile pic? Is that really your name? XC2? I thought you showed up as Guy Cohen before. Unless I'm like totally wrong. Yo, 20 bucks, calling me the GOAT. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. This GOAT title we're going to have to pass off back and forth between each other quite a bit, just saying. Because you're also quite a bit of a GOAT. I appreciate that a ton, dude. I'll read you a page out of the lore book in a sec. We gotta focus up, though. Dori's a big deal. Dori's scary. But we can win. We got this. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Get some graveyard fill going. Uh-huh. Play out the chains. Sure. Terror's just an unblock blue in this matchup for the early game, but I don't really want it in Arsenal. That's fine. That's fine. Not fine anymore, actually. Not fine at all. What is this? What have we done? What have we done? This could be one of those YOLO Blood Rush turns. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that should have been Terran Arsenal, actually. Like, almost every time. The blue base clumping is still an issue, and we hadn't seen any of the deck yet to kind of know where things lay. That's fine. We will surely discard Endless Maw to Blood Rush Bellow, right? Surely. Surely. We could also just make it a Tear Limb from Limb turn. If it discards the Blood Rush, not great. You know, not great. But it doesn't just lose you the game. Ooh, Levi is exciting, eh? So many choices. Okay, one choice is, you know, give them a Dawnblade counter. I don't really like that choice. I don't like that choice at all. It legit might just be a block with Blood Rush angle. That is pretty sad. That is pretty sad. But we're taking just way too much of a gamble any other way you cut it. Honestly. Honestly. Yo, block with Blood Rush. God. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You can call me out in chat. This is a beta play. I'm a Kayo player, not a Levia player. This whole time, I was a Kayo player, not a Levia player. All right. We'll take this. We haven't played into Blood Debt at all. They don't have a Dawnblade counter. We just kind of had to get out of a weird early game. Yeah. One that cost us a Blood Rush, not gonna lie. I wonder what if you're supposed to just take the gamble every time. I have it ingrained in me to never do that, but you know, I've never tried to play the Dorinthea matchup with only one Blood Rush. Or not one, but down one Blood Rush. And maybe if we know it's not possible, then there you go. The answer is there as to whether or not you have to force that kind of play. Alright, so once again, we don't need to play into Blood Debt yet. So it could be a block with all these cards, Arsenal Mark the Beast. That is totally fine. That is totally fine. I think the hand doesn't really play in any other way anyways. Blocking 5 over. Probably won't have a lot of opportunities to do this throughout the game. They blocked with a glistening. Interesting. That tells me they didn't have a lot of faith in this turn actually hitting, so...
It's so good
or
to
maybe
see
they were
you
just like
streaming
low
again.
on blues.
I really missed this.
Yo, how is it some of the freaking plugins work? How is it I get talked to by Tattledown? Thank you so much, dude, by the way. What the hell? But then chat won't pop up on screen. What OBS gods are just mad at me? Oh, I mean, thank you, dude. That's nutso. It's so good to see you streaming again. You really missed this. I missed it too. I will say, I think I'm just going to... It's because he donated in pounds, not USD. Yeah, I call it football around here, if you catch my drift. I ain't one of those. I ain't gonna say soccer, you know. I'm EU all the way. What was I saying? Yeah, you know what? Since this season, I'm actually not playing in pretty much anything. I can totally see just let's bring it back to some casual vibes. Just chill out on stream, and just have fun. I'm literally not playing in any upcoming events. Take your best guess as to why. But you know, it's a different kind of fab for me. It's a different kind of fab. I'm a side event gamer. You know, farm tickets on Friday night only. That's my only free time. Okay, what is happening here? Agility Vigor created from Goblet. That's a sick card. That's a sick card. The way I like to play into Dorinthea is normally off turn, on turn, where I like let them have a good turn, you know, sink all their cards into it, and then have my own good turn. They are priced into taking the damage because they want to protect their Dawnblade counter, but then I just pivot with armor. And you can do that about twice in the Dorinthea matchup. So because we do have the Blood Rush hand, we're going to play it that way. There might be a world where I can still prevent a counter pretty easily. Like it would be block here, here, here. This specifically would have to be like Iron Song Response, which it totally could be. Totally could be, to be fair. I don't necessarily need this extra card because the Arsenal is the attack. Nah, I'm just going to play the swing big, right? Surely that's my turn's just going to be 20 damage. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Gee's goat came across as well. Oh, really? I did not hear that one. I did not hear that one. I'm going deaf, it seems. Alright, we'll never know if that's an Iron Song. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. 20 damage. What'd I say? This is the pattern. This is the pattern. So, actually, Balance of Justice makes this look better for Dorinthea, though. Interesting. Interesting. Because previously, they would have to just eat damage on this kind of situation. But instead, we see the Dorinthea getting like 5 extra life if they want it. Interesting. Well, I do hope they take 20. That'd be wonderful, considering our first Blood Rush didn't do jack diddly squat. It got blocked with. Pour one out. That was a terrible, terrible turn. Terrible memory. Oof. I wonder if you played the chains and then they wouldn't have realized that chains stopped the draw. Oh, now that is its own interesting angle. I also have forgotten the defensive play of chains. I spoke about it versus Victor, but actually it would do the same versus Balance of Justice. Super true. All right, so if we want to do the thing... Oh, it's not even doing the thing. This is a pretty good spot. That extra card is a real problem, isn't it? That extra card is interesting. This could be an overblock by 3 angle and commit fleshbag. Block here, 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 here. Try to do the thing I was talking about. Twinning isn't like a super blowout because I could block it with armor again, but my return would only be 7 damage. Ooh. Yeah, this hand not having like built-in go again is kind of rough because I want to pivot with armor to protect the hand, but can't really do it with one action point here. Also very strange. We don't really have playing into consumed as an option with this draw. I think overblock by 3 and commit scowling might seem a little excessive. It doesn't play around twinning. Doesn't play around twinning at all. It's kind of unfortunate. We also like don't need to keep the smashback. The turn could just be throw mark. Like in my head, we're just doing this to then keep the mark around, but that doesn't have to be the case at all. All right, we're gonna try this kind of block. I'm very sus, though. Very sus of this kind of play. We'll see. We'll see. They pitched route on turn 1. Oh, okay. Well, that's something. They will draw a card, and this will let them swing with Dawnblade again. But the overblock did eat damage, at least, which is kind of nice. But yeah, they will swing Dawnblade again. Pitching the Puncture and Iron Song. Yeah, they had pitch route on turn 0, so I wasn't like really thinking about that one. Alright, so this is where I think we just let the Dawnblade hit and then use our armor again next turn to try to fight off both counters. It's going to be pretty tough to do, I think. But giving Husk here means we basically can never reset counters again. He could have also just played the Puncture. Oh yeah, that would have gone 1 over. True, true. Yeah, giving the Husk means we're never fighting the Dawnblade off again. So I think we'll just let this be. Use armor again next turn. Use armor again next turn. And just try to fight back. It's actually really tough because Consumed is normally quite good against Dorinthea. Quite good. And we just like have nothing banished yet from how the early game played. Interesting, interesting. Oh. Howl, baby. Will we ever banish these cards? Well, Mark isn't helping in that regard. Take it on the chin. Alright, we've got 9 block that we can pretty happily use, plus the equipment. Although the fact that they don't have to lead with anything is pretty disturbing, not gonna lie. Pretty disturbing. So if we do this, that's the 3 overblock. Like, in theory, that works against Dori, but doesn't really play around singing into Iron Song. That doesn't, I mean, that would still go over this. Twinning in and of itself would also just be stupid good. I guess it's just like, if they've got singing, no block works anyway. And we have no fallback plan into Consumed because we have no blood debt. So this is pretty rough. It's looking pretty rough. What we can pretend works is somehow all I have to do is block with these cards and Husk. Not really take damage. Then I get to play Hungering Slaughter Beast, banish some Blood Debt cards, and then just full block my next hand and flip. And that way Consumed actually will pull weight. Alright, we're gonna pretend. We're gonna pretend. Playing into Dorinthea without Consumed is like impossible. Consumed is so good into Dori because it's how you actually get to block. Right? You get to just actually block cards. A blue Iron Song! My god! My god, the madman! Oh, this is getting quite suspicious. Quite suspicious. Alright. Screw it. I mean, we don't have Blood Debt yet for whatever reason, so I guess we'll just wait to try to reset next turn. That's all we've got. Kind of a very awkward game. Very awkward game. We're just waiting. We somehow need to banish. Will it ever happen? They have seen no singing. It's coming. You just know it's coming. You can feel it in your bones. It is coming. So if I block my whole hand, it's only 11. Which, even if it blocked 12, would not be kind of the 3 overblock you're looking for into Dorinthea. So I do have to use armor if I want to protect around that regardless. I mean, I can pretend that works. It doesn't look great, though. It doesn't look great. It still does nothing into twinning. Twinning would just hit me right back. So maybe this is just one of the situations where, like, you know, if it's twinning, I'm just going to accept I lose the game anyway, and I need to play around just the tall pumps. So we're going to send it. We're going to send it. If it's twinning, I'm getting blown out anyway. Yep, there's just, like, no good block into the twinning, regardless. So we just had to accept that as a possibility. Oh. Sad day for humanity right now. Sad day. Sad day. Alright. This hand definitely can block a Dawnblade with 2 counters. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For sure. You know, I could actually see the Grasp being correct into Dori, because we do have Grasp anyway for Kano, and that kind of like tricky block in reactions maybe is just better than 5 value on Apex. Probably not, you know, probably not, but you could pretend. Alright, I'll let them end this game naturally, but we're going to pretend that overblocking 3 still works. But, you know, they're just going to have their way with me on this one. And now the singing. The whole kit and caboodle coming my way. I mean, that's really our bad. From turn 0, it should have been the Tear Limb from Limb and Arsenal. The one thing this deck can clump on is the blue non-block still. And Doomsday was like the worst one. If it's the Deadwood, who cares? So arsenaling the Tear would have completely changed the early game. We would have not had to block with a Blood Rush. We also didn't have to block with it anyway. It could have just been send it, 50-50 that sucker. But the game we played was not that way. Just didn't do it. Didn't do it. Alright. GG's opponent. Yeah. I gotta put that one on absolutely my bad. Absolutely my bad. Would it be worth trimming the Tear Limb from Limb down to 2? Hell no. Card is incredible. I want 10 Tear Limb from Limbs in my deck. Not actually. Not actually. But no, I think in this list, I would not want to trim Tear Limb from Limbs at all. With Art of Wars in the deck, you absolutely could. I think that's like probably the next step is to fix the non-block ratios. But in this deck, no. There's no Art of Wars. So your extenders are basically just Howl from Beyonds, Tear Limb from Limbs, and Blood Rush. That's it. That's it. Normally, it's the Art of Wars, like kind of in this slot. And those are another non-block, so then you have to worry about this. Alright, send it. Another Kassai. Man, we've gotta bounce back. My stream performance is terrible. Terrible. That's okay. What am I even training for? My UPF on Friday? I can't wait to not even play Levia at that event. Oh. Everything. We have it all. The graveyard fill. The tokens for next turn. The arsenal. Okay. No! But no blue! To make the Graveling look good. That's fine. This turn can easily still just swing claw or something. That is fine. That is totally fine. Look at this beautiful block on a Howl from Beyond. Oh, telling you, never punished. Never punished. Howl from Beyond, too good. Card is too good. This doesn't matter, so it can just be Claw into Market Beast, Arsenal the Graveling. Arsenal Graveling is like a little questionable because you only have Dread Screamer to turn it on, but it is good with Dread Screamer. It do be good with Dread Screamer. Just blocking for 2 doesn't sound better than any of the other options, so sure, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, we could just throw the mark into the Graveling. It's just the cost curve demon in me says don't do it. So I'm not going to do it. But that's also very possible. My favorite UPF deck is OG Arachne. The unplayable Arachne. In UPF, you just like Codex everybody. You Plague Hive everybody. And it's pretty fun. People hate you, but you have a good time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, talk about stuck arsenals. Now we're getting there. We're about to play a Blood Rush that goes Claw Claw into unplayable attack. I cannot wait. No, surely we'll just draw Dread Screamer and go Claw Claw, Dread Graveling. Clearly. What is your favorite UPF deck, Odd X? What do you fancy? We're committed. I'm not blocking. This is a Blood Rush turn, and we're gonna draw an attack. I just feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. If we give him the courage, fine. This turn has really done nothing so far. Going to be playing any Blitz during the stream? That's interesting. I have not thought about Levia and Blitz for a while, but I do hear the Blitz meta is pretty interesting. Victor's everywhere. And Victor should be a pretty good matchup for Levia, you'd think. Melody or Life Gain Chivalry. Yeah, Melody's also super fun. I bring 4 decks with me whenever I go to my... Well, it's not my LGS, but the town next over's LGS. And most of their player base is like incredibly casual. Oh, what did I say? What did I say? Their player base is incredibly casual. And they really like, you know, they have decks, but it's better if I bring them. Let's just put it at that. So I'll bring 4 UPF decks, and they're basically like, yeah, just, it's Chivalry, Bravant, like kind of mean tokens, Arachne, good tokens, what you call it, good tokens, Melody, and then a Teklovasan that is like all around the evil mech as like kind of a cool endgame boss. No, it's not my LGS. It's not even in the town I live in. I do have an LGS at the town I live in, but it's only open 1 day a week, and they only play Commander. And X-Wing 1.0. It's very strange. That's what happens when you live in the boonies. Run into some interesting situations. Yes. But it's not my LGS. When I lived in, like, Kalamazoo previously, New Orleans, Covington, all that, you've got your LGS, and it's very much like what James White has said in that documentary they put out, where your LGS is like your second home, you know? You've got your home, then you've got your home away from home, and that is the LGS. And that is not this LGS to me. It's way too far a drive, and they're not, yeah, it's, no, it ain't like that. What even happened here? Our turn is just going to be Dread. So we can either keep the Howl to Dread Claw. We can block with the Howl. We could also just fully block Arsenal the Blood Rush because we only have 1 Blood Debt. That's not terrible either, mind you. That's not terrible either. Actually, don't hate that play. Let's do this. Red slice and dice. So this one, in theory, eats the Iron Song versus. But then the Dread block... No, so it actually should be like... This is it. Does it matter? I don't think it matters. If there was a world where the Hot Streak actually does something after the fact, like leads into a nourishing emptiness, sure. Then we care about blocking barraging on Hot Streak. This is also threatening the gold, but there's 2 cards in hand, so they're probably pumping it anyway. Yep, sure enough. All right. There was a nourishing. My God. Now we hold. Now we hold. Blood Rush turn. We don't really need to keep the full hand most likely to make this work, because if we block with chains, we'll have redundancy in having an attack after the draw. But if we want to make sure that it lands even after clumping resources, we can just eat all this. It's not a big deal. I don't believe. You miss X-Wing 1.0? That's interesting. I don't miss X-Wing 1.0. I like 2.0 quite a bit. It was my game. 1.0, I miss the player base of 1.0. That's what I miss about it. Like, X-Wing was popping off back then. But in terms of game mechanics, who freaking wants to go back to Dengaroo, hipster Bulbasaur? Who wants Dengaroo? Not me. Not me, surely. Okay, so if that is yet another in the swing, which they've already played 2, then we do want to block with an armor piece to not risk the flip. Would be the ideal. We could also just go ahead and give it a card plus armor and deny the gold as well entirely. And then hella protect the flip. I think I'm fine with this. But if we're in the market of making sure the game is short so they get less dynamo value, then we do want to make sure it's claw attack. Alright. I'm okay with this. Oh, yeah. Do we roll scabs? Do we roll scabs? There's so much damage on the board if we just roll scabs, you know? This is one of the situations where, versus like a Victor, you would absolutely pop hooves on this turn because you want to make sure you're concentrating your damage. There's an argument to running hooves as well into Kassai. I've tried it. I think it kind of goes both ways. Need to play a lot more games and like be fully dialed in to really tell. But because you do want to play a short game versus Kassai to deny Valiant Dynamo value, hooves is pretty real, I think. Hooves is pretty real. They already gave me so many cards. I feel like I feel like a 1 isn't that bad, you know? It's not that bad. They already gave me so many cards. Oh! Rewarded! Thank you, Scab Skins. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. I miss Tournament Levia play, where I do everything in my power to not touch Scab Skins unless I'm playing against Michael Hamilton. I miss those days. I miss. It's such bad habits, you know. The real thing to try to track with Scab Skins use is, can you win the game without an extra action point? Like, is that possible from your position in the game? And if you have the right people around you to help like determine that answer, Scab Skins becomes a lot more interesting. Legitimately. Because it's less about like, oh, you know, the rate is so good, you hit scabs here, whatever, but legitimately there are points in the game that you can try to map out where if you don't hit, it is just a losing game from then on out, no questions asked. And yeah, that is not something I truly pinpoint most of the time. Alright, we can rip another Blood Rush and probably just win. So, I hate to make the game play out that way, because it's kind of lame, but I'm fine with this. The other option is just like block down with one card, play the Writhing. I mean, this should just be game anyway. We'll see. Do they have the Sink in Arsenal? No, they do not. Good game. Kind of a high roll, kind of a high roll. The perks of Hooves are that you control when you get that action point to basically force it into a turn cycle where it is effective true damage, right? So if you're playing Hooves on a Blood Rush turn, then you're going to use Hooves when you can specifically fire off like a 4th attack, right? And it's something that normally is only tied to like if you're consumed or if you've got like a Dread Screamer play, then that naturally like helps you unlock this 4-wide Blood Rush. But if you have Hooves on board, then you can basically take more of a risk on like a 5-card Blood Rush with information, like knowing that you will have an extra action point to use that turn no matter what anyway, and there is no gamble attached to it. So you actually get to make like an informed 5-card Blood Rush play, knowing that you can force Hooves on that turn to actually go 4-wide. And into a matchup like Victor, where a lot of your in-between turn cycles just like don't really land damage, then you want your Hooves play to be on top of a Blood Rush, so your Blood Rush deals, as much true damage as possible, because you're going to go for like, what was that turn? Like 29 damage, says Devin. So when a hand blocks for roughly 12, when you can force it to be 29, that goes pretty far in like making sure that kind of matchup is a win. So I could totally see Kassai being a Hooves matchup for very similar reasons. Like, the longer the game goes, the more Valiant Dynamo just makes Husk look like a joke. So you want to just be able to basically throw an extra 10 damage with a swing big on a Blood Rush turn type of deal. I've also done like no experimenting, choosing to go second with this list. I'm so addicted to playing out Howls and Agility tokens, like pretty immediately, that yeah, I just keep going first. But in other builds of Levi, going second is like quite legit. So maybe that's another thing we gotta experiment with here. Just start going second every time. But when you go second and all you do is play a Howl, that is just a huge, such a difference between going first and playing a Howl, Just they're not the same at all. 0% the same. Speaking of, hands like this, though, are pretty rough going first or second. And actually, into Boltyn, there's a world where going second is just always right, because he wants to charge his soul, so you'll get to fill your graveyard a little bit as well. I can see it. Boltyn is a deck that block other than like Soul of Arena, and pretty rough. This is not good. Not good. Upload speed. It's completely tanked. Upload speed is completely tanked. Uh-oh. This is really bad. What can I do to fix it? Yeah, no, something is wrong. Like I've checked the upload speed here, even on like my Spectrum app, and it's saying like down. So yeah, that's bad. I am trying something else. Okay, people, it should be fixed now. It should be fixed now. I mean, I guess you can tell me. From my end, it looks fixed now. Yes? Yes, no's in the chat? Yes, no's in the chat? Thank you for bearing with that. That was ridiculous. Couldn't tell you what happened. Couldn't tell you. Internet is just internet. I pay for pretty decent Wi-Fi out here, but well, it's not even Wi-Fi. I'm plugged into the router. But yeah, sure enough, like in the app itself, it was reporting that I was getting throttled to like 10% of what I was supposed to be getting at the time. So just something on Spectrum's end, but whatever. We push forward. Surely, I guess that should still be the chat window. I guess let me refresh it. Let me refresh it. Should be fixed. Should be fixed. Skip to live. Alright, if you see that in the chat, let me know. I see it in the chat, so I do think that means everything's back to being good to go. Good to go. But what up, Alec? Alec, who is constantly hitting me up on Facebook. He's now hitting me up on YouTube. Here he is. Here he is. What's up, buddy? What's the last message you sent me? Let's see. You said, how do you open this? In reference to a graded Mark of the Beast. and then he opened it. Okay, great job, Alec. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You opened it. You opened it. You know what? For everyone who stayed with me, let's do a giveaway. I'm saying it right here. Thanks for 6,000 subs. Giveaways periodically. And that is the truth. I mean, I've got so much stuff we can give away. The first one, I had it over here. Let me see. Here, you know what? We can go roaming. Unless this tanks the internet as well. Let's see, let's see. Please don't tank the internet. Let's see. Alright. You can all see this? You can all hear this? I hope so. Look at this. We've got an NDI camera. So this sucker is truly wireless. Truly wireless. I can take it everywhere. You can see everything in my ratty-ass house. There we go. What was I doing? Alright, yes. For the giveaways, we've got all this stuff over here. Got a whole bunch of sleeves, as you can see. An absolute monster amount of sleeves from Dragon Shield. So, hopefully we can give away some of the more exciting ones. We've got a Fyendell's Spring Tunic sleeve. How about this one? We can give this one away. And that will be giveaway number 1. Giveaway number 1. Fyendell sleeves. Hopefully that's exciting. Now I've got to put these back on. Oh no, where can I put this camera? Just put it down. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay. Tunic sleeves. Definitely exciting. Sounds good. Well, here we go. Thank you for bearing with that disruption. Let me find where I have the giveaway tab. Here it is. Okay, come on. Come on, suckers. Alright, so the way a giveaway is going to work is just by typing a keyword. We're going to make that keyword. We're going to make that keyword Fyendell. Okay, spelled like this. Fyendell. So if you want to be entered into a giveaway for these Fyendell Spring Tunic sleeves, then there you go. Just enter Fyendell, and we'll pull that in a second. I have a lot of things we could potentially give away. A lot of playmats. My god. So many playmats. I think the next giveaway will probably be this Olympia playmat, which is pretty cool. But there we go. The first one's going to be for the Fyendell sleeves. So if you want to enter, the chat is... You're doing a good job in chat, typing Fyendell. It's 1 entry per person. 1 entry per person. So, you know, you don't have to spam it. Although I say that, but actually something seems off with the eligible users page. So I may have lied. We might have to do this again. Oh my gosh, why is all the tech failing me? Alright, we have Fyendell. Someone type Fyendell in the chat again, and we'll see if it pops up on my side this time. Eligible users. Okay. Okay. Eligibility. Yes. Yes. What? Dude, what is going on with all of my plugins today, man? Nothing is working. All right, this is just a test. This is just a test. If I click roll it, what happens? There are no eligible users to win the giveaway. That is just a lie. That is just a freaking lie, Nightbot. It is just a lie. Oh my lord. All the plugins that I had from times long ago just no longer work. This is so frustrating. All right, if I just change it to active user, once again, this is a test. What happens? There are no eligible users to win the giveaway. That is just a lie. That is just a lie. All right, I'm going to try to figure this out in the meantime. If I click back on the giveaways log. What happens? No eligible users? Yeah. Oh, okay. It is possible that Nightbot is no longer properly connected. It used to be connected, but perhaps not anymore. How do you even test Nightbot? Yeah, maybe the authorization went stale. That's a fair point. How do I go back and add our little Nightbot back to the channel as a mod? There was a way I did it back in the day. There was definitely a way I did it initially. How do I do it again? Let's see here. Support forum, spam protection. Top chatter, join channel. Oh, here we go. All right. I found it. I found the button. All right. Everyone who I told to enter Findel, I lied to you. You weren't getting entered yet because I likewise had neglected to set up things properly. All right. So if I go to my account now, I gotta add this dude back as a moderator. It is what it is. Give me a second. All right. Head to your community settings on YouTube. Where is that? Settings, community. Add a moderator. Okay. Let's get rid of this dude. Let's add this one. All right. Save. Now he does pop up. Okay. Well, that should work now. The dude is there. Let's do a test. There are no eligible users to win this giveaway. Oh, you dog, Nightbot. How are you doing this? Join channel. Okay, he legitimately is in the chat now. You should be able to tag Nightbot. So what is this bro up to? Oh my god. It's so scuffed. Managing moderator. I mean, I'll add this guy here as well. Approved users. Okay, yes. Let's refresh on this side. Oh, it works now. I do believe it works now. All right. Here's a test roll. Oh, no. How is this possible? It sees top chatters, but it won't draw from them. Nightbot is in the chat. It sees the top chatters. It's telling me Cody Blackmore is #1. It's telling me Lil Gherkin is #2. It's got data. It has the data. But is neglecting to pull from it. Let's try one more time. Maybe it just needed a second. Oh! It worked! Oh, okay. All right, in an effort for fairness, Scrib Nibble, you did type Findel. So you can win. I'll let it be. You can win. Congratulations. But let's do one more because I had to Jesus, I had to get that fixed. All right, let's back to the cabinet. Let's see. All right, what else do we have here? Search in the cabinet. What sleeves do people want for giveaways, eh? The tunic one is probably the most exciting. Some of these I can't give out, like my Blasmo ones. Emperor, Eye of Ophidia. Some of those are just too cool, I think. Too cool. How about a young Kassai? Is that exciting? That's probably good enough. That's probably good enough. Alright. Scribnibble, you can win the Findall ones. I'll respect that. You did type Findall in the chat. Alright. However, we're also going to give away a Kassai sleeve. Alright. And for that one, you just need to be here. Because I don't trust in the keyword giveaway anymore. No, that's not true. That's not true. We still need to limit test. Alright, for this one, just type Kassai. Kassai, like this in the chat. Kassai. Are you here? Yeah, I do see you. I see everyone now. It finally is working. It is working now. After all that. Alright. Oh, look. Everyone's excited. Alright, Kassai. Should we do 2 Kassai? I've got 2 Kassai sleeves. Oh. Alright, we'll do 2 Kassais. 2 Kassai winners. 2 Kassai winners. We have the Findell's winner, Scribnibble. And then we've got the Kassais. But you don't like Kassai? Kassai's fine. She alright. She alright. And that'll kick off the first batch of giveaways. I don't think these Kassai sleeves have like a foil token inside of them, like the Dusk Till Dawn ones. That was really cool. The Dusk Till Dawn ones had the foil, well, I guess not token, weapon. It had the foil flail and the foil, was it the Numenaris? I forget. But yeah, I don't think they're doing that anymore, unfortunately. There we go. Scribnibble. It was Prism and Vynnset. Yeah. They didn't do Levia. Where was the... What would they even do for Levia? Like a foil claw? I guess we got that already. So I get they'll do it for when we get our shadow claws, right? Surely. Hellhammer. Foil meat axe. See, but all those things exist. It's otherwise impossible to get foils of the flail and Numenaris, I'm pretty sure. Like, that's the whole reason they're unique. Rock sleeves would be sick, and James White himself does love rock. He said it's his next cosplay. So I would hope that we see those at some point. All right, we've got Hemel in the chat saying not Kassai. Missing a letter there. But there we go. We've got 50 people eligible for the giveaway. We'll do 2 rolls back to back. Lil Gherkin is number 1. Lil Gherkin, who I believe was number 2 most active chatter anyway. There you go. You've won a Kassai sleeve. Now, there we go. I think the ideal is going to be to pass these off either at the Pro Tour or to someone you know at the Pro Tour. That way we can get around shipping. Shipping is dumb. And it's the Pro Tour, and it's less than a month away. Or is it a month away? I think just a month away. So, there you go. You just got back from lunch. You didn't know you were winning anything? Well, you're winning a Kassai box of 100 count Dragon Shield sleeves. And we'll organize all this. Send me a message, I guess, on Discord or Twitter or Facebook. Your platform of choice. I don't use Mastodon or Threads, whatever the knockoffs were. I'm still on Twitter, and by God, I'll call it Twitter because X is just ridiculous. There we go. That is 2 giveaways of the 3. Last Kassai box. Last Kassai box. Now, I actually wonder which camera is higher quality. Let's do a little test here. You can tell me in the chat. Actually, let's start a poll. It's all about engagement. It's all about engagement. Which camera is higher quality? If I could type, that would be nice. Face cam or mobile cam? I can't really tell what the mobile cam looks like from where I am, because I have to get up and like look around. But all right, so here's face cam. Wait, we have to have a comparison. All right, here's face cam. So if I hold up the sleeves, there you go. You get a good look, right? you get a good look. And then here is mobile cam. I actually feel like the mobile camera is pretty darn good. That's kind of nuts. I mean, it's obviously easier to focus because I can just move it around. But look at that. Let me know in the chat. Maybe the mobile cam's the way to go for the lore book as well. Look at this, you get some glisten to it. Oh yeah, Louis Vuitton print in the front or whatever that is. Look at this. Mobile cam might just be the way to go. Like, can you read that? I feel like you can probably read that. Oh, interesting. Give away that book? Hell no. Hell no. Did Lil Gherkin chat, not trying to take away from the prize, wondering if the chat recognition actually worked. That's a great question. That is another great question. So I have it toggled to giveaway type is keyword, check. Keyword is Kassai, and then the eligible users pop up on the left. And it's not everyone in chat, only some people are lit up. So I feel like it's working. However, you could be right that it just didn't pull correctly. Lil Gherkin. Did Lil Gherkin say Kassai? If they didn't, then, you know, we just continue with the scuff stream. It is what it is. It is what it is. You don't mind not winning the Kassai sleeves if you want to run it again. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. You definitely can win something. You were the second most active person anyway. All right, but let's try again. Start giveaway. Roll it. Carl has won the giveaway in the chat. Carl? Hopefully you're still around. I know I delayed the second drawing here. But Carl, if you're in the chat still, please shoot me a message on some platform or another, and I will figure out how to give it either in person to you at Pro Tour or to a friend of yours. Someone you know at Pro Tour, because surely someone within your friend group is going to Pro Tour. If you're in the stream, then you probably know plenty of people going. It's better than indie. You remember the really fuzzy cam from then? Haha. Better than indie. What are you talking about? Calling indie? Calling indie, I didn't have a mobile cam. Calling indie, I had like literally messed up USB cord and cameras I was buying like hand over fist from freaking Best Buy because they were all breaking. Indie was something else. This is an NDI camera, or an NDI enabled camera. Very different. I would love to use that kind of thing while at an event, but NDI cameras are attached to basically the strength of your router, and I have zero faith in mobile routers. Absolutely zero. You recall indie. Am I going to Phuket? Well, Handy, I looked into the ticket prices, and Phuket is really expensive from where I live. The cheapest flight I could find was like $2,200, and if I like took a bus to the city, like a 6-hour bus, and then tried to get a better flight, it was still like $1,300. So that's a lot. That's a lot for me to go, because that's not counting as well like the event package. It's not counting the additional like hotels and all that. I would love to go, and donations like Blaine's are one step of that. Not gonna lie. Blaine says, I've been getting into Fab the past few months, and your videos have been some of your favorites. You've definitely helped you pick up Levia. Just wanted to say quick thanks. Well, you said more than thanks. That's freaking awesome, dude. Thank you for the words. Thank you for the donation. Curious, what videos in particular? Because not gonna lie, I've been very lax when it comes to making, like, I guess, Mansant content. You know, I have different pillars where, like, Savage Feats and, like, that production, not even half. It's like 80% of what I do. you know, whether it's on Savage Feats, Minmax channel, LSS's channel, whatever, that is like definitely where I put most of my time.
I've been getting into Fab the past few months and your videos have been some of my favorites. You've definitely helped me pick up Levia. Just wanted to say a quick thanks, smiley face, party popper.
Dude, that's ridiculous. Text-to-speech works like 2 minutes late, and none of the other things do. What are we doing here? This is not professional at all. Yeah, so then, you know, Runaways as well has some content needs, and you know, they take priority over whatever I'm doing, like as Mansant, you know. And then every once in a while a video strikes me and I'll do something on the Mansant channel where, you know, the only like consistent series I ever did were some of the early like best of 3 games, and I loved doing that, mind you. It was really fun to like stick to a upload schedule and things like that, but I don't know, it's just like never how I really treated the channel. So when people say, oh, I liked your videos and stuff, I do wonder, did you go all the way back? Like, was it the consistent, you know, type of content, the best of 3 series, which I think was pretty great, or is it just like the random deck techs here and there? But yeah, your deep dive from mid last year helped you when you were looking at who you wanted to check out. Runaways has been cool. Looking forward to seeing that channel grow. Oh, sweet. Okay, so you've seen a bunch of different things than I do. Awesome. Yeah, the Runaways guys are just an absolute gold mine of knowledge. So helping them make videos and get things out there is way more beneficial than, you know, my ramblings about Levia being put there into the void. Just saying. Let me tell you, I think Levia is good, but it ain't going to be me proving it this season. It straight up is not me. I'm not playing anything this season. I don't even think I'm playing in CC RTNs. I might go to 1 draft RTN, and that's it. And that is no fault of the game. I freaking love Flesh and Blood, but I live in an insanely remote area, and yeah, you know, some of these other events that I'm working on just take priority over being a player. It is what it is. It is what it is. Welcome to the club. Yeah, Hemmel doesn't get to play either. We're just in the same boat. We fawn over these cards without ever touching them. It's a ridiculous life. Ridiculous life. As a fairly new player, the live streams were the most helpful. I'll just try to watch each one 2-3 times just to get a feel. Yo, that is awesome to hear, because the live streams are something that is, I mean, today is not a great example, but normally as easy as me clicking a button and going live and then just hanging out. And I love hanging out. I mean, look at this. All we're doing is hanging out. Have I even touched Talishar in like 2 hours? No. I'll get to it. But I think it's a symptom of the fact that I have literally no local friends. Turning on the stream and hanging out feels really good. So I do want to do that more. And yeah, it just took me a while to get back to it because, I mean, I was in freaking Queenstown and then Hartford. That was like a whole month of things going on. And then, you know, we're at a bit of a lull now, so why not stream? There's a part of me that feels a bit bad because there are other people who have streams that I really enjoy viewing. AgroBlaze96, freaking love that dude. I met him at Hartford and he is just an awesome guy. As far as like parasocial stuff goes, I already felt like I knew him from watching his streams, and then I met him in Hartford and he was just pretty sick. And then, yeah, so that was cool to finally meet him in person. And then TCG Talk also is doing like full-time content now. His streams are great. That man has an upload schedule like you wouldn't believe. And then the card guys as well do a really fun format of like having each player on rotation. I think that is incredible. So, and then there's other people who jump in and stream as well. But, you know, there's just so much streamer content out there now. I don't feel like it like needs to be me, or however you want to say it, because in the past, like, no one really was streaming regularly, so I tried to do it, but now other people are, and I like watching their streams. Like, I almost would rather be a viewer than a streamer. But if you like what this stream is, then yeah, I mean, I'll keep to it. Why not? One thing I also really want to do is the next time I'm working on a Lego stop animation, which I do hope is pretty soon. I bought a label maker to help my last sorting efforts and hopefully like finalize that room. I would love to do like a live stream of like making a stop animation, because I would watch those growing up like nonstop on YouTube and Twitch. Well, I guess it wasn't Twitch back then, but I would just like watch other people when they're like in their element and like work on things like that. And even to this day, like Forest Fire 101, for example, he'll do live streams where he's just like streaming himself doing stop animation, and like people in the chat are like, yo, change this shot. Oh, the lighting could be different. This, that, whatever. And it is such a vibe. It is so cool because it legitimately is just hanging out. And I guess it's like an art form in its own right. And like the more people in the room, the more creativity is just awesome. So that is a goal. At one point, I would like to do that. And it really comes down to me just making that room a bit cleaner, because right now it's... Well, actually, I wonder if I can take the mobile cam upstairs. All right, the stream may cut, but you know, this is an experiment. Hold up. All right. All right, bear with me, people. I can't see the chat at all during this, so this really may be a terrible idea. But let me just show you where we are in terms of the Lego room. Oh boy, I hope this works. So here's the Lego room. And as you can see, things are kind of like half sorted right now. I have a whole lot of Lego, mostly from when I was a kid, and then also COVID. I spent all my COVID money buying Lego just to scratch like some nostalgic itch I had, I guess. But my Lego room is almost done. I do need to sort, like, some of these last drawers aren't completely full, and I need to label everything. But once I do that, I do have a whole different setup in here, which hopefully will be pretty conducive to live streams. This is where I was shooting the main video itself. You can see I had, like, a bunch of different lighting. You've got the key light, fill light, and backlight up here, along with the backdrop and everything. So, yeah, one day we'll do some live streaming from this room, most likely. But that day is not today. I need to finish the sorting, which is, oh god, just an ever-present project. I cannot finish that to save my life. Oh, okay. Alright, don't mind the mess, people. Don't mind the mess. Time to find out if that actually works. Time to find out if that worked. Did that work? Did that work? People are not saying that it failed. So, cool. Not bad. Not bad. Also, the pole finished as well. It looks like the face cam is higher quality. Well, we tried. Mobile cam is good enough. Oh, a new Hammurabi ad with Lego stop animation. Yo, that... Now, see, that's a... I have to say yes to that, Hemmel. That's content. That's content. We do some behind the scenes. That's a huge amount of, like, you know, brainstorming, storyboarding, all the fun stuff. All the fun stuff. Dude, that would be sick. I'm down. You pitch it to me, and I'll do it. I'll do it. That's so neatly organized. Well, it looks that way on the surface, but it's not where I would like it. Because I'm, I guess, a freak when it comes to my Lego sorting. I really messed up the sorting. I initially did it by color, which is so incorrect, but I'd never sat down and tried to like sort Lego before. So I just sorted by color and finished everything, mind you, everything. And then I realized sorting by color is useless. I'd rather have sorted by part. So then I went back and tried to sort by like general part, circular pieces, tile pieces, plates, bricks, whatever. And that's what I'm in the midst of right now, because that is so much harder. So much harder. And it's hard to get people to help you with that, because if they don't know Lego, then they're not organizing the thing correctly as well. Dude so rich he has a Lego room. Dude, my rent, you want to know how much I pay for rent in this house? This is a 2-story house with a basement and like 6 bedrooms. I pay $750 for rent. I live in the middle of nowhere. That's the perk. That's the perk. $750 USD which if you're not from the US, that's like nutso to have rent that cheap. I live in the middle of nowhere. That's why, dude, that's why I can like live the producer life. I have no cost of living, you know? I spend money on like when I travel, right? But otherwise my cost of living is like nothing. I live in the middle of nowhere, where do I live? Upstate New York. Upstate New York. Yeah. Yeah. It's great out here. You can really enjoy ice cream and lakes. Yep. That's about all we got. But yeah, the Lego itself, sure, that Lego, if you price it out now, is probably nutso money, but that's not how I accumulated it, you know? That's like Lego across 26 years of life. It's also some of my cousin's Lego. When like they got out of it, they just like left it at my grandparents' house, and I like went and just like took it, you know? They didn't want it. So yeah, the Lego room, I know it comes off a little shishi, but a little ritzy, but I promise you, it ain't that way. It ain't that way at all. I'm wearing a Goodwill hoodie, brother. Come on, Dalton. You're from Utica and you've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed hams before? Did I say steamed hams? Utica's actually from like what? Like remote PA? Or is Utica New York? I don't know this area super well. Hemmel said, when you ship your packages, UPS is always like, oh, this is remote. Yeah. Yes, it is. There's some charm to a town this small, though. Like, the mailman knows me, and, like, sometimes old mail will go to my old address here, which was, like, a way smaller. I mean, if you look at my old streams, it was streamed out of this, like, tiny one-bedroom place. He knows that I moved, because it's one mailman that services, like, the whole town. So he'll bring me my mail from the old address every once in a while. And it's, I don't know, it's just weird. But that's small town USA for you. Small town USA. Oh, Simpsons joke. I didn't catch it. It's my bad. Okay, where were we? Let's play some more Flesh and Blood on the lovely website Talishar. Talishar is being absolutely overhauled by our boy Jotrick. Jotrick is one of the, original 2 people or something that was working on Talishar. Took a bit of a break. Now he's back. And he's going through some incredible overhauls of, like, some icons, some of, like, the rule stuff. He's a good dude. Met him multiple times now. All right. Oh, we get redemption. Thank God. 'Twas terrible. The last Dorinthea game was terrible. So here's the deal. We can button up. We can overwhelmingly put our focus and energy into the game, or we can keep doing the half and half. I'm pretty partial to the half and half, but I also don't want to lose to Dorinthea again, because I actually think this matchup is overwhelmingly favored for Levia, and it ain't close. But let's just see what happens. Lego room, bougie. You know what that room was before? That room was empty, other than... It's actually pretty funny. That room was empty other than Sandra's stick bug. Sandra was raising a stick bug, and it just lived in its own room. That's all that was in there before. Just a freaking stick bug, dude. Yeah, it's just like too much room. Granted, we got this place on rent because a friend of ours lived here before, so we do have a pretty good deal. Is Romp ever good turn 0? Was that our blue? If so, I completely spaced out. If our blue was Wrecker Romp, that was so much better. Oh my god, Wrecker Romp was infinitely better. Oh! We're throwing. Wildly throwing. I mean, this hand either overblocks on the Dawnblade or lets this happen, gets pumped over, they then pay a card so they can swing Dawnblade a second time realistically, but it would just be without Arsenal, and then we try to reset the counter on the next turn, or we give Scabbies, but then they just get an Arsenal. It's kind of the other side of that. Yeah, this hand's terrible. Oh! I'm fine, I think, with putting them... Or, sorry, I meant to do this. I'm fine with putting them on no Arsenal, pushing over Dawnblade with a counter. Or maybe just not having it. Okay, that's fine as well. I'll take that. We discarded another Mark of the Beast. Okay, kind of cool. Don't have to worry about the 1 blood debt. And then, I don't think anything matters on the Dorinthea side, but we're going to banish wine. We don't drink out here on these parts. Stickbug got evicted because he couldn't afford the rent. The Stickbug died, is what happened. Sandra was not paying too much attention to the Stickbug, and it died. So, yeah. So then the room was doing nothing. Then it was actually wasted. All right, commanding performances. Oh, so highly annoying. So highly annoying. We obviously want to play the Endless Maw, but then that forces this hand to not block. Yikes. Not block, eat this Dawnblade, and then what? Pray we hit Scabs so we can go Endless Swing Big? You know, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. The other option is we just like kind of full block, let the Endless go, and just like reset the turn. Oh, I hate that though. There's no way to... There's no reason to let the Endless Maw go like that. Yo, we're gonna full send. We're gonna full send. I believe. Also, we can block with the chains, I guess, on the second Dawnblade swing to try to deny the Dawnblade counter is also an option, to be fair. Right. So now, because this stipulates attack action cards. All right. I find this okay. We ate damage that looked like super awkward, obviously. I think I'm okay with this in the end. Oh! The Iron Song! They done got me. They done got me. I don't really like the roll Scabs line because it just presents 11 and then we're taking 2, so it's still just like, if you're just doing the quick maths, it's still just 9 value across the board. Also reliant on a Scabs roll, but then we just save the Endless Maw for next turn cycle, where we likely do need to block heavier because of the Dawnblade counter. I think the fact that you get to keep the Endless Maw is like a pretty high upside. I believe. Alright, I do not believe anymore. I do not believe at all anymore. What have we done? Dang it, Ethan. You know in person you never roll Scabs. You son of a gun. Why is it a plague on Talishar? You know, okay, here's what we might have to do. Alright. What we're going to do here is just cover up. Let's see. Maybe if I cover up the Scab skins, then I won't roll them. That sounds like a good plan. That sounds like a great plan. Now I'm floundering. No Scabs allowed, you understand? out of, I believe, 6 rolls so far, 3 were 1s. There was a 6, there was a 4, and there was a 3. I do believe. I do believe. Someone may have to quick maths me on that, but I think we only rolled 6 times, which granted is like way more than I would roll in real life already. And 3 of them, legitimately 3 of them were 1s. Legitimately. Don't you forget, mind you. Okay. Well, we kind of have an interesting option to try to block card plus armor twice. I don't think that would really stop this. So we can also just let them have this good turn. It's not backed up by like a glistening, so the Iron Song determination is just, I mean, it's just basically saying I don't get to block the way I want. It's not ramping up counters too much. But then that would mean this hand either blocks with a card once on the second swing or the first swing, just plays Hungering Arsenals the swing big, or we full keep and hit scabs again. Interesting play there. I do think the swing big and Arsenal is kind of what we're going for, because we do want to flip. We've got pretty decent flip targets, so we do want to set up swing big and Arsenal as our flip turn card, which is coming up pretty soon. So I don't mind the play of probably block with like Beast Within plus the Apex, right? And then our turn just becomes a 2-card 6, or 2-card 7 rather, and Arsenal the swing big. Seems fine. A little suspicious. They pitched an Iron Song. They already played an Iron Song. Is that really the 3rd Iron Song? I mean, I guess we'll find out. I'm not going to play around it. Okay. We like where this ended up. We don't like that we missed banishing one of these guys. That would have been the best case there in terms of setting up our flip turn. Okay. Is that another Iron Song determination and then commanding performance? Hoo boy. Hoo boy. Kind of interesting. If we let this through, we go down to 15. They're not presenting a go again. So I think if we want to be super safe, it would still be like block with scabs, I guess. That way, if this is a pump 3 over anything else, then we're taking 8. 8 puts us at 14 exactly to basically force a Blood Rush turn into probably just like Claw Swing Big. I'm not going to pretend we really get everything we want there. I think this is fine. That never gives +4. So this should be pretty safe. All right. Clumping reds. 'Tis fine, 'tis fine. We can go for just turning off Blood Debt then with Boneyard. But then we're not flipping. We do have a lot of armor though to try to fight for a flip again. Yeah, I wouldn't mind like one more banish. These are some pretty juicy targets down there. Because if we go for the swing big, then we're also like off Arsenal, pretty inefficient turn. I think we're just going to do this. Maybe flip on the next turn then. Okay, so we hit triple writhing in banish. That's pretty good. Now we like abso-freaking-lutely fight for the flip with all of our armor next turn. Decent blocking hand for it as well. And they're on glistening. Okay. Question becomes, how do we maximize our hand on the flip? We can play Smashback. We could barraging into Swing Big, Arsenal, Boneyard. That is okay. We could give the barraging on the block, and then we just play Smashback into Swing Big. That is also okay. Main thing we want to do is not mess up the flip turn. So they kept their entire hand to push this through. It kind of feels like a twinning turn, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. So if we do this first, that might just shut out the turn completely anyway. It could be like the twinning in hand or something. If it's not, then we might have to give Husk on the next one. If we just block Husk first, then we save these for the second attack, but then Fleshbag doesn't do anything. But it means we don't risk Husk looking pretty weird into our flip either. I think I'm just going to give the Husk then first. It's fine. And it is the twinning play. Okay. And twinning was an arsenal anyway. Okay, so now we can basically protect ourselves from everything if we wanted to. We can block here, Fleshbag, Scabs, and be completely insulated from a pump, but then we don't have almost any armor going into post-flip. Not like we necessarily need it, but I would like it, you know? So the other option then becomes just block with the Boneyard. Yeah, block with Boneyard. Then it's only 3 over. Surely they have something better than just a +3. Surely, surely. Maybe we go a little greedy with it and don't give the Scabs. Just do this and pretend that that's likely good enough for the turn. I don't super value the Boneyard in Arsenal, honestly. Like, I don't think we really need it in Arsenal. Okay, here's the plan, here's the plan. We're gonna do this. Even if they pump it, who cares? I'm in. I'm in. There's another world where, like, I could throw the Apex for whatever reason. Like, sure. Okay, route. Either card back in hand is playable. Alright, so they do all this. 3 damage. We do not mess up the flip, which is pretty critical. That was the other consideration. And now we just do this. Oh, actually... Hold up. I guess we don't need to play that out. We can just put this in Arsenal. There's no reason to use it on this turn. So let's just do this. Would rather save that for like a dread play. I think if I was being super safe, I should have blocked with the Apex as well on that last block. Because there's a world where if that's like singing, they go singing into route, right? And like that would still deal the 4 over and I'd miss it. So yeah, I think if I was going to be completely safe, it should have been Apex block on that. This is looking pretty good. Another listening. All right, we can hopefully shut this down with armor pretty easily. We do this, and then we can go 1 cost. Oh, we don't have a Boneyard. We don't have a 1 cost to make this look that cute. I mean, it's fine, right? It's fine. What that means is we'll just save the Dread Screamer then. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. We'll just play out the Doomsday. Doomsday will have the Might and Agility for go again. And then we can likely barraging into the Writhing and just end the game. Like, in theory, is going to be how we play this next turn. Oh, I guess, hold up. The Might might as well apply to the barraging first, or the Writhing first, right? Let's just do that. Three, 4, 5. They don't die to this, actually. So what was the difference then? I guess it withholds information on Doomsday. And it makes sure that the barraging buff actually does go through. Alright, so it's fine to do it this way, I think. It's fine. It's still more real damage. Yes, yes, yes. Seen a good deal of your Levia play, but truthfully the best value play so far has been that rent. I'm not lying when I say I have like no cost of living out here. Yeah, it's crazy actually. It blows me away too sometimes. Granted, that is split rent. You know, I pay half and Sandra pays half. So the total on the house is still, what, like 1,500, but like my rent, right? My half of it. What do I care? Nothing, right? Literally nothing. It's so over. Oh, I probably should have done this on the last turn. Oops. Not paying attention. It's fine. We should still be able to close it with, in theory, this into a 2-cost here. These aren't necessarily optimal plays anymore, mind you. We're having fun now. The Dori is meat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, okay, see, that's more so how the Dori matchup is supposed to go. GG's opponent. If you remember the other game we played, kind of the weird part was we did not have Consumed as an option at all. But Consumed is just a nutso value machine in the Dori matchup. Machine. And Dori, like, normally, I mean, there's nothing she can do to catch up to that kind of value, especially as the game goes longer. Her keeping a hand to try to do some, like, crazy glistening play just means she's eating damage somewhere, and sure, the glistening turn might be good, but then the next turn she dies, like, type of deal. So I think generally that's more so how the Dori matchup is supposed to go. And every time I've played it in person, my Dori opponents don't understand how to win. It normally feels very bad. Normally. Curious what you think is going to be at the next event for top decks. Battle Hardens all around are showing a lot of different results. So yeah, that's an interesting one, because if you follow the 3 most recent, like, CC events, good luck, have fun. Oh, oops, I was on the wrong screen this whole time. Should have been on this one. Alright, actually, I really did want to play against Azalea. Azalea is a matchup I want to grind the ever-living 12 hours of my time out of. I wouldn't mind 12 hours of Levi versus Azalea. When I played against Levi, also I do want to limit test chains in this matchup. I'm pretty sure it's terrible. I think it was at Battle Hardened St. Louis? Could be. I think it was St. Louis. Levi and I sat down and played like 8 games of Levia versus Azalea, and it was so fun. It was so insanely fun to just sit down with someone who knows the deck so in and out and just fly through games. We probably played 8 games in like an hour. It was incredible. All right. So we can obviously make the Agile windup, which looks pretty good. Definitely looks pretty good as a turn 0 play. And then even with the fact that, like, Swing Big with the Agile on the next turn probably does something, means I should be pretty happy with this turn, I think. So let's just put the Swing Big in Arsenal. Okay, what was the question again? The question was about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we're obviously incentivized to block with Howl every time we see it, and the way it lines up here is actually pretty decent, because we're gonna, if we care about these on hits, which I don't really care about the Lace with Inertia, not gonna lie. Well, like, we don't care about it at all. The Lace with Blood Rot, it's like, a maybe. And we do have a lot of armor. We do really have a lot of armor. You gotta remember that about the deck. If we go ahead and give 10, then we can 2-card 9 in return. We waste the agility, for sure. It's just a question of, do we want this armor later? It blocks 4 effectively now. Normally, I would never block with armor like this because we were short more armor prior to Apex. But I think in an effort to limit test Apex real quick, I'm going to try using armor more greedily and see what happens. It's just like blocking 4 instead of blocking 2 because of the Lace. The reload effect only matters if that's a 0. It wouldn't have mattered if that was a Codex, and If it was a Codex, who cares? It was just getting back a Boltyn, so it'd just be a way for them to like get free damage and cycle. Okay, but yes. So, in terms of the next CC event, the next CC event is Philly, and I do really want to go to Philly and stream it. The SEG-Con events need some renegotiating, not gonna lie, in terms of like making those events worthwhile, because they are hard losses. Insanely in the red at the SEG-Cons. But they are super fun and provide an amazing way for, you know, like kind of new age casting talent, like whoever wants to get out there and, you know, get their arms dirty or get their hands dirty, whatever, with me, can go out and cast these events. And, you know, Yanji's been a bit of a grinder in that sense, and we've got some other people in the background who've been asking for opportunities. And so I'd love to give them those opportunities, you know, and they only come from me making the trip out to begin with. So yeah, I would like to do it. And that, I feel like, will kind of answer that question of what the new meta looks like, because at that point you'll have all these informed players. Wait, actually, hold up, let me think about this. This is pretty terrifying. The reload is quite real if it hits. Quite real. But this hand does not block well. It also doesn't play well either. So I think we just have to deal with it. In the world where like they don't use this reload, I don't want to miss the opportunity to actually block. So I think this is really all we can do. Kind of sad. So yeah, so Philly, right, is going to be the first event. Oh, nice. They didn't get to use the reload. We love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. And we can target banish the Howl. Ooh. Normally, though, in this matchup, I would look to banish an arrow for their Codex, but actually there's redundancy in their targets. They only have 2 red Boltyn, so it wouldn't do anything. If I banish my own Howl, I do take a damage for it, but then the play lines open up. Granted, we already played 2 Boneyard Marauders, so the 1 card 9 is not that easy to access. Ooh, actually, playing the Howl, I might be blocking more, to be fair. I might be blocking a bit longer, so you know what? Oh, no, we're gonna do it. We're gonna banish the Howl. I know I'm gonna regret it. There's gonna be a hand, either like next hand or 2 hands from now. I'm gonna be like, I wish I had the Howl, so let's just get it there. Let's just get it. Not sure about this being the hand. This hand's still quite good, right? It's pretty immune to like Red in the Ledger, everything. It's just a 2 card 9. But yeah, so Philly, right, is gonna be where finally we get to see players who are trying to choose their Pro Tour decks, right? It's only like a week or something before the Pro Tour. So these are going to be players on their Pro Tour decks, traveling out and getting as many like high quality games in as possible to practice for the Pro Tour. So that metagame, I think, is going to really tell us closer to what the Pro Tour will look like. Granted, it won't have great, you know, data from like EU. EU is definitely going to still be a bit of a wild card. APAC regions, like all that stuff won't be represented, obviously. Okay, so them stacking the Seek and Destroy made Red in the Ledger still look pretty rough here. Not gonna lie. Wow, I wonder if there's a world. Surely there isn't. But what about like the block armor angle into Howl send packing? Surely that's not worth all my armor this early in the game. Surely. Oh, it does have an aim counter though. Oh, interesting. Okay, so actually, I didn't notice that. The aim counter legitimately does kind of mess up what I'm trying to do here. Big time. So the options become I either Endless Maw and then Arsenal the send packing. Or I guess Endless Maw like with the Howl on top, that's fine as well. Or block with Endless Maw and then just send packing for 9 in an effort to just throw the most damage possible at them. It should just be the Endless Maw play. It should be. I mean, we can block, right? 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. I mean, yeah, we can actually block 14. That's pretty crazy. Surely this is not correct and is just limit testing. You know? Surely. Wouldn't you agree, Goody? Is it limit testing? What do you think? Is it limit testing? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. I think the aim counter is like what's forcing my hand a little bit here. Just a little, just a little. I mean, the other option is if I block with Endless Maw and then they aim counter, they're obviously going to discard the Send Packing, but then my turn is still just Deadwood, which is fine. Like, I don't mind just throwing another Deadwood. It's just a question, like, is this armor going to do more for me later? Nope, nope. We're gonna do this. I think this is probably going to hurt me more than help me. But I'm interested in limit testing today. We're here for fun. We're here for fun. As an Azalea main, you approve of the full equipment block. Yeah, that's what feels bad as well, is normally the equipment, if you drop it all on one arrow, it just makes the Azalea's game so much easier. If it's a card plus equipment, and you just kind of draw out what they're all blocking, it's worse for the Azalea's POV. So, yeah, I agree. Azalea's probably pretty happy with that one. The other thing to note, though, is that is 2 Seek and Destroy is gone. 2 Lace with Inertia is gone. So their ability to basically like punt my arsenal is shrinking. So into like another Red in the Ledger turn even, if I just like block with a card, play 2 cards, and then arsenal something, it's unlikely that's getting disrupted, right? It's starting to become unlikely. If you gave them an arsenal, should have kept the Send Packing to instead go Send Packing for 9. I'm in the I'm gonna kill you phase of the game. You hear me, Azalea? I'm gonna kill you. Hi, Woody. Yes, hello, buddy. Hello, friend. This isn't even the cat I like. This one is basically Sandra's cat. But he's being a good boy. Look at him. Woody, stand up for camera. Oi, 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 cutesy pie. Cutesy pie. Purr into the mic. Okay, not like... That's probably too much. That's too much. Alright, their turn is pretty face up. It's just E-Strike. So I can just Send Packing that. And, it could be Send Packing, Arsenal Swing Big, discard the Agile for the block, or for the Agility, or just block with the Swing Big Agile Windup. Just play the Send Packing, or it's just block with these guys, don't kid ourselves, play out Swing Big. We're taking 2 blood debt no matter what this turn. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. The Agile Windup is the card that becomes pretty awkward in this spot. Hence why I was playing CNC over Send Packing in other builds. It was like for this kind of exact reason. You want to be flexible with your yellows. Alright, so here's the plan. Here's the plan. Take 1, down to 31, present back 8, take 2. I mean, Remorseless and Arsenal is not the scariest thing, right? Like, Remorseless and Arsenal just means they're either going to Azalea it away, or drop a bunch of pumps and still have to pitch a card for it. So, I don't really think threatening the Remorseless is worth that much, honestly. Let's just do the more damages line. I'm a be real with you, bestie. I'm not blocking that. Well, I don't know. It looks like they kind of wanted to block this hand. Send packing. Would have been a little worse, eh? Would have been a little worse, eh? Okay, okay. Let's go for that tear line, baby. No! Surely that's fine. The Howl was just an Artivore otherwise. It's not like we hurt the 6 count of the deck. Oh my god, Goody, you are covered. Absolutely covered in loose hair. Why, who didn't brush you? Oh, cats are so annoying. This is the other reason for the Lego room being its own room. The cats would destroy that. Oh my god, their hair would just get everywhere, and I cannot deal with that. I cannot deal with that. The tear line is actually super greedy anyway. I would way prefer to play tear if I've got the attack in arsenal. So, you know, that's more of just like a full send it angle. Speaking of full send it, oh my god, this hand just cannot do that, can it? This hand cannot do that. Whew. What have I done to deserve this? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done, Goody? Please go away, cat. At this point, you're being a bit too much. Okay, sleep dart. You know that's fine. I wasn't turning off Blood Debt anyway. Not gonna lie. Not gonna kid with you. It definitely wasn't getting turned off. So can we actually use this as a flip turn? It would be a pretty abysmal one. But is it possible? Go down to 16, take the 2, and then pay into the Blood Rot? Well, okay, it can happen. It can happen. We have no good Blood Debt cards. It's another problem, real quick. Something to note. Something to note. Alright, our goal should be to, unfortunately, probably block with this Blood Rush. Because we can't take other damage. Our turn is like this, and then we pay into the Blood Rot, and then flip with Tear Limb in Arsenal. That's all we've got. It's looking pretty grim. Pretty grim. Alright, let's get this out of here. Let's transform, and let's pray. Alright, so honestly, that hand, it didn't need to do anything else. We're kind of forced into this play anyway. If we wanted to consumed. I guess if we wanted to just rip a Blood Rush, we could have done that. But we are like 6 points behind for no reason. Okay, so now we do have one playable, right? Or no? Wait a second, is the Endless Maw playable? That shouldn't be right. How'd this get there? How did this get there? I feel like that should be face down. Is it not? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's only play around the Boneyard Marauder as being a playable card. Truth be told. I don't think we can end up playing the Endless Maw. So that means if we're going to block with cards, if the next attack is dominated, then we're a little card inefficient, so we would want to give 2 cards on the Ravenous Rabble. However, if it's not dominated, then we do want to stay flexible and be able to block, so I think we're just going to play it this way. It's harder for them to dominate right after they've cross-wrapped. Oh, well, not anymore. Not with Read the Glide Path. That's fair. Oh yeah, this is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. So we take 8 down to 1. Blocking with Scabskins doesn't change anything when it comes to like Rain Razors. So that is still just an issue. Remorseless is going to kill us though, so I guess that's something to be mindful of, is we can't go to 1. Whenever they play an action card, they lose 1. Oh man, so then we're actually gated to 1 action as well. Whew! It's not looking good. Not looking good, is it? 6 points of value thrown out the window. Ain't great. Okay, well, it's bugged out and letting me play Endless Maw unless I just miss something as to why it's playable. I wonder if playing anything even like advances the game. Any 5 dominated arrow kills us anyway because there is no armor left. So that doesn't change much. I guess we can just throw it anyway. Nice. Yeah, Maul was from Flip. Okay, see, that's what I thought, because when I checked it pre-flipped, it was only 2 blood debt. But I wonder why it banished face up, because otherwise it does a pretty good job these days. I guess it was just a bug. I will let Jotrick know that when you pay for Blood Rot and then flip, a bug appears. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one, Jotrick. Oh, yeah. I definitely think we can survive this turn. Right? If they just pass here, that's the angle. Oh, yeah. Alright, we got there. Okay. Going for a tear limb play without an arsenal attack is very much wrong across the board. I'll tell you that any day of the week, and yet I did it for you on stream. Because you got to play for the high rolls when it comes to entertainment. It did not work, though. It did not work. So don't do that. Don't do that. You absolutely should play with an attack and arsenal, not... whatchamacallit, not just rip tear limb with 4. It being a howl wasn't actually the issue. It's just always wrong to try to play it that way. Like, it being a howl doesn't change anything because there just are misses in the deck. It's just, if you're gonna rip tear, you want a guaranteed attack you're playing towards. Because there is a world where just nothing pans out if you rip tear off 4 cards. Uzuri. I think I just keep everything as is. I haven't thought about this one. Oh, give me that graveyard fill. Give me that graveyard fill. Thank you. Ooh, man, I want to play this Howl out so bad. Howl is, like, more important than a Blood Rush and Arsenal, because Uzuri can just CNC that anyway. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm kind of feeling it. But it's, oh, man, it's just so bad to play Howl from hand. Oh, but looping it early against Uzuri would just be sick. Okay. We're doing this. We're doing this. Looping Howl early against Uzuri means you don't have to play with Arsenal, which makes their attacks like much harder to. Oops, sorry. Which makes their turns way less disruptive. I'm into it. See, look at that. Playing around, leave no witnesses. Screw that card. Look, and now we've got Writhing, Howl, we've got it all. Everything we could ever want. Not in this case, though. Blocking Death Touch seems just fine. Right. Yeah, it's just more value that way. Because we can turn a card into 3, but letting the Death Touch through is 5 damage, not 3. They could shred this, to be fair. Okay. Nope. We're exchanging 2 card 6s. This is peak Flesh and Blood. But mine had Dominate. For all the wonderful on-hits coming at you from Levia, these Dominates, let me tell you. Powerful stuff. Ooh. Oh, this hand wants me to roll Scabs so bad. Yes, it do. Yes, it do. Man, imagine Howl, Writhing, Swing Big. Or rather, Writhing. Well, I guess I'd want the Swing Big to 11 so that they don't get the Quicken from it, but at the same time, Howl first would mean we actually, you know, get the graveyard play the way we want. Oh, do we roll Scabs? Interesting, 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 interesting. Roll Scabs, roll Scabs. The other, I mean, this hand otherwise floats an obscene amount of resources. The smart thing would be, you know, don't push our luck and actually keep Swing Big in the hopes that Scabs hits anyway, because the 2 floating could just convert easily to the Mandible Claw. But we're talking about ceilings here, you know? Ceilings. I feel it. I have not covered up Scab Skins from this screen. It's still there. It's still there. We might have to cover it up after this roll. Might have to. Okay. What you gonna give me? How about you just give me a Gambler's Glove token? I would appreciate that. Zir. A gambling... What is it called? The chip when you're in, like, Gamblers Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous? Like, whatever that is. I wish Death Touch could just give me one of those. Just, like, remind me. Hey, buddy. You said you weren't going to roll Scabs. You said it. Sobriety chip. Yes, yes, that's it. We'll see if I need one. Oh boy, do we not need one. Do we not need one? Ooh, actually, because we rolled a 6, I could just use it on Claw instead of Howl. Is that worthwhile at all? It would mean I'd have to play Swing Big first, then close the chain to Writhing. It would leave the Howl there. No, because then the graveyard would just be stuck at, yeah, I mean... Oh, wait, oops. Wait. What? I lost the plot. This is what we were trying to do. Yeah. Because this guarantees we've got 2 in graveyard plus the Howl for next turn. Yes. There was no way to force the Doomsday either unless we gave Carrion Husk, which would be kind of a lot. That'd be kind of a lot. All right. That was a pretty good turn. It's a pretty good turn, to say so myself. All right, we found another Howl. We're really getting there. So if we can block with Howl this turn, play Hungering, Arsenal Dread, we're looking good. Double Howl this early. Okay. Flick me. Let's go. I don't believe that does anything because I've got a Howl. No. I don't... That's not a 0 for 4. If it was a 0 for 4, surely they would have black teched on the Death Touch and just played it out, right? I don't think that's a 0 for 4. If it is, who cares, right? Like, I have no arsenal, so this being a 0 for 4 just is vanilla. Right, like that's just vanilla. Okay, here we go. Double Howl unlocked. How is this list playing as better than previous? Well, I don't know. I don't really have a stream sample size of the YouTube list, but you know that build did get top 8 in the hands of William Pistel or William Pistel. So I guess that's some actual results to look at. This one though, I was playing a ton and really enjoying. We've run into some awkward situations on stream though. That's for sure. Very awkward situations. Okay, so funny enough, if we block with Husk, I know it sounds crazy. Block with Husk, we become immune to everything, and our turn becomes Howl into Dread into Claw. not terrible. We reset the howls. If we let this through, worst case, this is like... Actually, I think we're immune to everything here. If it's a CNC and we lose the Dread Screamer, who cares? If it's a Shakedown and they name a blue, we can play around that as well. If it's a Death Touch, then really who cares? Yeah, so actually, we don't need to use Husk, actually. It's easy. We could give Fleshbag, but I think... Yeah, legitimately we are protected from like every hit effect. So... Sure. This lets us keep the Howl parked, since we were up 1 on Graveyard. There was no guarantee that we actually hit the double Howl, so this still works. Lets us Dread Screamer into Mandible Claw for a 3-card 12. Okay. Alright, we can block this way and then just do Howl Howl Boneyard for a 3-card 12 again. Seems pretty good. If we had another blue, we'd, you know, block this differently, so we could just go Howl Dread Swing Big. But it is what it is. If you discarded Agile at instant speed, wouldn't the cut down whiff? Oh, that is a great point! Oh man, I didn't even think about that. That is absolutely correct. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, because cut down says if they have 4 or more, then you discard a card. And I could just discard the Agile. Sheesh! Alright, it wouldn't have done anything, to be fair. Because the agility would be wasted into the next turn. So, no difference in terms of damage presented or anything. But that is cool. That is actually very cool to know. Totally missed that. Totally missed that. Okay, so now this is the kind of turn where armor looks a little better, because we're not just like hitting good rates, we are legitimately protecting a Blood Rush hand with a Dread Screamer in Arsenal, so... yeah. I mean, the fact that they have 2 cards is like a little scary, you know? One is probably a Shred. So if we wanted to be completely safe... Well, actually, no. Hold up. They would never Arsenal a Shred. That is just, like, completely wrong for the matchup, right? They're probably never Arsenaling the Shred. Maybe they make a mistake and they do that. And they do that. So if we block with Scowling, then 50-50 on hitting the swap or the Shred, most likely. We're not going to take that gamble. They might have Arsenal the Shred, to be fair. All right. I mean, either way, I need to give Husk in this kind of scenario just because of where the life is at. If something goes through here, I can definitely play through the hand, no matter what. Carrion and Fleshbag is... See, that's the kind of thing... I would hate to give both here, because there are situations, especially since we're about to slam them with Blood Rush, where the Uzuri needs to block down, and then their 2-card return is where Scowling Fleshbag actually is nuts. Right? Like, when they try to play 2 cards back into you, and you just Scowling, it completely like neuters the game for them. Oh, that was interesting. Why go for triple Howl and no Art of War? Well, because I think the game is very mid-range right now. Truly, like it feels like every matchup other than I don't know who's even playing aggro right now. Like, even Kayo plays, like, more mid-range than Brainless aggro, honestly. It just feels like most decks in the game are mid-range right now, and if you're... Hey, no, Goody, go away. If you're given room to basically play a longer game, the best card possible in a longer game is Howl. Howl is just disgusting amounts of recursion, right? Disgusting amounts. And it lets you play rates per hand that are truly stupid. They were good enough to win in, like, the Oldhim days. So that's kind of the idea, more than anything right now, is, yeah. That, yeah, let's not get hit by Humble, shall we? I can give a card, plus this and this, and That should be okay. The sad part is, though, that is 2 misses. So I can either go greedy with the Howl value, or just not Howl. Go Dread, and then I guess just Claw. Interesting, interesting. And I'm pretty sure if we go Dread into just Smashback, that's probably good enough to win the game as well on the next turn. Yeah, let's not punt the game, you know? Let's not punt the game with 2 misses. I would not want to transform with that much blood debt into Uzuri. Uzuri has like Frailty Traps, Sink Blows, Fates. Like, she can get to a point if you flip with that much blood debt where if you have like 1 turn cycle that doesn't take her full hand, she can Arsenal the Defense React and then tank you out, because you only get like 3 turns to win in that kind of situation. I guess we did have the Howls and Writhing, so that could just be a false statement these days, because Howls and Writhing just do let you win. So yeah, she was at 2. Okay, actually flipping would have been fine, I think. Double Howl and Writhing is just nutso. The game will definitely end. If not on like the first Writhing, then the second Writhing, right? Yeah. It's probably fine. It's probably totally fine. But yeah, so the God, the theory on Howl is just if everyone in the game wants to play mid-range right now, then Levia's got to find all of her dirty tricks to abuse that kind of play pattern. And Art of War helps you play a shorter game. Art of War like helps you force more go again, right? Which is something that I think in the older metas you basically had to do, because playing a longer game just didn't. Yeah, I mean, like a longer game into still to this day, like Tunic decks, like Azalea for one, is still pretty tough, because when they just outvalue you on every Tunic turn, you know, if they're doing that twice, like that's already probably ahead of what Carrion Husk is doing for you in that kind of matchup. So you do lose the ability to end the game faster by cutting the Slitherings and the Art of Wars. That's definitely true. So there are weaknesses in that. Absolutely, absolutely. But what you gain is the ability to, most of the time, not worry about non-block scenarios, other than, you know, you do have your blue base. Your blue base, Deadwood, Tear, Reckless Doomsday. Those are tricky cards to block with, and you would hope that generally if you double draw them, they do want to pay into each other. You would hope. But yeah, so Howl has felt pretty good in just like, look at the play. I don't know if this is like the most played card or whatever it's mapping, but Howl is just, it's like go again on a stick, you know? You get to just, or like Scabs rolls on a stick. Anytime you would have rolled for Scabs, you can just play a Howl instead. And then on top of that, it helps your graveyard, and helps you build your deck in a way where you can just play into a heavy 2-cost curve, which I truly was enjoying that. Verse the max? Was there a max? Howl, also the card used most for blocking. Oh god, yeah. Howl sucks to like play from hand. You want to pay 2 resources for +3 from hand? Hell no. That sounds terrible. So yeah, you do have to block with it. But blocking with 2, once again, it's like a very mid-range game right now. Truly. Feels very mid-range. And so blocking with a Howl is like, you know, the game isn't so condensed within 6 turns that blocking with a 2-block is like such a value punt that you're like throwing away the game. That's just my first take at trying to optimize a list for like this meta, quote unquote. So I do think we have to give the Rhinar some mulligan here, because I don't really want to sit with a non-block blue in hand like this. So the turn will just be Claw into Claw, Arsenal the Boneyard. If that was like a normal blocking blue, I don't think I'd go for this play. Oh! Oh, we tied. Okay, beautiful. That's actually something I didn't consider. Giving Rhinar clashes. Whew! I don't know about that. Howl is amazing. Love it so much, and nothing beats playing it twice in one turn off of a Lucky Banish. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Howl is, like, borderline the most broken thing you can do in Levia anyway, you know? Card's just nuts. Card is just nuts. I do wish we didn't have to block down with both these cards to do the play that we're looking for, right? We're looking to do these three. But then that means we need the graveyard. Which I guess means we can keep this in hand, because we could just go, like, close the chain. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, we could close the chain. It would mean we're only at 1 blood debt, and then arsenaling the dread. Yeah, Dread has a higher ceiling than just blocking 3. We just have to worry about the graveyard at that point. So, in an effort of worrying about the graveyard, if we do this, then this kind of primes us for blocking with Apex a little bit earlier in this matchup, just to get graveyard fill off. Which is fine. There's not really hit effects we worry about versus Rhinar, right? I think this is fine. Also, our opponent was from Germany. I don't know if you saw that in the chat. They said, greetings from Germany. Greetings. Greetings. Greetings from New York. There we go. Hit him back with it. It went away when you refreshed. Oh. Yeah, the max matchup. So, this list does have smashing performance, which in theory means as soon as they hit mech, you can just blast it. But if the max just plays like hard aggro into you, that can still be a little concerning. Pulse Wave is still a card that punts your Blood Rush turns. So I think it's up to the max to not misplay the game, because if all they do is like dirtle mech, then you just win. But if they play the game aggro, it is pretty tough. It is pretty tough. Oh wait, oops, what the heck? What the heck? I needed to hit the close chain button. Here we go. Not like it's the worst matchup or anything. I think you're definitely favored into max, but it's not like the old fatigue build where you almost couldn't lose into max. That's not the game we're playing these days. You definitely can lose. Alright, we've got 2 fill coming from the Tear Limb from Limb. We have an attack in Arsenal. Things are looking good. Things are looking good. Alright. Happy enough with this. Yes, yes. Happy enough with this. Will you play your list for 12 hours, or can you play some games with the speed list? Oh, sure. Yeah, we can absolutely swap it up. No harm done swapping up the list. I just wanted to play some games with this, with people watching, to comment on either how good or bad they vibe with it. Because let me tell you, not many people are fans of Howl. The people who don't understand the struggle of Levia playing in the Oldhim meta, they do not appreciate how good Howl is. Howl was like the only reason Levia was even, you could even pretend Levia was playable back when Oldhim existed. It was the only reason. And I'm bringing it back, folks. We're bringing it back. But some people don't appreciate that. They don't know how good that card is. They don't know. Interesting, interesting. We do need 2 cards in graveyard at minimum. They've got Tunic up, so in terms of Fleshbag punting this turn, figure if they have another blue and a 2 cost, then we're trying to hit like one of those to make Scowling do anything. I think I'd rather Scowling when they force a Blood Rush without Tunic, if that's possible. If that's possible. Because as of now, it's just vanilla, right? So like, who really cares? It just is vanilla. Also, I want to make sure that we block with at least the Agile windup. If one of these gets intimed, we can block with the other one at least. But this card is just blocking 2 in this scenario. I don't think agility is worth more than the 2 block. Our turn is just the Endless Maw. It'd be pretty good if I could pay this into a Howl, just saying, but we don't have one yet. We don't have one. Oh, actually, hold up. We have the miracle... Agile, blue, hungering, Arsenal, Endless Maw. That is a possibility. So if that's what we want to go for, then we do want to block with hungering, or with scowling. Ah, yes. That way we fill the graveyard enough to make this play. Alright, we're not going to call this correct, but we're going to go for it. I do like these plays, and it can't be stopped by their own scowling. They are out of that effect. Tis gone. This makes me feel better about Agile Windup not being a 2-block in this situation. Alright, so Scowling did stop, in theory, a Claw Swing. Nice. We like to see it. Alright, get your mind blown, folks. This is the play. This one's nuts. It's a 4-card 12, but you bank in agility for next turn. Nutso. Absolutely nutso. Is it good for this meta? Are we 2-card 9 blocking against Kayo? 2-card 9 blocking against Kayo? What do you mean? 2-card 9 blocking 9 against Kayo? No, but you also have your 2-card 9s, is the whole point. Howl lets you have your own 2-card 9s and your own 3-card 12s. Like beyond just Endless Maw, right? So they 2-card 9 you. You can 2-card 9 them back. And the only thing that really, like... I mean, the main difference between the Kayo versus... the Kayo deck versus Levia in terms of damage is the fact that you have the demi-hero. Your damage is actually incredibly similar, and the little bump in numbers that he gets, you have equated with Carrion Husk. So your decks are, like, very similar, but then you have the flip. And if you flip, that value engine is just miles ahead of what Kayo's doing. So by you having more blocking power in your deck, absolutely that's a benefit against Kayo, because now you actually get to control the flip better than just saying, oh, I have Art of Wars and Slitherings. I miss the best thing my deck can do. Like, you don't want to do that, right? You don't want to do that. Send packing, you dog. Well, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, it just means block 3, return endless, don't do anything with the agility. A little sad. A little sad. I guess it could be block Howl, barraging Scabs, Arsenal the Boneyard. That's actually not bad since we know that we'll have the Howl in play. Alright, I do like that. I do like this a little better, I think. Alright, what is the difference if we go Boneyard Marauder into Claw as our 2-card 9 versus Endless Maw into Arsenal Boneyard Marauder? Not much difference, I don't think. Not much difference. Like, legitimately, what is the difference there? Boneyard into Claw, 9. Graveyard is cleared. Endless Maw, Boneyard and Arsenal. I guess the Boneyard and Arsenal is more flexible for drawing, like, Blood Rush type of hands, rather than putting the Endless Maw in Arsenal. But then Endless Maw favors us blocking down and having a smaller hand play. That's still, like, higher damage ceiling. Yeah, I think this is fine. Oh, wait. Okay, hold up. The difference is we could go Endless Maw into Chains. I forgot we have something we can do. All right. We're doing this instead. We're playing the Chains with our agility. Yes. Finally, popping off. Let me show you what it's all about with this card here. I ordered them in foil from our boy Hemel Patel in the chat. I did. It lined up into a Brute. I'm telling you. Does it stop their Blood Rush? Well, probably not on this hand because they're blocking down, but it could on the next turn. And it's Graveyard Fill. This is actually pretty big. It is Graveyard Fill. We used our agility token to manage the graveyard. Big. Big. Oh, and Howl is so good in these kind of situations with Tear Limb from Limb because we get to Howl and then pitch the blue here and we're guaranteed to have 2 floating. It's pretty good. It does mean we have to remember to let chains die. Oh, so maybe that's... is that what we do then? I don't think that's what we do then. Instead, we can pretty easily do this, and then just 2-card 9 them back with the Howl, Arsenal of the Hungering Slaughter Beast. We could also block here, Arsenal the Tear Limb from Limb. Well, in terms of where our graveyard is going to be, we kind of want to keep banishing pretty tightly to make sure the Howl is on loop. I don't think there's any reason to keep it all for the Tear Limb. Let's go ahead and block this. The other reason to do it this way is because we don't want to miss on Blood Debt. So we are going to Arsenal the Tear. Because this is going to the graveyard, and the Howl is going to the graveyard. So, with them having an agility token in play, let's not give them any other... Let's not just, like, punt away our own life into them about to have a pretty decent turn. Right. Right. Oh, we hit the Howl again. Beautiful. Beautiful. Once again, we're stopping a Blood Rush here, and they're on Tunic 3. So they gotta delay it. They would have to delay it. See, this is the other thing, all right? No one appreciates this enough, but look at how we just don't have to care about graveyard as much. Howl is just, oh, it's so much better than, like, hoping sometimes you're like, well, I need to draw an Art of War. I need to draw an Art of War. I have to fill the graveyard. When you have Howl sitting there, oh, it's just everything you could need and more. So, beautiful card. Doesn't Arsenal Tear Limb from Limb kind of break the don't Tear Limb from Limb without an attack in Arsenal rule? Absolutely. It absolutely does, except for when you flip into Consumed. When you flip into Consumed, your attacks are all of a sudden in the Banish Zone, right? So, if we consider that we could be going into a Consumed turn, then Tear Limb from Arsenal is actually quite fine. And in this kind of hand, it will also look pretty good. Maybe not great. Ooh, maybe it won't look great. They already had an agility. I don't know why they rolled scabs, but maybe they're going for... Well, no, they can't do anything with that scabs roll. That is interesting. That is interesting. All right, our hand does let us flip in a decent spot. We can throw 6 and flip, which is totally fine. We could smash back, throw claw and flip, which is also fine. No matter what, though, I don't think we're doing anything with the Howl there. We do want this one blocked with. There's a world where we could just throw the Tear, but the issue with that is if we discard, like, a random 6 off the top. Oh, no. Actually, there's no bad outcome for the Tear Limb for Limb play, right? Because if we discard the Beast Within, then sure, Bloodhead's off. We just don't worry about flipping this turn. If we discard the Wrecker Romp, then we can just play out the Beast Within. If we discard the random card off the top, then we can just play out the Beast Within as well from the Wrecker, right? Still, though, we don't need to take that kind of play. We don't need to be fair. Don't need to. It's kind of hype, though, but we don't need to. I just don't think we lose the game if we just throw 6. They just played a Reckless Swing and they pitched a Reckless Swing. So I actually wonder if we can go even greedier. I could block with Scabs, go to 14, play Smashback Ailhorn, and then throw 6. There's no way they have a third Reckless Swing, right? and that makes the best use out of these life thresholds. Let's do that. Let's do that. This play absolutely gets smacked by a third Reckless Swing, but legitimately Oh! Did we want to Howl into Beast Within, throw 9? No, because we actually don't want to throw that much, because we do want to eat whatever they throw back with the Husk here, to be fair. The plan is still not to take their whole hand. We are going to... I mean, you don't want to have 2 Reckless in one hand. Yeah. At least you won't have it for this one. Yeah, we don't want to throw too much damage, to be fair, because we do want our Husk to basically eat their attack this next turn, since we will go to 13. I need to for content. All right, so let's track. We're going to flip, and then the top card of the deck would be what Tear Limb from Limb had. We can then roll a die to see which would have gotten discarded. You know, we can do this basically on a paper napkin. Try to figure it out. Yes. All right, so the first thing banished was the Mark of the Beast. Wow, okay, that's actually pretty good. So our options on discard were Wreck-A-Romp, Beast Within, Mark of the Beast. So all hits, and then even if we discard Mark of the Beast, we could come in for 12 with the Beast Within. If we discarded the Beast Within, then we would have banished this Blood Rush, but we would have drawn then a Hungering Slaughter Beast, so we could fit Claw into attack. All right, it actually would have been pretty good. Would have been pretty good. What got intimidated? It was Mark of the Beast. We're just launching the Tear Limb from Limb, though, most likely. Although we don't have to, because we have the Agility token, so we can be more patient on that. Our turn can just be Mark the Beast into, like, Boneyard. Is pretty good. So let's do this. Our turn, we're going to use the Agility. That's going to be the plan. Also, you don't want to plan for Tear Limb from Limb necessarily, because if they play Send Packing, then you don't get the card back to hand, which is pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. So we're likely losing 1 point of block, but there's a world where they actually don't have another attack, so if that's the world we live in, then I'm fine missing 1 block. It's not like this will kill us. Swing big. Still won't kill us. And we know that their other Reckless Swing is like the complete bottom of the deck. We still don't want to go to 2, to be fair. Still don't want to go to 2. Oh, technically better to lead with the Boneyard, because then they don't know what our attack is. It could have been a swing big. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So we've got most likely a Tear Limb from Limb Writhing play upcoming to win the game. 12 Dominate does seem pretty good. Wouldn't hitting the Beast Within deny the flip? Yeah, so, but if we're playing into that kind of flip turn, then we block differently to begin with, right? Like, we probably block with armor somewhere else as well. We kind of went into that turn knowing we weren't going to play the Tear Limb from Limb, right? So there's no reason to worry about if it hit Beast Within. Like, it could have been blocked with Apex, and that way we don't worry about missing the flip with Beast Within. That said, though, I think if in that moment the turn, you know, throws 12 or, like, you know, Claw 12 or whatever, maybe it's fine to miss the flip. I wouldn't feel, like, super comfortable with that still. This matchup is so much more free if you just flip. If you just flip, like, Rhinar does not match your card value at all. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. All right, keeping himself above Reckless Swing. Good play, good play. Assault and Battery. So the thing is, though, we know we don't need to play around Reckless Swing because we know where it is. He played one and then pitched one, and Rhinars do not run 3. Most of the time they run 2. I wouldn't assume they run 3. I mean, crazier things have happened, to be fair. To be fair. I think we just win, though, off of Howl into Writhing, right? So we don't need to... yeah, like, we should just win off of Howl Writhing. So we don't need to be too dumb about it, just in case there is a third one, right? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. We should just win here. There's a world, obviously, where we miss on the banish. We're putting in a lot of misses. But that's fine, because we would still take... Alright, we didn't. We would still take at least 3 cards, and then be able to just, like, replay a turn, because we don't care about turning off Blood Debt anymore. Alright, that should be game. That should be game. GG's. Alright, we're finally... We're getting into the groove of it. Not gonna lie. We're getting back. We're getting back. Took me a long while. Took me a long while, but we're getting there. Just had to warm up for 5 hours. Don't mind me. 5-hour warm up required. Thank you, thank you. This is on stream 2. Alright. This plugin is broken, but let's check here. Yo, no way. We actually have 183 viewers. So one of the things that unfortunately is busted in the OBS setup is there's normally like a counter for... There's a counter like over here. There's normally a counter of viewers, but a lot of things are broken. It could be the hair in my eyes. It could be my lack of like playing the darn game in person for so long. Viewers from all over the world also is just amazing. Yeah, it just means so much to have. All right, and just like that, I peaced out. Hello from Belgium specifically, says Renzo. Reminder, we've got giveaways throughout the day. So how about we do another one? Now that we've got a bunch of people hanging out, we're on a bit of a win streak. We're feeling good, right? Let's do another giveaway. You know, this is a celebration of a lot of things. Number 1, Flesh and Blood is just going so well for me. I am... Oh. Behind the scenes, it is a great life right now. Behind the scenes, LSS is just such a fantastic company, and the people in it just, they really do appreciate the work that I put in. I mean, I think that the whole celebrational thing was part of it for one, right? But after getting to like talk with some of the people and just have such great conversation and, you know, shake their hands in person, I really feel like I'm on the right path, you know? I really do. So, Flesh and Blood is just, it's a good time. It's a good time overall to play, to stream, to hang out, you know, do these games with y'all. So let's do another giveaway. All right. Let me, here, we'll boot back up the mobile cam and we'll take it into the cupboard again. All right. So let's see. We can dip into the playmats. We've got some playmats up here that might be spicy. What is this one? I think this is from the new content creator thing. What is this one? No, that's the Show No Mercy. Oh! No! Things are falling. Oh, too many gifts. Too much swag. No! No! Okay, we're going to put that there. We're going to take this roll out, I think. No! No! Don't fall! Jesus Christ. If it touches the ground, it's going to get covered in cat hair. We absolutely don't want that. Alright, that looks safe enough. Let's see. What do we have in front of us? What do we have in front of us for giveaways? Alright, this is... Ooh, this one's pretty good. An Olympia playmat. I'm totally fine to give this one away. And then there's the Boast playmat. That one I think is worth a little bit too much, and, you know, I do need to fund some travel expenses, so that one will probably just sell. But we're good to give away the Olympia playmat, why not? Olympia playmat. Olympia playmat. Alright, so to enter for the Olympia playmat, let's do a keyword giveaway. The keyword is... Hold up. I do want to, like, reset this because I'm worried that it's not pulling from the right thing. Okay, keyword, Olympia. All right, someone type Olympia real quick, and we'll see if it works. Actually, just everyone type Olympia, right? Because that's how you enter. Type Olympia. All right, it is working. I can see it. Josh is in. Mocha's in. Everyone typing Olympia legitimately is in. All right. Beautiful. Spam that chat. Spam that chat. Olympia. Not case sensitive. Do whatever you want. But yeah, shout out. You know, that playmat is actually from LSS. That has been freshly touched by Ian Kenderling's hands. He's the one who actually does a lot of the logistics and shipping and all that. Packaged it up. Sent it out as part of the content creator kit. And does it count for duplicate Olympia submissions? It does not. It does not. So, I mean, spam it for metrics, right? Spam it just for the heck of it, but it will not increase your chances. Also to note, channel members are 2 times more likely to win the giveaway. And reminder, channel memberships not only are the coolest thing you could ever possibly do to support yours truly, they also mean I will read a page from the lore book to you. And who doesn't want to hear my sweet, often fumbly, sultry tones reading out this elusive lore book to you? I think we're actually backed up on that as well. I owe, like, you know, at least another page to people, so we can do that after this as well. There we go. Olympia. We have 66 eligible users. Funny enough, this is the 66th live stream since I rebranded the live streams. If you count some of the earlier ones, we're like easily over 100. But when I started doing the new thumbnails for them, this is the 66th of those. So, lucky number. However, we're going to wait. Let's fire it off at 70. We're at 67. We're going to say losers. Well, to be fair, 65 of you are going to be losers. Only one of you will be the winner. To be fair. So yes, you know, that was intentional. It wasn't the fact that I'm hyped up on caffeine, for sure. Oh, Dumb Baby. That is a fantastic name. I've only met dumb babies, believe it or not. I've never met a smart baby. So we will get at least a page and a half in for you then. At least a page and a half. All right, we're at 67. Who has not entered into the giveaway? Type Olympia. Let's get to 70. Let's get, or 69. 69 is more funny. Let's get to 69. 2 more people, please. 2 more people. And we will raffle off the Olympia playmat. Oh, and just like that, I called them out. Now we're up to 75. What? You guys were just lying in wait. All right, and with that, channel members, 2 times more likely. Let's see it. Winner is D. The elusive D. Who is this? D. Oh, snap, says D. All right, D, congratulations. For you to receive this, I will, unfortunately, I'll tell you straight up, I'm not going to pay for shipping on these suckers. Shipping playmats is like $20. But if you know someone who's going to the Pro Tour, or you are going to the Pro Tour, we can just do a handoff right then and there. So please shoot me a message on Facebook, Twitter. I don't think you can like DM on YouTube. Discord is one though. Please shoot me a message, and we can coordinate that. I will, you know, absolutely sit on it, keep it safe, and there you go. You will have this in time for the Pro Tour, where I'm sure Olympia will be just all over the metagame by then. Surely, right? Surely. Either way, though, it is a very cool playmat. It is a cool playmat. You can see it in the overhead over here. Speaking of the overhead, let's do some light reading, shall we? Oh, I should just hire Sam O'Byrne, right? Just hire him to just kind of live at my house. We could run D&D campaigns. He could do all the voice acting I need. It'd be great. All right, we are on... I think this is the wrong page. I'm pretty sure we were here. Solana, Kingdom of Illumination. All right, let's get this... I should probably just do this with the mobile cam. This overhead is not perfect. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. Solana, Kingdom of Illumination. Legends speak of blessed pilgrims from a distant land, drawn to Wraith by the will of Sol. Upon sacred ground, they built Solana, a shining kingdom that would stand eternal against the Shadow. Yo, shout out to Shadow, let's go! The city has stood tall for thousands of years, thriving under the guidance of devout scholars and wizards of light. Knights and Templars patrol its walls, defending it from those who would trespass against its divine purpose. One day, the light of Sol will radiate throughout the land and bring its blessings to all of humanity. Yo, when that day comes, I quit Fab. Mark my words. That better not happen. I'm Team Urser, I'm Team Blasmafet, I'm Team... Oh god, what's Vynnset's? Yo, there's no way I don't know what hers is called. Blasmafet, Urser... Nazareth, there we go. I'm with those guys. To be a Solanian, the people of Solana honor Sol in every aspect of their lives. From the young to the old, scholars to farmers, from those who live within its walls to those who live beyond, all rejoice under the infinite wisdom and glory of Sol. Solanians take great pride in upholding Sol's will, believing that they are Sol's divine emissaries. Each Solanian must act with courage and honor, as they are living embodiments of Sol. Okay, hold up. Isn't Victor? Victor is from Solana. So that's just straight proof that they are like pompous assholes. Straight up. He's the living embodiment of Sol? Well, there you go. Who wants to vote for that guy? Carrying the glory of Sol within their hearts, they seek to spread the teachings of the light to the rest of humanity, and welcome any who seek out the blessing of Sol. All who fully embrace Sol's light are welcomed by the people of Solana as one of their own. Those still on the path to illumination are instead given a place among Solana's outer villages. These sentiments, as well as any community that would embrace Sol's divine light, are granted protection by the power of Solana. Whoa! Alright. This page is pretty hype. Oh, let's see if I can show you. The art in here is like nuts. You see this? Look at that. That's just straight up Solana. Like, no questions asked. This is just Solana. You've got the entire Solarium, Amphitheater, Sylvaris, like all this stuff. That's so cool. But that's enough for now. That's enough for now. You know what that reminds me of? Like, seeing all those images. There were those books called, like, The Secret Life of, like, Fairies, or whatever that was called. I'm looking it up. Inside the Secret Life of Fairies. Was that it? Encyclopedia of... Oh, yeah. Encyclopedia of Magic. Who else grew up with these books? Hold up. I gotta pull up a good image. Alright, actually, I don't know if this is the book I'm thinking of, but there were these books that me and my cousins would read where, like... Man, I don't think this is it. But they were full of, like, little letters and things you could, like, pull out, like, hidden pages and, you know, things where you had to hold stuff up to the light to, like, see the full image and all that. And they were so cool. It really felt like you were discovering things no one else had, like, within the book. And then they were all about, you know, like, dragons and fairies. And when I was little, me and my cousins absolutely loved these books. Okay, it was not called Encyclopedia of. I really thought it was like Secret Search Mythology of Dragons children's book. But there were a bunch of them. There was like a pirates one, a fairies one. Oh. No, that's not it. All right, whatever. There were some cool books out there back in the day. There were. And the lore book reminds me of that. Your age is showing? I'm young, bro. What do you mean? I'm, just yesterday, someone thought I was still in college. Mind you. That felt good. I'm starting to feel like it's a compliment when people think I'm younger than I am. Whew. I was just looking at it. It looked a little familiar. Anyway, someone knows what I'm talking about. And to that person, I salute you. You were a child of good taste. You remember those books? Super cool. Remember stacks of them selling at Costco. Oh, absolutely. I'm sure they're still at Costco. Because, well, at least back in Louisiana where I'm from, no parent would ever buy their child a book of such things. If it wasn't Bible thumping, they would not touch it. You think you know what you're talking about, but you need to see the dragon one to know for sure. Yeah, okay. Let's spend a little time on this one. I don't mind. We've got 12 hours. children's book about hidden dragons. I mean, it was seriously something like this. Mythical, no. Fields Guide. How is it not just like all over the internet? It wasn't that fringe, you know? It really wasn't. I feel like it looked something like this. And they all were similar, like Encyclopedia of, and then they were really thick on the side. But there's no picture of like the inside, which is strange, because the inside is what it was all about. Dragonology? Oh my god, oh my god. I think that's it. Dragonology. Yes! Oh, thank you. Yo, promotion. You're now a moderator. How do I mod you? I don't even know what... That's probably a punishment, because now you have extra responsibilities. Add as a moderator. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. Well done. Well done. Yes, look at this. I think this is absolutely it, right? Maybe I jumped the gun too early, but this is what I'm talking about. It was like there were little foldouts inside the book. And you can yeah, you can just like ooh, I think this is it. Wait, no, that wasn't it. All right, now I'm doubting. But this looks very familiar. Very familiar. The inside of it was just like all a bunch of hidden things like this. Like legitimately. Where like you could, you know, it wasn't just printed on the page. You could like pull this out and then it had like a piece of foil in it or something and you'd have to hold it up. God, those books were so cool. And there were a bunch of them. Like Piratology. Okay, here's how we'll figure it out. If Piratology is a book. Ah, yes! Okay, it was that series. It was that series. Here, okay, confirmed. Confirmed. Moderation badge deserved. Because, yeah, there were all these. I had all of them. There was like Fairyology, Piratology, Wizardology, Dragonology. Oh, yes. Okay, this kind of thing. God, they were incredible. So that's what Flesh and Blood needs to do. They need to release not only a new lore book, but they've got to make it interactive with little, you know, like paper puppets or whatever's really going to sell it. That would be so sick. It could just be called Wraithology, because that definitely has a ring to it, right? Definitely. Okay, where were we? All right, so supposedly there is a Need for Speed Levia deck. Is that where we're at? I'll check the Discord and see if we can find the list. CC deck list. It is called Le Speed, is it not? I will try to find it. Agile Levia from Pentragarth. He's normally pretty good at deck building. Testy Westy. Oh, there's the Hexagore dude. Oh, I think this is... Is this what we were talking about? There is a Hexagore list that I actually liked quite a bit. Alright, let's pull this up on screen. And we'll see what people think. Okay. There was this Hexagore list that someone I met at Hartford, they went either like 4-0 or 3-1 or something. I forget the full story, but he apparently was blown away that the Hexagore list was completely functional. And he showed it to me in person. By the way, this does not look like the list, by the way. Not good. It is Hexagore, but I really feel like I was looking at Lead for Speeds and stuff when he showed it to me. So perhaps he changed the link. But, yeah. It was apparently a pretty functioning deck, and when he showed it to me, I'm like, there's no way you can fit all these cards in the deck. And he goes, you know my secret? I don't run Blood Rush or Beast Within. And it was like, mind blown. How do you not run those cards in Levia, even Hexagore? But by cutting them, the deck just had so much space for like more agility generation, which at the end of the day, he was valuing more than the spikiness of Blood Rot. Just the ability to like run, take it on the chin, and not hate that card in Hexagore, right? Like that should be pretty cool. So I really don't think this is the list. I promise you it had Lead for Speed in it at some point. Basement Brews, you were thinking about cutting Beast Within but not Blood Rush. Everyone thinks about cutting Beast Within. Let me just cut that conversation short. Do not cut Beast Within. My God, people. Beast Within is so good. The ceiling of that card next to Blood Rush, the fact that it's not a huge cost for you to add to the deck, because it's not like Skullcrack, where that card is like nigh unplayable outside of even its discard effect not being that great. Beast Within checks every box, my God. It's a yellow, which pays for most of your deck. Its synergy in turning off Blood Debt next to Blood Rush is insane. Like, the small hands you can play with Blood Rush and Beast Within to just cheat yourself back into a game, or just launch yourself miles ahead by like getting a new arsenal out of it. Oh my lord. And then it also has use cases of like discarding it to Codex, which does happen. Discarding it to Pummel does happen. I'm telling you, that card is... Oh my God, I would never cut Beast Within. If you're telling me that you're cutting it for like some Blood Debt synergy piece, maybe I could field that conversation. Like, okay, you think you can't turn off Blood Debt enough, so you're trying to go that angle with that slot. I will field that conversation. If you're trying to add like Send Packing instead of the Beast Within slot, hell no. Hell no. You're cutting a huge ceiling for the deck that actually does have synergy with Blood Debt for a card that is really got nothing to do with the core game plan of Levia. It is a cute card. It sometimes does good things, but it is not core to what makes Levia good. That would be my take on it. My take. Cutting it for Shadow of Blasmafet. You think about cutting it for Shadow of Blasmafet. Cutting Beast Within for Shadow of Blasmafet. Well, see, that's not a terrible idea because you are adding a synergy piece. But I just don't think you need to run Shadow Blasphete. Not gonna lie, I think you just run Howls. Dude, I'm on triple Howls and it feels amazing. I've never been happier with just drawing a card that's only purpose in life is to block. And not even block well. Doesn't matter. The amount of points you will gain from that card the turn after, the turn after, the turn after. Oh my God. It's incredible. Incredible. Yeah, I think if there was ever a meta where you could get away with triple Howl, not because it's like the game plan of your deck, but just because it's so value oriented, it would be this meta. Back in Oldhim days, I was running Shadow Blasphete because you needed to find Howls or you just could not actually touch that deck. We're not really in that world. Howl is just really good. And with the games being more grindy, more mid-rangey, Howl is just insanely good. Right? That's it. And so, truly, I was trying, I mean, even the YouTube list, I was trying Shadow Blasphete, trying Howl, trying Deep Rooted Evil, because those cards still make sense with agility tokens, for one. They still make sense into some of the decks in the metagame. But I don't think the Shadow Blasphete / Deep Rooted Evil angle is where you need to actually end up at all. The best card out of that trio, and the easiest one to just slot into a deck without like needing a whole engine, is the one that blocks, right? Howl. That's it. That's it. The other steps that I, started to figure out I don't even know if I figured them out. My thought process of, adding Howls is definitely adding like non-optimal cards to the deck to end up blocking with, but because of their payoff, what can we do to like make that entire game plan more solid? Okay, no Slitherings, no Art of Wars, rip. Those cards are good, but they don't fit into this like grindy game where we just come out of ahead because of Howl alone. So, not saying it's like completely right or wrong, like my ideas around the deck. I mean, truly, I'm not the one. Look, let me be frank about this one. I'm not the one playing Levia. Oh my God, my hair. I'm not the one playing Levia at any events this season. It is you all. All right? So if anything, use my hot takes, my gameplay to steer yourselves in better directions. There will be no deck list that I win an RTN with. There will be no deck list I take to the Pro Tour. It is up to you all. By God, make me proud, You can do it. I believe in you. I do. So I'm just here to be a sounding board. You don't have to like what I say. For sure. But, I got at least a couple nuggets. A couple nuggets in the midst. Somewhere. If we need to use your guidance, you need to stream more. All right, Mads. Deal. My next there are some things that I need to work on in the background, but my next big event truly isn't for what, like 2 weeks, something like that. So there is no reason for me not to stream. The only thing holding myself back from streaming is my own greedy needs centered around how entertaining I find other people's streams. Legitimately, I will watch everyone's stream content for Flesh and Blood. I love it. I will watch Aggro Blaze, On Hit Effect, the Card Guys, TCG Talk, right? Anyone, Scowling Fleshbag, shout out on Twitch, right? I love streamed content from Flesh and Blood, and so the one thing I miss out on when I stream is I don't get to like check in and like, feel their vibes. And I enjoy their vibes, I really do. So I would like to say, yeah, sure, like no problem. There's no reason I shouldn't stream, but I am a little greedy at the end of the day. I do value my own enjoyment of other people's content that I just wouldn't get to spend my time on if I'm streaming all day. That's like the one hiccup. But I do hear you. There's no reason I shouldn't stream, especially if you guys legitimately like it. I like it. I do think it's fun. If you were able to hit an RTN this season, you definitely would give serious consideration to Levia. Absolutely. What's your backup if not Levia? I feel like I recognize your name as like a very prominent player. Mads Peterson. Kayo. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Kayo. Great call as well. There were some really good games of Kayo played at the AGE this past weekend. Kayo didn't actually make like an insanely good showing or anything, but the representation was high because everyone was really hype on it. Then we actually got to see Kayos get beat up left and right on stream all day. So this is like a really important event to try to, fill in the picture around, sure, Kayo looks strong initially, right? Yuki brought it out and it looked busto. She went undefeated. But then it's kind of like that Dash.io effect where once people have seen the deck, understand it just a little bit more, then they actually like can sit down, understand the matchup, and not lose points all over the place. You wouldn't call yourself prominent, but you do have a rather long Twitter thread ongoing from Icelander to Levia. Is that what it is? Interesting. I definitely recognize the name, if not just from chat. Daniel, who was featured playing Max in an amazing game from Battlehardened Hartford on stream last week, or rather, not stream, but on YouTube. The Max player himself does confirm that he will be spamming Max at all the RTNs you go to. That is pretty sick, because Max is one of those decks that is, the power level is insanely high, but the respect in the community around what Max can do is just like pretty low. They're like, yeah, he does the mech thing. Like, okay. Yeah, he can like sometimes kill you with high octane mech stuff. Okay. Does he get there? The reality is, yes, absolutely. The deck gets there. It does. It does get there. Do you get fatigued out sometimes by like some hard tech brutes? Sure. Can you like run into some low variants? Sure. But the deck is, the deck's one of those where you can just like matchup check people and they can just kind of lose. Like I think one of the things people were saying in the comments about your game on stream when you're playing the Dromai was that the Dromai didn't run sigils. Maybe they boarded them out in that matchup, not sure. Because initially, the idea of like, oh, it's not a blocking card, maybe feels bad into mech, not sure. But into Max specifically, missing out on sigils for the entire like early game, where you can just like find them, gain life, then hurts the end game that the Max player can throw at you when they just say, this is a 30 damage turn. If you don't survive, like the game's over, right? So yeah, hopefully you get like points like that out of most games and can do well with Max. Would be the ideal. Josh coming in again, reminding me that he's keeping track of the Blood Debt deaths. How many deaths today, Josh? How many deaths today to Blood Debt, huh? Just saying. Okay, we're gonna try a Hexagore list with no sideboard data at all. Okay, this is interesting. We are playing into a Bravo. In the old ways of wanting to play Hexagore at all, it'd probably be because matchups like Bravo are better for you than just running on Blood Rush Claws. Like the value grind is kind of oppressive. However, I do think you can just output so much consistent damage out of Blood Rush that it is still just objectively better than like needing a Hexagore plan into Bravo. But hey, we'll give it a go. This is a 60 that I don't think you really need to touch for this matchup. The question now would be Gamblers or Apex. I think we're rolling Scabs a lot, not gonna lie. This is a Hexagore deck, so let's just try it with Gamblers to get things started. And sure enough, we are happy we submitted the Gamblers, because this is probably a slower Bravo by the looks of it. By the looks of it. Alright, so we can get some graveyard fill going. And even an agility token for next turn. Interesting. We're just going to kind of blindly play this one for a while. Not going to lie. You give Yuki more credit than Kayo. That is a great point, Alec. Great point. If you watch her games back, they are just some of the tightest flesh and blood you'll ever see. Especially her game against Kano in the finals. I think she probably did it on like 3 different turns where legitimately she just passes to kind of force Kano's hand and then will respond. Really, I mean, most people know that they can play that way into Kano, but who actually does it? Right? Who actually does it? And holy moly, like she executes on that kind of stuff like you wouldn't believe. She's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Where can we watch the Max game? So my coverage channel is Savage Feats. I kind of split, you know, I was doing a lot of streaming of events on the Milestone channel, right? Like, you know, the Calling Indie was on this channel, some Battle Hardens, but we split it up and made it legitimize like production company with my friend Nathan Dolman from Savage Lands News, another very accomplished brute player. He's my business partner behind the scenes. He was an investor to like really kind of get Savage Feats up and rolling, and now the production it's quite good. I mean, there's still a lot I need to learn, but if you compare like where I was with Savage Feats versus where I am, or rather where I was pre-Savage Feats versus where I am now, it's pretty notable. It's pretty notable. Okay, what is this one? -2. So we actually can kind of do the thing. We could block, if we assume that's pummel, which like it probably is pummel, right? So what do we care about giving armor? Then sure, we're going to discard the agile. Our turn is just endless maw, whatever, 2 card. 7, not great. If it's not a pummel, then we can discard the agile windup. Oh no, that doesn't do anything. Discarding the agile windup does not actually let us swing the Hexagore. So what does let us swing the Hexagore, ooh, if it is a pummel is... Wait, sorry. If it's not a pummel, then blocking the Endless Maw lets us actually do the thing where we Boneyard in a Hexagore. If it is a pummel, that's terrifying. So I actually think we just say no blocks because we can still use this entire hand. You know, we'll get the 3rd discard, or we'll get the 3rd graveyard from the agile windup anyway. Alright, so let's do this. Rate-wise, this is going to look a little tough. It definitely is going to look a little tough. We're even taking self-inflicted 2. Nathan making OP team. I love Nathan. He's a really good friend. When the time we got to spend together in New Zealand was incredible. It was just, yeah, he's a really good dude. Really good dude. Happy to have him on my side. Yeah. I mean, if anything, like, what Nathan really does for me is he's just someone to talk to, and, like, someone who's really invested in the little things, right? Because he cares about the output of Savage Feats, like, just as much as I do, right? Like, there's no reason to not care about your product, right? And so when I get worked up over something little, it's, like, very hard to talk to someone about that. But Nathan understands completely and is, like, right on board with me. When it comes to the actual, like, production side, he's only traveled out for 2 of them so far, but he's learning and getting better on that front. Oh my god. Okay, well, it could still be a pummel, but it's not. It's not, right? It's not. It's not a pummel, right? If it is, this is quite the horrible turn. Like, legitimately just the most massive fumble possible. But it's not a pummel, right? It's not. It's not. Oh, it was. It was. Okay. I accept this. I accept this. I could have played around it. I could have. I chose not to. Chose not to. All right. It could be a pummel again. It could be a pummel again. Well, I guess we can make it not a pummel. We can make it not a pummel with flesh bag. I'm okay with this. I say to you, it shall not be a pummel, good sir. It cannot be a pummel. Oh! Does this do anything? It does not. Civic Steps doesn't do nothing. We can go for our 3-card 18, though. We could do it. Oh, no, sorry. 4 cards. 4 cards. Is that even that good at that point? It's fine. It's fine. Let's get that Dread Screamer in the Banish Zone. Right? Heck yeah. 9 blood debt? Surely we won't fatigue ourselves when we flip Consumed. Surely. Surely. Oh god, this... Dude, playing the Hexagore lists are just... It's so terrifying. It's so terrifying. You don't just get to, like, draw spike damage. So every turn just feels like you're gonna win or lose just based on the quality of the hand. I'm not sure I like that. You know? Well, we can block with the scab skins, so we don't have to worry about the flip yet. That seems passable. That seems passable. Go again. I mean, this is, in theory, a swing big into the Hexagore with Arsenal. We got everything we wanted, so that's nice. That's quite nice. You're counting getting fatigued too? Josh, that's not allowed. It's a whole different axis of the game, yo. Whole different axis of the game. I don't think this is the right Hexagore list, to be fair, because we were looking for one called Les Speed, which this one was just called Hexagore. So if someone knows... Oh... Okay, no one sent me the list yet. I'll look for it at some point. Really enjoyed your coverage from Hartford and the fact that you managed to get the CC rounds as well. It's so immensely valuable to have dedicated enthusiasts in our hobby. Yo, I appreciate that, Terrence. Yeah, there's so there's some cool things I figured out after Hartford that I wish I knew. You know, it's a constant, it's just like a constant learning process, right? Oh my, bro, you got to stop with these pummels, yo. Stop with these pummels. This is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. Either way, though, we're going to block like this. A pummel just means a discard, and it means we missed the flip. But we can still roll scabbies after the pummel, because we could go hungering into Hexagore. That sounds pretty good. Here we go. Alright. Give me what I want, scab skins. Oh. Disgusting. Disgusting. Wow, a 6 we actually could have used if we had a blue there. Playing the Ghostly off this. I mean, no guarantee that we'll actually hit it, but yeah, so there's some things I learned, though, after Hartford. I was really trying to set up the Battle Hardened in a way where we could just swap to the stream whenever we wanted. But the issue with that was, number one, logistics. You know, there's only one coverage person, so I kind of just had to let the Battle Hardened be run by the judges, because I could not coordinate the Battle Hardened and the calling. Like, you know, my job is the calling. The Battle Hardened is just for fun. So you know, had to make a call there of like splitting my attention. But then, oh god, this hand's terrible. What? What are we supposed to do here? This hand's terrible. Yo, who built this deck? Who built this deck? Well, we just like have to take it and then Dread Screamer. That is awful. We're about to 3-card 4. We die to Blood Debt if we do that play, Eric, unfortunately. If we chin, right, and then go Slither, swing big, we die to the Blood Debt. We could go to 1. You know what? Okay, is there a world actually where we block with Scabs, take it on the chin, then go slithering into swing big? No, we're at 11. Taking 1 is still death. Taking 1 is still death. Believe in yourself. Okay, the problem though, Eric, is that legitimately there's no randomness to that play. That play just straight dies to Blood Debt. Like there's nothing to be done about that play. You just die to Blood Debt. There's no believing to be had. Oh my god. All right, now I believe though. We have pivoted. We've pivoted. Blood Debt is off. We're about to put some evasive block in arsenal. We maybe still die to some kind of dominated BS effect. Yes. But most likely, we don't. And then I can go Hexagore into flip to consumed. Or redeemed. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. The problem with that, though, is Hexagore becomes unplayable when you flip to redeemed. So, then you start to ask the question, why are we playing Hexagore? Because where is the synergy? Where is the synergy? I can't find it. I can't find it. But I believe. Oh, not another pummel, you fiend. You can't just have triple pummel, triple red pummel like this by turn 8. You gotta chill, brother. You gots to chill. Oh, actually it doesn't matter because we have taken on the chin. Alright, never mind. Outplayed. Outplayed. We kind of got him. Well then, do we even care about taking the damage? I kind of want to go all the way down then, if that's the case. Right? Block here, that's 5. This lets the turn do some other interesting things. I mean, how interesting? I guess it just lets me play out Dread Screamer at a pretty bad rate. Alright, I believe. I mean, we know we're not dead. It can't be like double pummel or whatever, so. And this will make us an agility. So we can go Hexagore into Dread, into roll Scabs, Ghostly Flip. That's pretty possible. That's pretty possible. Although I don't think we flip if they don't pummel me. Like, we want to take damage before the flip. So if they just don't pummel, then it's fine. We don't need to roll Scabs. We can just go Hexagore, Dread, Ghostly. That seems pretty good. The comebacks, by chance? The comebacks? Take it on the chin? Blackout Party's in the chat. Congrats on 6K subs. Meant to say hi at Hartford. Yo, I didn't even know you were at Hartford. What the hell, Mike? Yo, I normally spot you from a mile away. Your freaking steely blue eyes. But no, I didn't even see you at Hartford. Crazy. To be fair, I was in the back corner. You know, like the entire time. I was very hidden away. No! Wait, I didn't even check the graveyard. Yo, what the... What is this? No! No, Josh, don't look. Josh, don't look. Don't look. We're taking it off cam. We're taking it off cam. No! No! God almighty. Yo, what? Not like this. Not like this. Hexagore, you gotta do me better. You gotta do me better. Oh, Hexagore, no, 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 no. Hexagore, no. Hexagore, no. Treat me nice. I know you're a flail with literal, like, skulls at the end. But you gotta treat me nicer than that. Eric says I stopped believing. You're right. I gotta go back to the Dragonology books. I gotta brush up on, like, where wyverns live. Just rejuvenate my creative energies. My beliefs in the things unknown. You're damn right. You're damn right, Eric. Oh, I created the lobby as private? Why? What happened here? Oh, I've got to log in. Okay, I've got to log in. Log in. Remember me. Yes. Well, let's do this one. Okay, surely of these games available for us, Hexagore can't beat Phi. I have no idea what it does into Kassai. We can figure this one out. I'm here for it. Hexagore into Kassai. Surely this is an Apex Hooves angle. Actually, maybe that's not true. How often do we get to just roll against Kassai? Yo, actually, I think we have to roll against Kassai because the entire idea is they are favored in a long game. So we want to just not play a long game. And just roll like a madman. I'm into it. Let's go. Let's go. Josh. You shush, Josh. You shush. That one wasn't on me, alright? That one goes out to all the people who don't believe in fairies right there. Shout out to Peter Pan, movie of my childhood. You gotta have chains. Oh, that's true. There are chains in this deck. I'm good without chains. Who needs them? Yeah, I guess if we're rolling like a madman, chains would make more sense. Oh. Okay. This fills graveyard? Is that worth... What? Is this really what we're getting up to here? Oh, heck yeah. I'm in. I mean, funny enough, like, we're not gonna have Blood Debt after this, so who cares, right? So who cares? We'll come in for 11. Why not? Wouldn't Hexagore be good with Tunic? I know losing Husk sucks. See, that was my initial ideas around Hexagore as well, is because Hexagore takes a while to get online, surely that kind of natural, slower start to the game would favor Tunic just anyway, right? Like, use Tunic as your Hexagore is online turn, right? Like, get to turn 3, have Tunic up, go Screamer, Tunic, Hexagore, and just, like, kick your engine into gear. That was what I was toying with back in the day. Very casually, mind you. I've never believed in Hexagore as a better deck than... Oh, shoot, you know what? We should have rolled Scabs because this counts Hexagore damage. So we only would have taken 4, and then if we did, we'd make an agility for next turn. Alright, let's see if my opponent will let me... No, we're past it. But that is an interesting interaction, mind you. Take it on the chin prevents even Hexagore's damage to yourself. So it will trigger your own agility. Oh, I'm missing the lines. My god. My god. Alright, we've got flexible lines here. If we hit on Scabs, then rolling it into Writhing Ghostly should feel pretty good, you'd think. If we don't, then we have Swing Big, Arsenal, Writhing. So we're really only trying to block with Wrecker Romp in this hand. If we're only blocking with Wrecker Romp, it probably doesn't matter where we block. There's a world where, like, the next attack is a Nourishing or something, though, so I guess we'll hold it for the second attack. It really won't matter either way. Yeah, this is just gonna be what it is. This card is blocking 2. It's really great stuff. It's really great stuff. Alright, Scabs. Treat me right. Treat me right. Oh! Let's go! 2 card 10! Your issue with that is just play Bravo. That's a great point. Great point. Yeah, if you want to play a Tunic Abuse deck, believe it or not, I actually do think Azalea is the most busted Tunic Abuser. That deck, like, there's no draw that's really required to make Tunic nuts. It's just printed on the board, right? Like Death Dealer costing 1 means when you are on Tunic 3, you just get to draw a card. It's crazy. Crazy. And then after that tier, sure, I guess of like the performing decks, Bravo is the next best. And then who even uses Tunic beyond that? Like, even like Warriors have moved off of Tunic. Huh. Codex of Frailty Tunic is also busted? Oh yeah, dude, it's nuts. They get all the goodies. So many freaking goodies. And the rest of us have to struggle in the slop and filth. Okay, so now we've got another Scabs play. Bear with me, bear with me. We could only block with Hungering, play Dread, hit Scabs, Hexagore, swing big. Option. Or we play Conservative, block with 2 cards, just go Dread into Ghostly Visit, another 2-card 10. The problem with that is we're not guaranteed because it'd be block 2 cards, and then we're at 4. So you just kind of have to believe on that one, and we did learn from Eric in the chat, believing is really the best you can do when it comes to being a Levia player. Wish I knew that earlier, honestly. Surely, since we took Gambler's Gloves, we should just go for the Scabs lines, like, every turn. That's kind of the point of the deck. That is kind of the point of Hexagore. Although the block is pretty clean on preventing the copper generation here. Well, I mean, not really clean. This can easily be a pump. They did play 1 in the swing. That doesn't really tell us about like any of the other 1 costs that they might have. So we could get a little baited if we're blocking here and then Scab Skins, right? Get a little baited. The Go Again is interesting as well. Like, what could that ever be used for? I guess it's just to split the damage. The Go Again didn't matter, and it's about like making the breakpoints different. I'm gonna get a little baited. Denying copper is a big enough deal that if we're favored in this exchange, that's pretty huge. If they pump it, sure, so be it. We also need to get a little lucky on the flip side that we do even hit Ghostly Visit on the banish, but we believe. We believe. Much like Taylor Swift believed in her boyfriend last night in the Super Bowl, for context. They did win. That's all it takes. This is our own Super Bowl in front of us. Our own Super Bowl. Hit the Ghostly. Yo, there it is. That's all we needed. Just that little bit of luck. Belief, not luck. Belief. 2-card 10s. Now we're cooking with big numbers. I mean, this is like... The damage isn't really telling the full story here. I feel like we should have dealt more, because we've had pretty good rate turns. Just saying. And Hexagore is almost online. Ooh, we're getting there. I guess Kassai is the kind of deck that makes your above rate plays not look as great, because Valiant Dynamo on their own end is doing something super similar. All right, we seem to be in another Scabskins pickle here. This hand just like doesn't do anything if Scabs doesn't hit. On top of that, we are facing down a Nourishing, so we couldn't even block down to make the hand make more sense. We could give the... Okay, so in the high roll scenario, if we actually hit a 6 on Scabs, then we want to keep the Boneyard over Writhing, because we could go Boneyard, Slithering, Ghostly. That's true. That is a play. That is a play. We could also just let the Nourishing happen, who cares, but I feel like since our turn isn't going to present much if Scabs doesn't hit, then I don't want to just give him the free card, because then they'll just really blow us out of the water, turn cycle wise. They'll be launched ahead and we'll just throw 6 damage. Why not Husk here? Well, because our hand doesn't use the full amount of cards, right? So if we're blocking with Husk, then, you know, we're still needing to hit Scabs to make this hand play. But then we're also card inefficient. And then Husk can work on the next Nourishing. There will be more Nourishings. There absolutely will be more Nourishings. We're doing this. All right, we're going to hit a 6. We're going to hit a 6. We hit a 4. I will accept that gladly. Accept that gladly. Hitting is step 1, right? We now get to play out the Swing Big, which otherwise was, in theory, you know, trapping us a little bit because it wasn't going to turn off Blood Debt inherently. It's not like an easy cost curve. Slithering in Arsenal is like questionable as well, though, to be fair. It doesn't turn off Blood Debt, but its cost curve is better for later turns. So let's just do this. Arsenal Slithering. Billy, are you William Pistel? Because I heard you go by Billy. So, because I think Billy P is the username of William in the League of Levia. Let me know if you're one and the same. And whenever you want to jump on, feel free. Feel free. I really am uncomfortable with how much this deck wants to roll Scabs. Like, what are you supposed to do with this hand if Scabs doesn't hit? Holy freaking moly. This is terrifying. It's Scabs or bust, but, you know, that's what we're here for, right? We're here for a good time, not a long time. Surely we will hit Scabs. Surely. Yeah, I did change deck. We're playing a Hexagore list now. Have I kept updating the thing? I'm pretty sure we lost 1-1-1, right? I forget what happened. Let's just put that. But yeah, we did change decks. Someone requested a Hexagore list, and I don't think this is the one that they were talking about, because this one is not running all the agility spice. The one I saw before had lead with speeds, and that one made sense, honestly. Made a little more sense. This is threatening another gold generation. I mean, giving it Husk makes no sense. I'd rather that stop. The Nourishing over the gold. I mean, once again, like, it's Scabs or bust, though. We can't really pretend that this hand plays without it. Alright, I believe. Anyone else a believer? Oh! This deck's so good! This deck's the best deck in the game! Holy moly! That list runs lead with speed and so on. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. But this is the link that he posted in the League of Levia. I think he might have just updated the link. But this was his link in the League of Levia. The one that he showed me in person. Yo, this deck's cracked. Absolutely cracked. I mean, how can you lose if you just don't miss on Scabs? Is Jesse J. Warlock? Oops. Is he J. Warlock? Because that's at least the February name that's coming up. But yeah, he tagged me in the Discord when he went 3-1 and was like, this is the deck. And so I just opened that link up again. But I do think it looks different. Alright, now this surely isn't a Scabs hand. I mean, it kind of is. You could argue that it is. And we roll scabs for Boneyard Slithering. That kind of does make it a scabs hand. That does. So slice and dice yellow is going to make this come in for 4. So if we're going to play it like a scabs hand, we don't want to be too greedy about it, because if we don't hit the 2 action points, then, you know, we don't want to IP. So I guess we're blocking with 2 cards then on the Endless Maw, or with the Endless Maws. We can't stop the gold generation, so the way that most damage is blocked is, funny enough, just blocking here and then blocking there. Right, because she did draw a card. Am I crazy? Did she draw a card or not? Because this paid into a gold, right? So this saber is going to be free. I'm pretty sure. Oh man, that Stream Elephants bot is old. That is pre-Savage Feats era right there. Yeah, so I should probably take a day to make sure all the plugins work again. Might have to rebuild some thingies. But, you know, I'm down to keep on streaming. Why not? Oh! Yo, this deck is too good! This deck's crazy! Oh! Ooh, I actually wonder, am I supposed to not play out the Slithering then and just go Boneyard Ghostly? That is a better rate play. But I also kind of want to play out the Slithering. I don't love that card in Arsenal. And it's a little stuck otherwise, because it doesn't inherently turn off Blood Debt, right? So we're going to pretend that this play, you know, was made with intent, right? Instead of a little rushed. Dude, okay, this is oppressive. I mean, what is my opponent supposed to do when I hit scabs 4 out of 4 times? It's nuts. And now we have Taken on the Chin for Ghostly. Okay, so it was planned because we were expecting to draw a yellow with a Boneyard, and for that kind of draw sequence, Ghostly makes more sense. Because then we can reset Arsenal with Hungering Slaughterbeast. I get it. I get it now. I don't even know if we've swung Hexagore yet. I'm pretty sure all the scabs rolls have been sunk into, like, real attacks. Right? I think that's right. Alright, let's take it on the chin. Kind of a cool interaction there as well, because they think that they're going to force the flip off, but they're not. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. We don't want to play Ghostly first, because that would put us on 3 misses, so let's go ahead and just do this. Nice, we got a miss out. Yeah, he's changed it since Hartford because it used to be make an agility into attack with Hexagore every turn. You know, yeah, exactly. That's the build he showed me, and I thought it looked pretty good. Now we're kind of just playing a Scabskins deck, which, hey, I don't mind that either. You know, it's good stream content, for sure. Scabs be fun, don't it? I'm having fun. I'll tell you, the difference between playing Scabskins online and just clicking it because it's green is quite a thrill. When you play Scabskins IRL and sometimes roll a 1 and your entire tournament career disappears, now that is a low. That is an obscene low. That is enough to make you want to quit Fab. Not gonna lie. In some scenarios, specifically like 1 into a 1, like that's the one. If you just roll a 1 because you had no safety net, that one's on you. You know, take it on the chin. Ha, plug. That's pretty funny. Take it on the chin. Sheesh. GG's, love your content. I met you in the hotel at Pit with Riddleman. Oh, yo. Yo, good to play ya. That feels like just yesterday. Haha. Oh, Jesse's here. Jesse has found us, but brother, you didn't give us the spice. This is just a Scabs deck. I want the Agility Hexagore deck that you were playing in person. I want the lead with speeds. Cook something up. Show us the spice. Okay, so surely we can just lead with Dread and then decide about scab skins. Because you know we will roll scabs. It's not much of a question. Not much of a question. Blood Debt's already off. They're priced into giving us cards anyway. You know what's kind of cool about no Blood Rush is the opponent thinks that they need to save it for Balance of Justice, right? Like in their mind... Oh, GG's. GG's. In their mind, they're trying to save balance for a Blood Rush turn, but then it just doesn't come. Interesting, interesting. All right, maybe we tinker, or at least look at some other lists real quick. This is Agile Levia. It is claws, right? Did I miss the claws? It is a claw list. Okay, Agile claw list. Now see, unfortunately to me, this just looks like bad Kayo. Like if you're playing heavy agility and like Runner, Savage Feast, Kayo does the exact same thing, but doesn't hate himself when he draws these kinds of cards, right? So I don't doubt that you can like make that kind of stuff work in Levia, but there is just another deck you can play if that's the synergy you're chasing. If you're trying to play into Blood Debt, have the Demi as a payoff, as also add agility in there, also run like the Art of Wars, which is something Kayo doesn't have to worry about clumping wise, and run like the red agility stuff, like that just goes probably a step or two too far for me. I mean, play what's fun for you, for sure. But I do look at Levia as like my next tournament deck, if I was going to play in a tournament. This is Blood Queen 2.0. Okay. Once again, we're seeing some Runner synergy. Which Runner, I don't hate this card as like an interesting one of maybe. Like on the 20k list, I was running like a one of Pulping, a one of Savage Feast. I think you could probably just easily swap like the Pulping for a Runner if you're keeping to that kind of build. I mean, agility would play its own part, kind of changing that thing. But just the idea of like, there are some red one-ofs, or some red cards that drawn together are just throwing away the game for you. And first and foremost is like double drawing Pulping or double drawing Wild Ride. For me, that is just like the most tilting thing in the world. Drawing double Shadow Blazophet if you ever run two of that card. My god. So just swapping the Pulping for like a block 3 similar go again type of roll like seems kind of good. I'm also continuously impressed with Smashback Ailhorn. I think it makes a lot more sense in like the triple Howl list every time because that list wants to go first, legitimately. Whereas I think this kind of list can still go second. Like Art of War unlocks more going second place and having Slithering as well, right? But that triple Howl list that I've been playing, you go first every freaking game. Like you just going second's unplayable. So let's see. Levia Hex Abomination. This seems like... Oh, this is even spicier. This is truly an abomination. My god. We're looking at Yellow Convulsions. Woo! Wow, we're really cooking with spice in this list. Holy moly. A blue Shaden Scream. 2 yellow Shaden Swings. I love the ratios. You've really just kind of... Okay, well, it's a 74 card deck to begin with. Okay. Wow, talk about spice. Double Art of War, triple Ram Raider. Okay. We're gonna leave it like that. This is the kind of deck where if you just couldn't randomly die to Blood Debt, it looks like a blast to play. Because you can just kind of sit down. Oh, I didn't even notice Red Convulsions as well. I thought they were all yellow. Red Convulsions as well, yeah. This is the kind of deck where if you could just sit down and like play Levia without killing yourself, why not run this stuff, right? It looks like a blast. But then you die. And then did you have fun? Tough one to answer. All right, Jesse has updated Hexagore Levia. We've got Runners back. Oh, the Shadow Puppetry. That's also what was missing. Because it was blue Lead with Speed before, red Shadow Puppetry. That's right. That's right. All right, we're rocking this sucker. I'm excited to play this one. Also, let's update the win-loss. We're 8-4. Proving that Levia's S tier. Not really. But we're having fun. We're doing giveaways. We're reading the lore book. We're apparently not eating anything. I have neglected to go heat up lunch, and it is now almost dinner, so I do probably have to do that in a sec. Katsu. Okay. Can you afford to go second into Katsu? You generally don't want them to go second. But a Hexagore list probably wants first every time. I don't know. Let's try it. Second. We definitely need to care about blocking this matchup over playing greedy with Hexagore. We could even run hold the lines, funny enough. They're probably pretty playable. All right, this unfortunately might not be the best showing of like a lead with speed Hexagore deck, because I do think you need to tweak some of this to respect the matchup, not gonna lie. I think we're gonna have to play it kind of boring, but I don't want to just get rolled by Katsu, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. All right, let's see. Do you go first? Yeah, see, that is the natural instinct, but hey, we drew swing big, so... And maybe they attack us. You never know. It is Talishar after all. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Feed my graveyard. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we know this is their last attack. So we can go for, like, full graveyard fill with these three. And we do have a 6 in case we, like, draw a dread type of turn into swing big. That could be okay. We definitely don't want to block with a swing big because that is our turn. But I think we can get rid of the rest, no problem. Weird to see yellow 100. Is that normal? I am very far removed from what Katsu looks like these days. Very far removed. So I couldn't tell you, unfortunately. Okay. Now we've got all the early game we could ever want. My god. This looks fantastic. Does Arsenal ever matter either way? Oh, shoot, it does because of Art of War synergies. Oh, we're running Art of War again. Oh, I've punted. Because of Art of War synergies, we did care. That's fine. I don't even think we're playing the Art of War. It's probably pitching into the swing big. And our turn is just like block with these. Arsenal take it on the chin. Is most likely what's happening here. Oh. Alright, so this is going to lead into probably a Bond's turn. They do have Dishonor, so if they've naturally got the Descendant, that feels pretty rough. Well, I guess I can give armor here, and then if they don't hit at all, the bonds into Dishonor just won't happen, so they'd have to literally have both attacks naturally. Am I okay playing around that? I guess we can fish for an Ancestral to begin with, and then if that hits, then we know we're just going to have to let kind of everything go through until the Dishonor. Oh, but we do have Taken on the Chin. Oh, that's interesting. We can waste the Agility just to block it. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Natural Descendant. I'm in. Unless they naturally have it again. Yo, no. What do we believe? If we really want to prevent them from having it naturally, it is full send Scowling block. It really do be like that. Then we're on 50-50 to knock the bonds if they just naturally have it. Surely this is enough. I believe. No! Yo, what is this? Everything so naturally. No! Alright, we don't even have Blood Debt yet. Who cares? Well, they can Breaking Scales and just, like, end the game on the spot. So, is it really a Give Husk angle? Oh, my God. This is so sad. This is my life flashing before my eyes. Oh, yay. Can we play the game without a hero ability until the flip? Surely not. Surely not. But we're going to try it. We're going to limit test here. We're going to limit test. I'm going to let this hit. We're not playing into Blood Debt for the next turn anyway. So let's just get Dishonored, and then on our flip turn, play into Blood Debt, and that's going to be it. That's it. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. No, we're not playing a Brute List. We are going to play into Blood Debt on our flip turn. That's the ideal. I think it'll work. I do believe in this. It looks a little worse that he blocked that way, because generally I'd want to just like start slamming each other real quick. Okay. It will be my greatest achievement if I pull this off. Well, we only have 2 Blood Debt, and one of them is playable. So, I actually think we can get away with this. I do believe. I do be believing. Oh, we can surely get away with it. Surely. Is there any difference in... I mean, it's always Boneyard. Well, no, because we might roll Scabs if we know that we hit the Ghostly on the Banish. So, yeah, let's lead with this. We did hit Ghostly. We gotta play to win right now. So we're gonna roll Scabs after this. Not a 1. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Alright, so here's the idea. Within, not next turn, but the turn after, we play into Blood Debt. That's it. And then we flip, all at once. It's all going to happen together. It's all going to happen together. This is kind of interesting. This hand legitimately lets us take it on the chin if we want and use everything. I don't know if that's actually good. But since they full kept and they're leading with Be Like Water, this is just damage. We've already taken Dishonor, right? So just send it. Just send it. Let's just go. Push me down. This is the kind of flip turn, though, that we're looking for, because Dread is going to banish, right? Dread is going to banish. Right? It's possible. We can go Slithering, close the chain, Dread Screamer, banish, then play out Ghostly. It is possible. We just need the Katsu to slam us. Absolutely slam us. Like, please get me low this turn. Because we're going to have maybe 2 Blood Debt. Like, maybe 2 Blood Debt. Oh man, I have no faith in this plan. But we price ourselves into this. Aren't you risking a waste of Husk? It's not really a waste if you flip into, like flip to 13 with Husk up. Because your opponent, if they've blocked you out, you've still won momentum out of that turn, right? So if you don't use Husk and then go for the flip turn and leave Husk up, your opponent, if they do take damage, is just going to face down Husk. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. They're just going to stare at it and be forced to play into it. But if they decide to block out on your flip turn and then waste your Husk, they are blocking out and presenting nothing in return, and then you have momentum with the flip on your side. Alright, we might actually even use Husk and still have to fight for this life threshold. Yo, they're going to dishonor us again. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Alright. This is what we were playing for. I believe. I believe. There is a lot of damage coming, though. This is quite scary. This is quite scary. Now, we actually don't need to banish anymore with Dread Screamer because we will have 2 Blood Debt with the Carrion Husk and the Ghostly. So now we're priced into playing the turn a little different. We can still go like Slitherpede, flip. It's still possible, in theory, with the Take It on the Chin. Another spinning wheel kick. Oh my god. So if we block this, it's 5, taking 1 down to 14. They can just react with breaking scales. Oh man, this is all falling apart. This is all falling apart. It is just too much damage for us to try to do the thing. So now this block looks terrible as well. They need to somehow not throw a Kodachi. Or rather, only be able to throw 1 Kodachi. I believe. You know, perhaps this was just never correct to play for because we are stuck with 2 non-blocks in hand. And so 2 non-blocks is like pricing us out of this play every time. Because now they easily just get to swing Kodachi and like we've missed everything. Oh. So close. So close. Alright, Dishonor OP. Dishonor OP. We couldn't do it. We were very close to doing the dream play. The dream play. It actually would have worked in theory. But, you know what? Not the right call in the end. Not the right call. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now it's just going to be an absolutely slow death. You cannot play the Katsu late game without the flip. You just absolutely cannot. I mean, this is just all so over. Okay, we're gonna, in theory, go out on our own terms. So if we get hit here, we can kill ourselves with Hexagore, which would be pretty ideal. Actually, we can always just kill ourselves with Hexagore. Okay, sick. Because it's 5. Okay. So, a bit of success. We did lethal a hero in the game of Flesh and Blood. We did do that. We did it. However, it was ourselves. You know, experimentation-wise, I think the Dishonor take there, actually, it is possible to still overcome that game. The theory was solid, especially because the graveyard meant we could probably play the next, like, 2 turns without worrying about Blood Debt. The issue was, on the turn where we assumed we could still get the flip off, the Katsu just did the most dirty things imaginable. So that could have been an issue of, yeah. You just never get that kind of agency with Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, because they can just force a turn much wider than you could ever block out and flip still. So, lesson learned. I'm pretty sure Hexagore never beats Katsu anyway. That's kind of the fear of the Hexagore matchup. Or the Hexagore deck is, my god, like anything that starts strong is just so hard for the deck to recover from. Okay. So what kind of Levia list are they on? How shall we figure it out? The more aggressive list wants to go second. We want to go first. If we go first, we probably give them graveyard fill because we will be attacking. So surely we will be fine going second. Surely. Alright, give ourselves some extra block there. We're going to outvalue them with gamblers, I believe. Oh my god. It's the good list! No! Oh no, it's the good list. We've been punished. My god! Yeah, I think Levia decks are way too happy going first, actually, so... what can we do going second? You know, not much here. They got graveyard fill going first, and they didn't attack us. Bit of a problem. We likewise can get graveyard fill. Check it out. We could take it on the chin, swing Hexagore, create an agility for next turn. Science? Science, anyone? Science? Actually, for science, I do want to see if this is even coded on Talishar. It is! Okay, okay. Beautiful. Alright, alright, alright. We can bounce back. I believe. Oh my god. It's the YouTube list. How dare they? Oh my god. We're getting blown out. They found Howl on turn 2. Oh, Hexagore doesn't even beat this value machine. How can Hexagore beat one Howl? Who wins? An entire Levia deck built around Hexagore or one Howl from Beyond? One Howl from Beyond. I'm telling you right now. That's just, it is what it is. The card's so good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why do you ever choose to play Hexagore? My god. This is so hard to stomach here. We have no blood debt to build towards yet. And yet we chose a very greedy arms piece to even enable the Hexagore game plan. And we're just not going to get there. You know? We're just not going to get there. I have deep questions about this version of Levia, not going to lie. This hand throws 6. And Arsenal's Dread. How sad. How sad. Well, if we don't die this turn, it's going to be next turn from the Howl loop. It's coming. Howl is coming for us. Oh, you know what? Didn't even think about that. We had 3 misses. The turn can be 5 damage, or 5 value, basically, for our side of the board here. Whew. I believe. Okay, surely we can beat a Levia that started with the ideal turn 0 into a Howl Banish into Blood Rush. Surely, surely we can overcome this. Absolutely. I don't have a doubt in my mind. I don't have a doubt. What am I should just keep hitting spacebar. I don't doubt. They'll just like die to blood debt or something, right? That's what everyone says into Levia. They'll just die to blood debt. Who cares? Oh, Flesh Bag won't do anything. Surely they have an attack in Arsenal and they had a full hand anyway, so Flesh Bag has to like only work if they brick resources, which they obviously did not. We can block 5, return Dread into Slithering, and pretend. We could also just block 3, Arsenal the Doomsday. We are at 1 blood debt already. I'll have you know. I will have you know. They are running double Howl. Oh man, it's not the YouTube list. They've gone a step beyond. They know the truth. The truth that is Howl from Beyond. Good God, I kind of zoned out. What are we even, like, I mean, is it even worth it playing the game? This is kind of, like, insanely over. This is, like, insanely over. And this is the kind of face-up Scowling Fleshbag play. This is actually, in the mirror, I think, worth more than using Fleshbag on Mandible Claws. Because it's just, like, so obviously getting value. Like, you're blocking, realistically, 8. Like a delayed 8. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright. Double Howl me. Come on. Okay, you can undo it. Undo it, my friend. It's fine. Oh, showing me they have even more pitch. Oh! What build is this? Why would you run Shadow Blasphite instead of just 3 Howls? What is going on here? It's 2 Shadow Blasphite. And likely 3 Howls. This man's going all in. Wait, is this the guy in chat who said he cut Beast Within for Shadow Blasphite? Because otherwise it's the exact same list. I could see that. I'm getting rolled by it as we speak. Honestly, you can just have this game. There is no coming back from... I mean, it's literally a raw number matchup. It's raw numbers, right? That's it. And he just won raw numbers on turn 0. So, Yeah, it's gonna be a good game right there. Whew, Lord. Hexagore is having problems. Let's see if we can beat up a green boy. Let's see. I mean, like, sure, you kind of want chains, but if I'm rolling scabs, I'd want to roll scabs for Hexagore, not chains. If I have go again, I'd rather use it on Hexagore, not chains. I don't really get this one. I mean, we'll try it. We'll try it. No, there's no way that's what you're supposed to cut. Never mind. We will not try it. Full send. Full send. Alright, we can ramp into Blood Debt on turn 0. I miss my old deck. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, I miss normal ass Levia so much. It's okay. Not every deck is for everyone, and let me tell you, this deck is not for me. I think it's more so because I'm just clearly trying to see the reason to play it over Claws. Over Claws, right? You tribute that Levia mirror win to you. Oh, was that you, Basement Bruce? Wait, that's what I was just saying in the chat. That's probably the guy who said swap Beast Within for Shadow Blazophet, because that was exactly the list we saw. And I gotta tell you, in that exact sequence of draws, it looked pretty good. But also, I don't know if you heard everything we were talking about in the last game, but the Levia matchup, the Levia mirror is just raw numbers back and forth. There's like really no unique recovery mechanic between you or the other Levia. Like, you're the exact same deck. And so your start, just literally on board, has more numbers than my entire deck. You just like started with a Howl, started with Graveyard, and like that's just it. Like, just by the numbers, that game is very much in your favor, especially because there is no Blood Rush spike on the Hexagore side to be able to say, like, okay, maybe I can draw 3 Blood Rushes in a row. What is going on here? And outvalue you. The Hexagore deck, like, it just doesn't play that pace. It's very strange. Hello? What is going on? Bro, it's on my opponent. I'd be interested to see your Arachne list if you want to play something other than Levia for a game. Oh! What is this? What? Wait, they undid it? Yo, what are we witnessing here? What are we witnessing here? Alright, you've been caught, Waisachi. You're one of the brute players that people complain about. You're one of the brute players that people cry about. They take bad lines and then undo if it doesn't work. We have caught you, my friend. We have caught you. We have caught you. That's fine. It doesn't matter, right? It's Talishar. I don't care about those kinds of players, but the people on Twitter who complain, they complain about people like this guy. And let me tell you, the people who complain about that kind of stuff on Talishar, it is a bit ridiculous. Like, come on. Who cares? There's literally no ladder on Talishar. Nothing matters. But this dude is legitimately blood rushing and undoing. This is actually twice now that he's done it. It is a bit weird. It's weird. You know? But it's not really that much to get worked up over. Oh, Mango Jack is in the chat. What up? Dude, I watched your stream. Speaking of streams lately, yo, this dude is clicking all the buttons. I guarantee you if he rolled a 1, he would undo right there. I guarantee you. I was watching your stream the other day, Patrick, and you went 0-4. And I felt it in my soul. In my soul. I just, ooh, Lord, I died a little bit. Watching that one play out. It was rough, dude. It was rough. Okay, these blocks don't even make sense because we can't fill our graveyard with a 6. So the line we, like, have to take is just, like, blocking, throw, swing, big. That is so strange. That is so strange. Oh, this deck. This deck. This doesn't do anything else, right? I guess if we full keep the hand, then we can go Shadow Puppetry Ghostly, 2 card 5, into Hold the Line Swing Vig. Clearly not what we're going to do. First 04 since only playing Fab Online during COVID. Yeah, dude, it was sad. Don't stress about it, though. Don't stress about it. We've all been there. We've all been there. Okay. So they intimed the blue. That's fine. We were basically going to keep that card anyway, even though it actually would work on this kind of turn, right? It blocks 5 on this kind of turn. Because the Swing Big was intimed, we were priced into playing that card. So in the off chance there's one more intim coming after this, I guess we can give the Ghostly Shadow. Probably should have thought about that last time. Blocks 5. Who cares? Who cares? Beating Levia as Rhinar seems so tough. Well, watch this game, alright? Watch this game. Because we're playing Hexagore Levia into a Rhinar that undoes all of the bad decisions they make. So it's probably going to look pretty easy for the Rhinar in just a second here. In just a second. You can't do that, brother. We intimed you. Because you played greedy. And we're going to get you for playing greedy. We're going to get you. We also now know it's a Swing Big in Arsenal. Or not Swing Big, Send Packing. Send Packing. But yeah, generally, I think for the clauseless, Rhinar just is so unfavored in the Levia matchup. You're similar numbers, but Levia is better armor. And then she gets to cheat and play towards the demi-hero at some point in the game, which is just nothing but like raw value. And Rhinar already is a deck that sometimes struggles in the raw value department. So yeah, I think that matchup feels pretty good for Levia. Rhinar gets to cheat as well. I'd love to see someone try that in person. Roll scabs, be like, actually, I didn't really mean to roll scabs. Like, okay, brother. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Well, the Levia hands have not escaped us by the looks of it. Not escaped us one bit. We are looking at a 2-card 6, all reds. That throws Slithering, which does not turn off Blood Debt. I don't know, Jesse. Did you fix this list? So let me tell you, it was working better before the edits. Not gonna lie, we were winning games before the edits. Just saying, Jesse. You almost beat Dex in Hartford in one of the CC events. You high-rolled early, and then he high-rolled you. Interesting. Dex actually did say to me that he's never lost to Levia. And he's like, we should play the matchup sometime. Like, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I promise you that matchup is not favored for Rhinar. You might win some games, but if you're talking about just like purely who's favored, who's not, it should easily be Levia. So we know it's a Send Packing in Arsenal. So most likely that's what's coming next. Send Packing would just be for 6, so if we, you know, oh my god, I mean, it just intimed like the worst card here. We're probably giving Husk on the Send Packing to preserve the Endless Maw. So if that's the case, then what does that really do for us? It's like nothing. We're just like IP1. Gross. Gross. This deck just kind of clunky, yo. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Deck just kind of clunky. Oh, they're not playing the Send Packing. Okay. Well, in that case, I will take the bad trade on my side just to throw the Endless Maw. Because the Agile wind-up in Arsenal would not really do anything. Oh, thank God. We at least turned off Blood Debt this time. Graveyard's looking pretty bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 misses. 5 misses. Feeling a bit sorry for Rhinar. Seems like he's kind of being left out of the brute party with Kayo being strictly better. Ooh, I don't know about that at all. They're very, very different decks. I think unless Kayos really have solved the kind of like the I don't know, fatigue problem, I guess, which maybe isn't even a problem anymore, like already. That really could be something that was solved pretty immediately. But that was people's first take as to like why Kayo has a weakness, is just it's very rare for him to break the damage ceiling of you know, what most defensive decks can do. And so since they are self-milling with discard effects, then you can kind of just like run them out. I think a really smart KO player is going to do everything in their power to set up, you know, like 3 wide blood rushes every time. Never go for a blood rush unless it's 3 wide, like that kind of stuff. Oh, they're undoing their action. But Rhinar still is much better if the meta is slower, just in terms of like a matchup basis. Rhinar definitely has an edge when it comes to being able to beat slow decks. Like, no question. No question. I hate this kind of play again, because this is something where Fleshbag can just like stop the Dread Screamer play. So I almost think we should just overpitch into Dread Screamer Hexagore, might be the line. Whew. Well, it could just be a roll scabs angle, honestly. Could really be our best bet, is just because that plays around Fleshbag as well. Just we have the blue, we have Boneyard. Try to hit on scabs. We can keep the flip around for later. Hopefully, hopefully. Alright, give me my 2-card 12, please. Alright, we got our 2-card 12. And we turned off Blood Debt. Bless. Hexagore. Oh, Pat. I don't know about this one. I love your dedication to Levia, but I don't think you should test Hexagore. All right. Leave that one for the live stream, Pat. Focus up on the good list for Pro Tour. I don't know about this one being one of them. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. All right, so we intimed the card we were keeping anyway. Pretty good. Oh, okay. They played another blood. Okay, well. There's still a world where they don't have resources. But it does look like we will be missing the flip this game. Yeah. I mean, this'll really tell us what kind of resources they're working with. Please pitch double red. Give me a shot. Please. Pitch double. Oh my god. Oh. It's so over. It's so over. All right, we gotta, Jesse, you gotta either fix the list back to what it was before, or I can't do this to myself. No! Oh my god. All right, well, we'll take this loss to the Rhinar that undid when they missed on a blood rush. We'll take the loss to the Rhinar that, yeah. Unfortunately, is just kind of pounding us because the deck is non-functional. I don't see a single redeeming quality about Hexagore other than sometimes you hit on scabs. And those situations, you've got to also remember that you're not running Apex for just like blanket 5 value across the board. So you hit scabs once and you can cheat in like basically 3 damage above rate of what Levia could normally do with that kind of resource situation. She could also just sink it into a howl, right? So you need to hit with scabs twice to basically have juiced another 6 points above what a normal Levia can do, and then that puts you ahead in the Apex department. Finally, 6 points would put you ahead of what Howl's doing with Apex. So this game, we only were able to do it once, but then you also don't get Claws and Blood Rush to take more control of the game and actually, you know, be the aggressor into a consume flip and just like truly always keep the tempo like in your court. Dude, it's weird, man. I don't get it. I don't get Hexagore at all. It's also just not synergistic with either of the demis. Like, you flip Redeemed, Hexagore is unusable. You flip Consumed, and you can use Hexagore, but the moment that you are below 6, you know, you will start self-dealing damage, which is, I mean, if you got slammed post 13, is probably also a pretty tricky situation to be in. And then, yeah, you also just don't get the setup like Blood Rush post-Consumed if you're on Hexagore, where you can just go 4 wide and end the game instantly. I think it's just a for fun deck. I think it's got to just be for fun, and we're going to treat it as for fun. We're going to treat it as for fun. But for now, no fun allowed. We're playing the tryhard Levialus. Mansant, please. Okay, oh, is this Patrick? Oh, hell yeah. Is it Mango Jack? I can't tell. I cannot tell. I hope it is Patrick. We played in person in Queenstown, and it was a hoot. No, it isn't you? Okay, well, put yourself in the Rhinar shoes. Channel yourself into this Rhinar. Oh, we've got it. We've done it. Graveyard fill and agility. Also, we'll be true to this losses. That is a 7th loss. Like 4 of those were Hexagore, to be fair. So many of those were Hexagore. Almost too many to count were Hexagore. Ooh, oh, I'm scarred already. Scarred already. Oh, Lord, I didn't even notice that. All right, so we're looking at some kind of fatigue-y Romping Club Rhinar. That should be an absolute cakewalk for Levia. If I don't win this, I'm going to be tilted. So we have full control over how we want to play this turn. With agility, most damage we can do is just Endless into Claw, which feels pretty good. We'll keep the blue 6 in deck. Go ahead and get the chains in the graveyard. I'm fine with this. There's also, I mean, I doubt they would ever Scowling Fleshbag, but you could Scowling, and then I could play Chains, and then really get you. That's the second Blood Rush block. You know, in a club list, you can still hit some pretty insane turns with Blood Rush. You can go for kind of the low end where you Tunic for Blood Rush, come in for like a 1-card 7 effectively, and then Arsenal the other card. That's pretty good. But there are some highs with Blood Rush as well. You know, if you can set up like some kind of pulping turn, have an agility, whatever, then, I mean, that card still does some dirty things. Some dirty things. I actually do wonder if I want to play the chains out anyway. Just for the graveyard. Well, why not roll scabs for both? It's not much of a loss if we actually hit a 1 here, because they're probably blocking with that other card and returning club anyway. I'm down. Alright, now we've really got him. We've done it all. Can you play No Fear to turn on Blood Debt and block 3 damage from Hexagore? Well, Take It on the Chin does work in that kind of like prevention from Hexagore, because Hexagore deals you damage. So as long as No Fear says deal damage, then yeah, absolutely that works. Absolutely. Alright, we can let Chains break and then replay it again, which is kind of funny. If we block here, let Chains break. Is that even better? No, it's not good at all. Our turn should just be smash back into Hungering Arsenal the Dread. Is all we should be doing here. I'm almost certain of it. Yes. Kind of redundant with an agility and dread about to be in arsenal. A little redundant. But you can still do, like, you know, some kind of 3-card 12 play with it where agility pays into claw, and then you go dread into the next claw. That's still possible. That is still possible. Oh, Colt, you have missed the giveaway. We will do another one, surely. We will do another one. Absolutely. There's more to give away. Oh, yeah. All right. No Levia deck is immune to it. Not a singular one. All red hands are the death of all of us. Every Levia player sighs when they see these all red hands. We will get to do something with the agility, though. Play out the chains. It's kind of funny. How cute is this? Agility not wasted. We get to play out chains, yo. 3-card 8. Pretty shabby. Yes, yes. But it's about the chains synergy. We're trying to show it off. We're trying to show it off. All right. We've had so many counters of doom. Everyone and their mother is scared. Oh, finding no Howl is still pretty annoying, though. Howl would be pretty good. Pretty good. Is chains real? What about Vile Inquisition? I don't think Vile's good. Vile should probably just be a Blue Dread Screamer. But they do similar things in what you've kind of seen early game here, where there are situations with agility that just let you basically not feel like you're wasting it ever, and get a little bit of control over your opponent to slow down their... I mean, this Rhinar wouldn't really play Blood Rush anyway, but that is the idea. I really wish we had a Howl about now. So the option on this is we can let it break, and that way there are 3 cards in the graveyard, and then go Dread into try to roll Scabs for Claw after for a 3-card 12. The problem with that is, though, we're really hitting the blood debt pretty heavy at that point without sufficient graveyard. So the other option is we just go for like the Deadwood Rumbler play, and that way we can maintain a little bit of graveyard. That still is a draw discard effect, though, so I do think we're going to let Chains die first. Let Chains die first. And just do this. And we discarded another Deadwood, which is honestly pretty okay. So now we're ahead on Graveyard, which is pretty critical because we didn't have a Howl yet. So we don't want to just burn hard on Graveyard for no reason. We'd be putting ourselves into a lose con versus a deck that's like pretty defensive, right? So let's just not do that, shall we? Let's not burn hard in the Graveyard until we find, ding ding, a Howl from Beyond. Now we can go hard. Now we can go hella hard. We can block like this. In theory, go Dread into Chains. If we hit the Chains. If we don't, we're missing 3 damage, but I don't super care. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, we don't hit the Chains. That is totally okay. It still looks like we might have a 1 cost here, so it could mess up their blocks. It could, in theory. Missing the Chains really just affects our graveyard fill, which we should care less about now that we even have a Howl. It's not something we super need to worry about. Alright. Why block with that Mark of the Beast? Because throwing 3 doesn't do anything to their turn. Right, throwing 3, like, they want to block down. Their entire deck is just like block and club value. So if we take 3 to throw a claw, it doesn't do anything to the turn. I'd rather just protect the life. All right, now we start cooking, because now we have found Double Howl. Whoa. This is when the game gets good. This is when the game gets good. So to guarantee that we kind of get the good rate turn, I do want to Howl first, so then it goes Howl into Dread into Claw, Arsenal the Hungering Slaughter Beast. The problem with playing it that way is you do risk the miss. You do risk the miss. So if I just go Dread Screamer first, it guarantees it hits. And then we can just go Howl Hungering, but then we are not guaranteed a Banisher for the next turn, which is kind of what I want out of here. I do think we're priced into not just punting away the Blood Debt though. So, sure. Let's play it this way. Little risky, honestly. A little risky. But the deck is like all Banishers, so surely we will not miss one on the next hand. I believe. I believe. Because we've got the Double Howl loop engaged now, so all we need to do is Double Howl attack every turn from here on out. This is going to be the one window where we're pretty scared because I didn't take the line that guarantees us with Hungering and Arsenal. But it's like you choose what loses you the game. Either playing out the miss first so that Dread Screamer could miss and you just like take 8 Blood Debt immediately, or missing the draw on the next hand. And I believe in the draw on the next hand. And here we go. We have everything. We have Double Howl into Writhing. It's not the perfect way to do it, but it does completely function. The other option here, just to play it a little bit more safe, I can give up the Scowling. That way my turn is just Howling into Writhing, and that way I guarantee I have a Banisher for the next turn, which I think is a little bit safer. Honestly, like that's a little bit of a safer way to do it. Scowling shouldn't really stop much in this kind of deck. I mean, it could be like CNC Pummel for one, but I do think we need to not play off Arsenal since our Blood Debt is so high. So we're just going to do this. It looks funky. It do be looking funky. But now we should feel a lot better about how we're playing this pattern of turns. A lot better. Okay, well, they're keeping a hand. Delicious. So this is a pretty face-up Tunic Pummel, you would think. You would think. I mean, this hand does exactly what it wants to, and then gets to Arsenal the Dread, which looks pretty good. If we do get pummeled, then, yeah, I mean, it just becomes one Howl. Turn's pretty much the same. It should be a pummel, though. Yeah. I'm okay with this. Tunic Pummel. Yellow Pummel. We'll get rid of the Graveling. Give Scabs in case of Sigil. I mean, we couldn't really use... No, I guess we could use the Go again. Yeah, because we would have kept the Graveling and then just thrown it on this hand. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Give Scabs there does make sense. Just in case. Just in case. Okay. We find Blood Rush. They find Blood Rush. Will they get action points to use their Blood Rush? We shall find out. I kind of forgot we had a Blood Rush in the deck. We just have not been a Blood Rush deck for the entire game. Just been a Howl deck. But, you know, I'm okay with that. I'm pretty okay with being a Howl deck, not gonna lie. Okay. I don't think it hurts to just go ahead and throw Scabs in the off chance that they only really attack like once more to win. Having one more life would matter, because if, you know, the next time they attack in theory is like barraging Alpha Rampage type stuff, then having the extra HP would be nice, because this could still be like a pummel type position and push me down further than it looks. Yep, there it is. What was... Yeah, okay, so our turn is still to play those. Yeah. I mean, we could instead go Howl into Writhing. Starting to get pretty dangerous, though. Let's get the extra graveyard here before we really tax ourselves too much. If they fleshbag, we can at least respond with Agile Windup, because they pretty much should always fleshbag here. Should. And then we drop Chains. Chains, which no longer has targets, because all 3 Blood Rush are gone. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Haven't seen any CNC pummels, which actually late game is pretty annoying to deal with. So we need to get to a position where they cannot keep that kind of hand. Which, is that even possible at this point? Not sure. We kind of just like didn't have an explosive early game. We had like a stable early game. Oh, okay. They have a Oasis Sigil, sure. And then we can drop the Chains for some graveyard. And that should be fine. Well, we have, with the double Howl, our 3-card 12 set up with Hungering. Or our 2-card 9 set up with the Boneyard. We don't want to say no blocks because, once again, them keeping cards over us like this could just be pummel. And then we're forced into, like, Reckless being game, which is not cool, yo. Not cool. Terraform Limb also doesn't look that impressive here. So I think we'll just play like this, go Howl, Hungering into the Mandible Claw. That way we can keep a Howl, because we don't want to miss Blood Debt, right? And we are at 1 miss. So I could give Apex, just because I doubt... I doubt I'm really in a position where I'm going to be blocking card plus Apex on anything other than the club. This just gets 1 more damage for us. And then does that thing where we can save life into the next turn. Yes, this. And then also in case we need like last minute graveyard fill. Alright. That is why we didn't want to play double Howl. Hungering into Claw will be fine. Little tough for our next turn though, because leading with Howl would be terrifying. I guess we won't need it for graveyard, to be fair. Curious about Chains. How does it work against draw discard effects for brutes? If they would draw a card, they instead banish. So for the draw part, it goes banished, right? And then for the discard, that still resolves as normal. So then they have to discard from their hand. So if you go for like a pulping play, then you just banish the top card of your deck and discard a card in your hand. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny. Alright, very much looks like the pummel situation. But if they have nothing, then it just banishes the top card. And that's it. And then that be it. Alright, we might have to be a bit of believers here. Because the graveyard is about to look pretty unfortunate for us. I guess we don't have to block with Apex, to be fair. Make it look a little bit better. It'd be take 6 down to 3. I'm okay with taking 3. I will allow that outcome. So here we go. Tunic for pummel, yes. We can then discard. It doesn't super matter. We're like, I guess we'll get the non-black out of the deck in case it matters. But now we are on 4, about to be 5 non-blocks. So I think we're priced into scabs basically to be able to flip redeemed if the banish misses. If the banish misses. Alright, we did get it. And it did miss. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. We still have 1 Howl left in the graveyard as well. For after we flip redeemed. So we can get there. All right, boom, redeem flip. Now the entire game changes. The entire game changes. If we do that and then just try to Arsenal Blood Rush, we probably do get 1 more turn available to us where all we have to do is block card plus Bonebreaker to really play the game. And that's kind of the goal right now. So let's do this. Arsenal. Okay. Not looking perfect. The ideal would have been to basically keep 2 6s in hand. Or to have kind of 2 6s for this scenario. But it is okay. Tis okay. Oh. Alright. It's kind of awkward. Kind of awkward. We're only going to take 2 down to 6, so our turn just becomes Claw Claw. It's pretty fortunate, honestly, on the Intims. I'll take it. I will take it. I will take it. I too have Reckless, you know, so they can't take 1 damage. It's going to become a question of who goes to 2 first. They do have sigils though, so going all in on Reckless is probably pretty dumb for a bit. They pitched 2 sigils, or no, sorry, they played 2 sigils. They pitched 1 to an Oasis, I'm pretty sure, something like that. All right, here we go. Now this is the Blood Rush hand. Now this is the Blood Rush hand. So we should be fine. There goes 1 Reckless. Do this. Even if that is like a red pummel, what's the chance that they draw another Reckless in the exact next hand? Probably pretty low. You'd think? They're thinking about it. Okay. It is red pummel. All right. So do they draw Reckless exactly on this next hand after just having a Reckless? Well, I guess we'll find out Well, we don't have to find out, do we? If I just lead with the Writhing... Ooh, but it definitely could miss from this kind of scenario. They're forced into just playing out the Reckless. I think this kind of list normally only runs one. Normally this kind of build should only run one. They're on turn 15, so they're back to like their first hand of pitch cards. I don't necessarily remember a Reckless being pitched in the beginning. But, you know, if we lose to it, we lose to it. Totally fine. Totally fine. Alright, looks like we do win. Oh, awesome timing. Awesome timing, my friend. William, I will add you in a second. But there we go. Kind of a weird game. You know, I think I played way too heavily into just trying to be a Howl deck. Good game. I think I played like a little bit too greedy with the graveyard, forcing us into just like Howl plays again and again. Whereas this deck is still like, you know, trying to Blood Rush you. It was weird that we didn't see a Blood Rush for so long. I mean, truly, we saw a Blood Rush on like, I mean, we can look at it turn-wise. I think we saw a Blood Rush. It was either like turn 7 or 8 was the first Blood Rush we saw. So we did go like halfway through the game without even seeing a spiky card yet. I'm pretty happy with how we played that. I think that that kind of Deadwood turn in the beginning maybe was still, I mean, it was correct, but it probably was also fine to just go ahead and block with the Dread Screamer in that situation. Just because, sure, Dread Screamer is like a great card, but in that matchup, you know, we're really going to try to win off of Howl value, and with the graveyard the way it was, Dread Screamers like were a little too early to be good, and we just had one in Arsenal anyway, so it probably should have been block with 1 red Dread, even though it's 6 block on just a 4 club. The graveyard looks a lot better. We still do the Deadwood play, and then there's like another turn in there that doesn't have to be Howl because the graveyard was fixed. Like there was a turn later that probably could have been Dread Graveling instead of needing to play it towards Howls because, yeah, graveyard was just so light. Interesting. Definitely needed to hit Scabs on that one turn as well. That had to happen, or we do just lose on the spot. Interesting, you know. I enjoyed that. Let me get William up in here. William is the guy who played Levia to the top 8 of the most recent Battle Hardened. Well, not most recent. Liverpool's the most recent now. But we've got still lots to catch up on, so let me add him in here. Start video call. Alright, I think I can do this as a virtual camera. Start virtual camera. I promise you, today was planned to the T. I actually had a coaching session right before going live, and then also was supposed to record a video with Billy. Yo, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Sweet. I see you on my end. Let me add you to the stream real quick so the other people can. Let's see. Discord. Oops, that is not it. Here we go. Alright, it's going to be ugly for 1 second, and then we're going to put you in a little box. Let's copy this. Browse for a blank one. Alright, let's put you here. Above all this. In the Tommy box. Alright, sorry, give me one more second. I think I need to delete this one, add in, where did this little thing go? That's what I'm having trouble with. There's supposed to be... Oh, it's all the way over there. It was hiding. I get it. Move this over here. Make that a little bigger. And then put you here. And square that up. Beautiful. All right, now we've got you right where I want you. Haha. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
Sweet. Have
Loving
you
the
played
deck.
more Levia, or are you like one and done? That was enough stress for you.
No, I'm planning to take it to RTNs and then battle hard in Philly.
Oh, sick. You'll be there. Nice, nice.
Well,
That's hopefully where Levia will have her big debut. I'd love to get out there and stream that event. And obviously streaming Levia is a ton of fun. I get way too giddy and just have to jump in and talk over the comms. And I think, Pat, are you going to be there in the chat? Pat should probably be there. He's in Pittsburgh, which is like pretty close to Philly. Questionable. I don't know this area well at
same
all.
state, but
Same
like 5
state?
hours.
5 hours? Okay, well, that's not so bad. I'll drive like 8 hours for Fab is kind of my upper limit. All right. Sorry, I deleted a piece of text here, so give me 1 second. I've got to grab it from another screen. Oh no, it deleted from all my screens. All right, well, I'll fix that. All right, well, Pat says he's going to be there, so that means there's at least 2 pretty competent Levia players. How do you feel overall after having played her at the Battle Harden? You think she's still got what it takes?
I think the deck still has legs. I think several of my losses were just like inexperience to knowing how much I could protect the flip.
Right.
And going too low when I shouldn't have.
Right. I think there was at least Wet the System was talking about that. Who is one of the more vocal people in the League of Levia. Great resource for anyone looking for Levia help, by the way. League of Levia, link in the description. People like Billy, people like me, although I'm normally not that active, but then like Wet the System really are, and we'll try to help you. I think he had pointed out specifically potentially like the missed flip in your game versus Yuki. Truth be told, I haven't watched it back like super close, but have you gone back to that game and tried to see like was there like a difference in play that could have kind of flipped it for you?
Yeah, I've watched it back. I would say it was either, so considering that he was going to present 12 into 3 into, or Yuki was going to present 12 into 3 into 8, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
And I had most of my equipment. And if I factored in the potential for drawing a no block, because if I had drawn all 3 blocks on that turn, I would have been able to protect the flip regardless. But the turn before, she did a swing big for 10 into cast bones, and I was not prepared for cast bones. I was like, okay, it's going to be a second attack. I'll just block then to protect the flip.
Right.
And then
cast bones is tricky. I actually tried a Levia build with cast bones, but the reality is like for the Levia deck, if you've got that kind of final action point, you can probably just throw a Graveling, right? And like that is 6 damage in a card. So the cast bones is like, it's not, it doesn't quite hit the ceiling in Levia, and obviously you can't make like might on your own turn to try to help it hit agility. But damn, dude, that card in Kayo is looking pretty ridiculous, to be honest. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I'm still fixing something in the background. I deleted my win-loss, which honestly is probably for the better. Not gonna lie. That Hexagore deck tanked me for quite a bit. Let me put this back over here. But yeah, are you thinking about any changes for Philly, or just kind of run the deck as it was?
So I'm considering. I mean, I know you're talking about the no blocks earlier, and I'm considering how to shave down on that. I did really like Art of War slithering.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's obviously super powerful when it hits, but maybe it's too many no blocks. I don't know about cutting like 1 tear limb from limb.
Yep, that's super doable. Yeah, I think the balance to strike, if you are all in on the highs that are Art of War slithering, which let me tell you, that is pretty good. You know, banishing slithering, you know, draw 1 cost, come in for like a 2-card 12. That is pretty ridiculous as kind of like the ceiling of what Art of War can do. Still has like great plays next to like, you know, swing bigs as well, or like the CNCs, right? In that kind of build, it is hard to play into the CNC / like send packing slot unless it's as part of an Art of War turn. So yeah, like I'm not saying cutting Art of War is the truth, but in an effort to just try everything, and be, you know, a bit of a guinea pig, I've been impressed. I've been impressed without it. So I would implore you, you know, try both ways, see what you think. But did you find anything like kind of on your own about the deck that you'd change? Like, was the CNC better than send packing? Would you still prefer, like, you know, send packing just because of synergy with tear or something like that?
Yeah, I do. I've not experimented with send packing as much. I do want to try it. I mean, CNC for 7 into Azalea is just a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
But I mean, send packing for 12 is also insane into Azalea. So
sure. I mean, that costs a lot more cards though, doesn't it? CNC into Azalea for 7 is 2 cards. Whereas tear send is, I mean, at that point it's not even like a clean cost curve, so you're looking at like a 4-card play at minimum. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I really want to try send packing. Not sure where exactly it would slot in. I mean, it gets a lot easier when you're I don't know, cutting the CNCs and sort of moving in that direction. But yeah, I could see it being really good.
Cool. Yeah,
I know it's been brutal against me. That's sure. Sort of one of the ways I lost the Levia mirror was the guy I was playing had send packing, and I put a 3-block on a Blood Rush Claw, and then he send packing for 8 and wrecked me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Levia in particular, with what she can interact with send packing, is like, so first and foremost, if you put a 6 in Arsenal and it gets send packinged, you can Diabolic to block 6, which, like, if you actually care about brutes being everywhere in the meta, which maybe is a real consideration, at least KO to a degree, then Diabolic, just for no effort, blocks 6 in the brute matchup, which is pretty cool, because you can also, in the past, like, try to run Hold the Line to make, like, a blue block 5 in the brute matchup, just because it's live so often. But into send packing, my god, just block 6 and get that card right back. Like, you 2-card 6 me, I 1-card 6 you, I get my card right back. That's pretty cool. But on the inverse of that, if you have flip consumed and then get send packing, you do not get the card back, no matter what. So it's like, oh, so frustrating. You can try to play into this, you know, interaction and be like, you can try to get him with the Diabolic, or you can just get got because you've played the game correctly. You flip consumed into the brute matchup, but now anytime you put something in Arsenal, you just get it taken away from a 2-card 6. Oh, it's kind of freaky, I'm glad I won't be the one playing into this brute meta, at least for a while. You'll have to deal with that.
Yeah.
We've got Pat. Oh my god, Pat, I cannot understand your message. CAD is just tuck inni inban. That's hilarious. Well, those are certainly letters, Pat. I'm not sure what else that means. But here we go. James is asking, what heroes did you play in Swiss? And this is something you wrote up a little bit about it in the League of Levia. So if you're a dedicated Levia player, like I said, if you want those resources, it's totally free. It's open Discord. Jump in there. And you had a pretty unique run, right?
Yes.
If you want to talk us through it, I can make a graphic in the meantime while you story time us.
Yeah, it was I would say a pretty fortunate run as far as gem pairings go. So I played my 6 wins, because I ended up 6-2 and just making it into the top 8 as 8th seed. And I played again. All my wins were 3 victors and 3 dromais. So
crazy.
Pretty fortunate to be just running into those. I think dromai's pretty close. With the recursion package, Victor felt, I wouldn't say free, and I'm sure the Victor lists weren't completely refined, but it was like, I felt in control in like all 3 of those games. And like, even I sort of in the one on stream, I can sort of just choose to go to 1, play my Blood Rush. If I miss for whatever reason, I can Claw flip redeemed and just like gain 7.
Right.
And
no,
so
I was really impressed with that game. Let me for anyone who doesn't know what do you go by Billy or William?
Yeah, go by Billy.
Billy. For anyone who doesn't know what Billy's talking about, but I would assume most of you have probably seen this. On Savage Feats, I went ahead and posted all last week the Battle Hardened videos from Hartford. And this round in particular, or this, I guess, video in particular, Billy plays on camera versus a Victor. And it is a pretty impressive game. Today, it's one of those games where I think if you look at the end, you're like, oh my god, the Levia was at 1, like, you just clinched it. But like you said, you're in complete control of that game. Like, you choose everything to do with you going to 1 here. Like, you've got armor block. I believe your Scabs is still at 1. Apex is at 1. You had like a whole extra card you went into this turn, not even worry about blocking with, because you're basically playing into like the Spoiled Skull hose line. It was a very impressive game. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. The top 8 game versus Yuki, it's hard to enjoy that one as much, but
yeah.
but it was a cool game of flesh and blood. That's for sure.
It was a game of flesh and blood.
A game of flesh and blood. Sure. So where are you based out of, by the way? I think do you know Cody Williams in person? Is that right?
Yeah, Cody's at my locals. We play out of Alternate Universes, which has a couple stores in the sort of Philly suburbs, just west of Philly area.
Sick. So then your locals has to be like pretty tough on the regular. I mean, Cody's just got second at the calling, right? Dude's legit. So how often do you play in person?
I shoot for twice a week. I try to go to 2 armories a week, generally.
So jealous. That sounds awesome. And then is it true you were a Dash player before this event?
Well, yeah, Dash was the first hero I ever played. When I got started just before Dynasty, or just after Dynasty, when Dash got probably like one of the best cards in the deck, Pulse Wave.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, and then I started bouncing around. I dabbled with Levia when Dusted Dawn came out, and she got the demi hero. And then I was a filthy Lexi player for her run.
Ooh, Lord. All right. Well, glad you are not legally allowed to play that hero anymore. We would have lost you for good.
Yeah.
Lexi was a different kind of drug. When you talk about like the highs of Levia and you look at these damage numbers and then comparing to Lexi, there's still quite a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, different scales. Yeah. We're in a different time. For
sure. Well then, do you think you're you said you're set on Levia for at least Philly. Are you going to the Pro Tour at all? Is she your deck?
Didn't quite manage to eke out an invite. I came second in 2 PQs, and then I didn't end up trying to get a PTI or anything, so I'm just sitting that one out.
That's all right. Yeah, I feel you. I'm in a similar boat. Won't be able to play in this Pro Tour, but my God, I do love LA, and the 3 floating guys are out there. I went to go visit with them a while back, and had the pleasure of sleeping on Sam's couch, and it is a great part of the world. So I mean, if you find last minute tickets just to fly out and play the calling, I do still think that kind of thing is worth it.
Yeah, I would. I'm already preoccupied with a wedding up in Northern California, so I'll be on the other side of the state, wishing I was in LA. But
what is it with fab players and weddings? Everyone, like, I swear, whenever it's like, oh, I have to miss a weekend, it's not because, oh, like my grandma's sick, oh, like, okay, that was a terrible example, but yeah, like, it's never any other reason other than like I have a wedding, which I guess it's where we're at. The demographic of Flesh and Blood players is like mid-20s for the most part. It makes sense. Well, cool. What are you game for, Billy? You wanna play some games together, or I don't know, brew something up? I've got 4 more hours to burn, so I'm gonna milk you for whatever you're game for. Just saying.
I'm down for whatever. Do we want to play some games, or like play the mirror? I don't know.
Oh God, play the mirror. Nope. I'd rather have a sick grandmother than play the mirror.
That's fair.
Okay. Here I can. Let's go ahead. Talking with other Levia players about Levia is always interesting. Where is the YouTube list? All right, let's go ahead and make that initial change of... I mean, this was just legitimately correct from the get-go to run the barraging beatdowns over the bone breaker. That experiment was not good enough. I'll tell you right now. It was not good enough. Let's drop you back over here. Make you smaller. There we go. All right. So the list you played was back to -3 bone breakers, back to +3 barragings, and then the kind of maybe board cards, right? Pulping and Ghostly. Did you have any opinions on what these should be?
I mean, I did just throw them in for the last 2 cards. And I threw them in for the Dromize, but I almost never saw them. And when I saw all the pulping, I like pitched it the one time I saw it. So
right, because what else can you do with that freaking non-block card? Okay, so we can just run it like this for a few more games. Reminder, if you want to see a more detailed, I guess, like Day 0 deck tech, this is basically, apart from like the swap we just did, this is like the YouTube list. So you can see me ramble at like 5 a.m. about it on YouTube if you so desire. Let's see, where do you make sense? I guess I can... Upper left is still a fine spot. All right, we're playing against Smile Like a Chow. What is a chow? Is a chow a dog?
yeah,
Like a chow chow? Okay, Smile Like a Chow. I see it. I see it. Into Vynnset. Basically, I mean, AB1 normally feels pretty good for probably like the one time per game you use it is really to protect the flip more than anything. Is what I've really found. Otherwise, you know, pitching into AB normally is not a winning strategy. Taking Scabskins versus Hooves, I normally like just burning Scabskins to block Flail anyway, because that can deny like an entire turn out of them. So Hooves kind of does the same thing once, and then you just burn it for graveyards. I'm down to try the Hooves as well.
Sure.
And then Smashing wouldn't do anything. CNCs for 7 feel maybe a little weaker into Vynnset since she has decent armor and also likes to play small hands for bigger rate. But there are definitely points in the game where like making her block should feel pretty good. So, I mean, like, what else are you going to run, right? It could be Recursion, but that just seems weird for this matchup.
Seems overkill, yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Ship it. And we're going second with a CNC. My God, the high roll. It's like the best thing the deck can do. Ugh. Even barraging CNC, that's kind of interesting. You know, no buff there, but in terms of forcing the hand is kind of cool. Kind of cool. So then you said your 3 wins were Dromai, 3 wins were also Victor. What were your 2 losses in Swiss?
2 losses were the Mirror, and then in round 5, and then Kassai in round 8, and that was the Kassai that ended up making top 8.
Oh, the top 8. Oh, I do feel bad. We never got that Kassai on camera, but you know that would have been a pretty exciting one. But I think in the end it worked out because there are a lot of Kassai games now recorded from the AGE event. Did you watch that one this past weekend?
I did not catch it.
No? Oh, dude, you got to go back. A Tekla Vossen made top 8 and won on camera in top 8 versus a Kassai. It's actually like an insane game. I don't know how not everyone is talking about it. It is one of the coolest things I've ever witnessed. So that was going on actually back in LA, of all places. That was the AGE circuit. And dude, it was pretty spicy, not gonna lie. All right, this hand not looking too playable. Even in terms of blocking, it's a bit awkward. Although it looks like we're about to get smacked for widespread destruction in a bit of an unblockable fashion anyway. Wow, blue jack-o'-lantern, what on earth? Banish the top card of your deck. If it's a blue, create a rune chant token.
That's like a promo.
Yeah, I actually don't own any of these. I wonder how expensive they are. But yeah, that was like a Halloween promo. Tear through the portal. Choose a red action card in your banish zone. It gets go again until end of turn. All right, we're seeing some real spice out of the Vynnset. Unfortunately, spice aside, this play is still just pretty clunky for us to deal with here. Because it's 4 rune chance. They paid into Vynnset anyway, so there's like no reason to even consider pitching into it. So the arsenal is just gone. Which means we can like force this to try to be an Art of War turn. Right? That's like kind of it.
We have almost no block cards, so...
Yeah. It's kind of just a forced play. See? That's what I'm saying about Art of War, dude. Although, the rest of these cards would still be in the list, to be fair. And like they're also pretty non-functional in this hand. So we'll just let it go. Goodbye. Goodbye, sweet hungering.
So does he gain an action point here?
No, because these ones don't innately have go again. So he just was able to play that out due to the... Man, is that really all this card does? Choose a red action card in your banish zone. It gets go again. How did he even do that in that order? Oh, the Funeral Moon can be an instant because we took damage. Okay. So this card actually just did nothing. All right. So this hand, there actually was a world where if we really wanted to, it could have been discard Agile Windup on the opponent's turn to claw into Deadwood. It can still be like discard Agile Windup, play Deadwood, and like hope that we get to keep the Art of War in Arsenal is also fine. Or it's force the Agile Windup Art of War turn. I will leave this to you. What say you? What's your instinct?
My instinct... We could also just like claw, but that's wasting a lot of resources.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Agile Windup, claw, and then Arsenal the Art of
War.
That's possible. That's possible. I don't mind just like burning the Art of War in an effort to just
I'll just send it.
Right, like what Art of War is really doing is letting you just turn hands into 12 damage, and this hand realistically still looks like 12 damage. I guess, yeah, now confirmed. It is in fact a 12 damage hand. So, sure. You know, we'll end up with 3 cards in the graveyard at the end of this, so it's really not that big a deal. We just did a 4-card 12. Not fantastic, but...
Yeah, that was actually something I was talking to Cody about at the Armory on Thursday, that I have a tendency to try to like save my power cards a little bit too much sometimes and try to like set them up to be perfect.
Well, Arsenal Art of War always like should feel pretty good though, because you've got a higher ceiling of that card next to very specific cards, right? Like it next to Slithering just is fan-freaking-tastic, and then even Art of War and Arsenal, if you've played out like a Blood Rush or a Tear Limb for Limb, can be a bit of a fixer in just like finding you what you're missing, resource cards or attacks. So Art of War and Arsenal definitely is like absolutely fine to always play towards over anything else. But sometimes you do just have to rip the other power cards, I will say. All right, so we hit a Mark of the Beast. We're not going to be at 3 cards in graveyard. That's fine. I'm sure we have to block. Playing into the Vynnset, we could try to get them stuck a little bit on Blood Debt. That's kind of a funny interaction. Widespread Ruin is like too easy to play out, so there's no reason to give them that. I think the real choice would be try to give them Widespread and make them a little stuck, you know, take a ping here or there, but I doubt that is higher payoff.
Probably not.
Probably not, yeah, you know, probably not, so.
I definitely Deadwood Rumblered some chains in Monarch Limited.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Gave them Blood Debt.
That was huge. Actually, in the mirror, that was like such an insane play. Yeah. Where you're both just being Medax decks, and then you hit a Deadwood, and then it's like, okay, you got to play the game now. And you, like, yeah, can cheese some pretty free wins. I definitely did that at Nets. All right, that's all 3 Deadwoods gone, by the way. 2 pitched, and then 1 in the graveyard right there. Ooh, they're also on chains now. Dude, I'm telling you. Yanji and I broke the meta. Everyone knows Chain's OP.
The Eloquence token.
Eloquence, yeah, so that had go again. So, you know, this is always playable now, the Widespread Ruin. I mean, this hand is, realistically, if we're looking to turn off Blood Debt, I mean, obviously, Blue Dread into Slithering, 3-card town, not the worst in the world. Blocking 2 is probably not worth as much as just playing it out, right? Seems pretty face up. Taking another 6. Oh, I'm sure. All right, 3-card 10s.
Not the worst.
The difference between if you just like play Blue Dread Screamer off of 2 cards versus, thank God, like weave in a 1-cost is night and day. Like you're either looking at a 2-card 4 or 3-card 10. Like, it is just so much obviously better if you can weave in a 1-cost. Oof. But I've played many 2-card 4s in my day just to turn off Blood Debt. I'll have you know. It's a terrifying position to be in, but it do be like that sometimes. Alright, so in terms of flipping, it is 4 Blood Debt at the moment. Nothing really to write home about. Like the 1 Boneyard is quite nice, just cost curve wise. No Dreads, no Endless. Sag. But another Banish to the Graveyard would probably put us into a decent position. Just don't know how much damage the Vynnset's really going to throw. Right now they're looking at 2 Rune Chants. So the Phantom Wraith Blue is playable. They need another Rune Chant for the Deathly Wills. Interesting. Oh, wow. That is all they did.
Good for us.
Okay. Well, this is CNC into Dread if we want to turn off Blood Debt and also get some pretty good cards into Banish for the flip. Seems good. I don't think there's anything else to do, really.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's 7! Oh my god, the might! Nuts! Talking about CNCs for 7. Good lord. Yeah, Yanji was really enjoying Vynnset when he was trying out a Chains list. Just because the whole idea was like, can we find a deck where Chains actually feels decent? Although this was with Kayo more as like the boogeyman of the format, which was a pretty early take to be fair. I don't think that's really where he's going to end up. But Yanji had some crazy results with Vynnset, like beating Victors, which you'd think like if Bravo is supposedly unbeatable for Vynnset, how on earth is Victor any better? But the man put in the time, and he did win a Battle Hardened with young Vynnset, so he understands the deck pretty well. And I was impressed. Not enough to like ever get me to swap off a Levia, to be fair, but it is a cool deck. It is a cool deck.
And are they playing the new Runeblade Search Up an Aura card, or is that like?
Oh yeah. Yanji was absolutely on that card. That the first time I read that card, I didn't like grasp that the reduction counts towards its like gains go again effect. So the card like really is pretty exponentially crazy. Like in Vynnset, if you just take an off turn, you know, make your rune chant, and then like do another turn where it's like, okay, like block 2 cards, banish 1 other thing, play out your Sonata. Like at this point, it's already so exponential that like by turn 3, the amount of damage you can like concentrate into a single turn just starts to become ridiculous. Like I think that's more so where the strength of that kind of deck lies, is not just turn by turn trying to do the thing, because there's so much stress on the Vynnset deck to do that, because creating rune chants turn by turn, like do you always actually get to rune gate the Deathly Whales, like that kind of thing, it's a lot for the deck to handle. But if you play it to genuinely say, okay, this first turn I block 3 cards, I banish like a setup piece, My next turn, I block 2 cards. I banish a setup piece, make some kind of rune chant generator. On the 4th turn, I slam you for like 25 damage in a turn. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It is pretty cool. All right. Yeah, because this kind of like a brick situation, right, is the problem when a Vynnset deck tries to actually play the game every turn. Whereas otherwise, if they're happy to just, lay the full hand out on blocks and only play on like their 3rd turn, it is tougher to run into these situations. Oh, Mordred Tide. Okay. Okay, so this is unpreventable anyway, so we don't really need to worry about pitching into the, oops. Where'd the game go? Where'd the game go? Alright, there we go. Sometimes that fixes it. 0. Oh, Lord, okay. Well, now everything's lagging. Let's go back to beta UI. Take me home. Alright, there we go. We're back. Deathly Whale coming in for 7. I think at this point, if they banish something off the top, it's more harmful for them, because they're already behind on like 2 Rune Gate cards that they don't really want to play because they're blue. So I don't think blocking the full 7 really matters.
Yeah.
The next thing they do is just follow up with a Whale, because even if they close the chain... No, that's not true. If they close the chain, they'll have 2 Rune Chants, so they could throw the Phantom Wraith after that. So that would mean they could throw 6 more damage after this. So we can block here, go to 7 or 17. They throw an extra 6.
Yeah. So we could pop the hooves to go 6 and 6, right?
Not really because of Graveyard, right?
Well, if we block the Writhing, I guess. And then Mark of the Beast to the hooves.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. And then the hooves is the 3rd piece. Yeah. Okay, yes, that does work. Just thinking on, like, going for the flip turn on this turn, I think is, like, still pretty achievable, though, because it's block here. We take 1 down to 17. They come in then for 6. We take 2 of the Rune Chants down to 15. Then we block 1 more card on the 4. At that point, we can just, I guess, arsenal the Writhing Beast Hulk at that point in the game. And then flip is possible. I think that's more so what I would go for, I think. Just because, sure, like, we've got the Carrion Husk into this turn where it could, in theory, get, like, punted away. But if they're letting us have full momentum on that kind of flip turn, I do highly value that. And it is unlikely that they don't throw an attack. So the Husk is probably getting full value if we don't even attack on the flip.
Yeah.
I think. So I could be wildly wrong. Like, perhaps their next attack is not this Phantom Wraith. And for that, it means we'll have to pivot into just throwing the Writhing Beast Hulk.
No, they banish.
They've played the Mordred Tide, so they do get 3 Rune Chants. This is actually all the same still. Yeah. We can still sit at 14. So now we can go like this, into Arsenal the Writhing Flip. Should be pretty fine.
Yeah, taking it slower makes sense when they can't turn off Blood Debt.
Yeah, and I think we definitely do get slammed by something, because they have 3 Rune Chants, right? So the Husk doesn't get wasted value, most likely. Our banish now looks a lot better because we waited a turn on basically like forcing the flip. So now we've got Dreads in there. Not bad. Although, aren't these supposed to be face down? I'm pretty sure.
Some number of those.
Oh yeah, there we go. So we only have the 1 blue Dread. But that's fine for still cheating a decent cost curve. And then they banished a red Deathly Whale. All right. Carrion Husk. I see you. You've got a mission.
This does not have go again. So it could be Pummel as well.
It's probably Spellbound Creepers. But it could be the old Pummel list as well. It absolutely could. I think I would hedge more so that it is not Pummel, because they're running some of these other cards that I feel like kind of take the place of Pummel. Like the Pummel list didn't run any of the Jack-o'-lantern, Requiem, Funeral Moon. So that's like my initial read, but we could overblock. I mean, we don't really need all these cards. Yeah, I'm fine taking the risk. Take the risk. Because if they spellbound in for another attack, then, you know, blocking 6 on that is pretty clean. Dimensional Gateway. Alright, we've got some real spice here. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a Runeblade card, deal 1 arcane damage to each opposing hero. If it's a shadow card, you may banish it. Opt 3. Ooh boy. Well, that does gain them the action point back on Spellbound, so they're looking for... I mean, Deathly Wail should only... Oh no, it will generate 2, because they paid 1 into the Dimensional. So they're looking for a 2 cost. Well, I guess they already have a 2 cost. Oh boy. Alright. Bit of a combo here. So just in an effort to deal more damage, instead of using the blue writhing, this could just be a Hooves turn to make it like hungering into slithering, right? Because Unhallowed Rites... Oh, interesting. So Unhallowed Rites is on the top, which means it's getting banished, which is a Blood Deck card. Or no, what? Why does it say 1 damage from Unhallowed? Alright, that might just be bugged. Okay, so the top card that they put was Deathly Delight. Deathly Delight. Which, okay, options here, it's either go ahead and block the full 6 on this, it's the end of their turn. They're going to gain 1 life from this, but then, or 2 life, but then they're going to lose 1, so they will go to 8 and 8, basically. If we block with Swing Big and Apex, then the turn could be, you know, either force the Hooves and then into like a Swing Big type of turn to really present lethal and beyond. It's not that much of a damage difference, though, to just block with the Swing Big, still use the Hooves on the Hungering type of turn. Well, oh no, it is, because we're getting the Might from the Apex. Alright, what do you think of this? We block like this, get a Might token, and then the turn can be like Hungering Slaughter Beast, crack Hooves into Swing Big.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. I'm into shipping 16 damage. Seems okay with them at 8. Let's go for it. 16 damage, because we do have the Writhing in Arsenal, right? So at a certain point, if we've dealt enough like true damage, the Writhing will just end the game. So next turn, in theory, it could be as simple as like block with a card on Apex, get a Might trigger, and then end with Writhing. Could be what we're looking at. God, I just love Writhing so much. It
was an overperformer for sure. Ended at least 2 games with Tear Limb from Limb Writhing.
Oh my god. Yeah, into the right matchup, that is just insanely oppressive. Sometimes it's a vanilla 12, but hey, that's still pretty good. Sometimes it's 9 true damage. It's also pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Yeah, I used to have a Blitz build that I was a huge fan of back in the day when I was early in my Levia journey. So this is like pre-Demi. This is like when I was doing the best 3 Blitz series, where the entire game plan was just deal like little bits of damage and then go for barraging, unworldly, writhing Beast Hulk and just come in for 14 dominate. And like in Blitz, that's stupid. You know, you land like 1 good Blood Rush turn, and then you're basically putting them on the like, I kill you with this combo. Wait, what is going on? Oh, they undid. Okay. And now we have Tear Limb from Limb instead. Which I guess we always had Tear Limb from Limb. I just was so turned off by non-blocks, to be fair. I just literally never tried that card. It's a crazy time. Oh, hello, cat. Why are you so into the stream? Do you have any pets?
Got a cat and a new puppy.
Cat and a new puppy? Oh my gosh. What's the dog's name? What kind is it?
The puppy is a golden retriever named Hopper.
Oh, that's great. That's super cute. Yeah, this is one of my two cats. This is the one I keep saying is not my favorite. This is basically Sandra's cat more than anybody. He absolutely loves her, but when she's not here, yeah, I guess we'll settle for my lap. But yeah, dude, I grew up absolutely hating cats. My dad had this awful cat that would just like hiss and bite, and I just thought every cat must be that way. Like what a just awful creature to have in your house. Turns out not all cats are like that. Some cats are super nice, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
And now I have two cats.
Our cat is like a very dog-like cat.
Yeah. That's the best.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a former quote-unquote feral cat. It's my wife's a vet, and she was doing like a feral cat spay-neuter clinic. And found our cat there.
Oh, nice. What's the patterning?
It's sort of like a long-haired tuxedo. I can grab her. She's like
sick. What is wrong with me? I'll just do this. 5. All right. In theory, this is lethal.
Yeah.
Because it just comes in for 7 dominate. In theory. So I don't see why not go for this. It's not like we lose the game if it doesn't work, to be fair.
I guess the flail-less, I guess.
I guess they do run reduced to rune chant, so that could be something. Once we don't need the endless maw. Actually, they're taking 2 damage. Oh, so even reduce doesn't do it. Oh, sick. All right, they played into flail, but they were taking a blood debt anyway, so it is what it is.
Reckless swing them there.
Yeah, you know what, dude? That is a fantastic point. Fantastic point. And that's why you top 8 battle hardens, and I'm a streamer. That's it. No, absolutely right. Yeah, because that was so face up. They take 1 to blood debt. There's, it's a weapon. It would trigger reckless. All right, so we won 2 different ways in the end game there, but yeah. I do think, it is in any kind of matchup where the opponent's deck struggles to get like card value, which like Vynnset, she needs very specific rune chant counts. For Rhinar, he needs to like actually stack intimidates. In those kinds of matchups, when you flip consumed, you just like have access to everything above rate, like right there, face up, and it's pretty oppressive. And Vynnset can't really block you out to try to fatigue. There's a lot of 2 blocks in the deck, and they also take blood debt the moment you leave them with a card, in theory. All right, let's see. We've got Kayo. All right, let's try this one again, since this was what knocked you out of top 8 here.
Yeah, I think part of it was there's just so many bad KO lists on Talishar in the week leading up to the Battle Harden that didn't think too much of it.
Got a little cocky.
Yeah.
I see it. I think generally it's another matchup. I mean, so many matchups go this way, but if you can get the flip off, once again, it's very hard for KO to outvalue you. Easier said than done, of course, but you have a lot of armor. So kind of controlling that part of the game is pretty critical. Ooh. Oh, I appreciate this opponent.
Free graveyard fill.
Dope. So obviously keeping Blood Rush pretty critical here. The math on whether or not like to keep the attack or the blue is interesting. I have no idea. I'll tell you right now. No idea. I normally go by gut feel, and my gut feel is I'd rather keep the attack than the blue. but I'm willing to be wrong. What do you think?
That's my gut instinct would be block with the barraging.
Yep. There's also a world where it's just like block with it all, right? Like these kinds of cards you don't mind at all in graveyard if we're going for like the banish flip, right? So
that makes sense.
This angle also probably feels fine. And then who cares about math at that point? All right. All right here, mister. Starting to care a little bit.
Yeah.
Starting to care. Well, the good news is we do have a play. It is possible to just swing 7.
I feel like that. I don't know. Would you ever just claw here? Or would you feel like we just...
No. I would absolutely swing Hungering at minimum because we've got Blood Rush, which is going to fill the graveyard by 2. So if we're passing with like Hungering in the graveyard, then we should be fine to play. The issue is it's still a little awkward in that we're keeping like a blue non-block in hand no matter what. Like we can't overpitch. So yeah, there's a world where like we kind of stumble on a blue draw again. But I believe. We believed on turn 0s, perhaps to our detriment. Okay, free damage. I'll take it. Well, they made an agility. Little scared. All right, but we've got a Blood Rush playable hand. I'm into it. Oh, that's just a 2-card 10. Now, they did discard the Agile Windup, so you'd think that they actually want to do something.
Cast Bones, we hope.
Yeah, it's Cast Bones, right? Like, if they just swing Claw, probably incorrect. Well, I don't know. You know, KO players, you can never quite tell. Oh, but yeah, Cast Bones would make a lot of sense here. They haven't discarded, though, so it's highly likely that their Cast Bones doesn't hit 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to want to block, really. I don't think. It would be Scowling Fleshbag to try to delay Cast Bones, like, would be what happens, right? But I think Scowling in this matchup, you can normally very easily punt their Blood Rush turns because they don't have, like, the resource sink clause. They have to sink 2 cards into their attacks, the pitch and the play. So I think if it's Cast Bones, I'm not super afraid of it because it's not likely to hit the agility still. And Cast Bones and Arsenal is like not bad for them at all. They can easily find room to play that. And yep, sure enough, they do miss on the Cast Bones. So they just played like, you know, they had 1 resource floating at the end of that turn. So you could look at this as they played like a critical strike. Like, it's not that crazy. It's actually not that crazy. I promise you. All right, this is pretty terrible though.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Leading with Claw still means if they int him, then, you know, it's potential for, I guess, like the worst case would be they int him the Boneyard, and then we like have to play into the Dread Screamer. But no matter what, we at least get 13 damage out of this. It's pretty weak though. Not gonna pretend to be happy, obviously. It is only 2 blood debt though. Oh, okay. I don't hate just swing big, Arsenal to Endless Maw. I don't hate that either. Graveyard would be pretty light if we do go in for a banish play. Obviously, pitching into Claw means we're so face up for Scowling to punt the turn because it would be no resources floating, 2 cards in hand. If they don't Scowling, they're ridiculous. So play swing big and then Arsenal kind of our best 2-card return since we know that their turn's about to be pretty heavy damage.
Yeah.
Seems okay. So 15 damage. 15 damage off 4 cards. Not what you want. Not what you want. But you make the plays you gotta make. They do give us a card. Nice.
That is good. And if we're lucky, they just send 11.
Yeah, surely. That's it. We want this one, Oh, Lord. Art of Wars, dude.
Yeah.
Art of Wars. All right, it is 11, as you suspected, although most likely 11 into Claw.
Yeah.
I guess it could get worse if it's like 11
Yeah,
into
fair
CNC. That is possible.
Or CNC.
Oh yeah, Bear Fangs too. Sure. Sure. Although they already made a Might, so yeah, I think CNC's maybe a little worse. Well, if all they do is Claw, then at least, you know, we can have blocked with both these cards. Just return the Endless Mob, arsenal the Art of War.
Yeah, that seems like the...
That's kind of all we got. All we got. In an effort of being concerned about the flip, it probably doesn't hurt to also cash in these so we get better control over life coming up pretty soon. I especially don't mind this one. 2-card 10 feels pretty good. We're taking 6 down to 22. We're likely taking another 1 down to 21. Yeah, so blocking Scabs also would give us a little bit more control just with the Battle-Worn piece. I think I'm fine with this. Actually, like, doesn't play into the CNC super well. Oh, okay. Okay, this is actually even better for us. Their card was trash. So they are not electing to Arsenal, which is how they're gonna, in theory, break like the next turn cycle. So, phew! Not that bad, not that bad.
Yeah, bullet dodged.
Not that bad. We gotta care about the flip, and you know, our cards are actually looking pretty good on that front. Not so bad. Oh! Oh my god, the cat is back. You say your cat was nearby? Or
Yeah,
no?
I'm gonna grab I'll grab her.
Oh, heck yeah. Dude, cat party. Ooh, blocking with the cast bones. Let's go, Kayo. Let's go.
Alright, I got her.
Oh, let's see. I'll make you big. Oh, what a cutie. Oh, she's got long hair. I love that. I love that. My cats are both
very
short
fluffy.
hair. Yeah, the fluffiness is... It's so cute. Alright. They blocked with the cast bones is all you missed. So, they had no faith in their pulping turn. Man, if I was them, freaking send it. Send it. Think I'm blocking 2 cards on your pulping? Hell no, dude. We have Art of War CNC. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Means we're a little incentivized to want to make CNC a 7. Not all the time, but that would be kind of cool. Yeah, blocking like this means the CNC becomes a 7. We would just lead with Art of War, Banish, Boneyard. Boneyard is a pretty good one because we're missing the 1 cost in our flip so far. So I think this is probably fine. We're immune to even a CNC. We could husk it. And maybe they just have a trash card again and go for... Oh, okay, they're going for... Humble?
Oh.
Yo! Can we use this to our advantage? We would go to 14, and then we can actually banish and not turn off Blood Debt. Interesting. Interesting. I kind of like it when you abuse their like anti-Levia effects to play into Consumed. It's kind of cool. The one problem with that is Kayo blocks pretty well, so they can be pretty smart about just, oh, you know, I'm going to waste your husk value then. Because if all our turn is 12, they can easily just say, okay, fine, block 12. And then husk is like legitimately lost. And since we don't have a go again banished, we might actually struggle to like play back with full tempo.
Yeah, and they're off arsenal, so this CNC is not.
Yeah, that's true too, for sure. Yeah, maybe it is. I think it is a block with husk angle then. A little wide open and reckless. Also, yeah, what we already talked about. So in that case, if we don't care about CNC, we might as well keep the Boneyard just in case we draw reds. Go again, banish. Sure enough, we drew
Got it
reds,
back.
so we got him. That was the whole plan. Kind of awkward. I feel like they will Scowling this, so we might as well make sure it's something Claw Arsenal.
Yeah.
Not the most impressive use of Art of War. Where are these slitherings? Yo, where? Alright, so best case now is they intimidate the Command and Conquer. So that way our next turn we can go CNC flip. That'd be insane. Please.
Yeah.
Please. But no matter what, I think them using Scowling here is hugely beneficial for us, because now we haven't even played a Blood Rush like to its full potential yet, and it really means like the next one will be fully effective because Scowling's gone. We'll probably have Flip to always have an attack. It looks pretty good. No! All right, not best case. I'll take it though. It's fine. Still looking pretty solid here.
Yeah, having Scowling to protect the flip is so nice.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I think in the game against Yuki is I wasted my Scowling early, and she just I blocked with Scowling and she just discarded an agile windup and then arsenaled the card that was banished.
Oh man, yeah, that's
just like a total blowout.
Yeah, that's where that card just don't do what it should be doing. All right, that turn, there's no reason to let that be the flip turn. Most of the damage into Kayo is like pretty controllable. It really is just like kind of a cast bones pulping situation that you can't. We've already seen 2 pulping, we've already seen 2 cast bone. So I doubt the rest of their damage is that evasive for us to kind of miss the flip at this point. Okay.
Yeah. Are they on Tunic counter? I'm guessing.
They are off Tunic here. So this is where Scowling just blocks like 7, right? It's pretty solid. We also get to present CNC Arsenal Art of War. Okay, so damage number wise, it does look a little weird. We are self-dealing a lot, to be fair. Self-dealing quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because blocking like this means we go to 18. I mean, we still flip, but that is a little gross. A little gross.
Yeah.
So are there any other options, though? Other options would just be... Okay, so here's an option. Another option would be this. We go to 15. We go CNC +1. Come in for 7. It's not terrible. We can even do it in reactions, which is even cuter. Maybe really cheese them. Because, right, like taking this life doesn't matter. We're going to 13 anyway. Our singular attack, they can't play Reckless against. So I think this makes more sense. And it'll feel especially good if they don't block around this correctly. So let's go. Come on. Stream Sniper? Yes, no? Yes, no? There's a world, though, where they always overblock just because it's the way that they block if they only want to give up 1 card. So. Or they're stream sniping, and I put my foot down about it. Cry and kick. You dog. That's fine. Hey, I'll go into flip with double Art of War. Fine, dude. I guess. Yeah, let's go consumed arsenal. Oh, why do we draw it now? Dude, what? Come on. What is this? What is this? What is this?
Defensive Art of War time, I guess.
Dude, okay, I mean, it's absolutely defensive Art of War time. But, okay. First of all, drawing the slitherings after consumed, also complete non-bow, right?
Yeah.
Oops, let's do that beforehand. But a double Blood Rush turn? Come on.
Well, we can do both Artivores off the blue.
Oh yeah. No, that is the plan. Buff, banish. Yes. Let's let this first one resolve. Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. And see, after this kind of game is where I'm going right back to the triple howl list.
Don't go again.
Oh, not go again. Buff. Yeah. Dude, what on earth? Okay.
There's
We got block. We drew blocks. We drew blocks, thank God. What a ridiculous turn of events. Otherwise.
Yeah.
Roll scabs. Yes, thank God. A hit is probably game over. So that's fine. I'll take that. A 1 would have been incredible, though. Bless your heart. If that's what you went for. Swing big. You know what? This is playable. This position is completely playable. It doesn't look great, but we do have an Endless Maw that is ready to get thrown. So
could have been worse.
Could have been worse. Almost was worse. It almost was 6. Oh my God. Okay, so you draw that hand once. It can't happen again, surely. They also don't have any more blood rushes. So how do they win, you know? How do they win? So we gotta ask yourself. They don't. I believe. I was thinking about burning that Artivore anyway, but we needed double there for the defense to do anything, which is kind of funny. Oh yeah. 10. All right, they took 3. They're also out of block, so I do believe Writhing will win the game next turn. So that's interesting. We missed the Reckless. It did get banished. And we drew another non-block. Oh! Oh, Writhing absolutely wins the game now.
We live.
Oh, if we live. This is a great point. It has go again. God, why does it have go again?
Yeah.
Oh, why does it have go again? Okay, sure. So, no matter what, we wouldn't be able to keep that card. We don't have a 1 cost for Slithering to look good. Dude, I'm telling you! These cards out of the deck! Get them out of the deck! No, not like this game. Not like this.
Okay.
Watch them even have a 2 cost here to round things out.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. Alright, so if this was a 3 block, we do stay in the game. Ridiculous. The non-blocks, dude. Look at how in control we were in that game until the non-blocks say no.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The heavy blocking list with no Slitherings, no Artivores, you just get to actually play each turn the way you want, rather than like being forced into some weird lines. Okay, regardless, still quite close. Good game. Still quite close. I think the fact that our Blood Rush was, 5 reds in a row, the way that started.
Yeah.
The fact that we missed the playable Blood Rush hand going second, drew 1, 2, 3, 4, wherever the Tear Limb for Limb is as well. Another 5 non-blocks in a row where it was critical not to have them. And then the final hand also missing on a block 3. I think we can call that pretty unlucky. We can call it unlucky. I don't think that's unreasonable to call it unlucky. Oh my lord. Okay. We're going to try again. We will beat Kayo, damn it. We will beat Kayo. You were there on the other side when I died of 15 blood debt. Was that you? I was playing against you, Zyron. Oh lord, I'm taking L's left and right today. This is well, it's 12 hours of Levia games. I never promised they'd be wins. To be clear, I never promised they would be wins. Please draw anything but a non-6 blue. Please. You were the Bravo? Oh, dude, that Hexagore list was beyond disgusting. I've never seen a worse deck. No offense to the creator, but those tweaks that were made did not help that deck along at all. At all. Oh yeah. Scowling bright and early. So activating the Agile first basically means the turn is always just Claw. If we don't activate Agile, then, you know, if we hit one of the yellows, then the turn basically gets to just be 8. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I'm into the 33%er to hit 8. The other card in Arsenal is actually not even worst case because Send Packing lets you add it to hand instead of whatchamacallit, always being stuck. So for science, we can put the beast within an arsenal. For science.
Or if it gets CNC'd.
Or if it get, yeah, actually, because it's beast within specifically, damn right. We're parking that sucker. It's happening. It's happening. That was still a great going second turn.
Yeah.
Can't complain. Although now when you double draw non-blocks, how do you get this out of Arsenal to make it look any better? I guess it can just be like a 2-card 6, and then Arsenal of Slithering is passable. I'm not going to call it good, but it is passable. So now, once again, if you Scowling this kind of turn, then you can just track that it cuts either a claw or an attack out of the equation. Because they only have 3 cards. They need to... they need to put 2 cards into another attack and claw, which is just not possible if you Scowling now.
Yeah, they do have Cross Wrap, though, not Tunic.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
There.
Very astute observation. Well, if we trade our Scowling for their Scowling and cross-trap this early, I think I'm still fine with that. Yeah. Question would be, do we care about blocks? In the case where they don't even attack and they just follow up with Claw, then we're going to have missed blocking with 1 more card. So since there's no on-hits, really? This seems fine. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's ridiculously not expect. Oh, okay. I thought they passed turn.
Yeah.
Sure. We can do this then. Block here. Return 2-card 6. Arsenal Slithering. It is fine. Two-card 6. We're playing Rhinar. And we're not happy about it. But that's okay. We're not, deep on Blood Debt at all. Nothing going. Of course, now he plays the CNC right after we cycle out Beastland. Yo, what's up with that? I don't like it. This still lets us just block here. And then because we have a 1 cost, we should be able to get the 3-card 18 off. That looks pretty juicy. It does look pretty juicy. All right, bro, calm down. All right, bro. Yeah, since they don't have Flesh Bag, I don't think it's too greedy to want to play it this way, right? Oh, they're rolling Scabs. Oh! Thanks. Yo, you cannot undo that. Don't be one of those brute players. Okay. Oh. They didn't undo it. Thank God. No! Yo, it's going to be another Beast Within an Arsenal.
He's got the
CNC,
but
they have the CNC. No. Dude. Oh, all right.
It's all coming
This
together.
is going to look good. We're getting there. 3-card 18, or I guess 19 because we had the Apex, into outplaying the CNC? Nuts! So all we want to do is here, because this is our play, and we'll just reset whatever we get out of Arsenal. All right. Let's go! Yo! And it's like the best Arsenal! Sick. All right, if last game was unlucky, we are really bringing it back home this time. This looks much better. Much better. Close the chain. Get that dread in there. Miss the dread. That's fine. Okay, they went to 1. This is certainly not the line. Certainly not. We only have 2 blood debts, so we don't really have to care about turning it off, even. Just the
thinking of
pulping.
flipping, we could block the Mark of the Beast.
Yeah, that's definitely possible, right? Because this turn can actually use all these cards without flipping. It could just be smash back into swing big. I mean, they're at 1, so they have to hella respect the swing big still.
Yeah.
So I like that. I like that line of thinking. Go this way. We could also be a Scabskins gamer and try to go for the Boneyard swing big. That is also possible. Also possible. This only puts us at 16, which wouldn't let us flip because they missed on Scab. So like this is their entire turn. So if we want to do things like the right way, quote unquote.
Aren't we going to 16 and then we take 3? If we didn't block. I don't know.
Oh wait, you're right. Yeah. Math. Yes, 16 flip 3. Oh, you're right. Yeah. No, completely correct. And then even if they have Reckless, this is not the worst thing either. It's not like an obscene amount of blood debt. Yes. Cool. No Reckless. We flip. We've got Blood Rush Art of War clumped.
Yeah.
They feed us a good carrion target. All right. Sounds like a plan. So we already had the agility break. So we can go... Yeah, oh, that was supposed to be the one from Banish, not the one from Hand. Whatever. They're dead. They're very dead. That should have been the one in Banish because we needed that resource actually to go claw into Boneyard. But whatever, it's all good. GG's. Now, a bit of a high roll on the Levia end for sure, but
yeah.
I mean, this game was just closer to how it's supposed to play. Not gonna lie. There were some weird spots with like the Beast Within in Arsenal, and the second time, we had information we wouldn't normally have had because we knew the CNC was there to like make that Beast Within in Arsenal feel a bit better. So not quite like a real game in that sense, but this is still closer to what I would figure the KO matchup is like. The consume flip is just so hard for them to fight back from. You just can't mess it up. And you can't draw non-blocks after flipping, which definitely is possible. Okay, Bravo. Into the Bravo matchup, we're bringing in the recursion pieces. What have you found into Bravo? Do you actually like hooves and spoiled skull, or do you just go for the fat armor?
That is something I was still testing. I mean, if we are going fast enough, sometimes Husk is all you really need. Like if they're dominating Crippling Crush twice, you're probably already kind of in trouble. Sure.
Well, that's where having armor means you're not in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? And it means they maybe played greedy to keep that kind of hand. So I generally have been pretty happy with hooves because if you math out like the amount of block you need to ignore like kind of the dual Crippling Crush type of situation, you go Carrion Husk plus card, blocks once. Card plus Flesh Bag, Apex, hooves, blocks another. Yeah. So that is all you need. Like you don't actually need the block from Scabskins to say no to that because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And like 8 is what you need to block it, right?
Makes sense.
So the controlled activation of hooves normally feels pretty good. IMO. Okay. We put recursion in, didn't find anything. Don't really have a good starting play, so that's it. That's it. A slow opener, it seems. Debilitate. What is this one? First attack next turn has -2. Sure. I mean, the turn is just going to be Deadwood.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a 2-card 4 there. 2-card 4. That's totally fine. Not worth wasting armor on. Draw, discard a howl, please. Oh, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not forced into Blood Debt yet, because they did play a card, which is always nice. Have you run into the like turn 0 Deadwood versus a Fi yet?
Get their Phoenix Flame. I have not.
Yeah. Dude, that's
spicy.
That'll make you want to play Levia till the day you die. It is such a ridiculously good feeling. All right. So we either block with Writhing to just go 3-card 12, Arsenal Tear. That feels pretty good. Or force the Tear hand. But a Dread in Arsenal is like not the best for that, right? Because you're kind of wasting the go again. Because turning on claws is generally like what you can do with that. So, yeah, I feel like there's going to be room for Tear from Arsenal. Surely, right? Some turns will look like this out of the Bravo, where it's just a Titan's Fist. Someone in chat had turn 0 smashing into Dash's Teklo Pounder. Oh, that's disgusting. That is awesome. That is awesome.
Where are you at with the fatiguing plan on Max, or is it all just smashing performance now?
No, I think the hype around Dash has died down enough that I don't think you need like the full like fatigue board plan, which I hadn't before because Matt W, you know, he did top 4 at Worlds with like that aggro boost dash at the 20k. It was everywhere. I mean, 2 of them in top 8. So the fact that you could target like Max Dash IO and a really popular deck in Boost Dash made it feel like a fatigue plan would just get you enough free wins because it hit all those matches. But now Dash feels like, and especially Max, feels like way more fringe. So I'm not super keen on bringing in that package. This is interesting. The only way we really get punished on this is if we get an Endless Maw. Any other draw from the Beast Within pummel here should be fine.
Yeah.
But an Endless Maw would definitely not function. So not an Endless Maw, please. Not an Endless Maw. We're at 27. Holy moly. There goes Blood Rush, Dread, Blood Rush, Art of War. Yep, okay. That's great. That's fantastic. Thank you, deck that has 46s in it. Thank you for that random order of the deck. I really appreciate it. You know, when this happens and you hit like a Howl from Beyond, you can't help but cheer. Feels so good. When it happens and you hit your Blood Rushes, good lord. Good lord. I still believe, though.
The room for just throwing Howls in the main board in this kind of list, or is that just like...
I mean, I just wouldn't do that alongside the Slitherings and the Art of Wars, right? Because they all are cards that suck to draw in like the wrong type of hand. The Howls in particular, like they don't have like a companion piece that actually makes them good in hand at all. Like not even Art of War makes those good, right? Because they're non-attacks. You can't banish them. They exist just to block. Well, with 6 Blood Debt, I really absolutely hate to give Husk on this, but we do need to turn off Blood Debt for our turn to make sense. And Yeah, I mean, it could be like Wrecker, Apex, Hooves, and then just make this the Hooves turn right away. Come in for 13.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Not the worst thing I've ever heard. Or it's give Husk and make this a tear turn, but you still risk not turning off Blood Debt because there's no redundancy in these two. I think this makes a little more sense. The one thing, though, about playing it this way is we basically are choosing to never play into Consume this game because we're about to have so much Blood Debt so early. I don't normally play into Consumed versus Bravo, but it is possible when you just like keep trading Haymakers. Just because if they take damage, you take damage, they take damage, you take damage, then there's less likelihood that they can survive post-consumed for like 4 turns, whatever it would be before you deck. Definitely doubt that now, having milled Art of War and 2 Blood Rushes.
I mean, so if they were to start full blocking us now, and we even get there if we
oh yeah. We've got recursion. I believe.
Yeah.
I believe. We've found it. In a terrible hand, mind you.
Yeah.
Holy good God. This might just be like a YOLO angle where well, no, that's not true. That's not true. The Dread Screamer can turn off Blood Debt at least, but Jesus, this is bad. It's fine. It's fine. The hand turns off Blood Debt, so let's not get too crazy. Not too ahead of ourselves. Last night at Locals, turn 3 broke 3 items. On their turn, boosted out 2 Tekla cores and foundried out the second induction chamber. By turn 3, their cores, inductions, and pounder were all dead. 1 on 28 life. That's awesome. That's awesome. No offense to you, Billy, but screw Dash players. No, Jay, they're good people. Nothing against Dash. Okay. Look.
That's
the Bravo deck sucks. We have found room. Bravo sucks confirmed. Okay. Don't miss. We need a win here. Oh, beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's probably a Mark of the Beast angle. I would love to just slam Writhing for 12, but I think we might have to wait until like an Art of War style turn to banish 6 to really feel better about this graveyard. I'm not taking that risk. Let's go in for 12.
Fair.
And I think we saw some of the worst rate Flesh and Blood. 4-card 7 into a 2-card 4. It's really impressive stuff out of both Levia and Bravo. Whew. God, 4-card 7, 2-card 4. Oh, thank God. Okay, we found an Art of War. We can hopefully start to feel pretty good about the Banished Zone pretty quick. This one is -2. It's also threatening Husk anyway, so this might just be a unfortunate but get rid of Husk angle.
Yep.
Pretty sad because they've seen 0 crippling. So like the moment they see crippling, you know they windmill slam it with like all the armor that they've got. But you know, we're just not. We don't have a super clean game on our hands, so I think it is what it is. Unfortunately, it might just be a let them eat damage for crippling, and then we flip consumed later at some point and hope it feels better.
We already are at redeemed if we ever need to go to like 2.
Yeah. Oh, I guess the other option would just be say go again +1 and just guarantee that we get like the double banish turn, but there's a higher ceiling of banishing the Dread. looking for something else. I believe miracles do happen. Where's that guy Eric in the chat? Just believe. Just believe. All right, this is pretty good. Pretty good belief system. If we hit the howl here, then we're really cooking with gas. Oh! We're really cooking with gas! I believe! Wow. In a single turn, we have flipped everything. I mean, see, so these are the situations where Art of War is like the only card that is going to bail you there. Like any other play, you are just rolling the dice in a different way, right? Like the graveyard just looked so bad. You're never really in control of it. Now this looks beautiful. Now we look at this. Hell is so good. You should play 3. Yep, I was trying. Oh, there goes a crippling. We're getting back. I mean, that was a 4-card 18. Or no, was it 5? It was 5 because we played out 4-card arsenal. Passable, passable. Oh, oh. Interesting, interesting. So it would only be 16 damage in theory if we play it this way. And it is our only blood rush. So I don't know about yeah, a 16 damage blood rush being enough. We do have one more Art of War. We have 2 tear limb from limb still. So I do think a win is within reason. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But the other option would just be, I guess, Blood Rush, but then we're still in a situation where, like, we need to draw a way to turn off Blood Debt. So... I guess there's not really another option, though.
Yeah. The Blast Effect.
Yeah. We could also miss drawing Shadow 6 here. That would suck. Alright, we missed drawing the Shadow 6 here. That is super bad. Super bad.
Was there ever I mean, do we ever just swing Blazafet and banish the Deadwood there? And like try to save Blood Rush?
Oh, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, actually that is infinitely better. Just in terms of taking like 0 risks where Blood Debt is concerned. Alright. Well, we'll have to scoop this one. Damn it, Willie, this is why you're supposed to speak up. That's why you're here. Can we win dealing 8 damage to ourselves? Definitely not, right?
I mean, Claw. They're not blocking. Maybe if they block, like.
Roughly, what's your win rate against Kayo? Says someone in the chat. I don't know, maybe like 70-30, something like that.
Yeah, so if he gives 2 cards here and we go to 8, it's not impossible.
Not impossible. Not looking good at all because we can't even like Hail Mary our way back in with Scabs.
That he kept there is scary.
All right, I'm down for suicide. This one's a heavy throw. Heavy throw. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I didn't even think about that. The Deadwood is the guaranteed way to turn it off, and then if all we do is Blasmo swing there, he's still priced into killing Blasmafet, so then that gives us like the free 5-card Blood Rush. So yeah, I just totally missed that. Banish Deadwood. Duh. Rip. All right, Willie. Oh! Wait! We have another lease on life! Let's go!
We've got 1 turn.
All right. We've got 1 turn, and we drew the Art of War, and a Dread Screamer. It's possible. Isn't this supposed to be a redeem game? No, not really. I think into Bravo, you don't really plan on either. You don't even really plan on either.
Interesting.
What's going on here?
He swung hammer at Plasmafet. It didn't kill it.
Okay.
I think he's... not sure.
All right. Shh.
Okay.
I'll take it. Shh. All right. So, what? Enable chat. What is? Okay. It's an ally. It heals.
I don't know. Wait, he doesn't know it has 6 life. I don't.
Well, not everyone knows they heal back up because, like, normally you kill a dragon. Why can't you put a card in Arsenal? That's a good cue. That one I can't answer for. He's asking, why can't I put a card in Arsenal?
I don't know why it's skipping his Arsenal.
All right, we can just go back to start of previous turn for them. Oh, that didn't do anything. It seems we are too far gone to fix this. Nope, never mind. All right, I highly doubt it is possible to win. Highly, highly doubt.
Yeah, not with...
But we do have Writhing. So there's a world where if this turn we deal damage and eat his armor, which there's a lot of armor, I'm going to be real with you, then perhaps double Writhing as we kind of get stuck with 0 cards in deck does win the game. It is possible. But we've got to basically go 3 wide this turn. Or potentially 4 wide this turn, right? Because we can go Dread, Attack, Blasmafet is possible. We'd have to really high roll to get there, but I do believe. I do believe. Okay, he did Arsenal this time. He did Arsenal.
Is there any
this
merit
time.
to Dread, barraging Dread, Blasmafet?
Dread,
not playing
barraging, Dread, Blasmafet. Well, if you don't play the Art of War now, it won't do anything. Because we're about to draw it up with like 0 cards in deck. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like play Art of War now, or all it does is exist as a yellow forever.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think though, do we
And
have
a second Dread.
do we have Endless Maw? We don't. There's a world where it also could have been say +1 go again, and then go Endless Maw, Dread into Blasmafet. But we are missing an Endless Maw somehow out of all these Blood Deck cards. The Hungering Slaughter Beast could still do it, where you come in for 7, 8, 17, or 17 plus the Blasmo. That's doable. I mean, if we're going for like most guaranteed damage on board, that is doable. It then also keeps the barraging. Like the last 2 cards we're gonna have in deck are barraging and Soul Harvest, where barraging buffed up on the Writhing like is pretty legit.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So I think I believe a little bit. Buff, go again. I do believe. Come in for 8. Oh my god.
That's a lot of misses.
Wait, we just hit the only 3 6s. The whole point was going to be close the chain so that the Dread actually hits.
Right.
But we hit all 3 of the 6s and left all the misses.
We've got one
Oh
left.
my god. Oh my god.
At our 1 and 7.
All right. They get, the game really wants this to be hard. Really wants this to be hard. Oh, we hit it though.
Oh
Never doubted. Oh, a Civic Steps? That doesn't break on Blasmo? Interesting. So we also have Apex to try to give the Writhing, an additional plus with these last barraging Soul Harvest hands we're gonna draw. Oh, actually no, that won't work because we'd have to block with the Soul Harvest and then so all right, Apex does nothing from here on out. But if they give us the Quicken and then don't kill Blasmo, we have another turn which in theory leaks a point. So we get to just go like attack into Blasmo. Come on. All right, they're letting Blasmo stick. I think this is possible. We actually get to play. We get to play Writhing into Blasmafet here. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Writhing into Blasmo. They do have 1, 2, 3, 4. So they will give armor on this in theory. Oh, okay, we get to Claw as well. Not super important, to be fair. Sync from Arsenal. Okay. Still, our kill threshold in theory is we're trying to get the Writhing to 8 with the barraging, right? So if they give us the armor here, or rather, not give us the armor, but even with this, they've lost 2 armor. They've got 2 left. So they can block 5. They would take 3. That is not good enough. That is not good
we have
enough.
more Dread Screamers too. We can just see like...
Yeah, that's true. Try to leak a point somewhere.
Though.
Yep, that's fair.
Or out of graveyard. We only have...
Yeah, it would be out of graveyard. That is a good point.
Is there going to be a way to get back to 3 graveyard to play? I guess that.
Well, he in theory like has to attack us at some point. Can't do nothing. Yeah, block with armor is pretty key here, but just kind of a waiting game till then. There's also a world where, let's see, he gives 2 cards here. Barraging wouldn't do anything to the Blasmo, but it would take a card. And then he has to give card plus armor. And then with the last card, we try to Writhing, but then he has to have attacked for that to work. It's kind of a weird situation. Okay, he took 1 though. He took 1 though. All right, so now any attack in theory should win the game. Because we just need the graveyard fill. We need the graveyard fill. Until then, we've got the Mark of the Beast. So it's not impossible. Very strange game.
Yeah.
Very strange. CNC, yes. It's that Blasmo.
Oh, I still in Blasmo.
That's fine. It had to happen at some point. Right. It's okay. We have plenty of plays. Look, so many plays. Although, in theory, on the Bravo side, he should probably just not do anything until they find a Sink Below to put in Arsenal. Oh, let's see. Choke Slam. Okay. Can't gain attack. Alright, so we just have to wait a turn.
Yeah.
But then if we wait a turn, I think we die. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Can't gain. Oh, wait. Actually, is it enough? Hold up. If we just block with Bonebreaker, right? If we go here, 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 right? Then that does push it to 7. So they need specifically a D-React or they die. They've seen triple... No, wait, look! They've seen triple Sync, triple Fate! Yo, we got there! We got there! Hold up! Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. Hey! Yo, undeserved. We tried to suicide. I'm not going to get too excited. Maybe they run a staunch. Maybe they've got a staunch. Who knows? What an undeserved win, if this is legit. Oh, no way. No way, dude. Not like this. All right, William, that was... You were so insanely correct anyway to have done the Blasmo play, but it is cool to see a win come from the clutches of defeat like that in a honestly pretty intricate end game. Wow. Yeah. Wow. He pitched a blue unmovable at some point. Yo! We could have lost! Still!
Wow.
All right, that was pretty fun though. That was pretty fun. What are we at? We got 3 hours left. Well, dude, I'm down to keep playing if you are, but I'm not going to keep you if you got other things to do.
I think that was a good one for me.
That was a good one. Yeah, I agree. Pretty hype. All right, well, Billy, thanks for joining me. What a roller coaster of games. I think what did we end up? 3-1 or something? Was it 2-2?
3-1.
Well, whatever. This one was a win, so that gets added to the counter. That is most definitely wrong at this point. Also, what is this misplay counter? There's no way it's at 2. It's at least 10 per hour, but we'll leave it at 6 for now. All right, Billy, it was a pleasure. Thank you for jumping on and imparting your POV as like someone in the thick of things who truly believes in Levia for your next competitive event. It is good to run into people like you. There aren't many, there really aren't many. Even though she's like S tier on everyone's tier list, no one knows why. No one knows why, because no one's playing her. But there will be you at Philly, so
looking forward to it.
Sweet, man. Best of luck. Best of luck.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks for pioneering the deck. I will be testing out Howl shortly.
Heck yeah, dude. All right, I'll see you in Philly. All right. Oh, dude, what a nightmare game. I think that's a true mark of the fact that we are 9 hours in. I'm feeling it, folks. I'm feeling it. There are definitely things in front of my eyes. There definitely are. Is it a computer screen? Is it pieces of hair? Is it pieces of my cat's hair? All very good questions. All very good questions. But we are powering through. I said it was a 12-hour game, or 12-hour day, and by God, it will be. I have not eaten a single thing, so I may have to, just for my own health, hit pause real quick and go get some food. So I'll be right back. All right, for everyone who was wondering, this one is my favorite cat. This one's Morty. And Morty is the cutest thing in the world. She is so soft, so fluffy. And I just love her. Oh my gosh, look at this little thing. Look at this little thing. Say hello to your fans, Morty. Say hello. Nope. Oh my goodness gracious, look at those eyes. All right, back to heating up food. Here we go. All right, we're back, and we have now crossed into the. Well, I can't say 11th hour yet, but we're in the 10th hour. Look at that. Look at the timer all the way over here. Not so bad. Not so bad. But there we go. What a great day so far. I don't think the gameplay counter is correct because I accidentally deleted it at some point, and I swear it was an accident. It was not an effort to save my record. And so, I don't know if it's actually been 21 games or what, but it's been a long day. It has been a long day. We played some Hexagore. I lost my marbles playing Hexagore. That definitely happened. My god, that was a roller coaster. Tried to show off as much of the triple howl deck as we could. You know, I really do believe in that deck. I think it's a couple cards off still, but the theory is strong, and I will not go to less than 3 Howl. That's not true. I would maybe go to 2 Howl, 1 Shadow Blazafet. I could totally see that, and in fact, that is probably the correct way to play the deck. Let's be real. Shadow Blazafet, like drawn on a Bloodurge turn, is much better than if that card was a Howl, so maybe that's where you can fix some ratios. So, yeah, I still think that deck is very real, very real. And if I was going to play at a bigger event this season, that's the one that I would put more faith into, because you kind of saw what happens when you do run those non-blocks. The power is there, but like that game with Willie versus Kayo, the game is just like so in control, and then you draw 4 non-blocks, and it's just over. Like, you literally lose all agency to play the game. So, there's still more work to do with Levia. No deck list is perfect. Even if you have a perfect deck list, you need to just... It needs to be your day. You've got to have the perfect run to actually get up there with Levia. But don't let that scare you away. I think she is insanely powerful, and you'll never know if you'll make top 8 if you're not the one playing her, right? Which has been so many people's problem for so long. They just don't play the deck. So hopefully now people are over that hurdle, and they just play her for once. You've been playing Levia at your LGS. However, you still have trouble playing against Bravo, and you are a Bravo Levia player, so you guess you're just bad at knowing what to do. Interesting. So, generally, I do think Levia is pretty favored into Bravo, because there's only a couple turns in the game where Bravo can do something threatening, and almost every time, Armor can answer those threats, right? So they play normally not really above rate, right? Like, they can do above rate things every once in a while. Like, if it's the Tunic build, they can come in for like 2-card 8s. They can, you know, come in for like Tunic Pummel CNC. That one's pretty good. But otherwise, what they're doing is like very much just normal, average Flesh and Blood value. And if there's one thing Levia should be able to beat, it is just very vanilla value Flesh and Blood. Because she, having Blood Debt at all in her kit, is really a trade-off for the above-rate plays she can make. Whether it's like, you know, your 2-card 9s with Endless Mods, your Dread Screamers into Graveling, that kind of thing. So I do think that if the Levia is just playing the decks, or playing the hands like very tight, not taking too many greedy lines, not doing whatever the hell happened last game, that one was wild. The Levia deck by the numbers just beats Bravo, and then answers Bravo's disruptive turns with armor. And so there will be ways you can kind of throw the game as the Levia player. Like, some non-block hands will just force you in weird spots. You can go for weird lines. You can, like, you know, not be in control of your Blood Debt really well. But generally, I think it's really hard to lose that game, especially if Bravo plays it slower. Then you are going to see your entire cycle of cards, like first cycle, and your 3 blood rushes, if you don't just rip them when they're bad, but actually like have an attack in arsenal, play them out like on a 3-card hand plus arsenal, or if you know your arsenal is like a more expensive card, 2 cost, 3 cost, then play them out on a 4-card plus arsenal. You're just milking so much more value out of your deck than the Bravo can. It's a pretty interesting matchup though. Like, I really like playing Bravo into Levia. When I made top 8, or rather when I was playing my top 8 game at the Realm thing, some of the teammates were able to put together Bravo, and then Lucas was there kind of like hydraing Bravo versus me on Levia, just to practice the matchup, try to play it in 5 different ways, try to figure out what Michael Hamilton was going to do. And it really felt like there was nothing the Bravo could do. And we're talking like Lucas is a fantastic player. He, played Bravo at the most recent Battle Hard, and he's put a lot of time into the deck. Of course, me on Levia, and we're trying to play that matchup like perfectly, like 5 times, like whatever it was, trying to slam it. And it really does feel like the Levia needs to get a little unlucky for the Bravo to have a shot at all. Because if the decks just like play the way they're supposed to, Levia will just have more numbers. And it can sound kind of basic to say it that way, but like Levia is a deck of just numbers, right? So that is where you have to see her strengths, is just, I have more numbers than you. That's why the deck is good, right? She has no on-hit effects. It's like, my numbers are better. And before the Demi-Hero, the fear was your numbers can be good, but you're also forced into attacking. And so late game, she was terrible. Because if you like missed a good rate hand, it didn't matter. You had to play like a 2-card 6 because you otherwise were dead to blood debt. The Demi-Hero is what absolutely saves that end game. So I really think, the angle Levia has to play on now is to just always remember you don't want to play a bad Levia deck. And a bad Levia deck is a deck that like doesn't use the Demi-Hero. So whatever your plan is, you've got to kind of, pick and make sure you're doing something with the Demi, either one or the other. What hero do you consider your worst matchup? I think Dash, if you're not sideboarded for it, can be really hard because they're another deck that is just a lot of above rate raw numbers. And then they have that little touch of disruption with Pulse Wave Harpoon. And if that card lines up on your Blood Rush turn, the game is over. Because Dash is going to present enough damage, and you, as Levia, need to also like exchange enough damage, that the game gets pretty condensed into probably like a 6 to 8 turn game, something like that. So you're only, on average, going to see like 1, maybe 2 Blood Rushes in that game. And if the Dash messes up that Blood Rush, the game is just over. You don't actually get your like power turn to kind of present lethal first and get ahead in that matchup. So back when I was really afraid of that matchup, I would way rather play it to fatigue with like the fatigue sideboard than play it like kind of fair, because you play fair and then they play fair until Pulse Wave. And if Pulse Wave just lines up, there's just nothing you can do. The game is over. I do think most of the time that's not the case. And most of the time you are just playing like a numbers race back and forth, and Levia is probably fine. But for those few games where Pulse Wave was like an absolute utter blowout and it felt like the game was unplayable, that was enough to scare me away from like ever wanting to play the Dash that way again. Azalea is also pretty tough because even though you have a lot of armor, a lot of the ways that Levia hands function, like you always have to put armor somewhere. Even when Azalea throws something undominated, Levia doesn't just get to say like, okay, I'll block 12 then. Like, you didn't dominate this. You're coming in for 12. I'll just give you my hand because trading in any kind of way puts me behind due to these on-hits. Levia can't really do that because you have to keep playing into turning off Blood Debt. So even when something's not dominated, the effects are like pretty real. And so Azalea just eats through your armor pretty quick. And if you don't see an early Blood Rush, or if you don't get like a decent way to have like one good banish early, make sure that your Blood Debt is at least at like 3 or something for a decent demi flip. That matchup is really hard, really hard. And you can try a couple things to make it a little bit better. Like in the 20k list, I was running Sink Belows, and Sink Below was pretty good. I like that card a lot into Azalea. I've tried Unmovable, I've tried Guardian of the Shadow Realm, but those cards also like, they make you commit to blocking with 2, right? You've got to like pay for those. And if you're off of Arsenal, then you're asking for that other 2 cards in hand to do a lot. And like the only time that 2 card play is really that good is if it's an Endless Maw. So it just wasn't lining up that well to really want the D-Rex that you pay into. But the Sinks are pretty good. They do help in that matchup quite a bit. Katsu I don't think is that bad at all, especially with the new Apex. Before that matchup was slightly favored if you just ran Grasp instead of Apex. And now you don't even need to run Grasp. You just have 5 points in Apex versus 2 points in Grasp. So that matchup's like, Katsu is one of those decks where if they just kind of have it, Levia can't pivot later in like the blocking sequence to really adapt to a Katsu that just like has the nuts draw. But if you also just get like a nuts turn in there, then your damage is like very comparable one between the other, and you don't really have to fear this whole like Kodachi lock phase of the game. The Kodachis, if they're paying into it, are normally just pretty bad rate, so you can kind of just ignore a whole part of the hero's identity that other decks like freak out about. Like, you just don't care if they're paying into Kodachis. That's bad math for the kind of game you play. So I think that one's pretty close. Pretty close. We're not going to call it like heavily favored or anything. I'd call it like 55-45, I'm not going to lie. Tyler says, I have a similar problem in that you get the core value of Levia being good numbers. For me, it's learning the sequencing for certain matchups and understanding certain cards. You hate Mark and Tear? Get out of here, Tyler. You don't understand Levia then. Those cards are busto. Tear is nuts. You do have to learn to love it. I didn't play that card for like 2 years. And then I played that card. And now I'm all in. I'm so all in on Tear limb for limb that I'm ditching Art Award, dude. That's how much I love Tear limb for limb. Who cares if you're non-blocks or blues? Blues are good. And they pay into each other. And Mark the Beast is nuts in the aggro matchups where you don't get room to banish. The fact that you can actually like block and still feel your blood debt is actually a pretty big upside, along with situations where when your graveyard is bad, Mark is guaranteed to turn it off. It's pretty good. You can discard it, turn off blood debt. Joshua Scott, rules and policy manager for LSS, says believe in Tear limb for limb. How can you argue with him? You just can't. The dude writes the rulebook, and I believe on page 6, article 691C, it says believe in Tear limb for limb, so it is what it is. You think Kano is tough as well? Can't get the cards on the graveyard if you don't kill him fast enough? That's also fair. Kano is like inherently flawed in that you don't ever get to block, like literally ever. So if you don't draw proactive graveyard fill, which in your sideboard, like you can definitely have that, right? I think pretty natively your deck does need to block, but you can have enough cards that don't need you to block and still fill graveyard in your sideboard. You can also bring in like Spell Void equipments. You can bring AB pieces. Like right now I'm running AB1, Spell Void chest, Spell Void arms, or not Spell Void, it's like the darkness pieces, but effectively Spell Void 4, and then hooves in the boots. And with all of that, you generally can shrug off their kill turn, but you still don't really win the game if you can't play your cards. And so the other side of that is you need graveyard fill. And yeah, that's just something Kano will never give you. Never. So draw sequence-wise, sometimes the Kano matchup can feel unplayable. But if you draw proactive graveyard fill, that matchup is fine. It's like totally fine. You shrug off their kill turn. You're slamming blood rushes. You're playing like Writhing Beast Hulk. Lethal's on the table. They've got to decide right now, like, I've got to just force lethal because this Dominate's going to kill me. And then you're just sitting with like AB1 and Spell Void 4. That feels pretty good. Sleep Dart kills you after flip. That's true, but you can absolutely use Sleep Dart before the flip to help you flip. Because generally, like, you can't do your most powerful turns into flip, right? You can't turn off blood debt. You can still find room to like CNC, swing big. That stuff is still quite strong into flip because you've presented something. But if Sleep Dart hits you, you can actually all of a sudden say like, sure, dude, I'll slam you with an Endless Maw, I'll slam you with Dread Screamer, I'll slam you with like an Art of War turn and still flip. And then if you do that, sure, the next turn cycle, if they're able to Sleep Dart you again, you can get pretty scared. But if that's how you can play the game, not get Sleep Darted the next turn cycle, the fact that you now have all this extra intellect and hopefully like a powerful piece in arsenal to make sure you present lethal your turn after the flip, you can kind of shrug it off. I think if the Azalea has too much room to Sleep Dart you like in like a 3-turn window post-flip, you're probably losing that game no matter what. It doesn't matter that it's Sleep Dart. It might as well be like a dominated infecting shot or something that just kills you on pure damage. Mark is rough because you always see it early game and Tear has never felt good, but again, I think I don't really understand the cards fully yet. Well, that just comes down to spam the hell out of Levia. I mean, if you want to look at the amount of games played that I have, it's pretty obscene. If we look at like You know, I don't even like love most of these lists. I'm just playing games to play these games. Oh, we did go 3-1 with Will. Yo, he signed off and was like, I think we went 2-2. We went 3-1, damn it. All right, so look, that's 4 games. That's 4 games. This one is 55 games in 3 days. 55 games in 3 days. That's like borderline, there's something wrong with this man. Send him to the hospital. 55 games in 3 days. This one, we've got 79 games. Granted, this is like over 2 weeks. Man, okay, that's still pretty stupid. 79 games over 2 weeks. Then you add in the 55 games from last 3 days. Dude, I have a problem. That's too many games. You know that guy, Pete Budensic? He said on Twitter that he's like, my goal is to play 10,000 games of Flesh and Blood. And people in the comments were like, that's impossible. You'd have to play this amount of games per day, whatever. I might be there, folks. Because that's not even all my recent decks. If we look at Rhinar, I was spamming Rhinar. Okay, there's only 4 games on that one. We've got another... Nope, that's the wrong one. We've got another 13 games from just last week with this Arachne deck. 13 games, 85 win percent, by the way. I love Arachne. We've got 54 games, although some of those are from like olden days. If you just look in the past 2 weeks, it's probably still like 30 something, right? We don't need to look at that Riptide list. It's freaking trash. This Rhinar deck, 14 games, once again, just from like 2 weeks ago. So if you do that math, I don't know, what is that, like 300 games in 2 weeks? Dude, that's a stupid amount of games. I should be way better at this game. And that's also not counting all of the draft practice in the Runaways Discord. I'm like constantly queued up for drafts. And those are like 2 or 3 games a piece. And I'm probably doing like 3 of those a day. And for what reason? I'm not even playing in any events this season. Dude, I just love Fab. Oh, damn, you still streaming? Hamel, I said it was going to be 12 hours, and it's 12 hours. If you want me to pivot this into, you know, I work on your Lego ad, I'll do it. 2.5 hours, it won't be a pretty product, but we could probably get something done. By the way, thanks for your content. I started playing somewhat recently, not even a year yet. Awesome. And playing in your LGS against the top players of your country makes your confidence go to shit. Trying to learn the most. Well, Gonzalo, you know, stick with it. When I first started playing this game, Levia was the worst deck you've ever seen. You know, if you've only played within a year, you've probably heard about how bad Riptide is, how bad Teklevossen is. I promise you, Levia was way worse back in the day because you legitimately would just end every game prematurely to yourself. The card quality was so terrible. Unless you were high rolling from the beginning with blood rushes, then like every game just went to shit. It was so bad. And I still just showed up and played because the game is fun and there's so much to learn between, especially your losses, right? Especially your losses. If you're losing to better players, then you have a wealth of knowledge in front of you to try to learn from. You know, I would pick their brain, ask, you know, hey, like, what did I do differently from like the last dash you played, or like whatever the situation is? You know, what turn like really had you on the ropes? People who play this game are generally like pretty amicable, you know, that they would love to talk with you. And especially if you talk with them about their deck, you know, if you're like, wow, that Dromai deck, dude, oh, such a cool Dromai deck. Whether you believe it or not, I guarantee you they will talk about it for hours. It's just, it is what it is. All right, Wizard player you were playing against was talking about Levia being to partially combo as soon as possible, forcing either Spell Void 4 and keeping equips, or Spell Void 2 and pushing damage. Then they have to draw it again before you present lethal. Yeah, so what you can do as the Levia player into that is, it's generally pretty easy to tell if they're going for like the baited lethal, because you just won't have been presenting lethal yourself. If all your turn is like throwing 8 and like they're at 10, and they like go for lethal, then you're not really asking anything of their turn, you know, because you don't like make them make a choice of blocking with your cards, or going for lethal. So as the Levia side, you should be pretty conservative with your Spell Void. Maybe don't use all of it. Maybe use one piece just to hedge off, but try to do what you can on your side. to, you know, use your spell void equipment when it truly is the choice that they're making between lethal or not. Because then it's very clear that they are either going to die or you're going to die. That's it. But also a huge part of the Kano matchup is even like drawing playables to begin with. There's a good 50% of the time like you just don't draw graveyard fill and like you just lose. So I don't worry too much about that matchup, not gonna lie. That one just is what it is with draw sequence more than anything. And depending on when you should get to the building in Philly, you should probably jam a game IRL. You've played probably 5 to 7 games, but never in person. Tyler, if I'm streaming Philly, I appreciate that you want to play, but I don't even bring my decks to these events because I don't get a second to breathe at all. Like, I don't know if you've seen the in-person setups recently, but when I left Hartford, for example, I was the last person in the convention hall and it was almost midnight. Like, there's no time at these things for me. I mean, I'll bring my deck and maybe we can pretend, but you know, the priority at these conventions is like generally to focus on the streaming product, and I do that at the sacrifice of my own sleep and time with friends. I mean, you saw some people in the chat earlier were talking about, oh, you were at Hartford, I didn't see you. You know why? It's because I was in the freaking back corner, just unable to do anything other than like drink water every now and again and breathe. You know, like, it can get pretty tough. You've never seen a man do more cardio than Ethan at events. Legit scrambling. Yeah, you know, I actually have an exercise bike that I've neglected to use, but after Hartford, I was like, damn, it actually was like 100 feet in between the streaming booth and like the coverage area and the feature table. It's like, I need to run that 100 feet in like seconds to save the stream every once in a while. So I gotta get better. Gotta get better on the cardio and all that. Truly. Oh, what's up? 2.5 hours, it says. If you need me to call it early, you have, you know, +1 privileges. I can call it early if you got something.
I don't, but it's late. I'm just gonna eat and go to bed without you.
Well, you don't have to go to bed. Okay, I mean, I'll be done at like 11.
Yeah, that's my bedtime.
Okay, well, I'll see you in bed.
Pause it.
Okay, hold up, everyone. Well, I am going to call the stream about an hour early, so don't go anywhere, folks. We still have like an hour and a half, but just for the sake of, you know, I have a partner, and I do love her very much. We are going to not make her upset, and I'm just resetting the timer here. There we go. We're going to have to call it like 1 hour shorter than intended. I truly did mean for a 12-hour stream, but to be fair, I actually had a coaching session right before this, and that lasted like an hour 20. So I really have been talking Levia and been on stream for a long freaking time so far. So even though that part wasn't on stream, it still contributed to this like 12-hour day. So apologies, but that timer is what we're going to honor now. 1.5 hours left. 1.5 hours left. Carmen says, you started playing just a month ago, and every place you've gone to has people who, after the game ends, tell me what to do next time, and you play as Uzuri. Are you saying that as a good or bad thing? Because there are definitely times where it is, like, so obnoxious when, like, you play a game and, like, maybe it was really close, maybe it wasn't, whatever it was, but, like, you want to sit in that win or loss for just a second, and the other person, like, launches in pretty unprompted about, oh, you should have done this, oh, so actually, if you saw this, I was blocking with shred, and so then, that way, if you overblocked, like, you went less the game. Sometimes, bro, just, like, give it a second. So hopefully you mean it in a good way, Carmen. But especially as a Levia player for years now, there are so many games where maybe the game felt good for the beginning, but then something drastic happened and the game ended very abruptly due to blood debt. And I just don't want to launch into conversation immediately, all right? Just like give me a second. Just like give me a second to think about how different the game would have been if I just didn't whiff on 3 cards in my graveyard. I don't want you to jump in immediately like, oh, great game, dude, this order. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I promise you I'm not a salty person overall, but when a game ends so abruptly, the worst thing you can do is just try to like launch in some kind of like consolation conversation, like whatever the hell's going on. I promise you I'm not a salty person. Unless it's a Viscerai. Unless I'm playing against Viscerai. Then I'm throwing hands. I'd rather throw hands than play that game. We're being real. But any other situation, I promise you just gotta like wait a second. Just like let a man breathe. Just let a man breathe. Oh my god. We gotta throw hands on Talishar at some point. You have to redeem your Hexagore deck. Alright, Jesse, you wanna jump in? Yo, coach me on, get up on Discord. I got you. And coach me on some Hexagore. I'd love to see the man himself walk me through some games. Because I was spiraling. I was looking at some of those hands and oh lord. Yeah, here. I'll add you on Discord, or I'll call you in a second. Just catch up on chat real quick. Yo, Tyler, yes. Well, you'll see in Philly. Like I said, I'll bring the deck. We'll see what we can do. You're absolutely smashing it, man. All the hard work you do at events is generally appreciated by the entire community. In addition, you're a super nice guy who's up the chat to anyone and everyone. Well, Patrick, I do think you have the best image of me in your head out of anyone I've ever met in Fab, because I was starstruck by you, my friend. And so I probably came across a lot more wholesome than normal, because it was an absolute pleasure to run into you as well. You know, it's kind of weird. Like, I knew who you were from the videos, like the Savage Sundays, I think they're called. And actually, I had this like weird feeling that you just didn't like me, because there were a couple of comments previously on Facebook where it was like, you know, you were asking who should I invite to the show, and multiple times people in the chat were like, you should, you know, get man sent, and yet you never hit me up. And I was like, damn. It's like, it's not like I'm really getting ghosted because I didn't send him a message, but it kind of feels like I'm getting ghosted. Dude, it's like a weird thing. But then to meet you in person and you're just like the coolest person I've met in Queenstown, that was pretty sick. So if I came across nicer than normal, that was why. Yo, I low-key wanted to gift the bull riding into a Levia blood debt meme from Queenstown. The bull riding into a Levia blood... Wait, did you see me riding the bull in Queenstown? Were you there when I actually was riding the bull? I feel like that was early in the night. But dude, that was a fun bar. Absolutely fun bar. You were there. Okay, sick. Dude, I did a pretty good job. It depends what night you saw me. First night, not as impressive. The second night, I had something to prove. And I felt like I lasted quite a while. But in a way, that's like its own slow, painful death. And blood debt's its own thing, right? Kind of correlated. Good thing. It's super helpful for sure. Okay, that's good to hear, Carmen. I was holding my breath on that. Patrick, no way. I was so keen. I just personally had not made a connection with you, so I felt like a rookie reaching for the stars. Oh, come on. Who am I but some weirdo with like Levia, you know, over my shoulder? That's all it is. Levia over both my shoulders. One here, and then also staring at me on this side of the wall. Look at her. She's everywhere. Also the Dread Screamer right here. Oh, that cosplay was sick. All right, Jesse, let me add you up in here so we can end the night on some OP Hexagore action. Because if anyone can make Hexagore look OP, it is you. Jesse. All right, this man needs no introduction. Actually, a lot of you probably don't know who this is, but this is Jesse, who
What's up?
Yo, I'm trying to add 1 second. Nope, that's not it.
Turn you up on my end a little bit. There we go. Hear me okay?
Yes, I do. Oh, do you have a face cam? You don't have to, I guess.
Oh, I mean, sure, why not?
Okay. Come on, get that beautiful face out there. People have to know what a Hexagore player looks like.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. What up, Jesse? What up? All right, let me add you here. Where is Discord? I feel just like quite dumb right now. Discord. Nope, that really ain't it. 1 second. There it is, Jesse on Discord. Now you're there. All right, my friend.
Right. I am literally mid game at the moment. I'm trying to make this shit work on Talishar, but I have a Bravo at 19. I'm still at 33, so I think it's going all right.
That sounds much better than most positions I was in. Oh, dude, not to rag on you. I legitimately that edited version that you made was actually popping off. Even though it didn't look that flashy, there wasn't that much agility. It totally did function. It was just like Scab's abuse deck, right? And like when Scabs hit, I mean, we saw some of those games. It was like 4, 4, 6. Like the deck looked nuts. But then when Scabs didn't work, it looked a little weak. And then when we pivoted to like the agility deck, I don't know. I just like couldn't do anything. But that's okay. That's okay. Because everyone in the Levia community knows if it's your deck, it really is like a third eye open. You have so much intentionality behind like every card in that list that no one else will even get close to understanding. So that's why you're here. You got to show us.
Yeah, I totally get that. I'm honestly tempted to just like end this because he's
no. Do your thing.
He's being a jerk. But yeah, basically what it comes down to, and what I was telling people at the Battle Hardened when I was like actually there, was that like your go again, like your agility tokens are only as good as your weapon is, and Hexagore is easily the best weapon, like numbers wise. So if you want to just throw hands and not give a shit if you live or die, then just run Hexagore and swing it early and often.
Wow, that's an interesting way to look at it.
Pretty much. Like the game's going to be over fast whether you like it or not. So like just unplug your brakes. You don't need those anymore.
Interesting. Yeah, that's it's so counter to like, we even saw it in some of the discussion today. A lot of people's initial takes on Hexagore is like value, right? Like let's build the value Hexagore deck. Let's like make sure every cost curve looks super tight. Let's like potentially build around Tunic, like whatever it is. But in reality, like you're absolutely right. Like it's so much dumb numbers on a single card. Like if you convert that into just a very aggressive game, that's where more numbers matter, right? Because like the entire game is shortened, not only on like the damage front, but Levia's armor also favors a short game because the more turn cycles that you get to just like ignore your opponent and just use armor instead, the more oppressive it feels. Whereas if it's like a longer game, that second CNC you can't husk. That third CNC you really can't husk, So yeah, I'm just gonna eat my dinner while we wait for your game to wrap up. Feel free to talk to the chat as well. Let the people. Actually, I don't know that much about you either, but I guess when did you start playing Flesh and Blood? What's your story?
Well, I started playing right around when Tales of Aria was like about to come out, and I had been like playing pretty much nothing but Magic the Gathering up until that point, and just got really disillusioned with that game, which is probably a story that like most people have heard at this point. But like, yeah, just really wanted to. I am done. I am winning, but I really don't want. I want to focus on this. Let's see here. All right. How can I share my
Siphon in
screen
chat is
without
asking.
doxing myself?
Oh, your screen won't be shared until I like add it to the stream. So if you need to,
Okay.
troubleshoot in the background, no worries.
Fair enough.
Siphon in chat says, heard Ethan has a mean gritty. Can we see it, please? Dude, I do not have a mean gritty. I really appreciate a good gritty. The Pokemon kid who did the gritty after he won nationals is like my spirit animal. I think that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Is just you win a freaking TCG, you win Pokemon nationals as like a freaking 10-year-old. You get up, you just do the gritty. That's legendary, and like most people will never get to do that in their life because they're already older than 10. You know, that is like that is a singular event. Like you can't replicate that. And that kid who did it is just a freaking legend. But no, my gritty is not that good, Siphon. Unfortunately. Actually, let me just pull up that clip. If you all don't know what I'm talking about, it is one of the most legendary gaming moments I've ever seen. Okay, surely YouTube has this. Pokemon winner gritty. He did the gritty, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. I got it. I got to skip to the point in the game. Oh, dude, this kid. I think he's younger than 10, too. What a legend. All right, let me make sure this is it. Let me make sure. Oh, maybe not. What's going on here? No, there's no way. Dude, I've seen this video before. How can I not find it? Pokemon kid hits the gritty. Alright, someone in chat find it. This is ridiculous. How is it not just like all over the internet? I've seen it like 20 times. Granted, maybe on TikTok. Or was it... Oh no, here it is. Yeah, it's on Twitter. Alright, YouTube doesn't have it for whatever reason, but I found the Twitter video. Alright, check this out, people. Check this out. Look at how... I mean, I would just... If I was the opponent, I would never recover. Never recover. Dude, imagine
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Imagine that. And then he goes for the handshake, or maybe the handshake was first. I don't even know. That is just so insane. So the next Pro Tour champion, whoever wins in LA, you gotta do that. Like, something that legendary needs to happen in the Flesh and Blood world. Surely. What a freaking legend. That is so awesome.
Oh yeah, so this meme pile.
Oh yeah, what's up?
The Hexagore deck. Oh wait, shit! I need to say something real quick. First, thank you for putting Dan on stream. He was the guy playing Max V in the Battle Hardened. He goes to my locals and he was fucking jazzed that he managed to get that combo off like live. That was crazy.
That was, I think, if you go back on like all the Max games on camera ever, none of them look as like he's literally, that's the peak Max performance now is Daniel's at that battle. Yeah, it was pretty insane.
In the round before he got on live, he did the same thing against another player for like 70 damage. It was crazy.
Nuts. Daniel's been in the chat, so shout out. Good guy.
Oh, hell yeah. No, he's super nice. But yeah, I was using a version of this deck during my last armory, and I actually got him with it too. I managed to race him before he could assemble the combo. Or I managed to disrupt like the one hand that could have pulled it off by just throwing 18 at him. It was like he just could not keep up with it. It's really hilarious. But if I could just take an opportunity to just kind of go through my thought process on most of the cards here.
Oh yeah, hold on. I can pull it up on my end. Is it that same link? The one in the Discord?
Yeah, it's the same link. I tend to keep one link and just constantly edit it with updates. Like even when I'm just experimenting with weird shit. So like when you opened the link and it was the build that I had just been tweaking, it was me trying out Apex Bonebreaker and seeing how good playing into breakpoints would be if I swapped some of my agility tech out for just like yellow 6s to tick things back a little bit. Because I honestly think that Apex Bonebreaker and Hooves might just be the more consistent Hexagore plan because you're trying to end that game super fast. And there's not many situations where you're going to want to roll Scab Skins more than once, maybe twice.
Unless you're me, dude. I'm rolling Scabs every turn. You can't stop
now,
me.
never.
You can't stop me. When I see Hexagore and it says you can turn one card into 6 damage, dude, my brain goes bananas. It should just be so good. But yeah, I hear you. I'm not going to roll without gamblers. I've learned my lesson like 20 times over this stream.
I feel that. Like, during the actual battle hardened, I ended up going 4-4. And 2 of those losses were absolutely preventable. I ended up talking about it on the server a little bit, but one was in round 1. I put the wrong hat on because my friend from my locals has absolutely poisoned my brain, and I thought Crown of Providence was going to be the play into Azalea, and it was not. If I had Scowling, I absolutely would have rocked that guy. Because, like, oh shit, you know what? I still have the notepad where I was keeping my life totals. Hang on.
Gotcha. All right. Don't tell Jesse, but I was totally one of those people who thought Crown was better into Azalea. I cost him that win. No. I think Fleshbag they're both very close, and I only even run Fleshbag now. So, it's not a choice.
All right, yeah.
There we go.
All right, okay, so Azalea, I got down to 3 life before he got me. And if I had Scowling on, I would have been able to prevent like 2 different turns where he went wider than I could realistically stop. And I think that last turn before he like actually finished me off, I had like a decent life lead on him. I think I was just like at 8 or whatever. But it was like Boltyn shot into E-Strike into dominated card. I was just like, but yeah, I don't think there was a single match that I had that didn't come down to single digits by the time I actually got taken out. Let's see here.
So you went 4-4.
Yeah, not a single one. I always go down to single digits with all of my opponents with this deck.
What were your matchups? Because you said the Azalea is probably flippable. And then...
Yeah, the Azalea was probably flippable. Boltyn, dude, I had him down to 2 life. This was just a honest loss on my end. Like, he just had the nuts. I survived every Lumina. I got through all of his soul shields, and when it was down to the wire, he did Engulfing Soul, Go Again, Celestial Cataclysm, Raiden. I was just like, okay. Sometimes you just have it.
Mm-hmm.
Next up was Kassai. I killed her, killed an Olympia, and I was still at 16 on that one. That was a complete stomp.
Oh, wow. Wait, what kind of Olympia
killed a
was this?
Victor as well, and I was at 14 when that game ended.
Wait, what kind of Olympia was out there in the wild? I'm not sure, like, a certain version has really become the norm yet.
I ended up checking out his list because I'm also building Olympia. He was on Chits, and his deck could pivot to Decimator depending on the matchup, and he thought that, just present a lot of damage at me. Is like, well, I present more damage at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did not go well for him. Killed the Victor, and now still at 14 and like ready to flip. Like, I had the perfect setup for that one. But this next one, absolutely avoidable. It was against the Katsu.
Oh wow, that's impressive to hear you say that, because I would think you just chalk up Katsu as like an unplayable matchup. Interesting.
So he went down to 4, and I was at, let's see here, literally 1. I went down to 1 to keep a hand that was going to kill him if it went well. I had a Slithering Shadowpede, a red, and Blasphemous token made that he couldn't kill. So the plan, because I hadn't used Gambler's Gloves the entire match. I actually hadn't rolled for Scab Skins at all before getting him that low, because I never needed to. I always had to go again in some form or fashion. Was swing with Plasma Fed, banish the Slithering Shadowpede, use the other red in hand to swing it at him for a total of 12. I rolled a 2, re-rolled to try and get the win, and rolled a 1 and had to pass it back. And, God, I hate that card.
That's ridiculous. So if it was hooves,
I would have won.
You would have
immediately.
Yeah,
absolutely. So 100% avoidable. All my homies hate Scabskin leathers. Moving on.
Agree.
A different Olympia mind gamed the shit out of me and got my 4th loss of that night. I had him down to 7. He played double down, swung with Decimator. This guy ran Decimator into me instead of hatchets. And I thought a wager was coming, so I thought, like, okay, another 4 damage or whatever, and I blocked accordingly. And then he routed me.
What? That's ridiculous.
It was just like, I'm gonna make him think this is up the ante. It's route. It's like,
oh my god.
What?
That is
so.
You can't blame yourself for that one. I mean, that's already.
That was absolutely fucking disrespectful, but that's a very honest loss.
Sure.
And then last match of the night was just into a Kassai that was, at this point, I had 3 wins, 4 losses. So I was in kind of like the lower end of things. It was a Kassai testing a Decimator list, and we ended up like workshopping a couple of potential matchups and like why you would want to do that in the first place. But I rolled her too. Like I was at a pretty commanding lead at about like 13. Decided to take a bunch of damage to just finish her off in one go. But yeah, like every single match came not necessarily down to the wire, because like when it's that low, I feel like Hexagore is really, really favored.
Interesting.
Like as much as you want the game to end quickly, you kind of don't always want to turn into plasma effect consumed, because that will kill you really, really fucking fast.
Actually, that's what I wanted to pick your brain about, right? Is like from the outsider's perspective, I see the demi hero as just so obscenely powerful that I just don't buy how Hexagore fits into like really using either demi optimally. So I guess you're saying that you don't necessarily even use it?
You don't.
Wow, that's crazy.
Part of see those 2 ghostly visits?
Yes.
That's your game plan into redeemed.
Interesting. Game plan into redeemed. So you just
the idea
you try to do the thing
you want those either. Yeah, you want those anywhere but your banished zone once you hit 13 blood debt, because you're going to hit 13 blood debt eventually.
Oh, yeah.
So that when you do flip into redeemed, instead of swinging Hexagore for 6, you can sometimes set up, because of the absurd amount of like you have shadow puppetry for go again immediately, you have agility setups, you can do like banish setups if you're still running scab skins, which is usually what you want to do if you really think the game is going to go long, you run scab skins, because when you hit that end game and you're able to just turn off blood debt and have above rate turns, then you can sometimes just throw 8 damage out of your banish zone, which is just impossible for people to keep up with. But like,
that's really interesting.
I've had games where I go into redeemed and then the play pattern becomes like play a banish 3 with like 3 or 4 cards in the yard, and 2 of them are the Dread Screamers, or 2 of them are the Ghostly Visits. Banish them. The next turn, throw like make an agility, throw 8, and then rinse and repeat. It's why the extra endless mods are in there too, because they banished 3 and they hit a breakpoint.
The full picture's coming together. You know, with the way you're talking about playing like a really short game, if you're just trading aggressively, your opponent's just trading aggressively, the kind of like the life gain of redeemed kind of cheats more in theory in a short game. If like you're only playing 1 more turn cycle, like in a late game anyway, then like hell, you might as well heal 7. Right? Like that's a pretty good turn.
Pretty much.
Interesting.
Like, where is it? I've got my fucking documents ready for this whole conversation. Oh yeah, that Victor that I kind of pummeled into the ground. The first thing that happened, I went first, and did. It was pitch to blue. Like I had a full grip. I think it was like 2 blues, Mark of the Beast, and Shadow Puppetry. So I went Shadow Puppetry, play a Mark of the Beast. Got the hit because it was 7. Banished a Blood Debt, broke the combat chain, and then immediately swung Hexagore for 6. So my first life tick was me going from 40 to 34 on turn 0, and I ended up winning that game at 14.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I think
Because like,
you know, the hard math on it is like, if you're swinging Hexagore and only self-dealing 3, you didn't really do anything like above rate, because like the net value is like 3 minus 3 on yourself, like 6 on the opponent. But yeah, man, that's some balls. Just swing it for the full self-deal 6.
yeah, pretty much. It's also why I'm trying to like experiment with Apex more often, but still want to keep that one extender, because generally speaking, your play pattern looks like you go first, you just arsenal and pass it back, because you want them to attack into you to fill your yard, and you don't want to give them any opportunity to mulligan their hand if it's awkward, because if they have an awkward first turn, then you're just going to get a couple of free cards in the bin.
Right.
And once you've got like, not even, I'd say like 3 or 4 cards in the yard, you're ready to start popping off. Because like the amount of cards that you're going to be discarding or using to make an agility or playing that have go again or give go again are going to naturally just kind of keep your yard full of whatever you need at that time. And you can just break your equipment as you need it to, you know, make a play happen. But generally speaking, every game that I won and every game that I came really close to winning looked like this. It was like 2 or 3 turns of off turns, filling the yard and like throwing the occasional like attack of some sort. And when I was able to make an agility through like some means, or I had something that would give me go again to get the engine started, you want to go from 0 to 60 and then just never let up off the gas ever. Because if your first attack is something like, I'm going to swing 7, then swing 6 at you, then the first time that happens, most players will typically go, that's a lot of damage, and then block a 2 out of their 3 cards. The instant you get your opponent down to 2 cards in their hand, you're about to win that race, because there's no other hero in the game except for maybe a Fi who can pull out damage out their ass and actually keep up with you when you're throwing, on average, 6 and 6, but in practice, a puppetry, Graveling Growl, Hungering Slaughter Beast, and Swing Big, you can very easily put together like 14 damage turns out of nowhere, and you're leaking damage while they're trying to stem the bleeding, while every single attack that they're sending into you is off their 2-card setups and is always suboptimal. They kept a 3-card hand and they just took a shit ton of damage because you're just throwing numbers in their face, trying to get them to essentially panic.
Oh, wait, hold up, Jesse. The freaking internet is doing its thing here. This is what I mean. Like, our connection is totally stable, right? Like, there's no issue. But for whatever reason, the upload speed completely tanks. Upload tanked. 1 sec. Yeah, I mean, I was literally in the Spectrum app earlier trying to fix this, and nope, they're just like, your internet sucks right now. Everything is good. Like, what? How do those two things make sense? All right, let me open this back up. Oh. 1, 7. This. Oh, yeah.
Let me know when you're good.
Yeah, we're just gonna do thing in the app. Not like this actually fixed anything last time. Legitimately, I just had to wait last time, but I will try here. Oh, yeah. All right. Why, with less than an hour left, does it have to do this? Because if it's the same thing where like it was like a 10-minute off time, what's the point at that point?
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
I said we can't have the people missing the spicy plays here.
Yeah. No, ideally, can you try to just go ahead and like screen share in Discord and see if we can set that up in the meantime? Just because I do think watching the Hexagore pilot for like a game or two would be a nice way to capture.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm a little burned, not gonna lie. It's been a long day.
I totally get that.
Let's see, what can I do to try to...
Best I can do is 720 at 30. Hey.
That's fine.
You love to see it. here.
That's fine.
Oh. Just... There we go. All right, how's it looking on your end?
Oh, interesting. So is that like through a tablet, or what is that aspect ratio, by chance? It's coming through like half screen.
I've just got the window like shrunken a little bit.
Oh, interesting.
There we go. Does that look better?
Yes, that does look better at that point. Let's pull this back up.
But yeah, if I'm going to take like 2 seconds just to run through like why the cards are here, because I think like the mindset with Hexagore is like you need to go turbo fast. So we're not running Blood Rush Bellows or Beast Within, and I feel like that was something that you kind of like always assume that they're there. You really don't want it in this deck because, quite frankly, like at best, you're going to get maybe an extra 4 damage out of that interaction. And it's just not worth it, considering you need to set up a hand that doesn't inherently turn off Blood Debt in order to get that going. With a random discard, which may not always go in your favor, on top of, like, ideally having a Beast Within, which could tick you down more than you want to do. And, like, all of these reasons why, like, I kind of don't like the main Brute cards, like Blood Rush Bellows and Scabskin Letters. Fucking hate those cards. Every other card in the card pool, love that shit. But, like, so the main power cards that you're trying to kind of sculpt your hands around are Art of War and, to a lesser extent, Blood Dripping Frenzy. If you can set an agility and then play this, it's bonkers. If not, just block with it. But yeah, to go super fast, we're running basically every red you can. Graveling added 2 of only because it's situational. Ghostly added 2 of because once you flip into redeemed, you definitely want to see that. Blue Endless Maws for end game breakpoints. Once these get pitched back into your deck and you've played all your reds and your yellows, you want to have really solid blues to rely on and still turn off Blood Debt.
Mm-hmm.
Lead with Speed used to be blue. I'm changing it to red because the way that I see it, it is 1 resource that works on your cost curve of 2, gives +2 to the next attack, sets up an agility token, which means it's going to be another 6 damage if everything goes right. So a 1 for 9 seems pretty solid to me.
Absolutely.
I've never had a reason to take Shadow Puppetry out of the deck, but I can't bring myself to run 3 of them because drawing these next to each other is god-awful. Slithering Shadowpede is here for BDF and Art of War. Take it on the chin is so that we can swing Hexagore early and use the damage prevention effect on the damage that Hexagore deals to you.
Dude, I did that on stream.
You prevent 2 of that damage and make the agility.
Dude, it worked on stream. Talishar had it coded correctly. It didn't do anything impressive after the fact, but it was cool. It was cool.
It's super useful. It comes more often than you'd think. Mark of the Beast is here simply because we want to build up as much Blood Debt as possible. So, like, while you're not afraid to swing this early, you do want it to stop hurting you as soon as you possibly can. Writhing ends games. Jaw Windup is here because, you know, we know why these cards are here. We need agility. Blue 6, blue 6. Convulsions is an endgame card as well. We're running enough 1-drops that you can pretty easily off a Arsenal, or if you are in Plasma Fet, Levia Consumed. Sometimes a blue Convulsions into Graveling, Boneyard, or Shadowpede will just get there. So we keep the 2 of there. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory. I feel like the only like weird cards are like the double Ghostly Visit, the Lead with Speed, and the Shadow Puppetry, because everything else is kind of becoming bog standard. Take it on the chin, just having the extra utility in Levia is nice, but honestly, in more cases than not, you generally just kind of use it to stop damage during the opponent's turn and set a agility and get that going. But yeah, that's it. Oh, Kano.
Oh, all right. You don't have to play this one on stream. Don't worry.
This is fine.
You can dodge that.
We have a plan for this.
Okay. All right. Show people the plan. Is it the Meat Axe? Is it the Meat Axe? Hell yeah.
It's something. We definitely keep that. Go here. how confident am I can fill yard? I've got a decent amount of stuff that fills yard.
Oh, is it not the meat axe? Now this is truly spicy. If you're gonna slam Hexagore into Kano, best of luck.
You've got a decent amount of stuff that can make it happen. Generally speaking, it is the meat axe. Although, fuck it, let's limit test. Let's see what happens.
That's definitely what today was about.
I'm willing to try and make it work.
All the experimentations.
All right, let's get the pitch stack going. I am going to want to see. Usually, I want to see those next to each other. All right, we'll just swing with this. Normally, you don't really want normally Arsenal Plus is the right play, but honestly, here I want to try and get Blood Debt up as fast as possible, so that this will hurt me as little as possible.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yep, Mark of the Beast turn 1 is the only other person I've come across ever who's like, this is the play, don't question it, was funny enough Vasily, if you remember him, the guy who made top 8 at Greek Nats with Levia. He plays like full aggro Levia, and on turn 0, in a video together, he like threw Mark of the Beast, and I was like trying to pick his brain as to why, and he goes, it's 6 damage. I'm like, but why? What is it doing? It wasn't even a Hexagore list. It wasn't. But, sometimes you just send it. It obviously makes a lot of sense.
It's better to not think about it.
Yeah. Sometimes don't question it. Unfortunately, from what I can see in OBS, I'm still getting like mega throttled in upload, but normally on replay, there isn't lag. It should be there.
Fair enough. Now, what I'm trying to do is kind of like thought process my way through how am I going to fill yard? What cards do I want to see later? What cards do I want to see if I flip? So like blocking with an Endless Maw this early is totally fine. I really don't care about convulsions, so we'll get that in there. And if I can ruin his day at least a little bit and get him to burn soul early, then it means that we just have less to worry about later.
Right, yeah.
But,
it's like face up at this point. Can't give it go again, so...
Yeah, exactly. I do want to threaten a break point, so... And we'll wait for a bigger attack. But let's get that Endless Maw in the graveyard.
Good old 2-card 6s. You gotta pretend to feel good about those. At least this one, you can say, hey, it's Blood Deck game plan,
Yeah, this one's actually totally fine. I'm not gonna lie. There is the temptation to just throw the flail at this, but I do kind of want, because I've got that Banish 3 in the arsenal ready to go, I do want to wait until that at least lands so that we're at 3 before we start throwing hands.
Uh-huh.
See, there it is, the fucker. All right, let's see here. Okay, so we're going to absolutely do this agile one thing. I'm going to wait until we've got... I don't want to telegraph that, essentially.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need 3, 2... Sorry, I need the blue to make this happen. I can block with the rest. Screamer is something I want to see on... rotation, so I'll throw that in the yard. The blue Endless Maws you actually want in your deck.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, as far as blues go, like a 2-card 7 is pretty nuts. Although if your build, you got the Ghostly in there, in theory, the Dread could be a 2-card 8. You just extra steps, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, so he's doing the Lumina thing. Honestly, getting past all of this garbage is just kind of... Like, that's the hardest part of the Boltyn matchup in general, is having to, like, survive all of his power turns.
Yep. If Boltyn just
now at the end of turn, we're discarding.
Yep.
I don't want to take more damage. We're just going to husk that. He's got nothing else I'm really scared of. Like, what, Command and Conquer? Who cares? I am more concerned with taking just a scooch less damage from my own play than playing around a card that he's already kind of thrown to the bottom. Either that or he put it in his soul, but I did see it pop up on Talishar somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he just pitched it. So, fuck it, we ball. And hey, now we're at 6 Blood Debt.
Yo.
So we've got Doomsday online. Hexagore is no longer going to hurt us. We can start playing really aggressively now. In fact, I'm going to take that opportunity to grab my laptop charger. I'll be right back.
All right. All right, it does say we're green. We're green at this point. Jeez. Restart. Catch back up to live. Goodness gracious. I am gonna call Spectrum tomorrow. Fix these widgets. And by God, this stream will be what it used to be, lol. All right, we are back. If anyone, I don't know if people are caught up to live yet, but with that buffering, OBS is now handled. So if you skip back to live, click the live button on YouTube, we can get back to hopefully no more problems. There's barely any time. There's like 40 minutes left in the stream. Why do the problems, why do they come now? But it's okay. We're going to do one more giveaway, and basically wrap the stream.
Okay.
Well, I mean, once the time is out as well, so that's probably at least another game or so with Hexagore. Gotta say, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
If you look at the damage right now, it is in our favor.
Yeah, the fun part is that you're either going to kill your opponent or yourself, and it's just a matter of who cracks first. Once you kind of get into that mindset of fuck it, we ball, the deck gets way better.
That does make sense. Yeah, with Hexagore, you're not playing you got to play the game a little loose. It is what it is. Not every cost curve is going to look that fancy. I mean, just now, we're basically going to float 2 resources. This is like super metagame type shit, but quite frankly, people are going to expect cards from you that you're just not running. You know what I mean? So if they're saving their resources for Tear Limb from Limb or Share like Shaden or Blood Rush Bellows, those turns aren't coming. It's just not gonna happen. That's pretty funny. That's true. Well, why you gotta call out my Shaden Death Hydra like that? That card should be coming. You know, put the fear of God in them with that card. Everyone at this point should fear a 26 damage Tear Limb from Limb Hydra.
Oh, absolutely.
Even though it's never happened in a competitive game. It happened on Talishar like one time, and that sold me.
That's fair. I think we're going to have just a very plain turn here. As much as I'd like to set up agility, I just don't think that the hand is going to make it happen. So...
No, this is still a Tunic 3 turn from the Boltyn with Arsenal and Courage. That's
yeah, I don't think we're
gonna force your hand when it comes to the agility, but we'll see.
Pretty much. So I'd rather at least threaten 12 here on just a very safe, like, swing screamer, swing weapon, and maybe get some of those cards out of his hand.
Well, even if he doesn't block, we're almost in redeemed range. So there's an interesting world where next turn is just like... Oh, okay, never mind. Next turn is death. God dang it.
No, this is fine.
Wait, really?
This is totally fine.
Oh, okay. I misspoke. I hope you can make it fine. I'm not seeing it.
Let's see. The Via the Vanguard is a little concerning.
Correct.
So
I'm more concerned with not being able to turn off Blood at this hand. Just saying.
I think we're going to be flipping into the Consumed, but the reason I say that it's fine is because our Banishstone is absolutely stacked because early on we kind of like threw some very high value cards in here, so this hand just blocks. Which is why
I see. You're thinking Consumed still, even with 12 Blood Debt. Yeah, I guess they're low enough where you don't have to worry about the fatigue plan per se.
So right here, we're going to block with Agile Windup and save the Bone Breaker for later because that's not going to help. But here we go there. We'll only have to take the one, send it back.
Right, it's smart to double block attacks on the same one because if you spread those out, then like Agile Windup is just blocking one, right? Whereas if you block like 2 attacks, it makes more sense. Because like the +1 happened anyway. So sure,
yeah,
like
exactly.
agile wind up block for like 1.5, swing big block for 2.5. That's better than 1 and 2. Oh my god. Well, I hope we're gonna flip to consumed, but
it's fine. So we've got
that is a V Lumina turn.
We've got 2 Luminas down. This should be okay. Like, we are gonna take a bit of damage here. I don't think there's any way we actually get around that, but at least we're not blocking with attack actions to buff him at this point. So we send it back. See what he does.
Oh my! Oh. What on earth?
What? Right, so we are definitely looking at double Lumina here.
Jesus. All right. Well, goodbye consumed flip. Goodbye the game.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, dude. Hey, I should have knocked on wood. They have 3 good cards: V the Vanguard, Lumina, and Beacon. And what cards did they play that did anything this game? V the Vanguard twice, Lumina 3 times, Beacon once.
Honestly, so I put the soul shields in there too. Like,
oh, soul shields. Sure.
Having to chew through his 3 soul shields is like a big part of actually winning that matchup. But yeah, we definitely fold here, unfortunately.
Now that you chalk that one up to Boltyn seeing the cards with M's printed on them.
Yeah,
it's sometimes like the Viscerai problem, where like if Viscerai just draws their M's, it's very hard to beat that. Boltyn's in a similar way. Lumina and Beacon, especially with early soul, and V honestly, on every tunic turn. It's also pretty tough. It happened 2 for 2 in the 2 tunic turns. It was V both times.
Honestly, I do just wish that there was like something I could side in for Boltyn that's a little more impactful. Like the 1 Arc Smash would have been funny, but like it's not the type of deck where I want to see those 2 of those things, because there's only 1 item I care about actually breaking.
So if you're on the Triple Howl deck, I was testing 3 red Lunar Tide Plunderer. Come in, throw back to like limited Monarch, come in for 2 card 7, hit their soul. It was okay. It was okay. But yeah, the only other things you can try, like for light specifically, would be like Hungering Demigon is kind of fine.
Hungering Demigon is okay. I actually like Soul Reaver, where it's the 2 for 6 that has go again if your opponent has anything in their soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
you're actually playing against
your cost curve extends. It's great.
Yeah, you're actually playing against Sigma in the chat. This guy, he's a Portuguese menace on Rhinar, so be careful.
Okay, then I definitely need to actually find my laptop charger. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I want to see what he's got.
Sigma is he talks a lot on Twitter and in the Legal Levia, but you know, I've learned to listen to the man. I've learned to listen, because he was right about Tear Limb from Limb this whole time. Granted, he was talking about it in the context of Rhinar, but
ooh, yikes. Oh, we don't like that. Well, you know what? Let's not get blood rushed immediately. So we'll just play that. All right, I gotta grab a charger. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. If Jesse dies to blood debt, do you count it? Go for it, Josh. You absolutely can count it. That's the kind of death to blood debt I did expect out of like, I mean, that's what I was running into with the Hexagore list, I think. Was just an inability to like play towards the demi really well. And then if you can't play towards the demi super well, then you're probably playing with blood debt, right? So yeah, dude, count it. Count it, Josh. What is that? Is that 2 today? 1 was catastrophic. This one was more expected. And then you probably almost counted it during that Bravo game. But we won that Bravo game. Me and Billy, that was a pretty good one. That's the highlight reel of the day, I think. Highlight reel of the day was winning that Bravo game. Didn't even do it the way we said, with the whole plan of barraging into writhing. Oh! What is this? Alright, enough of that. Also, enough of this. What is going on here? Dude, I gotta do so much work on fixing up this stream. Why is it not as good as it was last time I turned on OBS. What happened behind the scenes to just tank all of my plugins, to ruin all my preset settings? You know, that just goes to show I should have put some extra elbow grease into this 12-hour stream. I really just figured I could turn it on and we'd be good. And I was like 50% correct, because look at how jank this YouTube chat is. And this is not how it's supposed to be. I gotta work on this. We're gonna probably take an off day anyway tomorrow. I mean, this was a ridiculous amount of hours. We'll take an off day. I'll make sure the stream is like back to what it used to be, at least, if not with like some better upgrades. You know, I used to think that like the stream really needed to be flashy to hold people's attention, and there are some people who do that really well, like Scowling Fleshbag on Twitch. He's got a lot of like, you know, punchy emotes and stuff like when a game starts.
Sorry
Oh yeah, all good. We're back to full screen while you were away.
Cool.
But whenever you're ready again, I can swap it over.
Yep. I'm just gonna... Bam.
All right,
There we go. Okay.
Watch the stream. Oops.
Honestly, getting
go.
chains
This
in
one.
the yard this early feels really good here. We do love to see that.
Let me pull this up. All right, this is off topic, Jesse, but just to close the thing I was mentioning. Yeah, there are some people who, they do put a lot into like the emotes and just kind of flashy graphics and stuff, like Scowling Fleshbag did on his Twitch stream, and they look pretty good. For me, it's like a little bit of an extra hurdle to even manage, and my brain is a scrambled mess, and so to click buttons deliberately nonstop is just not my forte. Believe it or not, when I'm trying to just relax and have fun, I'll check in and like try to never miss a beat when it comes to like the production stuff, but the stream for me, I don't want to just basically fall into a rhythm of like needing to click buttons on a certain point of the game to feel like I've done a good job, which is like a weird thing, but it's just yeah, it's not how I'm gonna take the stream. So what I need to do is just like fix the plugins, because visually I had a thing I liked for each page and it's just falling apart today. Anyway, that was the conversation I was having with chat while you were gone, Jesse. Anyway.
No, it's all good. Let's see. So we're finally getting blood rushed. That's not great. We did play a take it on the chin, so
turn one?
At least...
Did we miss a turn, or is this his turn one?
This is his turn two.
Turn
so
two.
I went first. I immediately slammed to chains. He went next, and I kind of drew up into a bad hand that I ended up just kind of blocking out. Threw another chains in front of it, blocked with the lead with speed and a wrecker romp. So Graveyard's looking a little as far as sixes go. But honestly, we had a handful of non-blocks anyway, so he's going to sauce us no matter what we do.
Hell yeah.
I am going to try and stem the bleeding a bit and knock one of those cards out of his hand. Because I do want this next turn to be good for us. We've got an agility set up with Take It on the Chin. We've got Slithering Shadowpede. We've got Art of War. We've got a lot of ways to make this next turn like super extendo.
Yeah.
So we want to try and do that.
Yo, imagine they give us a Cast Bones type of card, but it just banishes the top 6 of your deck. Would you play that?
Banishing the top 6.
Banish the top 6 of your deck. Create like create a Blasmafet if you hit 6 6s. Yo, all right. I mean, obviously
that would be nuts. That would be absolutely insane.
In terms of like looking at one card ways to just immediately turn Hexagore online, it'd have to be some kind of effect like that.
Honestly, if I had my way and I could design like one Shadow Brute card, I would want something that would do something along the lines of pulling cards from your banish zone to pop them back into the graveyard, until the end of the turn. You know what I mean? It basically just like emergency yard fill for when you need to turn off Blood Dead or something along those lines.
Right. Yeah. There's a world where like if they print another draw discard banish synergy piece, like Deadwood Rumbler-esque, Man, that would just be... That's like the missing Blood Deck card. Is like a card like Deadwood Rumbler that blocks. Would be so sick. But I just don't think they're tied to giving the draw discards block ever. There's no precedent for that. By God, I think they could give it to us and it wouldn't be that bad, but they just won't do it. They just won't do it.
Yeah, I think something about the like balance of having a random effect trigger, because essentially you're not going negative on cards other than just the cards in your deck. So being able to just turn that on at a heartbeat and not lose anything that you really cared to lose in the first place is probably why they never fucking play. Okay.
Paul
so we've got agility
chat...
set up.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Paul in chat has a ridiculously accurate comment. It's so accurate that it's making me cringe. Mansand stream is like when you leave your Animal Crossing town and come back to it after 3 months. I know that feeling. That is exactly what is happening here. But the reality is, like, at least in Animal Crossing, you expect that. You know, that's a game mechanic. I don't expect whatever the hell is going on with OBS. So, oh, I'll fix it for next time, Paul. I do promise. We're going to put work back into this sucker. Misplay button is one you press a lot. No, see, Josh, I'm even bad at that one, because if we're tighter on that, I should probably be pressing misplay like every turn. And to be honest with the misplay button, we've got to have some kind of tally, you know, like 10 misplays is a pull-up or some punishment, something. If it amounts to something, like if by the end of the stream there's X amount of misplays, something like that would probably be nice, more engaging. And then you could, you'd have a job with some punishment attached, Josh. And I don't know if I'm ready to give you, the whip and chains, but I mean, we've got Hexagore on the screen, so I guess we're going down that route anyway. But yeah, we'll brainstorm
as I want
some
to
stuff.
swing here, I don't think it's a good idea. Speaking of taking damage,
right?
I really didn't want to see another red. I was hoping for like at least a yellow. If I had like one more resource, I could probably make this work a little bit better.
Did you chose +1 on Art of War, right? Or no?
Nah, I did go again.
No.
There is you always pick go again. There are so many hands where you can go. Agility gives the Hexagore go again. Art of War gives the Shadowpede go again, and then you get another thing. There are like super extendo turns that get absolutely fucking nuts.
Yeah.
They're 100% possible.
That's just crazy that you go for Hexagore swings before, heavy Blood Debt yet. That's what just scares the hell out of me. But
yeah, right now we're playing it a little more conservative. I want to get this lead with speed out of my arsenal at this point, and just kind of send the Shadowpede with go again. Mm-hmm. I'm debating on whether or not I want to swing Hexagore after it, because that's still a pretty good turn, and I don't think I care about my arsenal right now. I just kind of want to get momentum back. If I can get a little bit better of a handle on the situation, then I think I'll be perfectly fine. He's got most of his equipment, sure, but what's the worst that can happen?
Well, the worst that can happen is you don't have your equipment in exchange. So if you swing into the Hexagore, that's a self deal of 5. Oh. Well, I guess you're gonna get stumped from doing that play anyway. So you know what? I think Sigma's doing a favor for us here in the we want Levia to win camp. I don't. There's no way swinging Hex there is good enough. I'm very willing to be proven wrong. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. It's why you're playing and not me, because I was doing some awful plays earlier that were amounting to like legitimate losses. So we're here to shut up and just let someone else play.
A lot of what the Hexagore pile kind of preys on is your opponent's expectations for what they think you're going to do. And nobody expects to have to deal with like 12 plus damage turns this early in the game. You don't care about your life total at this point. Like, especially since you've got such good equipment. The way that I see it is that if I've dealt myself 6 damage to Hexagore, that's equivalent to my carrying Husk. But like Husk lets me keep a 5-card hand. Do you know what I mean? So like if I'm just like super extending all over the place and we're getting like good value here and there, I will take that every day of the week.
Interesting. I mean, this would look good. I could totally see it if like one of these cards was a resource card to just say like you know, full send Hexagore, like buy an arsenal out of it, because then that like does guarantee momentum, even if it is self deal. But because you're gonna have to play off arsenal, I'm a little concerned.
Yeah.
But you know, the next hand could bail you. You got agility. I mean, we can see what happens.
Honestly, because I have agility, I want to throw the ghostly visit and get that in my yard.
Yep.
Because if I've got the opportunity to banish this off of my typical banish 3s, even on next turn, and make that agility come in without having to hurt myself, then I tend to prefer doing that, unless the damage is just looking like it's going to be extra juicy. Then we take that. We absolutely take that.
All right, please, good agility hand. Oh, not bad.
Yeah, we take that. Let's see.
Less,
I don't
less glad.
want to take it on the chin. Okay, so we are going to have to stop that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think we're fine. The good agility turn is if that ghostly visit gets banished. It might not, but
yeah,
we'll try for it. At least we'll make a might token.
I believe. I'm here to believe, as Eric said in the chat. Now, a tunic pummel would be quite devastating here, but surely,
honestly, having to waste an agility generator is a little upsetting.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the end of the world, not by far.
Oh, chains at least.
Yeah, we'll take chains. That is honestly why I'm considering running, putting the one of Tome of Torment back in the deck. I ran it during the Battle Hardened, and it saved my ass 2 different times. To a point where I was thinking, like, do I run 1 copy of Shadow of Blasphemeth just to find that tome and slap that in the Banish Zone as soon as possible?
There was a time in my life. It was a dark and dangerous time, full of just terrible ideas. But one of the things that I did have a lot of fun with, at least, my God, I can't talk anymore, was full copies of Skullcrack, Shadow Blasphemeth, Pulping, Wild Ride, Tome of Torment. And you just full send Levia as like an aggro brute deck, barely playing into Blood Debt. But the one thing that you did have was Shadow of Blasphemeth and Tome as like this mini combo to just make sure whenever you had Go Again at the end of your turn, which like a lot of those like heavy Pulping Wild Ride like type lists could do, you just get a new arsenal. Like that's it. And that's like all it was doing. And you could Hail Mary some Scabs hands where it was like, I don't have a blue. Let's Hail Mary for Tome. If Tome hits a blue, insane. If it hits any other card, we still have a really good turn, like, you know, because you just drew a card for free. And that list was pretty fun. However, now with Apex Bonebreaker, I don't think you just can't ignore trying to get better value out of that card. And like that kind of list needed to run Gambler's Scabskins. So
yeah, I feel that.
I don't know.
We're going to use the hold the line here because we actually have a lead, and I want to keep it. Also, it arriving at the same time as chains, they kind of do the same thing. But you absolutely have to put a fucking shutdown on Blood Rush Bellows if you're playing into it. So we're not going to remove that Doom counter. We don't need to.
Wait, what?
And
wait, yes, you do. You want to stump their turn still, right? Like you want to remove the Doom counter.
That is how the card reads. Let's see.
Oh, you gotta click start to turn. Start of turn. Yes. There you go.
I was like, no, I don't want this to go away. Oh, it's also late for me too.
All right. See, I was gonna say the one consideration, right, is like there's no harm in putting the hold the line in Arsenal if all you're gonna do is block 2 with it, and it would also, in theory, like try to help your graveyard state because there are a lot of misses. So if it's blocking 2 now versus like blocking 2 later, the one difference made is trying to protect the graveyard. Obviously, you can't know that you miss, but you can at least try to like make the graveyard look a little bit better because there were a lot of misses. There still are.
Oh, and we hit 3 of them, so you know that's the life we're living. There are a lot of misses in here, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, dude, that's what I was running into when I was trying to play the agility heavier list. That other version that you sent over, or I guess had tweaked initially, I felt like because a lot of the agility cards are trimmed, like lead with speed and like take it on the chin, shadow puppetry, like that kind of stuff, they feel like great synergy pieces, but what they're not doing is helping your graveyard state. Can you, kind of play around that and like still be a good enough numbers deck?
Yeah, definitely.
Probably, but it is tough to look at an Endless Maw and be like, man, there's a 5-point swing on the board right now. It could have been +3, and I could have not taken 2,
Yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Oh, agility into runner, stinky. So generally speaking, what you want to do to play around that is like, especially in Hexagore, where you need to try and keep your list as consistent as possible. You want to keep your graveyard as low as you can so that you know exactly what's in there. And if there is a potential miss, then it's like, okay, I've got 4 misses and 1 hit. If I'm banishing 3 out of those, there's still a good chance that I don't completely biff it.
Yeah.
Me being at 10 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 misses, that gives me anxiety like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, man. Trust me. Dude,
so we're going to go.
Yeah, looking at graveyard state and having panic attacks is like that's my life day in day out. Well, I guess not anymore. When I would go to armories, I really felt like I'd have to. I knew I was gonna have to take the headache medicine later because like that kind of thing would just get me. But now we just play on Talishar and like you click buttons that are green and who cares. So for my mental sanity, this is an improvement, believe it or not. As insane as I still appear. Also, TCG Talk in the chat. Post Armory Man-Sant stream. Can't wait to watch the rest of this. Watch the rest of this.
We get to keep the mark of the beast. Hell yes. Okay. We're gonna make him regret that. Hopefully. 6.
Yes.
All right.
Finally. Wait. What is blood debt? What is blood debt? 3? No. There's no way.
Fuck it.
Bro, there's no way.
This is coming in for 10 with go again, essentially.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna trust you, Jesse.
We're presenting 16 damage when our attack rate is 12. Right now, because we're equal, I need to try and get cards out of his hand.
Right,
as soon as I'm able to get him at least a little bit on the back foot, I'm gonna have more breathing room to keep the pressure on.
Okay, but he's got Scowling Fleshbag, right? So like this kind of play without overpitching is like insanely weak to Scowling, because now you sack hooves, and he can just like take the card away, right? So if I think you should probably just. Sigma's a cool dude. You should probably undo this and at least overpitch the Mark of the Beast. To make sure. He's not blocking. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, because he doesn't think I'm gonna swing Hexagore and take 3. They don't expect that shit. It's like that's not what's going to happen. Like
you're absolutely
who
right.
would do that?
You're absolutely right. It's very unexpected.
Just goes. Wait a minute.
Wow. All right. Damage has landed.
Damage
a 5-card
confirmed.
hand with Tunic smells like a blood rush, like you wouldn't believe. All right, but TCG Chalk in the chat. Good luck watching this stream, dude. It's freaking a 12-hour stream, and I'll go back immediately after and add the timestamps. But there were a couple moments that were like pretty standout. But out of an entire 12-hour day, it was definitely a good day. Giveaways were fun. There were some very stressful moments, unfortunately. The freaking internet throttling me twice was ridiculous. The start of the day with just the plugins dying. Like, I still can't fix those for no good reason. So I got to take a day to like fix the problems. So it wasn't a clean day. It wasn't perfect, but it was fun. It was fun. And Dylan is saying that he will watch it. Oh, God. Bro, good luck. I have actually gone back and just let the previous 12-hour stream I did. I've listened to it maybe like once in full before, just as like legitimate background noise. But generally, I like I was saying in the beginning of the stream, I devour other people's stream content. So your stream today, I have to go back and watch that, Dylan. I think there was someone else's stream at like 6 or 7 p.m. I forget who was streaming. Maybe it was Aggro Blaze. Someone else was, but you know, day by day, there's like at least 2 good streams to watch, and you know, I'm there, absolutely.
Well, my whole hand is gone.
Oh no. Oh good
yeah. That was Blood Rush into Terra Limb from Limb into Savage Feast. So unfortunately, we are cooked here, but Rhinar just does that sometimes. Fuck. Shit, we got him down to 8 though.
Did get him down. It was single digits all around. You didn't self-deal 5. You only self-dealt 3, which actually would have meant you live, to be fair. You would live at 1. But that's just death a turn later.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that just delays the inevitable at that point.
You're right.
It's one of those things where it's like, the game's going to go short. There's no reason that game's going to go long. And, at these lead with speeds, and I'm just thinking that maybe I just need the extra agility.
I think the argument
against it is, sorry, go ahead.
You gotta juice the 6 count is the first thing that I would try to edit, because if you click on what stats, what is the 6 count? Is it like 34, 36? Wait, scroll up to the right.
28.
It'll say in the top right. 36 6s. You know, that's actually not so bad. 36 is a totally healthy number. I guess the draw sequence is just really weird in making the graveyard look balanced. Although some of those, maybe it's counting the sideboard. I actually don't know how it counts that.
No, there's
sideboard
no 6s.
Okay, so it's only...
Yeah.
All right, that's actually not so bad. 36 is fine.
Yeah, because we've got, 6 right here. 3... Yeah, we're running quite a bit. So here, my evaluation on lead with speed is that all things going as you plan, this is a 1 for 9. And the only other card that I'm kind of considering at this point is Runner.
Oh.
This feels like a win more card. You know what I mean? So like, I'm thinking about the situation where this makes sense, and it's already got agility set up, or I've got shadow puppetry, or I've got Art of War, and this is going to be the first thing that I play. Mm-hmm. If I'm in a situation where that is the case, then this feels unnecessary, unfortunately.
Yes.
So,
yeah,
if I'm going to,
there's a world where the shadow puppetry Art of War synergy alone should feel good enough for Runner. I think it's when you start to add that and agility, where there's got to be a balance struck somewhere with the new Levia cards, where they don't just all go into an existing Levia deck. Some of them go into a Levia deck, and some of them go into a different Levia deck, and some of them warp the Levia deck completely. But I think the early decks we're seeing do just try to jam in a little bit of everything, where there's just no way that's where a cohesive deck comes together. Well, let's say polished. Cohesive, sure. Synergies will work. But in terms of a polished deck build, there's got to just be the call made at some point where it's because there's a lot of redundancies in card effects, the best agility creator is taken on the chin, or it is lead with speed, or you don't even really need agility, and it's back to shadow puppetry. I guess I wouldn't be the one to make that call, as I'm not going to be the one testing Hexagore, but I am interested in what you discover to kind of hone in the list, because as you saw in the League of Levia, dude, people love Hexagore, and they really want...
Oh, absolutely.
They want a Hexagore list to be freaking fire, and James White himself said in Queenstown, or rather, I heard this indirectly from Brian, that James White is of the opinion Hexagore is watch list worthy. To the level, not to the level of Duskblade, that card's ban worthy, but watch list worthy to the level of Voltaire. When they were talking about how that card is just the problem with Lexi and
keep an eye on it.
Yeah. So you got a believer out there, and it's the freaking game developer, game creator, OG himself, J-Dubs, who thinks Hexagore's busto. So I'm still waiting. I gotta be convinced.
I do think this is situational enough where I can't think of a situation where I want to see these next to each other. I think dropping this down to a 1,
right,
popping this in, and 3 heavy hitters. This was a 2 of.
Oh, I was
Quite
running.
frankly,
I was running the yellow of the 3 cost actually, like legit. It was in some decks. Those cards are like, they're passable. I don't know about why this one as the 2 cost specifically.
so this one, because there is a situation that the list was much more scabs reliant pre like this set, giving us so much go again. There's a situation where this banishes the Slithering Shadow Peak, you give it go again, and then you swing with the thing you just banished. But like this being a early setup for getting cards with Blood Debt into the banish zone so Hexagore doesn't hurt you, on top of not requiring 3 cards in the yard, was actually pretty solid. Solid enough to be a 2 of.
That makes sense. Isn't there there's the 3 cost one though, right? That could be like a 3 card 9. Not great, but like it checks similar boxes of
so
not needing the graveyard.
You do want to flip the resource, I think.
Oh,
because
right,
like you're trying to put this in a situation where hooves or scabs or what have you is going to let you use that extra resource to do something, but now we don't have to gamble for that go again because we can set it up. So I do want to put the tome back in. This has saved me so many fucking times,
dude. It's like it's a way to like have a Ram Raider that doesn't feel awful. It's like a Ram Raider that feels okay, right?
Ram Raider is so bad. God,
at least you can say that. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, where do I even fucking begin on this thing? Like, this demands either being put in the arsenal or a like 4-card hand to get value out of it. If I had to, like, I'm gonna try the one of tribute, and if I feel like it's still a absolute brick, then this probably gets swapped out for Shadow of Blasphemous for cheeky Tome of Torment things. But I feel like we need to have cards that are good when we have an agility that we kind of don't have anything to do with. Which is why the Ghostly Visit ended up being bumped up to a 2. It's just throwing damage is always preferred.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
I really
Ram
don't want
Raider is like Ram Raider's like made for the Slithering hand. That's where it looks good at a Levia rate, but I was running into so many issues with the Ram Raider where like it didn't fit the hand I drew it in, and like I want the ceiling, so I would put it in Arsenal, and then I would draw like Art of War hands where like Ram Raider's unplayable. I would draw Blood Rush hands where like if Ram Raider was like an optional banish or something, then my turn was fine. But like because it's forced, good God, like it just the card is not pretty. But I think there is a world where if you're looking for like a critical mass of 6s with go again for like a consumed toolbox type of play, you could probably run it as like a 4th Dread Screamer kind of. And
perfect. Look at this.
Oh
man, we love seeing that literally immediately. So let's see here.
Wait, does Tribute get +2 if it's Blood Dead or if it's a 6?
If it's a 6.
If it's a 6.
So that's fine.
Okay.
We're going to set Agility, swing with the Tribute, and pop Screamer into Banish for potential consumed flip.
Sure.
We'd love to see it. And it keeps the blue and the spot in the deck where we want it to be.
All right, this will be the last game, and then I'll run a giveaway, and then we'll call it for the stream.
Hopefully I can get at least one solid win. Like it. Yeah, no, that's granted. Like
I'm in for the win.
Rhinar just has the sauce sometimes. I gotta say, and like in person, I feel like this deck performs so much better because like you, like it. I think it's because like I as just a person tend to be fairly expressive. So like if I'm sitting there and I look at my hand and I go, oh yeah, and then swing at you taking 4 damage with Hexagore, it's like, does he know something I don't?
That's pretty funny.
I was like, what is happening? Ooh, awesome. Agility with the toe. We love this. Okay, sweet.
Oh, it would be so nuts to discard the tome with Deadwood and like not have a cost attached to this, basically. Because if you don't discard the tome and you gotta stick that sucker in Arsenal, that's pretty rough. Well, no, I guess it has agility. Oh, but your face is spinal. It's not super clean.
This turning off the agility kind of sucks. So I think we're just gonna block here mostly to just preserve life total. I want to keep the blue in hand. I just want to draw. Like I'm just gonna roll scab, see if I get the action point and draw a card. Because I want this in my graveyard as soon as I possibly can, and I definitely don't want it in Arsenal.
I don't hate that.
Because that only affects, let's see here. Oh, it does have action cards. But it doesn't care about action points. So we ball.
Oh, all right.
Whatever.
Well, if you draw a good
So we tell him
arsenal,
anyway.
then it's fine.
They'll be fine. The thing is, like, we still have our pivot cards. I still think you throw Scowling in the into the Guardian matchup. Strictly because if they're telegraphing something like a pummel, you need to shut that shit down immediately.
Oh yeah, definitely against Bravo. I think a lot of Victor lists don't run pummel. It's kind of a toss-up, but like because they're not generally on Tunic, they're on Seismic. It's harder for them to even run it. I mean, this is a situation where it totally could be though, so what do I know? Yeah, Spoiled Skull normally feels pretty good into Victor, but that's a different build, right? Because you can high roll like a Blood Rush off of it, which you can't do in this build.
How many blood do I have in here? I've only got the 2, so I at best go up to 3. So Hexagore hitting me for 3 doesn't feel great right now.
I actually don't think it's a pummel, right? Because you just didn't do anything on your turn. So this is most likely just the most damage that he could even throw, right? Like it's not like he took damage to try to pummel you here. It's just like the hand doesn't do anything. So yeah, that's smart use of armor. Just hold it back, I think.
Yeah, I was honestly trying to just like get a better look at this, and I accidentally clicked. I was like, no. Let's see here. All right, let's try and get that dead filled up. Although I do kind of no, we're fine.
Yeah, just don't overthink this one. The Endless Maw is a very good play. Very good.
The main thing I was thinking of is Tome of Torment just like kind of wiggled its way into my mind, but it's like, no, it's not in the banish zone yet. Chill.
Yeah. Well, chill, because you don't even know what you draw off that card. Hold up.
True.
Like, you draw a Wrecker-Romp. You gonna arsenal that? Hell no.
Listen, it could be a Smashback Aelhorn. It could be a Take It on the Chin. It could be a fucking Agile Windup. Fuck, it was gonna be an Art of War, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, okay. For next time. It's surely an Art of War again.
I do think one of the mistakes that I made in a previous match that was like the last match, I kind of low-key forgot that I was on hooves and not scabs. Definitely should have done the +1 on the Art of War, only because like I don't have a more reliable extender. Let's see here. Okay, so he's gonna do that. Don't want to telegraph
is that
the
3 back-to-back spinals?
Duction.
That is, right? That's his 3rd one in 3 turns?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's out of those now.
Nuts.
Which means he's absolutely fucking screwed. So he's gonna think he'll get the crush effect. We'll pass. Hopefully we bait the pummel. We don't see the pummel. But I will take it on and get an agility point.
So you have the option to Hexagore, Dread, and Boneyard all in 1 turn.
I definitely can.
You could.
And I've still got Tome on the end of all of this.
Yeah, or play into the Art of War. Nah, it's not.
Let's. I want to see what I get, so we're gonna do this.
So, but just be sure you choose +1 in this instance, right? Because agility's gonna eat the go again anyway.
You have no idea how tempted I am, because the thing is, the agility I can just swing with the weapon first and still maintain the go again on my next attack action with Art of War.
You are nuts, but that is factual. Yes.
I'm going to take the +1 only because there's a Dread Screamer in my arsenal. Otherwise, like if this was just a normal attack, I absolutely would do that. Let's see here. But I am a goddamn lunatic and should not be trusted. Let's see here.
Yo, now you roll scabs and you draw resources off of the tome, right?
That would be insane.
This is clearly the outcome.
Fucking
Never
ball. Question
it. Yo!
Hell yeah. We are not re-rolling that shit.
Now it should have been +1 on Art of War. No!
Oh, God.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yo, Dylan in the chat. I'm back on Send Packing because there is no Art of War anymore. And Art of War is like that card specifically that made me want to run CNC over Send Packing, and legit in that build I still think CNC is so much better, because clumping your power cards is what you need to bail yourself out of in several, I mean, not every game, but like in a tournament run it's going to happen. And so being able to pay for these like in-between cards with a yellow is quite important, because, you know, then you unbrick yourself without like actually having like any kind of awkward play. Whereas like if that's Send Packing in the CNC slot and you double draw like Blood Rush and Art of War, your hand is not like getting much better very quick at all. Whereas if it's like a CNC, you just say, okay, like I'll just CNC you Arsenal the Blood Rush, right? So that specifically is why I'm very tied to Art of War and CNC together, because you can also, with like an Art of War turn, play CNCs later in the game. And once again, the fact that resources can work together, like pretty...
Never fucking punished. Sorry.
No, okay. And similarly, like when you play Art of War and CNC together, like later in the game, the fact that if CNC was Send Packing is saying like you need an entire blue to pay for this attack, versus the CNC Art of War, both of those are paid together for even by one blue in and of itself, is doing both of those things now. So it gives you room to actually like draw other resources. I don't think one is strictly better than the other. It's about the very specific build you're going for. And without Art of War, legitimately Send Packing is better, and I want more yellows so you can actually pay into Howl as well. So it's a tricky balance, but that is the thought processes.
So real quick, if I could borrow your ear real fast.
Yeah.
With the agility and the Art of War stacking, we were able to sequence this so that Hexagore, we go Dread Screamer, managed to banish 3 non-6s and still have the go again.
Right.
But in those non-6s was the Ghostly Visit, which we would still be able to cast with the last red in our hand.
That was pretty hype. I did see that out of the corner of my eye, and the fact that was pulled together through Dread missing is quite hype. Yes.
Oh hell yeah!
I agree.
You absolutely love. You love to see this too. Oh man, I really wish I had agility. Like I don't want to necessarily gamble for this. I'm just gonna take the 8.
All right. Well, in terms of damage landed, we're not that far into the game yet, but the hands are exciting and the turns are playing pretty well. We'll be on last season's League of Levi sleeves for the RTN though for good luck. Yo, that's hype. That's what we want to hear.
Never punished.
I am completely out of Levia sleeves. I think every time, maybe the angle to really like, I guess, I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but like generally a YouTube video, you know, it's very hard to convert, even if you have like a sponsor for that video, like into the AM or whatever, it's very hard to convert those kinds of videos into actually like doing anything monetarily. You know, YouTube is just for fun, first and foremost. To go into it thinking like it's going to make money is pretty wrong. But the idea of like having a sleeve drop for like each set release when like a Levia video is pretty hype is actually, that's a pretty good way to like at least recoup a decent amount of the money spent on sleeves initially. Because like when I last did that sleeve run and like the shirt run, dude, I still have those shirts. Like I never made anything off of the shirts because they're very hard to try to sell. I've got like 50 shirts still. But to try to coincide it all into the hype around a new Levia set, make a run of sleeves, you know, every time I try to do different artwork. So they legitimately are like exciting. That's probably the right way to go about it. Because to plug the sleeves in that last Levia video, it was incredible. Like, yeah, they went so quick. It's never been that easy to get people excited about sleeves. But new set releases, man, they'll do it. I guess they'll do it. And those sleeves are exciting, just for the gosh darn record. I like the sleeve designs. Every single one has been so cool. There's like the Young Levia, Adult Levia, white League sleeves, black Leaf sleeves, the Blasphemfet sleeves. The most recent one was the playmat sleeves. They are pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Oh, interesting. So there's a playline though, right, where you can go Dread into Shadow Puppetry the Graveling into Hexagore was my initial thought. But I think you're probably right to spread out the go again that way.
If I was above 20, then I probably would have done that.
Right.
But right now, I am in a position where I don't want to take too much damage off myself, and I'd rather just keep this here for later. He's also been giving me pretty much all the cards in his hand over the last few turns. So I'm thinking that he's trying to just kind of like get through his bricks. His last turn, he blocked with basically everything and threw Miller's Grindstone at me, which is fine. This is kind of the situation I want him to be in, where he's going to have really, really shitty turns while I have absolutely fucking fire turns. So rather than going super extendo here, I want to try and keep pieces that will let me consistently threaten damage equivalent to the cards in his hand over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So we're going to break chain, fulfill the requirement here, and then just throw the Graveling.
Okay, that was 4 reds out of the victor, and he didn't even win the trounce, so that is quite a flip in terms of momentum, you would hope.
Yeah. Momentum is absolutely the name of the game. Like, confirming 4 damage here and having a Graveling, or, okay, we'll not have 4 damage anymore. This is where it be, yes. Okay, so here's the plan. We're gonna play this, pitch that, play this, arsenal that, and then we'll have agility, might, and a swing big next turn. So get that out of the way.
Well, hold up. Check graveyard first, because there's a real world where you want to just play the Dread first. Yeah. All right. Yeah. See, I wouldn't believe in adding an extra miss, but by God, let's see it happen. Let's see it.
Fair. It's one of those things where it's like, where else do you squeeze it into the turn? You know.
Well, in between the Dread and the Slithering, right?
Oh yeah.
Now there is a world where if you miss, then
nope,
if you miss initially anyway on the Dread, then you do want to just go ahead and have burned the Smashback Ailhorn. But this is best outcome anyway. Who cares? Whoa. Hold up. They gave you a quicken. You have a Tome of Torment. Hold the phone.
Ooh.
This turn can get better.
It can get so much better.
Draw a resource card. Let's see it. This guy does not know what happened.
Well, here's the thing. I need to throw this first.
Oh, no, absolutely. That's
because Quicken's not going to give me a...
No, exactly.
Not going to give me
Exactly. You got to play the Slithering, and then that...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but there's no go again on the Tome. Oh, so it has to be like a roll scabs angle. But there's no punishment for rolling scabs, to be fair.
Pretty much. Like, we've already done the damage that we wanted to do this turn.
All right, come on. Let's see it. Let's see a high roll.
We've literally rolled nothing but sixes so far.
No,
I am not going to gamble on that. We still have an action, so...
Nah, like, just leave the Torment, right? Because there's other opportunities to play it.
Oh, no, not that. You didn't see anything.
Dylan in the chat. Whenever you flip into either Demi and play Art of War, that card disappears essentially, but the Art of War still draws 2. It does if you're consumed. If you're consumed, then the card you banish goes face down. If you're redeemed, then the card goes face up. Which is why redeemed works better with recursion, because you just lose the blood deck keyword, but everything still goes face up after the fact. So if you have recursion pieces in your graveyard, flip to redeemed, and then rebanish those pieces, they're completely playable. The only things that flip face down are exactly the cards in your graveyard, or in your banish zone, when you flip redeemed. So, yeah. Like, Slithering would still be playable, I guess, if that's like the interaction you're asking about, is in redeemed flip. If you Art of War Slithering, that card is still very playable. If you do it for consumed, it is not playable, which is so sad. And it's one of the things that is making me steer away from Art of War Slithering. The more I've spammed the Levia games, the more I realize protecting the Demi is the most broken thing you can do. And so I just want everything in my deck to not punt the Demi hero. And those are one of the things that punt away the Demi hero. It's like, after the fact, it's like, it's still fine. You know, an Art of War is definitely getting its 2 attacks off. But drawing those cards when you're trying to flip is also pretty rough. Do I have an affiliate for singles? Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I do. I, definitely would recommend Realm Games or MinMax or Hemel Patel. But I don't have an affiliate link for anyone. They're just my friends. The links in the description, I believe, get you a discount for Dragon Shield. And then also Secret Lab. Secret Lab are a pretty interesting new sponsor for the channel. They got some bomb-ass products. And they're sending me something unbelievably cool. Hopefully it'll be here in like another month or so. They had to make it fresh. But it's pretty spicy. So shout out to them. Secret Lab's even in the bottom left corner right now. I can't wait for that one. But no, I would recommend if you're looking for cards... Yeah, truly, like, if you want just a seamless process and, like, really good inventory, Realm Games and MinMax online, they've got good web portals. If you want something a little more personal and someone to, like, answer at any time of the night, I mean, we're talking, like, 10, 15. I bet you Hemel would still have what you need. To get in touch with him, it's a bit more roundabout. You have to just find Hemel Patel on Facebook. But I will send this guy requests like you wouldn't believe. Send me, I need a playset of non-foils from Outsiders. And he's like, I got you. And it saves you so many button clicks online where you'd have to otherwise like do that stuff manually. So it depends what you're looking for. But those are the 3 I would recommend most initially. Depending on where you live, there's also like Fab Foundry, which is really good for like the Pacific Northwest, right? Like MinMax is more Midwest, and then Realm Games is more Northeast. But I would not recommend TCG Player. There are better websites than that for Fab, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. TCG Player is honestly like the last place that I check.
Yeah.
Like if you can get on MinMax Games, they are really solid about like waiting a day or two before like setting their prices whenever something spikes. So like when Max got spoiled, Nitro Mechanoids like just vanished from TCG Player and then got reposted at like $20 above their previous price. MinMax kept theirs like at the time current market value for like a good 2 or 3 days after that spoiler came through.
Right.
So yeah, you absolutely want to go with them. They are super chill.
Exactly. And in terms of like being entrenched in the Fab scene, the people behind, oh my god, you are a legend. That's nutso.
So
I was just thinking like a yellow would be nice. How about a Doomsday? But yeah,
it got revealed off the Clash, and I'm like, oh my god,
did it?
I rolled a 6.
It wasn't even random. Oh my god, I'm so checked out. That's pretty hype. Using the Clash knowledge to your advantage there. I guess in theory the victor should know that too, but who knows if they'll capitalize.
After the third 6, they're like, what the fuck?
Wait, did they concede? Wait, did they concede? What happened?
Yeah, they conceded.
That's crazy. There's so much more game to play. I mean,
I know
the Hexagore deck like was looking pretty good in this case. But there's a world where like Victor legitimately wins still. I don't know about conceding.
Oh, absolutely. It was like after resolving rolls another 6, never punished.
I can't see the chat. I have it covered up on my screen. Is he complaining about the 6s?
Oh no. He was like, nah, you're king of rolling 6. But the second I rolled that third 6 and he wanted to enable chat, fast as I could, I just went never punished.
I see. Yeah, some people they don't want to deal with us brutes, do they?
No, absolutely not. So that number right there, about 10 damage per turn, that's exactly where you want to be. Like, so this is why I ended up beating the Victor in in the battle hardened so badly is because like his deck wants to try and trade favorably on blocks and take momentum from there. Like you're basically just waiting for Golden Sun to come in for lethal eventually. That's not going to happen if our game plan goes the way that we want it to.
Mm-hmm.
As if on average you're throwing 10 or 12 damage at them pretty much every turn that matters, then you're pushing them to have like 2 or 3 card hands that you will outrace every single time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about the damage that you're dealing to yourself off of your weapon. It's not about like rolling for scabs like turbo lucky, although that does certainly help. It's just about trying to put numbers in front of the opponent and get cards out of their hand.
Yeah. No, I mean, so normally when I run Hexagore, I feel like one of the things I do the least is actually swing Hexagore. I'm so concerned with like blood deck count needs to be higher, and then like it never even converts into Hexagore swings. But that was pretty impressive to wrap it up, because we are now, I mean, the counter has now told me to sleep. You see that? It's no longer counting down. It says to sleep. So Jesse, that is going to be it. I'm going to run one more giveaway for people who are still around, because this has been a 12-hour day, not just for me, but apparently for people like freaking Josh hanging out in chat all goddamn day. Jesse, it was a pleasure having you in chat and then jumping on for some games. Sorry about that.
Oh, absolutely.
During, I mean, it was like the Kano game.
Totally fine.
Who cares about
I was honestly just hoping for like a run back, so this was a very pleasant treat, I gotta say.
No problem, my friend. All right, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna wrap up things. I'll see you in the league.
Peace.
All right, everybody. We're going to wrap things here. Spencer just woke up. Oh, that's tough to hear, bud. But I've been doing this for past 11 hours. It's actually longer than 11, because I was doing a coaching session before the stream for like an hour and a half. So it has been a long day of flesh and blood for me. A long day of flesh and blood. But we're going to wrap it up with one more giveaway. We were spiking over 200 viewers earlier, which is just ridiculously awesome. I unfortunately had to deal with some pretty miserable internet, and so we dropped off pretty hard like twice, and you can't blame people for not coming back. I mean, how do they know if the internet's better or not? But for the people who stuck around, let's do one more giveaway. We did 2 Kassai sleeves. We did the Fyendell's sleeves. I'm sure I've got something else. Let's see. Oh! Alright, I'm sure out of one of these playmats, there's something that people will want. Alright, let's go through them one by one. Show No Mercy. This one I do want to keep, because Rhinar's badass. Oops, that's upside down. I do kind of want to keep this one. So this one I'm not going to give away. Apologies. That art is just too cool. What else we got? We've got the starting stake mat. I don't know if people really care about this one. I'm pretty sure this is like pretty easy to get. I'm pretty sure that is like not a throwaway mat by any means, but not one that people would get too excited about. Oh, here's one we can easily give away. Why not? Hell no. Hell no. We're not giving away the celebrational mat. That sucker is nuts. That one's staying with me. Actually, I do have an extra one. I do have one for me and then one for Sandra, of all people. Sandra was my +1 at the event, and she was gifted one by the J-Dubs himself, which was very unexpected. What do I have? We've got another Soul Harvest mat. I actually do have an extra one of these. That would kind of tie it all together to give away one of these. This is extra, so we can keep that in a different pile. That might be good. There is, oh yeah, the Fyendell's Tome of Fyendell. Look at that mat. Those suckers are pretty rare. We've got one of those. That's probably for sale. I'm gonna be honest. Gotta sell that one. It's worth just a little bit too much money. We've got a Coronet Peak and another New Zealand mat in the rest of this pile. Let's do the Soul Harvest one. I'm like 90% certain that's extra. 90% certain. I'll put these away. Oh. No, don't fall. No. Oh my god, everything's falling. Stay. All right, hun, can you help with this? This is all completely falling. Can you roll these up? No way, it's gonna get covered in cat hair. Can you roll those up? Thank you. All right, we've got the Soul Harvest mat then for the giveaway. And let me make sure. I don't know why this one is separated. I feel like maybe someone signed it or something. Oh, okay. Yep, this is the one signed by Soyame. All right, so I'm going to keep this one because this one's signed by Soyame. As you can see here. Where is it? You see her signature right there above the Flesh and Blood logo. So this one I'm keeping, but I do have one without her signature that I will give away. Let me find it. It's somewhere in this stack. Oh, you can't see it if I spin the camera. All right, whatever. I definitely do have a Soul Harvest mat to give away. You got to believe me on that front. To enter the giveaway, the keyword shall be. The keyword shall be. Let me open this back up. Chat box widget. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. Got to open up Nightbot again. Who am I kidding? He's been open this whole time. I just don't know how to manage my tabs. All right. We are going to do a keyword giveaway for the last one of the stream as a thank you for the 6K, as a thank you for the donations, as a thank you for just hanging around today because it was a long one. Type Levia in the chat. Type Levia in the chat to be eligible. And reminder, if you are a channel member, you are 2 times more likely. You are 2 times more likely to win the giveaway. All right, while you guys spam Levia, I will find this mat. I know I haven't. Oh, it's not that one. Ah, yes, I was right. All right, I do have a Soul Harvest that is not signed by Soyame. All right, so this is the one. This is the one. No signature. No signature, unfortunately. But we will go ahead and give this away. Just to recap, we gave away Findel's Spring Tunic sleeves. We gave away 2 Kassai sleeves. Thank you to Dragon Shield for those. We gave away the Olympia playmat as well. The Olympia playmat was actually pretty sick. But I'm not going to play this hero, so hopefully whoever won it is. We gave this one away. Gonna keep some of the other spice, but, you know, this is in an effort to say thank you back to all you lovely people. And then we'll do the giveaway and then wrap the stream with one more page or so of the lore book to put you all to sleep. It'll definitely put me to sleep. It's been so long. What a long day. All right, we've got 25 people eligible for the giveaway. Come on, we were hitting like close to 100 before. What happened here? Surely no one's too tired. Just type Levia in the chat. It costs you nothing. Costs you nothing. We also have Spencer becoming a channel member, so I'm definitely going to, you know, I'll read the next page in your honor. In your honor. Oh, I mean, if you're happy with those odds, Spencer, I do feel like we can at least hit 25. Surely. How do you become a member? That's a good question. Normally, it should just be as simple as like a join button, or like in chat, there's like a dollar button. I think, right? Like as you chat, isn't there like a dollar sign, and then that lets you become a member, or like say a super chat? I'm pretty sure is how it works. Or there's like a join thing. you know, it's kind of like YouTube doesn't have it built in as easy as like Twitch does. I mean, Twitch, like, if you've got Amazon Prime, my God, just it's amazing. But I believe in you. You can figure it out. You can figure it out. All right, we do have 25 people entered at this point. We do. Ugh. So let's go ahead and roll it. Here we go. And Sigma, well deserved, mind you. Well deserved. Sigma has won the giveaway. Well deserved. You gonna put that Show No Mercy? Or no, it wasn't Show No Mercy. What was it? Soul Harvest. You gonna put that Soul Harvest good use? You're gonna leave Rhinar alone for a second? Play Levia again? I believe in you. All right, with that, Sigma, I'm sure you know someone who's gonna be at the Pro Tour. So it's not the Show No Mercy. I misspoke. If you want to buy the Show No Mercy, I got one. I'm sure you know someone going to the Pro Tour. We will arrange something. Shoot me a message. At me on Twitter. Start a complaint thread about Smashing Performance. Do what you want, whatever your communication of choice is. Don't get triggered. I'm joking. But there we go. We're gonna wrap the stream with a little reading from the lore book in dedication to Spencer Horton, who recently became a channel member. And the deal is we read you a page of the lore book. You know, share a little of what James White once gave to me with you. Hopefully with my still sultry tones. I'm kind of slurring insanely bad because I've eaten one meal in 12 hours. All right. Did we see this part already? I forget which part we were on. I think we didn't read the intro. We'll just do this entire spread here. Catch you up on Solana. And then call it a stream. A radiant kingdom. At the center of Wraith lies Solana, a radiant beacon of hope in a world on the brink of chaos. Beyond its grand gates is a beautiful city of marble and stone, beloved to all the faithful and righteous people that call it home. Yo, did that rhyme? I think it did. Once a small township, the wisdom of Sol has guided the city throughout the ages, all for Sol's divine purpose. Now a mighty kingdom, the most powerful in the land, its people seek to spread the glory and teachings of Sol throughout Wraith and unite humanity under a single banner. Beyond the city is darkness, crime, corruption, greed, and all manner of evil. Worst of all, a jungle of monsters and beasts to the west desecrate the land with their putrid existence. Yo, how are you going to talk about the brutes like that? They were just learning to talk. You're going to call them putrid? No wonder they want to just go mind their business in the Savage Lands. That's ridiculous. Classist AF. It seems everywhere one looks, there is nothing but corruption and despair, a dark stain on the hearts of man that spreads like poison. But there is still hope. Hope in the Solanians. Hope for a future of redemption and salvation. Okay, I mean, they're really not selling me on Solana. Not gonna lie. Like, this place sounds awful. You know, it's like dystopian AF. But the Golden City, I will admit, this is kind of cool. At least it's mapped out. The city planner did a good job, even if, you know, they're led by some whack jobs. City planner really knocked it out of the park. The Golden City. At the center of Wraith stands a magnificent city, towering over the golden fields that surround it. Its shining walls reflect the light of the sun, gleaming brightly while knights clad in silver and gold patrol its borders. In the fields beyond, villages lie tucked amongst the fertile plains, safe under the watchful gaze of their great protector. This is the kingdom of Solana, a beacon of hope amongst the darkness of the world. Those that pass through its grand gates discover an extraordinary city, built to exemplify the divine majesty of Sol. From wall to shining wall, its stone streets are lined with cheerful homes and vaulted rooftops, colorful banners swaying in the gentle breeze. At the heart of the city, a massive series of towers rise above the streets below, the magnificent Solarium, prized jewel of Solana. The city's elegance and symmetry are apparent to all who enter. Beyond its 8 imposing gates lie 8 city sectors, with 8 grand walkways leading through the city to the amphitheater at its very core. It was built in accordance with Sol's divine will, imbued with magical wards to protect all who call it home. Then you've actually got, I mean, this is, you can't like zoom in on this, it's not super detailed, but it does give you a good idea of like the scope of the city. It So I think if you look at it from just this picture, it doesn't, you know, what is this, Dustpath Pilgrimage? This is a card art, I'm pretty sure. But it doesn't quite look like a circle, and you get a good view of that here. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Library of Illumination, a public library cared for by members of the Light of Soul. The Solarium, the inner sanctum, home to the Light of Soul. The Amphitheater, a space for ceremonies, public events, and proclamations, probably floggings as well. The Silvaris, a series of beautiful public gardens surrounding the inner sanctum of Solana. The Plazas, connect the outer city sectors, a space to gather to hear news. The Great Gates, this is the one that Levia, I think, barreled down in the most recent lore bit. When she, like, flipped into Blasphemous Levia consumed and Vynnset sent her off. She, like, bust through the gates. The Great Gates, these 8 paths lead through the city to the Solarium. Then finally, the Golden Fields. Beyond the outer walls are grand golden fields, numerous villages and towns under the protection and guidance of Solana. So, next time, we'll go ahead and hit up, I guess, a little bit more of the lore. And hey, look, I have that playmat. Not so bad. Not so bad. But yeah, this is the Solana section. Wow, it's actually pretty long. Solana section keeps going, keeps going. Learn all about the Grand Magisters, the Templars. How much they hate the Brutes. That's ridiculous. A little racism, I guess. Are Brutes even a race? Like, what's going on there? Who knows? Wow, okay, Solana is a beefy section. Absolutely beefy. This book is loaded. And then we hit the Savage Lands. All right, so it's going to take a little while. I mean, we got through, like, what, 6 pages today? It's going to take a while to get to Savage Lands, but stay tuned. Stay tuned for that. Oh. Solana, cops. Yo, you can't say that, Jesse. That got Sam in trouble on air at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Dude, that was so funny. Sam said something like, "We don't like cops here." And, which, just on broadcast, by the way, like, let's not bring any of that to a live stream, just to begin with. But he said that on stream, and I got emails after the fact of, like, what are you doing? Like, who are these people you let in the booth? And I had to talk to him about that after the fact. I was like, yo, Sam, you can't be tanking my streams like this, brother. You can't. Can you buy this book anywhere? No. I mean, you could on, like, the secondary market, because it's I mean it is for sale from, like, some independent owners, but you can't just buy it via retail, so it is pretty expensive. I got mine because I won second place prizing at the Pro Tour Lille with my Levia cosplay. This was the prize, and a lot of, like, LGSs in the early days got this as part of, like, a welcome to Fab kit. So there's not that many in circulation, but James White did say they hired, like, a full-time lore writer to hopefully pump out more stuff like this. Is your deck link out there? That's a good question. I don't think it is, so let's drop it in chat and then call the stream done. Just for the record, I do not claim this deck is nutso, but it is the current build I'm testing, and I truly do believe in the strengths of cutting Slithering and Art of War for this metagame in particular, where the demi is just so obscenely good you don't want to mess it up. Alright, there we go. That's it, people. 12-hour stream of Levia. I'll fix everything that went wrong for next time. Plugins will work. The little pop-ups will work. We'll get there. Alright, goodbye, people. That's it. See you next time. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.